You broke this heart of stone. I always hoped that I would find you. Now the emptiness is gone, and the winds of change have almost blown through. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You're the better part of me, one that I can always cling to. Was blind but now I see. You made a way for all we've been through. I'm right where I belong. So thankful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You broke this heart of stone. I always knew that I would find you. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. Heaven sent you down to me. All the angels would agree. You shine your light into the dark, fading in from far away. Trying to find the words to say. You're everything sky. Keep you safe, you're by my side. I give you all the brightest stars, for all the hope and all the good, 'cause I can see now you're everything I'll ever need. All the things I wanna be, I could never ask for more. You're everything I'll ever need. In my heart you'll always be. Now I know you're all I'll ever need. Let the love that's all around you knock on doors, come inside with arms wide open. Let me say it down to me. All the ages would agree. You're everything I'll ever need. All the things I wanna be, I could never ask for more. You're everything I'll ever need. In my heart you'll always be. Now I know you're all I'll ever need. 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 You're all I'll ever Tonight is all about you. Just go on and have what you want, and do anything that you like to. Oh, you don't even have to stop, no. You sparkle like diamonds. Yes, you do, no matter where you are. And you got everyone's attention. Yeah, you're breaking every heart, yeah. Wonder if you ever realize it's yours for you to take. Just let it show what you feel inside. Don't it's all your fault. Tell me what you did to me. Temperature's hot and you got me caught just the way I wanna be. My favorite addiction, you know you are just what I've been waiting for. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, begging for more. 'Cause just a little bit, just a little, oh, is never enough. 'Cause just a little bit, just a little, oh, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. You got that touch I've been dreaming of, so don't be holding back on me. No, hooked on your love, got me so messed up. 'Cause you're the everything I need. Yeah. My favorite addiction, you know you are just what I've been waiting for. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, begging for more. 'Cause just a little bit, oh, is never enough. 'Cause just a little, oh, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. Just a little, oh, is never enough. Just a little, oh, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. Just a little, oh, is never enough. Just a little, oh, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit.
We found love out on our own. I took you for granted. I should have known. You walked right out, cut me to the bone. We were out of time. Now I close my eyes and see your face. You left my life, oh, I can't replace. Please come back. I made a big mistake. I was out of line. Susanna, I can't take this anymore. Susanna, I don't know what we're fighting for. Upside down, I got to explain. Take it all back, I got myself to blame. I played the fool, but your love ain't a game. We're out of time. Susanna, I can't take this anymore. Susanna, oh, you made me lose control.
DreamLeague Season 22 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to DreamLeague Season 22. I'm ODPixel, I'm joined here by T Governor, and we're going to be ready to take you through some fantastic Dota 2 today. T, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. Dota 2, Dota 4. Are you doing some leaks or something? What's this?
Wait, did I say Dota 2? Oh, wait, okay. Yeah, okay.
You're not meant to release that yet. Jesus, man, that's private stuff. You've already ruined. Okay. No, I'm good though. I'm good.
Yeah, good.
I've had there's like Christmas break, New Year break. Not really done many events, so I'm kind of chilling. Just living the life, and now I'm now here for a couple of series today, so it should be good.
Oh yeah, should be some great stuff. And to give you guys and girls at home a bit of context to how what's going on here and what everything means in DreamLeague Season 22 and the overall picture of the landscape that we're going to be going through with these teams, here's a little video.
Team Spirit are the champions here at DreamLeague Season 21. They take games against Gaming Gladiators.
DreamLeague is back once again, and this is the first big test of strength for many of these new rosters. And they're looking to set the bar high at the start of their 2024 ESL Pro Tour. We have the 16 best teams in the world, all ready to earn points for Riyadh Masters and for their share of the $1 million prize pool. This season is split into 3 stages: Group Stage 1, Group Stage 2, and the playoffs. The first stage is set into 2 groups, with some teams having fought tooth and nail through the open qualifiers, and others riding off their dominance in Kuala Lumpur. We have some fresh faces this season, and some familiar ones, all reinvigorated with the passion and energy of competing. The last time we met these teams, their world was thrown upside down. Now, with more time to strategize, they've designed their vision and concocted drafts that would make even alchemists jealous.
Mix that up special for you.
And now they decide again. Oh my God! Oh, he blew him up, so they have enough damage to bring the rest of them down. Oh dear God! What did it say? Try it, but it's not good. Oh, he took him a direction.
We're excited to see what the teams are going to show us here at DreamLeague Season 22.
Oh, there we go. All very exciting stuff, of course. Can't wait to see these teams play it out. T, what were you looking forward to most about kind of this whole season and the beginnings of the teams really getting to, as we can see on the screen right now, getting to claim those precious points and that money in an aim to get towards the big LAN at the end of it all?
I'd probably say it's all about Falcons, right? They just come off the back of a tournament win. They've made the MENA region go from what was why has this region really been created, and suddenly they're now just, crushing it, of course, with Amar kind of leading the charge from the offlane. And also this time around in DreamLeague, we got 4 more teams, right? I think in previous DreamLeague, it was normally 12 teams. So now that we have 16 teams, it's why we have this double group stage that, Shiva in that video prior just mentioned. It's why we have that kind of slightly different structure this time around. But no, I think this entire DreamLeague will be how to deal with Amar, how to deal with Falcons, and try and concoct some new recipes to deal with what is a very potent team. Even though they're not doing, they're 6th or 7th right now on the Pro League points or whatever, so they aren't in that top 4 spot yet, but they're climbing the ranks, or they should be quite soon if they continue their form.
Absolutely, and as we can see right here, ladies and gentlemen, all the points and the prize money that will be rewarded for all the positions. Everybody, out of the 16 teams will get to take home something, but of course, what really matters is really those sort of top spots. You come in at 1st or 2nd, you're probably going to be likely to have enough points to secure yourself a spot at Riyadh Masters 2024. So a lots to play for, and one of the reasons why this is where there's no excuses. Teams, they got to give it their all. Nobody's going to be holding back strats. It's serious stuff here. It is basically the replacement for what the DPC was for now. So this is where the teams bring their finest Dota 2 out to show. And we see the 2 groups here. I mean, what's your quick thoughts on the way that the teams were split? Are you looking at one of these groups? Is one of them jumping out to you more than the other? What's going on here, T?
I think from very quick glance value, I think Group B looks like it's got a little bit more depth of competitiveness. I think simply when you look at Group A, you've got like Heroic, where sure, they're top of SA, but historically SA has often quite faltered in these type of group stages. VP as well. They're hot and cold coming from the Eastern Europe, and then same thing kind of with G2IG, right? They sometimes do really well and sometimes they're just not. So I think there's a little bit more volatility with Group A compared to Group B, where it's like you've got some Tundras, some Liquids, Extreme Spirits, and then you have that kind of expectations for Secret and Shopify. Of course, Secret often let the fans down, and then Shopify kind of equally. So maybe this time around, it's their time to really make that deeper run, but of course, making changes in Shopify. I think, this is their first LAN showing, right? Because they didn't qualify to the previous event, and this is actually the one they qualified, because it's always between them and Nouns, right? Whoever gets to go. So we get to see this roster, not on LAN, but at least on the international stage.
No, absolutely, yeah. And, if anything to go by the brand and their history, the group stage should be doing fine, right? Group stage has always been fine for Shopify Rebellion. It's normally what comes after it. But maybe the fact that this format has 2 group stages, that will give them sort of double the amount of power to propel themselves through a good-looking playoff. True. So we'll see. We'll see what that means for them. As for this stream in particular, of course, there are 4 streams going on today at the same time. So much Dota 2. And of course, between you and me and T, this is the one that you want to be sticking around on. Unironically, because we have got some pretty darn good games here. We're going to be starting off with OG versus G2IG, followed up by Secret and Extreme Gaming. And then I believe afterwards we'll be passing over to Ares and Fear, who will be taking you through the further to 2 series that we've got here. Azure Gaming and Tundra Extreme Gaming. I know you'll be a little bit biased, T, but is there a series in particular that you think stands out the most there?
Oh, out of all of them? I'd probably say maybe the OG series, OG G2IG, just because you have Uragi not playing carry anymore for OG. I think that's probably the biggest change up for me. Like, he used to, in like the new age of OG, like Uragi was the carry, right? For however many years he was on the roster. So now to change it up, to bring Tomato, most potentially, again, they say he's like a substitute. It could just be for one tournament. This could be, the start of a bigger plan for the roster. But I think just having such a big change already puts kind of a little bit of excitement toward watching them play, because you already know like the foundations are set, right? The way that Seb wants to approach the plays, the fact that Ari Whisper, they have fine-tuned themselves to be such a potent offlane duo. So I am very excited to see how Tomato kind of fits into the roster. But we'll see if it's for the best.
Yeah, for sure. I think, as you say, it's going to be very much a test for him this LAN, and probably it's going to be important on what happens next for him, and what team's going to consider him, and maybe if he does indeed get to stick around with OG. So I think Tomato, he's going to be giving it his all. Looking at some specific players, of course, me and you, T, we're both Brits, so we had to point out Ari here. How's he been doing?
He's been doing very well. I think he's a hero specialist in the 4 position, right? Like he loves to play his Hoodwink, his Marcy. He's trying to reach out to other heroes, of course, to get to that level of OP-ness for him. But I think he was the player that set the wave for Hoodwink to become a 4 again. I think a lot of players forgot about this hero, and he just brute forced it through multiple qualifiers. If Hoodwink's available, first pick it for me. And I think just having that type of player on your team that is not in a core role, that wants to play 2 or 3 heroes, but at TI levels, just makes the draft so much easier now, because now Seb, it's like, okay, I enter my draft, I pick my 4 position. If they want to counter it, who cares? It's a 4 position, right? And even if it is countered, he's still going to find ways to make plays because he's playing these heroes so many times. So I think Ari has a lot of value to both kind of the draft and the game, and I'm excited to see where he goes in the future with his heroes. Like, does he find like a slightly different one to kind of fill into the mix? But yeah, I think he just has a really good, he just brings a lot to the team in subtle ways.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing him play today, and as you say, indeed in that sort of offlane duo as well. See what they're able to pull off, and they're going to have to do it against a G2IG. Here we have the lineup ready to play against them today. As I mentioned over on the mainstream, a team that I think is a lot of fun to watch. I very much enjoyed seeing them a while back on the LAN in ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, making a pretty decent run when they turned up with the squad. They got, I believe, 5th to 6th, which wasn't bad for their first performance, first showing with this lineup. What do you make of the team, T? Do you think these guys have got a lot of potential? They, I believe, qualified for this and obviously qualified for ESL 1 Birmingham, so they are going to have a lot of chances to show themselves and prove themselves.
Yeah, they do, but I think it's always the same thing with kind of some of these Chinese teams. You look at the roster, you have such high expectations, but the results just don't really click, right? Like they formed, they come 5th, 6th at Kuala Lumpur. They then didn't qualify to the Dacha event. Sure, they get 1st and 2nd in the DreamLeague and Birmingham qualifiers, but it's like qualifiers, they seem to be relatively good at. Once they get to LANs, not so much. So I am still waiting for that moment where they truly shine, that kind of we are here to become the next team, because I think as well, before, when G2IG got announced, it was like, damn, this team's insane. And suddenly you see like the Faith Beyond return, and then you see like Army return, and you're like, oh, okay, maybe you're not going to be the best Chinese team, right? And I am still waiting for them to find their form. And of course, Baboka, a very experienced player. And the reason why we're looking at him is, of course, we just praised Ari and how he kind of helps dictate the draft through his very niche hero pool. And for Baboka, he kind of, to some degree, shares heroes with Ari. He likes to play the Marcy. He plays the Hoodwink. He might pivot a little bit further away and go towards more traditional fours, let's say like the Lion or the Rubik, even some Enchantresses for himself. But I think there might be a battle. If G2IG respect OG and what Ari does bring, we might see the battle for like, okay, do they get the Marcy? Are they banning out the Hoodwink? Like this type of stuff going into the draft. And the experience of Baboka, of course, might need to come into play here if they're going to go up against some of the I say young guns, but they've been around for some time, but it's a lot of fresh faces in a new team for only, 3-4 months now, I guess?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, so in this matchup then, how would you know, who is favoured in your eyes? Is it G2IG because of the fact that there's kind of been this change with Tomato turning up? This is the first time they're playing with him, or would you actually favour OG because of that sort of unsureness with G2IG's performances?
I feel like if there's ever was a team to just stand in, I think OG would utilize them the best because they have a lot of systems in place, right? Like they know what they want to do. And it's like, carry, you do you, and we'll make noise. So I don't think the change of carry should change it up too much. If anything, if Tamadu can show some discipline in the late game, then it might help OG out a bit. But I guess it's hard to say. I actually feel like it's a very 50-50 game. Like I wouldn't want to just bet for one side right now. Actually, I say bet loosely, but you get the point.
No, for sure. No, well, we'll see what goes on because, ladies and gentlemen, we don't need to hang around too much. The draft, it has begun. Should be able to get it on your screens pretty shortly as we hop into this first game. 2-game series, of course. Teams at this group stage playing for the points, playing to get through to that second group stage of this season. So, with the drafts up on the screen so far, T, opening bans. Any real surprises here?
I guess the fact that they haven't looked towards Hoodwink Marcy right now, I guess is something, potentially. And of course, I'm not saying it should be banned, it's just, it's set the scene. I wouldn't be surprised if OG were to look at it early on. I'm just quickly double checking if there was any crazy nerfs that would have actually altered that logic that I'm using right now, because of course we did get the C patch. The C patch was kind of all about items, it feels like, and some heroes that were good got some subtle nerfs, but it did feel like the type of patch that was Valve's cooking something. It's like, okay, we'll give you just a little something, but it's not going to be too crazy, and then just wait, guys, we'll do some big patch down the line. So
I hope so.
Yeah, I mean,
I can't remember what's the prediction for the release of the next patch. It was because they brought out the chest, right?
Yeah,
and then but the chest, is the chest actually a limited time chest or is it forever? I can't remember. But either way, someone was guessing maybe 2 weeks after the chest. I think that's a good guess. I'm holding on to that. 2 weeks after whenever the chest came out, I'm hoping we see that big patch. But maybe that's a bit too early.
Obviously not this month. I'm gonna go minimum. But let me check my calendar. Let me check when I'm doing my waiting room.
You're gonna do it. Yeah, you're gonna do a waiting room for it.
Yeah, I'm doing wait. I'm saying minimum 3 weeks. Minimum
3 weeks. I hope.
Because don't feel when you get a letter patch, right? You need to give it at least 2 to 3 weeks minimum for the next one, right? Because otherwise, what devs pumping out a little patch and then doing it feels weird. So I say 3 weeks sounds healthy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hope so. Well, here we go with the picks so far, opening up. As you say, so the bans all done. Indeed, those Ari heroes being skipped. So OG, they're going to have a lot of versatility with what they want to take from Ferrari when it comes to the specialties. First pick Enchantress for G2IG, and OG, they keep it nice and safe and simple. They just slap out the DK first.
I'll be real, you Owen. I thought you said Ferrari, like the old Chinese player. I was like, well, that is
Ferrari.
a blast from the... Because you said
Ferrari.
But I heard Ferrari, and I was like,
Ferrari.
he's playing? Wait, that is wild. That should be like main...
Shame, yeah,
feature.
we needed to have Ferrari versus Ari. That would have been good. And he needs to come
Ferrari.
back. Ferrari.
Okay, we should mention a little bit about the patch, though, of course. So,
Yeah.
DK was one of the best heroes in the previous patch because of Mage Slayer. This allowed him to tank up with his physical armor from his passive, and then he buys Mage Slayer for 25% magic resistance, and it's near unkillable. Also, just the constant procs of your Jewel Breath, your Dragon Form, it's just so much dot damage, it was so hard to deal with. Mage Slayer did get a nerf by 5%, so now it's 20% magic resistance, but I still think fundamentally the hero is still the same. His Ags is still very strong. His Manta, the ability to put that one Dragon Form hero on a support and make them like negative move speed basically. So yeah, I expect the same build from this Dragon Knight, just it's slightly toned down a little bit due to that patch.
Let's see what G2IG want to do about it. I mean, you go back to the last patch, you say was probably going to expect to see a very similar build from the DK. What kind of stuff was working the best against the Dragon Knight, and probably still would be a solid answer?
I think if you're putting the Dragon Knight into the, let's say, the off lane, just make sure you have presence in the lane to punish him. I think DK is a very scripted hero where he wants to play on his tankiness, he wants to play on the fact that his 4 position blocks the camps and he hits creeps. Once he hits 6, he wants to hit that tower. If he hits the tower, then he kind of opens up the map for more moves, right? But he's always just a very clear objective hero. So I think as long as you have some laning pressure and ways to TP in to punish him stepping up towards the tower, you fully remove his like first 15 minutes of the game. And then he's always chasing the, I wish I had the Manta, I wish I had the Ags type gameplay, and that always hurts him. So yeah, I think having some type of reactionary game plan built into your lineup always helps. And yeah, G2IG, they kind of, I guess, soft have that right now. They've got a Magnus who can make those TP Shockwave RP type plays, Ench, a very strong laner. Maybe they go down that route a little bit more, but for OG, they are looking for brute force. Like, look how tanky they are.
I mean, that's the thing, right? You're seeing these heroes together and already combined. It's a lot of HP numbers that you're going to have to get through. It's some tanky boys. At the moment, you know, Magnus Enchantress, it's probably not going to be able to cut through these heroes. Hoodwink, not a surprise at all, as you mentioned earlier. Ari, he's going to be picking it probably most of the time that it gets left in. It gets left in this time. They got to get some DPS out, right, G2IG, if they want to try and tackle, especially the first two. Hoodwinks, whatever, you know, you catch them, you'll probably kill them, and they will need some catch for that, Hoodwink. So a lot of things that G2IG feels like they've got to respond to here.
Yeah, and it boils down to the OG philosophy that they've always kind of had in them. Whenever Seb's on the team, he is kind of trying to kind of get this level of gameplay where it's like, if you get that slight laning phase lead, they want to be able to break the map in a way where they kill their opponents. And sure, they might not rush to end the game, but they want to continue reminding their opponent that they're here to occupy the map, to take the farm, to kill you if you misplay. And when you have a Hoodwink on your lineup, it is always going to provide that ability, right? You've got Bushwhack from the tree line, you've got your Sharpshooter for that big damage. And when I look at the stats, actually, in the last 3 months, Ari has played 12 Hoodwink games. The second hero, most played, is only 6 for Marcy. Then it goes down to 4 for Grimstroke. Like, he has played an unhealthy amount of Hoodwink.
Okay. And what's the win rate on the Hoodwink?
66%.
60%. Yeah, very solid, very solid. So, Tiny AA, this is the AA in particular, going to be a nice bit of an answer to giving them that challenge of tackling that challenge of bringing down heroes like the DK and the Beast, and of course, yeah, Tiny with at least that setup. It's going to be a hefty amount of burst. There will definitely be a point of the game where it feels like that burst combo is going to fall off against the DK and the Primal, but maybe early enough in the game, if they can play fast, play aggressive, they'll be able to come in and counter some of the plays that Primal and DK are trying to push in with.
I think as well with the response from G2IG with the Tiny AA is, I just like the fact that they have explosive play, like you were saying. Yeah. It's like this, when you look at OG, they're going to be blink initiate, right? They're going to jump a hero and they want to try and kill that hero. So if Primal charges in, and he misses his jump or he's going on that hero, now there's going to be a Vortex from AA to amp up the Avalanche toss from Tiny into then an Ice Blast. That hero is now dead. So they have the ability to remove a Primal or a DK, at least in the early skirmishing phases of the game, before, of course, Mage Slayers come out and, you know, Shrouds come out potentially. And I like the idea of it. The issue is it does put you on a timer because of how potent magic resistance is right now. The joy of any Dota patch, I'm sure you're aware of this, Owen, is like we went from like the hot, like we had a Wraith Pact meta, which kind of slowly transitioned into like Crimson Guards, which transitioned into like Hearts and Blade Mails, and now we're kind of in the magic resist era. Like no matter what patch we're in, whatever item gives you the most tankiness and the effectiveness of it will become very prevalent. And we are now in the, if you want to cast spells, you're not going to feel too good in that kind of mid game because there are multiple items now that'll just really nullify your damage.
Dire team back.
Let's see. Again, with this Naga Siren, more things that are going to be hard to burst after a certain point. Final bans, G2IG, respecting by the looks of it the potential of the Mirana.
10 seconds remaining.
And then OG.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, anything else you think that they're sort of still feeling is going to be a real potential threat? I mean, G2IG, where they're looking with their last pick?
It will, of course. So they have ultimate last pick in the draft. So they're going to see one more hero.
That's true.
They would like I think they do want kind of an anti-Naga hero. Like
they need it.
Is Juggernaut even a hero nowadays? But I feel like they want some really low cooldown, join the fight style hero. I actually don't mind Jug. I guess the lane's not too great because of AA. The Sven ban is quite nice, of course, because then you have like a Sven AA lane. You hit the RP, they are going to die. And right now for OG, they went for this Naga Siren because they're trying to play the wider map, right? There's not a lot of wave clear for G2IG. You've got like the Ench creep, some mag shockwave shenanigans and empower right clicks. Tiny has to have a toss. And then for OG, it's like, okay, we have kill threat with Hoodwink plus Primal, Hoodwink plus DK. So if Naga plays the entire map for us, it frees up OG to make the moves that they want us to do, to see the smokes and to go those, to make all the macro plays that they want. And I think for OG now, their final pick will just continue to amplify that. Yeah, I don't mind the Alchemist. It can buy Radiance to annoy the Naga Siren, of course. The Talisman did get a 5%. Was it 5%? I think it was.
It was 15%
buff.
to 20% on the mischance.
That's good. 20% mischance.
Wait, no, sorry, on the evasion. Sorry, yeah, you're right. The evasion. Yeah, it was the evasion, right? Yeah, it was the evasion that got buffed up. It's the mischance is still 15% on the burn, but yeah, the evasion.
The base evasion,
item itself.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's 20%. Yeah.
So just the fact that you have this like buffed up base evasion also. Yeah, I like the Alchemist. I don't even, and they go for a Shaman. Okay, wow, they want to, I guess, get out of this game, and yeah, we'll see what they go for. But
okay,
G2IG, So what are you gonna say?
No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say they do need that cheap fighting hero, but the Shaman, I would argue it's slightly unconventional because I personally haven't really seen it too much recently. But it does give you that constant threat of, if we see the hero, we're going to blink Hex, and now the Hoodwink can help, the DK can help. Like, there is so much pick-off potential for OG, and with the Shaman, you have the damage amp as well on your Hex, which people often kind of disregard. You have 10% level 1 scaling up to 25% damage amp. So if you then throw like the Boomerang from a Hoodwink, the Hex damage amp from a Shaman, with, let's say, the Riptide of a Naga Siren, like, there's just so much burst potential between the little combinations across OG that G2IG need to be very careful that if they ever lose grip in this game, it is going to feel so hard to play. So this carry pick for them either needs to match the map play of a Naga Siren to keep the game going, to get their heroes to items that allow them to fight and to survive OG, or it needs to be a carry that's super high pace that can, you know, follow the Tiny with his Blink Dagger and just run through the map and never allow OG to kind of stabilize their game plan and allow them to approach what they want to do. And they go for a Lifestealer.
Okay. Alright, Lifestealer comes in as life. Yeah, I mean, Lifestealers. This hero has been on a bit of a rise recently. I feel like, especially in the high level pubs, the win percent of this hero is pretty good right now. I mean, against sort of these last picks, right, like the Shaman as such, it feels pretty good. I think they're onto something with this one, too. We've lost T. No, T's out of it. Anyway.
I'm here.
Oh, no, he's
I'm
here.
good. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I was
live
taking a
stealer
sip
T.
of my drink. Yeah, I was taking a sip of my drink. Didn't want to slurp on camera or on mic, sorry, and then I muted myself, and then I didn't see the big red button flashing at me like to unmute. Anyway, that's my own fault. So live stealer, we're praising the buffs of the Radiance, right, with that extra bonus evasion. That will help out. Also, Sanj did get buffs as well. Amping up the lifesteal that you can get from it, amping up the status resistance as well. So it's like overall the item is very good. So I think Sanj Yasha, just to be clear, the Sanj Yasha has the HP buffs. The Sanj itself has the status resist buffs. So if he wants to go for some like Radiant Sanj Yasha BKB style play where he's like super tanky in the middle of the fight the entire time, like frontlining for his team, it could be very quite a cool style of lifestealer. But again, he has to respect this shaman. The fact that you have a blink hex in the game now will always put fear on these debuff immune style heroes, right? Like sure, you can press rage, but you can't press rage if a shaman's already hexed you and there's like 3 stuns following up from that. So it's a cool lifestealer pick, but it will take some time, and the entire game he has to respect shaman.
Okay. Let's see what they've got. Very much looking forward to this game. G2IG versus OG. As I say, this is where things really will kick off for all the teams that are playing right now. EPT points on the line. Lots of money to play for. No time for messing around. As I said, I'm sure there's some great games going on the other streams, but this stream, this game, this is what you want to be watching, boys and girls. OG versus G2IG, and it is mine and T-Governor's pleasure to walk you through the action of this one. So what are we expecting in terms of timings? Because I feel like earlier on with the drafts as they were going, it did kind of feel like IG were going to want to play this maybe a bit faster than that of OG. Is that the case here?
I think both teams have the ability to set a little pace because one team has like the tiny AA ench to be able to make moves, and then the other side, OG, it's like they can play on the towers, right? Like DK can move to the tower at level 6, he can play on the hoodwink, and Primal is such an active hero as well, right? So I do feel that, yeah, like I said, both teams have that ability, and
30 seconds to battle.
we'll see what they do. I think for IG it's more about the kills, and for OG it's more about setting up the lanes to then hit the towers to then for the kills to come in. And yes, we have lost Owen for a second. He's just fixing some stuff real quick. But yeah.
Yeah, it should be all good. I'm
there we
back
go.
in now. Right, so I mean, first blood as well. Who's got to be the most careful? I'm watching Monet down here.
The battle.
I mean, do they want to try and go for this? They will. They'll go with the bushwhack. Into the shackles. See, Monet. He is going to skill the rage. And with that, should be all right. Bushwhack's going to be there again in another second if Ari wants to throw out another, but they'll leave him be. They're just going to shake him up a bit on the chase underneath his tower. We'll see how this sort of setup goes. I mean, with the way that we've got the side lanes set up, I mean, they'll head up towards the top lane here. Seb, now who's going to have the tougher time? You know, would you rather be the Naga Siren with these lane setups, or would you rather be the Lifestealer?
I think he would rather be the Naga Siren. It's like the Naga Siren in difficult matchups, you can always like poke towards the jungle. Like even if the lane gets a bit difficult, there's always that road to I know how to get back into the game. For a Lifestealer though, if you have a bad lane, your catch-up is very miserable, right? Like you're awkwardly clicking on some small camp, some hard camp. It doesn't feel good. And yeah, I think of course Baboka and JT are going to need some levels to be able to actually apply some pressure to this Naga Siren. And this is potentially the most boring mid lane we could ever look at in our lives, the DK versus Tiny. I think the only way that DK dies is if Tiny gets like a beautiful toss back with like 3 or 4 tower hits going. Like this should just be the most trader farm that you ever see from a mid lane matchup. And yeah. Okay, and yeah. In top lane, we have Seb. He has gone for the Shackles level 1. That is a change up from, I don't know a change up, but I think the last time that people may have really cared about Shaman all those years ago, it was all about like the Ether Shock, but now that you have the Hill applied to your Shackles, it just makes you even tankier in the lane. They have the level 2 advantage and they are killing off Baboka, whilst Ari also in the bot lane gets the kill. We can blame Seb for that one because he was killing top lane. But yeah, in bottom, you never want to step up against Hoodwink. Like at any minute, there's just going to be this acorn shot, tree gets created, bushwhack, and you are just going to get punished here. And yeah, the AA, he is the one that does step up too far. The advantage of Lifestealer, of course, he is a hero that thrives at just sitting in front of his tower. He wants to just exist, push out the lane, farm the jungle just to the north of his lane, and return. Like he is one of the, I say the best, but for a non-illusion hero, he's one of the best heroes at just protecting his safe lane. Because if they come to gank him, he just survives for so long. He like elongates the fight, he drags it out, and then allows for TPs to come in to do the damage that he's lacking. Of course though, AA doesn't have any of that. X-Nova, he's gonna respect his positioning a couple more times. He doesn't want to give too many kills away to the Primal Beast or Hoodwink, because these are heroes that can simply take over the game. And you see from this CS already, all of OG's cores sitting in the double digits, whilst the Lifestealer and Magnus are a little bit further down. We have the Lotus contest in the top lane, and hopefully Owen will return soon, but until then, you're going to have to hear my beautiful, ugly voice the entire time. You can pick which one between A or B. And yeah, so Lotus goes the way for Tomato, and in the bot lane, Lotus goes the way of Ari. So yeah, OG getting both the Lotuses at 3 minutes, which should give them a little bit more confidence in maybe going for that next kill. Again, to remind you, the game plan of G2IG will be kind of push out your lanes, get to that first cheap item, and then look to make those moves, right? Like it's the combination of AA and Tiny. If AA and Tiny aren't together, their damage is going to be lacking. Lifestealer, he doesn't leave lane with the desire to fight, and X-Nova, he might be leaving lane himself as he goes back to base. That is his second death now in the laning phase, and yeah, struggling just a little bit. I would argue that G2IG, any of these early deaths, is just going to really amplify their inability to make moves as they exit the laning phase. If AA is starved of levels, he's going to be missing out on his Ice Blast levels. If Tiny doesn't have heroes to play on, then naturally he does lack damage. We are yet to really see where BZM's going with his itemization. He doesn't like to queue up all of his items for us to have free information, unlucky. But this is the type of game where magic damage will be G2IG's kind of early style of damage, and of course one Shroud or Mage Slayer, anything like this should be able to mitigate the recovery plan, at least from G2IG.
Okay, hello T.
Hello mate, you back?
Hey, sorry about that. I think we had some tech issues, but I think it's all fixed now. Hopefully, ladies and gentlemen, so we should all be good to go. What did I miss, T? Looks like OG's getting some nice early kills going on here.
Yeah, pretty much. It was X-Nova's died a couple times in the bot lane, and other than that, it's just been a lot of farming efficiencies, pushing out lanes, and nothing too crazy has occurred, really. Did you actually need me to give you the full update, or is...
I actually did. We were trying to fix something, so I appreciate that.
Right, no worries.
Let's have a look. Yeah, this is...
making the first move.
Let's see what he can do here. He's going in under the tower. Then they go with a trample onto Monet. Good control. He gets the rage off, but it's all too late. Monet goes down. They might be able to chase on for X-Nova as well. Ari, he's got enough without Mango being passed over. I think it was from Whisper making sure that the mana would be there for that bushwhack. He lays it down onto X-Nova. Under the tower they go. Double kill for Ari. OG just continuing to sweep up kills in this laning stage.
Yeah, it's...
Radiant's bottom
Do we at what point do we say it's potentially looking quite disastrous of a laning phase, right? Or laning stage, sorry. 2,000 gold lead already for OG. The kills are going the way of the heroes that want to make the moves on that. And we'll see how G2IG wants to recover a little bit. But nothing to say. He's gonna have to try and make some type of statement in the game if that is to occur. And it doesn't even look like he's having too great of a game himself, right? Like 29 CS, 5 denies, to the 39 CS and 7 of the Dragon Knight.
Yeah.
All 3 lanes just pulling ahead now for OG.
BZM's having a great time here. I mean, even little things like getting that illusion rune just a second before nothing to say was able to grab it. It means he's able to put some extra little bit of pressure on. Looks like they will get their first kill here at G2IG as Seb is caught out in the river. X-Nova able to take him out. So finally getting themselves on the board here.
This is kind of what you need to do if you're G2IG, right? Like, you need to leave your lanes, throw the A and the Ench around the map, try and pair up with the Mag or the Tiny. I'm not really expecting the crazy kills from them on cores, but like, if you see some support making that move, you might get that quick pick. But you need to leave Lifestealer by himself, let him recover his levels, make sure you secure Wisdom Rooms where, 15 seconds late, that could have potentially been sniped, but of course, they killed Shaman. In the top side of the river, they saw Ari mid, so unless Tomato was going there, then it was a free Wisdom Room. But yeah, I'm looking to see how the supports on G2IG want to kind of play the map now. Make stacks potentially for the Mag or the Tiny, find kills, but they need to do something because this is looking pretty rough, and they're going onto the DK now.
They're going to try. There's a quick Dragon Tail for BZM to try and put a stop to the follow-up combo, and Seb, Ari, they're there with the backup, so super hard for IG themselves to get anything going here. And BZM, a very hard target to tackle. If anything, Nothing Today's got to be careful. He's going to get clipped by the Bushwhack. Whisper comes crashing across. They take down the Tiny. They're ready for more. Shackles over onto the side onto Baboka. Baboka turns towards Seb. Seb will fall, but it's going to be at the cost of 3 of the heroes on G2IG as OG bring the numbers to the mid. And already at this early point of the game, you could just feel it. The G2IG, they just don't have the tools to tackle these heroes from OG. OG can just come barreling towards them, and G2IG can't deal with it right now.
Yeah, it's the repercussion of not kind of pulling ahead in laning phase. I didn't really have crazy expectations of them having stronger lanes, but the fact that they've lost the lanes in this capacity, and OG aren't afraid to bring heroes to these early moves as well, it's like, what is their move? Like, what does G2IG do? Because Whisper, he goes from mid, he comes back to bottom, he puts Monet to low HP, he forces multiple TPs out, and now both of the supports are now bottom. Like, the support duo on Radiant are just really struggling to kind of know what they're meant to be doing here. They ran top and found a Shaman. They died mid. They TP'd bottom. Like, the last 3 moves that we've seen on the map from them have been extremely kind of empty moves in regards to stopping OG from hitting their stride. And now BZM's walking bottom.
That he is. I mean, by the looks of it, OG, they know that from the pressure play earlier, G2IG were forced down here, and that they're happy to take those fights. Anywhere that G2IG go right now, OG will be sure to follow. Because they know that they can just continue to keep picking up these kills. The only one right now really from G2IG that's having that solid game is JT. He's getting the farm up top. He's going to be going for that tread straight into the Blink Dagger. They've got to hope as a team that he's able to get a lot done when that Blink's online. In the mid lane, Nothing to Say was trying to get some pressure onto the tower, but he steps up too far. It's an easy setup for BZM into Seb into Ari. Another kill here for BZM. As this Dragon Knight, it's just going to be ridiculous how far BZM's going to get this pace. Blink Dagger already done, on the way to the Mage Slayer. This is as hot of a start as BZM could have hoped for.
Yeah, it's perfect. And Tiny, he had an observer ward at mid, but it was on the top side of the river, so he wasn't able to see that kind of rotation from the Shaman and the DK. But I just feel, yeah, the way that OG are playing the map right now, it's they walk to the engagement, and then they have the TP available to pressure elsewhere. Whilst G2IG, they're TPing to the engagement, so if it doesn't go well, they're either lost in the wrong part of the map, or they're having to walk back across, their tail between their legs, and that disparity alone is just giving OG these advantages. And we've not had to talk about Tomato at all, but he's having one of the freest games on Naga Siren that you could ever ask for.
Look at this, BZM's just very close to being able to take down Baboka solo there. Pushes them all the way back. They get some good damage onto the tower. Nothing to Say is going to TP in. See if he can do anything about this. Further TPs to follow here from G2IG. They're trying to hold on to this tier 1 tower, but it's incredibly low. I think it's going to go down regardless. They've got the fortification, but can they actually set up an aggressive play here, G2IG? I don't think they can. Nothing to Say next over, just sitting back, having to watch the tower fall. As OG, they take the tower, and they're just not getting punished whatsoever for these moves. Bottom lane, Monet. Trying to make the most of the little bit of space that he's been given, but it's not for long. Whisper's back down here. It's Monet. And he's feeling pretty safe close to the tower. They've got the smoke play coming in as well to try and connect to him down on the bottom lane. Maybe anticipating that OG may go for.
And they have the level 6 on AA.
It's going to be a fair bit of burst. The Ice Blast connecting, it should be enough. Whisper, nowhere to run.
Radiant's
Good
top
solid
tower
move there from
is under
G2IG, and getting Monet the kill as well, absolutely required. They need to set this Lifestealer up for success. And in the mid step,
The Tomatoes here.
he has indeed got the backup of Tomato. Tomato now ready to start joining the action himself.
attack. Radiant's top tower
We'll be able to get that pick off, so. Tomato ready to start playing active. Treads and Yasha, that's all he needs to be able to start swarming. G2IG's half of the map now, really keep the pressure on these lanes, clean up the creeps, and also get involved with what's some pretty good setup. You know, OG's lineup, they've got so many different ways of starting the fight, so many ways of initiating.
Yeah, and
tower is under
oh,
attack.
they're stealing the stacks as well. So the recovery plan. Get it taken away for G2IG. Magnus, he went for the 4 points in Empower. He's going for the farm game rather than the fight. We sometimes see Shockwave and Skewer as an option. I think for JT though, he is going to need to find himself some time to go to his Lifestealer, to put that Empower on him, because that will just help bring him back into the game just a little bit quicker to try and match that Naga Siren. You know, CS-wise, Lifestealer, he's doing relatively well, right? Like he's only 8 CS down on the Naga Siren, but of course he is farming probably a couple more small camps than the Naga has, and he's only 400 gold down. So impressive farm so far from Monet. But yeah, an Empower would simplify that even more. And they are smoked up. They found the DK.
And with the Ice Blast, it's solid burst. It's going to be enough. They bring him down. Nothing to say, gets the kill. I mean, they've got to keep using this combo. This is what will do it. Any sort of setup into the full combo from X-Nova. As we can see, if it's taken down BZM, it will take down any of OG's heroes. So G2IG, they've got to keep looking for opportunities to drop this. In the mid, though, nothing to say. Steps up once again, and he hasn't got the backup of his team. They'll get the setup upon him. Bushwhack back onto the tree. Nothing to say. Taken down in a very similar spot once more. He's got to be a bit more careful when he goes for pressuring that tower.
Yeah, I'm not going to try and sugarcoat this. I have no idea what Nothing to Say is doing right now in the mid lane. The fact that
He
he's trying
really
to
wants that tier 1 tower, T.
He's died twice for it, and I think the rest of his team are making some exceptional kind of recovery plays, right? Like utilizing X-Nova beautifully, dragging him around the map. Whisper is chasing down Monet. Of course, he can't rage because the Pulverize.
He's going to give him a little bit of a work for it. Is he able to get over for an Infest? He is. And nice little stun onto Whisper, but he's not getting very far. Ari's there with the Acorn shot into the Bushwhack. And with Rage and Infest on cooldown, no further escape mechanisms for Monet. OG get the kill.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think for Nothing to Say though, 300 gold, he'll get that Blink Dagger. And you know, look at JT and X-Nova. They know the only play they have available is the AA kill combination. Like, during the draft, this was the thing I was praising. Everything else was kind of like, it's a bit of farm, bit of this, bit of that. But this is the combination. They need to try and find, ideally, one Naga kill. Even killing DK again will be great, but Nothing to Say. He starts hitting the tower again, and
There's something about these towers. He really wants them Nothing to Say, but it's costing him his life each and every time. Dead again this time. You know, he switched it up. He went for the top one. Doesn't end up going any better for him. He's dead. Tomato's also able to find X-Nova onto the side. He will manage to throw out an Ice Blast, but at the same time, JT's been completely cornered, surrounded by the wards from Seb. 3 kills for OG to be picked up. As, once again, I mean, they probably want to be looking for kills right with this Tiny. We've seen how much the AA combo can do. I want to see some more coordinated plays around Nothing to Say, because right now, this whole sort of split up and push, it's not working for them, T.
yeah, I think the first tower death you can accept, right? Like, sure, it happens. He was testing the limits. They know that they're going to react. You die. But the second and the third one have been incredibly illegal. Like,
That's rough,
he
yeah.
respawns, beelines it to top tower with his tree, slaps the tower and dies. It's like DK's rushed a Blink Dagger. He's got the item that you wish you had. You're 300 gold away from it. Sit back, take a breath, farm some medium camp or whatever, get that Blink Dagger, and then go make a play with the team. And because of these deaths now, it really has just kind of ruined his own game. And this DK that we've been praising, he's got the Mage Slayer now. So sure, there is this big magic burst combo that G2IG are leaning on right now. And yeah, DK will probably still die if there are multiple heroes going on him. But the time taken will just open up the rest of the fight for this 2000 HP Blade Mail Primal to rip through, or for Naga Siren to join after 8 or 9 seconds of DK eventually dying. And
Dire's middle tower
yeah,
is under attack.
there is a little bit of a window missed for pickoffs, and I wouldn't be surprised if OG just group up together now, like they're doing in the bot lane, and just hold each other's hands. Don't allow for these pickoffs to occur and prevent Tiny from recovering a game that he himself kind of threw away a little bit. No, not a little bit, a lot. Yeah, again, no sugarcoating.
There we go. Tier 2's gone on the bottom lane. This time, pretty much the whole gang up top. G2IG will get that tier 1 tower. Of course, OG continue to take more than their opponents here in this game so far. 16 minutes in, 16-4, 8k lead here for OG right now.
JT has the bling dagger.
We're going to see OG start to look to take this fight top. They're on their way over. They know that G2IG's been hunting for some action.
Dire's top tower is under
G2IG now starting to back off. Whisper, a bit separate from the rest of his squad, but well, they won't catch eyes of one another. They're still hanging around.
The minimap. Yeah, this minimap is so scary right now. Like, G2IG are positioned to look for a fight, but Shaman was in the enemy triangle. Primal just nearly bumped into him as well. Like, OG are kind of skirting around the edges of G2IG's position. At any minute, they could just get picked off, but none of them were seen. And
Radiant structures are
now they go back to just pressuring the map. Seb throws down the wards mid. You had Illusions pushing out bot. Like, the entire, like, 4 heroes, of G2IG are just parked up in this jungle, watching Lifestealer farm, hoping something will happen, and
they really are.
Nothing's happening.
Yeah, JT really wants to make work of this blink, but OG's not giving it to them. Just playing perfectly spaced out, splitting up, getting much more than G2IG's able to get with each passing minute with how condensed G2IG's formation is at this portion of the game. They really need to find something at the moment. Yeah, resting everything on the fact that if Monet gets farm, he may be able to carry them. But it doesn't look great in the overall picture because OG, on the other hand, they've got these 3 cores farming fantastically.
Now they retreat from the triangle. I say the top side of the jungle and back to a new location to watch Lifestealer farm. And BZM, he's...
Well, BZM? This should be a solid shot at getting a kill. They've got the blast passing over. That'll do it. It's what they needed. The question is, can they get away with this? They were quick infest into JT. He was able to blink away, but they'll leave behind both X-Nova and Nothing to Say. So once BZM may have been taken out, it will cost them the 2 of their own lives. And again, just continuing to hold back the game and Nothing to Say. JT's thinking about going back in. He's got the grab on Tomato. RP, can he get the song off in time, Tomato? Even if he needs to, he can't. They'll get him. They're able to kill Tomato off. So all things said and done, with that extra grab at the end of it, G2IG, they will take that. They get BZM, they get Tomato, they get the big 2.
Oh, it was a weird one as well, right? Like, the fact that they skewer to the tower, but then when he jumps out on the high ground, he has to, like, run around to get back to him, so... A little bit sloppy there from G2IG, but of course with the rage, 4 points in rage, he's able to prevent Naga from just popping that song. It wouldn't hit the Lifestealer, he'd still be able to right-click the Naga down. But yeah, for Tomato, he gets picked off by a very defensive high ground ward, and for G2IG, it's like that. Some things are working out for them, right? Like, they can kill the DK with 4 heroes. They can kill the Naga Siren if she's fully by herself. Lifestealer with rage is pretty good. Now they go fishing again. JT, he gets another kill.
Oh, he does. Here we go, JT. He's very much recovering the game here. A key part in getting that bonus kill on Tomato earlier, and now setting up even more for Monet, teaming up with him. JT can keep this up. They might be able to start to really make a dent in this lead that OG's had against them.
I think there's been
He's got a bit of follow-up coming into play, Ari. Not the ATOS, but the illusion rune's there for Nothing to Say, and he's out. Back up to the high ground. He's away. Tomato still very much on the front lines, looking to see if he can set something up for the team. Very aggressive moves here. He's feeling strong. He has got the whole team smoked up behind him pretty much. Seb, Ari, and Whisper ready to back up any sort of play that Tomato can begin.
And you know that G2IG, they don't mind about the late game. They got Midas in the end, but smoked up. They found Tiny.
Straight away they go. JT's in with the BKB. He's going to focus Seb, take him out towards the side, allows him to quickly dispatch a Seb. Ice Blast comes in onto Whisper. Monet's got the damage. The RP's there. Tomato's popped the song beforehand. Can he escape this? He's going to have to try and walk it away. And should be fine. Doesn't look like JT is going to be able to continue to chase. BZM's going to jump back in, but JT's ready to get the jump on him. Gets it onto BZM, drags him back under the tower. Baboka pummeling out the damage with the impetus. JT, with his RPs and skewers, continues to keep this game alive for G2IG.
Already on the kind of... He's looking to vie for the MVP category, right? Like,
he
he's
is
doing everything.
I think he's already got it. I mean, it's these Magnus plays, well, without them, G2IG would be getting rolled over right now. JT really recovering the game. I mean, to the point now where the lead, it's only a 1k gold lead. A couple more fights like that, and Monet is going to be absolutely set up for success. And when you look at the farm of the two carries right now, you're seeing them as sort of an even point. I think when it comes to Lifestealer and Nagasiren as a matchup, it doesn't feel great as the Nagasiren right to be at the same amount of farm as a Lifestealer 22 minutes into a game. You want to be ahead.
Yeah, especially because Monet, he's got that Sanj and Yasha now, so he's going to have that status resistance, he's going to be tankier, he is going for that straight BKB that we were talking about during the draft, goes for the Mjolnir, he can throw the Mjolnir on himself, those procs will deal with the illusions to some degree, and now he has so much debuff immunity that he can just walk through the fights. Only Pulverize will be an issue for him, and you got to say for OG a little bit, they are trying to continue this constant aggression style. Like, even after dying, look where they are on the map. They're already in the faces of G2IG again. But JT, he has
trying
the BKB
for JT.
still.
He does. He's able to just turn onto Tomato, drag him back towards Baboka. When Tomato's he's going to continue to walk away, but there's going to be further jump potential. Another State's going to have Blink Up in a second. He's in, gets the Avalanche out of the two, and they kill off Seb. Tomato's got no song for 20 seconds. Toss forward onto Monet. Monet's in on top of Tomato. Shockwave, it's going to be off the mark, but still they're going to have a solid shot of catching this Nagasiren, I believe. Tomato, 10 seconds until the song. Let's see if he's able to buy enough time. He's juking through the tree lines. The jukes are kind of working. They think he's up on the cliff. He's not. The jukes may save him here. JT, he's got Blink again in a second. He sees him. The silence is there, and the song is finally back up. Tomato. Oh my goodness, he had to juke it out long enough for the ult to come back into play, and he did. He gets out with a song and a goodbye.
That was like the most unnecessary forced juke that I've ever seen in my life. Like, OG, they just keep wanting to fight. They keep wanting to go. They blundered the top Tormentor fight, and after that then Tomato instantly respawns and he's now straight back at the tier 2 tower. And then now G2IG, because of all of this, they're looking to get the first Roshan of the game. I did not expect this to be occurring after how much of the map was being played. They don't have something to set up.
They're not going to be able to get there in time. There, Monet's got it. The Aegis is in the hands of the Lifestealer. And now the question is if OG really want to try and take this fight. Whispers watching from the high ground. They look towards Monet. They'll set up with an Acorn Shot tree, but Monet's able to react quickly with a rage. Whispers come crashing in. He's put the blade down. Monet doesn't care. He rips through it, focusing down Whisper. Whisper's going to fall. They'll lose the 1-for-1. BZM's going to come in with a nice 3-man Dragon's Breath, but jump stun on towards X-Nova to burst the AA. Maybe OG can still come out on top of this fight. JT, he's out of luck, cornered here. As Monet, he'll have to rage TP out of this. Baboka's been left behind. OG, they make it work. They force the fight despite the Aegis pickup from Monet, and they pretty much get an effective team wipe. They kill off the 4 of them. They take the Aegis away from Monet as soon as he picks it up. I think that was a tough call for OG to make, but it pays off, T.
Yeah, it pays off because they forced G2IG into the behind rush pit position, right? Like you all group up like that. Primal just gets on top of all 4 heroes. That isn't really a fight construct for Radiant to play into. Any AoE damage or spell is just going to obliterate all of your heroes there because you're just hugging each other. So for G2IG, it's like, I love the fact they go for Roshan. Maybe in the split moment, if they were able to disengage potentially, reset with the Aegis, it would have been better. But of course, under the pressure of OG, they look to try and fight. They think they can blow up the Primal before he gets off his full combo, and they just weren't able to do it. And in doing so, OG back with a gold lead. These games, they are very back and forth for sure. But I think if anything,
this is wild.
What we got to take away from this is for OG, their fights are better when Primal is the instigator. When he can soak up that initiation, allow Tomato a little bit more vision to see the fight. But yeah, you see here from Whisper, the fact that he barrels through 4 heroes, everything's thrown onto them, they're clumped up, but Tomato, he disengages for a little bit, resets, waits, doesn't want to get caught by the RP, and then you got Seb throwing down some control, Ari throwing in the Acorn shots, like this constant poke, this whittling down of your opponent, surviving what could be quite a lot of bursts from G2IG is how OG wants to take the fight. And of course, we've seen how they can blunder that type of fight, but when they execute on it, when they can force them into choke points, their draft is so hard to play into. So yeah, G2IG, respect the Primal Beast, and OG, utilize the Primal Beast. That's going to be the narrative of the upcoming fight. Do you see Primal Beast glowing as well? Like, obnoxiously yellow?
Oh,
Or is it just
damn.
my-
We did. Wait, did we see it on the obs feed as well?
Yeah, can we click
Let's
Primal
check out the
Beast,
Primal.
please?
Check out the Primal.
There we go.
Oh, we
look at
did.
him.
What's going on with him? It's this new Yeti. It's got the Yeti cosmetic, right?
Yeah, it's the Yeti shield combo.
Oh, it looks like he's been rolling in the wrong kind of snow tea.
No, yeah, no, he had to
Yeah.
check for his team. You know, he is a team player after all.
This is the rare yellow snow Yeti. The true Arcana here for the Primal Beast. Beautiful stuff here. I mean, yeah, wow. I gotta buy that cosmetic now. I want to look as cool as this. Literally the shiniest cosmetic in the game. And it's dude, on it. That's the thing as well. Oh, is it gone?
It's gone.
Oh.
I mean, it was a shield rune, so he needs the shield rune for it to work. So unfortunately, it's a.
But you
it's
look
an
pretty
RNG.
baller with that shield rune.
Is it not like also kind of paid to lose because you become bright yellow?
Radiant's middle tower
It's
is
yeah, that's true. I mean, I guess there's still the initial shock factor. But my goodness, this Yeti looks
What are you?
fantastic.
Yeah.
But then it's like,
yeah.
okay, well, I think he has a shield rune. Do not hit him. Or if you do it with care, because you're probably not going to kill him.
Okay. Well, where did Lifestealer end up? Okay, so he's didn't opt to go for the BKB. He went for Satanic.
Okay.
Gives him another Dispel.
Yeah, I like it.
We'll be able to get rid of Bloodthorn.
Yeah, it gives him
I
a...
don't mind it, yeah. It's like the angle here is he probably will want BKB in this game, but does he want to buy it at 28 minutes when he knows he's not one Aegis away from ending the game? Or would he rather buy the Satanic, have a cheap Dispel, get rid of Bloodthorn, position better, and then buy BKB at, let's say, 40 minutes or 38 minutes, and then know that BKB will be full charges with an Aegis and then win the game, right? So that could be the reason why he's delayed it, just to make sure it is the most impactful BKB possible for the game that he's in. They're smoked up. Tomato is by himself right now, but no one's really hunting.
I might just go for the jump on mid. Whisper, of course, is the tanker at the target.
Dire's middle tower
All down to
is
whether
under attack.
JT can feel he can get in with the grab.
Structures are
Not
fortified.
skewer back. OG sitting safely back here on the mid, though. They're not going to throw their lives away for holding on to the tier 1. They'll let it
Radiant's
fall.
bottom
Monet able to
tower
take
is
it.
under attack.
Pressure being put on, though, by these illusions from BZM. Tier 3 tower on the bottom, starting to take a bit of a beating.
Oh, this game's going to feel awful for G2IG. Like, at this stage now, you have Naga with the Eternal Shroud, Manta-style illusions constantly running around. You've got DK with the Ags illusions. Like, waves are always going to be pushed in to the Radiant side of the base. Like, for them to make a move, you would expect OG to have at least 2 lanes of information to know where the smoke should be.
They're going to try and
They're
kick things
jumping.
off here. They've got the pulverize on towards Monet. Skewer from JT comes in nicely with the RP. Do they have the damage? They don't, because Tomato is able to put a stop to it all with the song. Allows time for OG to surround them. There's going to be a blink out just in time from JT. He's down to the low ground, but he will still die. Whisper's able to chase and finish him off. Nothing to say. He's been trapped in the Serpent wards. OG, they'll have a couple of casualties, but they'll take the fight. They take out the 3 of them, including the big one, taking down Monet.
You know how I gave you this like breakdown on like why he went Satanic, maybe, you know, better positioning, blah blah blah. Now he wishes he had a BKB, right? Like the double RP, if he could just get a little bit more of that
Yeah,
Evo
against this
community.
song. Yeah.
It would have been like, wow, that's too dead. But of course, he went the Satanic route. It was like kind of like a 2v multiple hero OG engagement. We are going to see the replay here. Like, of course, I think, yeah, Primal would have died. And the fact that G2IG are late as well to join this engagement, I think we haven't really spoke about Baboka too much as OG step up the high ground, but Baboka, he is doing a lot of work in these fights as well. Like, he's got the Dragon Lance, he's got a Maelstrom, 4 points in Impedus. Like, he is, you know, some artillery on the back lines, and G2IG, they need to enable him. They can't just enable the Lifestealer from getting the right clicks off. They need to RP with the Enchant position, the Lifestealer in position, the A tiny jumping in tandem. So a lot of things need to go right for G2IG, where OG it's like, I spawn illusions, yay, A-click down lanes. Like, the game plan is like super complicated for G2IG to hit the spells, and for OG it's like probably the simplest form. The waves are always in a good spot, they always have the vision because of that, and they should in theory always have numbers advantage.
No. I mean, let's see if Baboka can carry this. You know, he's carried many a game before from the support position, and you know, this build very much the oh no, my mid lost his lane support build that you see a lot in pubs as well. Happens. And, see if it's going to be the right approach here from Baboka. As you say, if the sort of everything's laid out perfectly, he will be dealing out the damage, no doubt about it.
And Xnova's still going for the Solar Crest, right? Sure, people might go, oh, but the barrier is kind of pointless at this stage. You still get the buff up to attack speed and move speed. So if he's able to throw it onto maybe Baboka, who's throwing out impetuses, or he throws it onto his Lifestealer to prevent him getting kited or to get him further into the fight, then it'll be a pretty value item. I don't really see what Xnova buys here to make himself feel good. I think some position 5 players, Magnus is their top lane. We could see A sometimes go for the Blink Dagger, but sorry, go on.
They need that kills. Yeah,
they do.
He's out for a minute, no buyback.
Roshan is responding in 20 seconds, so there's going to be a 30-second window now. Mag's dead, Roshan's up. So you, in theory, if OG do scout it out, should be a free Roshan due to the fact that you have 30 seconds of time. Xnova just queued up a Dagon for like 0.2 seconds and instantly removed it. For a very brief second. I was like,
could only have,
no.
he's also trying to go down that oh no, my mid lost his lane support build. He wants to get the big items. But I mean, we may see, you know, there's still potential he'll queue it up again. Talking about big items, so Mone's managed to get his one done, the Mjolnir is out. But as you say, well, the real sort of timing is getting that BKB now after the Mjolnir and the Satanic. If they can push the game onto that point and he can get that done, then he should be able to tear through at least a couple of supports in these fights with ease.
I would say whoever gets RP'd should be going down, right? Because the assumption is if you're hitting an RP, you're following it up with the Ice Blast, and the lifesteal is in position to right click. And any hero under that amount of threat should be going down. But of course, Nagasaran has the butterfly now, so 35% evasion built in. Lifestealer is a carry that can buy MKB, but we're already entertaining the fact that he's going towards BKB. And then he has to farm an entire MKB after that as well. We do see Roshan's banner placed in the bot lane. That will be moving in to pressure this bot rack. OG might shift to start playing top now, so that you have that split pressure of big creeps in bot lane whilst trying to siege top lane. That is something that we often see teams do, especially with the fact that their illusions can help that bot wave as well. OG, they have a 15,000 gold lead. They know that the fights aren't already won. Like, there is a lot of comeback potential in the high ground defense. You've got pure back, you've got toss backs, you've got so many ways to throw you deeper into the base that I wouldn't be surprised if OG just play this by death by 1,000 cuts. Send the illusions non-stop. Don't put yourself in a vulnerable position.
Ooh. JT is going to try with the grab here. He's caught Tomato straight back into the avalanche combo. Can they burst through him? They have the toss. They do it perfectly. That's the Aegis gone. Very well done if they can get out with their lives intact, and it looks like they can. Mone's able to jump in over towards nothing to say. They step back. They're able to take the Aegis away. And the bottom lane, the ratting is certainly occurring. The Serpent Wards are out. They'll have to pop fortification. BZM, he's going to jump back in. He's going to pop the BKB. He wants to continue with the push. They're going to push back onto the turret. They've caught Monet. Monet's dead. Same for JT. It's over. There's no buybacks for them. GG is called. A beautiful little jump from OG to end the game, as they'll take the game one of this 2-game series. Well played, and indeed you can see Seb very happy with that one. There was a bit of back and forth in that game. At some points it did seem a little rocky for OG, but overall the amount of plays that they were able to make throughout the game and closing it up with that quick one, very nicely done too.
Yeah, it was. I think even though OG lost that one to meant to fight top, the game always felt like their game to play, right? Like the lanes were always pushed out with the illusions. You had Ari or Seb always set up to make that next play. Ari finished the game 5-0-20.
Yeah,
this here is the moment where maybe it gave D2IG fans a glimmer of hope, but yeah, I think it always just felt like no matter what happened, there was going to be some further aggression from OG. There was never a point where OG was like, guys, let's stop fighting them, because it was always the game plan for them.
I mean, yeah, I think, during the draft, when you were considering the bans, you were saying it's a little bit surprising that none of, well, at least Ari's main heroes were being taken out over some of the other support bans that were coming into play. I think after this one, we may see what the Hoodwink just get banned outright. I mean, ending the game, as you say, without dying once, and in just in terms of damage output, he was up there level with Whisper and BZM. Like, he did a lot. There's a reason why a lot of other teams would be scared of him getting his hands on this hero team. Yeah,
so I think when I look at OG and the kind of whatever they're shaping towards with obviously their roster shuffles and stuff, I am always looking at Whisper and Ari. I think the way that these two players, just enable each other in laning phase, that constant aggression, and then when the map breaks open, if Ari gets his hoodwink, then you're always looking for that next kill. And I think we didn't really praise Seb too much in this game, but I think there was a lot of strategy required for this draft to, get over the line. And even at the final minutes, right, the fact that, like, Tomato's dying top, but he's just playing bottom with Serpent Mort, he's forcing the pressure, like, I think there was some pretty cool stuff there.
Absolutely, yeah. Could definitely see why Seb was in the good mood that he was at the end of that one. Well played all round there by OG. A few kind of bumps along the way early on, but overall they had the lead and they're able to shut the game down very convincingly with that final play. So well played to them. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a short break. Don't go anywhere, as we will be right back with Game 2 of OG versus G2IG.
into my private garden. It's my own menagerie. If you're looking for a party, I own everything you see. Heavy is the head, where's the crown? They said it's my time, and I'm gonna run this scene. If you don't like the way I rule my empire, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me, all hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? There's only room for one hustler, sitting way up on that throne. Guess I'm showing my true colors. 24 karat gold. I'm gonna wear that crown. Y'all better hit the ground. It's my time, and I can guarantee, if you don't like the way I rule my kingdom, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me, all hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Oh, wake up with no alarm. Brand new kind of charm. And fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun, yeah. Make a list, check it off. Doing only what I want. There's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade. On parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to DreamLeague Season 22. I'm Odie Pixel here with T-Gov, and we are enjoying some action here on the Ember stream, where we are currently halfway through the series of G2IG versus OG. In case you're just joining us now and you missed it, it was a pretty exciting game one. Overall, OG, they were in control for the majority of it. G2IG had a few decent punchbacks, but just a bit too rough of a start, really, to make anything happen with that game, and it did kind of close up pretty abruptly, right, T, towards the end of it all. Did look like they were sort of just spending up all their money. Didn't have any buybacks, really, that game on G2IG.
Yeah, I just felt they were very disconnected in this game, right? Like, we've already mentioned how Tiny, he hit mid tower, died, tried it again, died, goes top, dies. Like, he'd done 3 tower deaths where, like, if he was a Dragon Knight, it's like, oh, okay, there's some reason, right? But like a Tiny with tree, it's like, sure, but is it worth it compared to just farming the jungle? Probably not. So yeah, a little bit of weird plays coming in that regard, and even like the early support moves from G2IG, they just felt a little bit lost on the map. They were under-leveled. They didn't really know, like, they tried to kill top. So I feel like there's like just everyone just felt uncomfortable in the game. And like Monet, relatively good game, had very good farm. JT, he made a lot of good plays with Magnus, but when 3 of your 5 players are just kind of underperforming and not really filling the void that you need to when you have very farming cores like Lifestealer and Magnus, then yeah, it's going to always be a difficult game.
I mean, in terms of what you imagine they are going to be changing up the most going into game 2, is it necessarily going to be some of these more targeted bans after what we saw at OG do in this game? Or is it just sort of the overall approach, would you imagine? Or maybe a specific lane where they're going to try and get a bit more of a better matchup for themselves?
So they value, in the first phase bans, they banned out Timber Winner and a Batrider. So they value the Whisper Timbersaw a lot, which is perfectly fine.
That's fair, yeah, Timbers.
They value the Windrunner, the fact that Seb will happily play it, or it can go into a core role and be very annoying to play into, so that's one. And then Batrider is kind of like Ari does kind of play it a little bit. It's one of those heroes that kind of crops up now and again. In other tournaments, Batrider was one of those heroes that sometimes it was banned against OG, sometimes it wasn't. So I feel like maybe in the upcoming game, if we are on the same pick order, G2IG might let the Batrider through, ban out Hoodwink. They could potentially even think about, banning out, not banning the Hoodwink, letting it through, but having a different strategy. It's like, I don't know, it's always difficult against OG. I personally, if I was going into a game 2 draft against OG after that first game loss, I probably would maybe force the Hoodwink into a first phase ban just to show some respect towards it and push Ari on a hero that isn't so explosive on the map. And from there, then you can take the fights. Because also, like, the other thing with Hoodwink that you need to remember is Hoodwink's a really annoying hero from the backline. Like, she never, at no point does Hoodwink ever scurry herself to the center of the fight. So you never really pick her off. It's why he went with 0 deaths, in that previous game. Now imagine if he's playing like a Marcy. With OG's level of aggression, there will be a moment where you'll kill him. There'll be a moment where you stop that level of aggression because he's having to put himself in positions of dying. So I think just the discipline of Ari, putting on a hero that naturally just, you should die against some of these world-star players, is a little bit better than just Hoodwink. Where is he? We never see him. He's always just hiding.
No, and it just seems sort of the overall kind of support duos you were starting to mention at the end of the last game, Seb. Just having both of these heroes, just having so much setup, so much catch, it just wasn't matched at all from G2IG, right? It felt like we pretty much saw the only plays they were able to make were off the back of JT getting these good grabs, these skewers. Outside of that, you look at sort of the support duo, especially like, Baboka. Sure, he's dishing out a lot of damage, but especially when he goes for a build like that and such, and he's just purely focused on dealing out the right clicks with his impetus, it's one of those supports that kind of needs supporting, you know what I mean? It needs the others to do stuff to set things up, and the other support, it's an AA, that doesn't have any instant catch. Sure, damage was there, and it was something that we were saying, during the draft that they needed to make sure they had, and they definitely went for it with their support duo. But as for catch, I guess a lot of it down to the fact that Nothing to Say did have such a slow start and a slow blink dagger timing. It seemed like that just really made things difficult for the overall way they wanted to play their draft that game.
It's that on top, without trying to harp on draft, it is one of those games where it's like, if you play badly in the laning phase, you will normally lose this game. I feel like if you look at these two drafts and you just kind of really unpack what they meant to do, if you put both drafts against each other with like even farm at, let's say, 25 minutes in the game, the way that G2IG makes a play is only through smokes, because they have to spend so much time and resources to push out lanes that for them to get a smoke, they're going to spend, let's say, a minute fixing all the lanes, to then press the smoke button, to then run down the lanes. And it's like any team competing in Dream League will be able to know when that team is smoking, when you have this type of draft. And because of that, like, we're talking about pickoffs, but pickoffs should never be occurring for G2IG, because the information that OG holds in this game is always so high. So it is one of those ones where it's like, if you just lose your lanes, or if you play poorly, that will just be amplified by OG, because, oh wait, you're already 8k down and we have this type of draft to choke you out. Okay, please try and make a move. If you do, we'll kill you. And it's why, like, early on, Seb was the one that bumped into the supports making the move, right? Because there was no pressure on the side lane. Seb could just walk around the map, soak up some ganks. He dies, so now suddenly his mid laner doesn't tank some gank and mid tower falls easily or stuff like this. So yeah, I think if you are G2IG coming into this next game, either first of all, they need to make sure that their support duo, Nothing to Say, are kind of stepping up to this game, because if they perform like they did in that first game, then we are going to be looking at a 2-0. And then after that, make sure that their draft is able to at least mirror or at least play into the style of OG, because it did feel like there was a very mismatching strategy that allowed OG to throw away some big fights and some big leads, but still not feel the repercussions of it, and the game still, slowly trickle the way towards them.
Well, let's find out. Let's find out what they are going to change up and indeed what goes down in this game too, as the draft, ladies and gentlemen, has begun. So we'll be able to get that onto your screens right now here with Game 2 of OG versus G2IG. Bans coming out from G2IG. Once again, the Timber and the Bat staying the same, the Wind Ranger. This time they'll add in the Chen. Does mean that those Ahri heroes are very much there for OG. If they want to try and set themselves for another rerun with the Ahri Hoodwink, which I don't honestly see any reason why they would not want to, they certainly could do that, T.
Yeah, so G2IG are going to be second pick again in this game. And the fact that when you're second pick, you have 4 first phase bans, but you only have 1 ban in the second phase. And that is why having players like Ahri on a team just annoy the draft, because if both of us are saying Hoodwink's a super important hero for OG, is G2IG going to use their single second phase ban for Hoodwink?
It's unlikely, yeah.
Or are they going to use it for a core that is suddenly dictating a little bit more, right? So just because of the draft structure, this type of stuff, if you don't respect it in first phase, you're probably going to fall victim to it down the line. And OG, DK,
they could run it back. They could run it back if they want OG. And this time the Kunkka gets in. I believe that was banned outright last time by OG. Yeah. Was it OG that banned that second phase last time? Was it actually G2IG? It was OG. So OG not going to get the chance to do so this time. G2IG, they make sure they get their Kunkka. Which I think that definitely feels good. I think this is a good hero to slap out right now. I mean, Kunkka's run in the team fights is always going to be insane, and just the overall team fight control, right? You get in with the boats and the torrents. And suddenly, for a skirmishy team like OG, there's a lot of counterplay being thrown out in the team fight.
Yeah, it's the anti-OG hero. I feel like if you ever had to pick a single hero to go against the philosophy of OG, Kunkka is the one that comes to mind. Like a team that wants to be aggressive, run at you, try and whittle down your resources, poke you a million times. Throw a Kunkka into the mix. You now have X. If you overstep your mark, you're going to get X marked into a boat, into a torrent storm, or a tidal wave, or anything, right? So I think Kunkka is a very good foundation to build upon when you're playing into OG. And even against DK early on, when he wants to step up and hit that tower, of course, with Dragon Form, just X him back. And surprise, surprise, Hoodwink, a major topic for us. Take it away.
Yeah, just grab it. Just grab it yourselves. I think was very necessary. And let's see what Ahri does instead. I mean, as you said, recently his fallback after the Hoodwink's been taken away has been the Marcy most of the times, right?
Yep, it's been Marcy. They've played some Techies, they played some Grimstroke, but Techies is banned out. Grimstroke isn't too crazy of a hero now. It could be easily picked though because of the DK for the double stun, but they go for a Phoenix, keeping it probably for 5. I don't think Ahri is a Phoenix player. When I look at his, when I see Ahri, I think he's played 4 games total in his life. Last game was 4 months ago.
Didn't Whisper used to be pretty good on the core offlane Phoenix, or is that just not a thing now?
I wouldn't want to see it right now.
No. Okay.
I think I'm always of the belief that anything can work in Dota, just as long as your lane's good enough to then create the momentum, right? So it's if there was a world where the Phoenix offlane was against a carry that it absolutely shuts down, and you have a melee position 4, and the rest of your game is already locked in with tower damage and stuff, then I could see a world where it could occur, right? You need a team with confidence, but yeah, for now, let's not get too carried away. We're most likely going to be seeing... they're keeping it a little bit flexible, right? Because
I think
DK
so,
could be your mid offlane, Tiny could be your mid 4, right? It's a lot of, up in the air type picks from OG.
Radiant team pick. Slug.
Okay. Well, the Slark comes in. You see the Phoenix. It's probably going to be in your lane. You want to have something to deal with the Fire Spirits being thrown down upon you. And even just later in the game, being able to Dark Pact and just commit onto the egg, take the egg out, is super nice. And outside of that, you've got a couple of melee heroes, so you're going to be able to give a nice bit of a punch. So I don't mind this. It's a little early, right, in the draft. It is coming out 3rd pick, so OG will have time to respond. Unlike OG's draft, where you say there's this flexibility of, maybe what's going to go where. You see a Slark, you know 100% where it's going to be. So OG will have that to work with. I mean, what do you think about sort of the Slark being shown out at third pick?
I don't mind it because of the concept that OG is presenting right now. Like, you have a Tiny, which, sure, you can jump a Slark, but it's not always the nicest feeling because you jump him, he doesn't die, he presses ult, now you're just out of position. DK as well, yes, you have jump, but there's no follow-up damage really. It's like the Abatos with a DK stun, they're missing that one hero to make the combination, right? Like, we don't really see Scarif Mage anymore, but they kind of need that type of hero that during the stun, the Slark dies. And as well for G2IG, covering the Slark with the Kunkka from the first pick, heroes that say like a Faceless Void or something, you don't really want to pick that anymore because now there's boat buffs and stuff like that. So where Slark can potentially be a little bit squishy, going with like diffusal blades and stuff in the early to mid game, you throw some Kunkka behind him or some overwhelming damage or snap hoodwink, then Slark can just always look to find the heroes. He doesn't need to be the killer, he just needs to set his team up to do the damage whilst he kind of forces the egg, retreats with Ags and stuff like that. So yeah, I overall don't mind the Slark pick. It is just really presenting this is how we want to play though. Like, I expect G2IG to be the aggressors in this game.
OG. What do they want to do against this Slark? They're going to go with the Naga Siren again. I mean, we didn't really talk too much about it last game, but I got to say, it looked pretty nice from Tomato. Sure, there were points where, he was playing very aggressive, getting involved with the team, which I did like to see because, especially considering he's coming in and he's turning up with the squad for the first time in terms of these official games. He was getting involved. He was not sitting back AFK farming whilst the rest of the four, a bit more of a well-oiled machine because they used to play with one another, get the jobs done. He wanted to get in, he wanted to get involved. And also to his credit, when it did get to the point where he was starting to fall behind in pace of farm compared to Monet's Lifestealer, he got back on track and he was able to zoom, straight back to a point where he's like 5k net worth ahead of him. So a very active play that last game, and I think every reason to believe we're probably going to see a similar approach from him this time round. It was some good Naga play, T.
Yeah, it was very good play, and I think we are going to be expecting the same map play from OG, right? You have the DK, the Naga, again, playing in the same lineup. The only difference this time around is OG, in theory, shouldn't be able to break the lanes as well as they did in the previous game, right? Like, there's not this Primal Beast, this Hoodwink to sweep across the map. There isn't an overwhelming amount of damage from them. Because, like, DK doesn't really do a lot of damage. He just exists and, like, pokes you. Same thing for, like, a Naga Siren. She doesn't really want to fight early on, and, like, her main entry to the fight, like, say, like, Manta, it's like a poke. She buys an Orchid. I don't think the Orchid time is going to be too crazy in this game, because by that point, you would expect Kunkka to have some type of frontline capabilities, right? And OG's last pick will either need to be this hero that gives purpose to Tiny or DK with some type of damage, or be the hero that goes, you know what, we don't want to play aggressive this game. We just want to hit back, hit our creep, scale, and then eventually just try and beat you out. And yeah, G2IG, they ban Enigma, they ban Mars. These two heroes, if Whisper was to get his hands on them, would just annoy G2IG in the team fight. And eventually, 40 minutes into the game, OG would just be potentially unkillable. So, yeah, I think this is going to be a very different type of game from OG. Even though they have kind of two of the same heroes from the last one, it will be a lot of map play, a lot of pushing out lanes, but not as explosive in their kills and all those shenanigans. Just toned down a bit.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be hard to match what they did in the kind of the opening 15 minutes of the last game, as they really did rack up the kills in that laning stage in game one. Oh, last pick for OG. See if this kind of cements where everybody else is going to be playing with the lineup.
5 seconds remaining.
For me, it's just thinking about, is DK going to be the middle off lane? If it is off lane, then they could potentially just like put Tiny mid now. Like, it's between BZM, Ari, or Whisper right now. There's so much flexibility that these three players all have choice to go, I see a hero for the game, and they're convincing Seb to let them get the flex priority and then pick the hero that they want. That's what's kind of occurring because they have DK and Tiny both in the draft, and they're going to go for a Bristleback. We don't see this hero.
Okay.
When was the last time you saw a Bristleback?
Yesterday when I randomed it in a pub and immediately asked someone to swap with me. But yeah, Bristleback. It's going to be, it's going to be on the off lane. They're going to go with the Kotl to finish things off themselves. But yeah, getting to see what Whisper's going to be able to do on this Bristle. Ari, of course, taking the Tiny. Yandra lane, where Mono's going to be, he's going to be trying to punch you a little bit, but maybe the overwhelming stacking up of the quills early on is a bit too much for the Slark to face. I mean, how do you sort of imagine that lane is going to go? Because I've got to imagine this, one of the reasons why they picked this hero is because they feel that Whisper is going to be able to have a pretty good, impactful time in the lane.
Yeah, I think he should, I think just free farm to some degree. Like, Snapfire, yes, you do some damage, right, with your Scatterblast, maybe even a little Shredder. But I think because you have a Tiny, he's going to have to toss back. So if Slark wants to jump in, Tiny can then toss the Slark back. You could also toss the Bristle away. So because of the Tiny, you have a lot of ways to just prevent the natural aggression from the safe lane of G2IG. And now in the game, I think we said that OG was lacking some aggression, some way to kind of connect the dots. They've not done it in the explosive damage style of way, but they're now going to do it in a... Bristle will just run to the center every fight. Like if they want to defend a tower or they want to stop Slark running around, they'll throw Bristle in first. He'll soak up the boat or the Illuminate or the vessel from the Coddle or whatever, and then you would expect Ari or Tomato or BZM to turn the odds. It is slightly unconventional for sure. I think G2IG's lineup looks very disciplined. I think nothing to say Kotl can easily break this game by himself if he push that mid lane, gets that early vessel, plays with his side lane heroes. It could just be a super one-sided game because of OG not having early damage, but yeah, we'll see. It's a much better look though from G2IG, and I'm excited to see how Whisper does utilize the Bristleback.
Let's see what he can do with it. See what he can do. As I said, they put a lot of power behind it, giving it that luxury at the 5th and final pick. Let's see if indeed Whisper's going to be able to make some magic happen. And overall as well, with the last pick from G2IG, having nothing to say in that mid position. You imagine in this sort of matchup, last game we obviously saw on the Tiny, he had a bit of a tough time against BZM. As a Kotl, right, you should be trading farm. You're not going to be falling behind at least, right, with this hero.
No, it's the hero that even if you have you never really have a bad lane on this hero. Unless you're playing into, let's say, like some Conquer +1 where you have that lockdown, so maybe Nature's Prophet teleport. You always have a good lane. It's more on the player to have efficiency in the jungle, making the stacks while pushing out mid. And yeah, should easily be top 3 net worth in for at least the first 20 minutes. Unless the game goes real south in some mid-game stuff, but yeah.
See if either team's able to get a grab here around the bounty runes. Whisper. He has got Ari with him. Definitely happy to trade into Mono and X-Nova, and yeah, Mono and X-Nova don't want to be battling that right now, so it will be the 3 bounty runes going the way of OG to start this off. See him in top lane. I feel this it should be not too bad, right, for Tomato. Yeah, Seb should be able to do a fair bit, right, keeping the pressure off.
Yeah, I think Phoenix is one of the better heroes, especially against these melee heroes. You just throw down some Fire Spirit and you're good to go. I think it depends on how you set up the first wave or two. If Naga Siren can play with the Phoenix, maybe get a couple right clicks off, then suddenly they're always on the half HP, and yeah, you see Seb throwing down blood grenades and spirits, and he's really making sure that Hoodwink isn't able to step foot in the lane early on.
Yeah, very favourable level 1 sort of traded damage there. Keeping the illusions as well onto Baboka, making sure that he doesn't have an easy time entering into the lane. And yeah, bottom. I mean, the question is bottom. Do either side sort of present kill threat? Because I feel this is a lane where both cores, they could be set up in positions where they're going to try and push forward for the kill, and maybe one of them's not going to quite get it and is going to regret their aggressive moves.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect way to look at this bot lane. At any minute, Slark could go for the pounce to try and go for a half HP Whisper. On the flip side, X-Nova could step up and try and get a Scatterblast off and suddenly die himself, right? And I think both lines, Sides are looking for level 2, level 3. Ooh, if Ari was to hit
close. Yeah, you gotta be careful. It's always so tempting as a Slark to just keep punching, building up those essence shifts, but you really have to respect not only the stacking up of the quills, but of course the eventual early damage that Ari can follow up in burst. So you just got to get not too trigger happy as this Slark. It's very easy to. I'll see if Monet can keep his cool. Was able to play last game's lane pretty safely and on his life stealer, and nearly was able to do enough to carry the team.
And also, when you have these type of matchups where it is so volatile, so back and forth, that's where mid Kotal will be able to maybe even break open the game, right? Like, if he gets an early 6, that bonus move lead from his ultimate, he TPs to the bot lane with that solar bind, with an earn charge, he can now suddenly kill off the Bristol, and everything that was talking about how, you know, fair and balanced it is in bot lane with no one really dying, you could just offset that greatly. So I am looking at Kotal to get those levels instead. He does have the dive to disengage in the top lane, but I'd say a much nicer start in regards to the no death, everyone's chill. Of course, Slark is, I think, the core who's really missing out right now of everyone. Yeah, he's surviving bot lane, but he's not CSing as nicely as everyone else, as he just about hits the 10 CS now at the 3-minute mark.
Trying to step up and trade, but it just always takes so much damage in return. Sure, you build up these stick charges, but early on, they're a pretty squishy little fishy.
Dire's structures
Especially with the level 2 squills now and Whisper. Not easy to step up to the creeps at all for Monet. Mid lane, pretty much going as expected. BZM getting a few more denies in on the case, but overall, farm's going to be very even between these two.
Yeah, it's one of the, like, DK into Kotal, DK can sometimes get some additional denies and stuff, but yeah, it's even farm all around. I am surprised that we haven't seen a kill yet. Like, the fact that this bot lane, there's so much expectation for death. I think at top though, the only one who should, in theory, be dying is Phoenix, right? Like, if Seb gets a little bit too over-aggressive with his fire spirits, if he tries to dive away but gets X-marked, then it could be Steve Phoenix dying, but they are going on to Slark in the bot lane.
I mean, so far he's really playing it as safe as he needs to, Monet. He is making sure that he doesn't get punished for trying to push it too much down here. So some good reserved Slark play so far. I'm very much aware of how easy it is for him to die down here, so making sure he does not give OG that chance to go for him. Now 5 minutes in, yet to see the first blood. Probably still going to be a fair bit of time until we do see it with sort of how safely RG's playing bottom. I don't know. I mean, would you say there's a lane that's most likely to see it? I mean, Seb's he's gonna try and make it happen here with his move thrown down towards the bottom. See if maybe now this additional presence can help push them in, but they are going to be able to match this. It's actually going to be nothing to stay TPing down here. And they're going to try and go for Ari. Instead of he has an avalanche, we'll be able to throw it out, but the Dark Pact and the pounce is there. IG get the job done. I'll turn over towards Monet. Have another Dark Pact in a second. Whispers in on top of him. The spirits and dive come out from Seb. It's not enough damage. Monet's able to step back underneath the tower. He'll survive. IG, this time, this game too, they're coming in with a smoother early game move. This last game, they did struggle against the pressure OG was putting on. This time, they calculate it perfectly. They're bringing the right amount of numbers, they get the kill, they get out, and they lose nothing in return.
Yeah, and it's all down to this keeper light. He hits the level 6, he sees the fact that they're just stepped up a little bit further down the lane, allows him to chase him down, and of course, Solar Bind is so good in these moments, especially when you have any cheap damage to throw with you. Some Scatter Blast or something really helps out, and BZM, he tries to mirror the rotation, but yeah, a DK isn't going to be able to do as much damage as a Kotal at this stage of the game, and Yeah, I look to see if G2IG can continue this style of play. Of course, when you are the one reacting to aggression, then suddenly you don't have the TPs available, and because of all this bot stuff, now Tomato is getting pushed back deep into the jungle. The top tier 1 tower's getting pressured, and yeah, for sure they are feeling
Dire's top tower is under attack.
a lot better in this game.
Nova.
Yeah.
He's also able to grab the Wisdom Rune.
Scanning.
Ooh.
He might get... Nah, he's going to be seen.
No, they see him.
Oh. I mean, Ari's obviously going to hold the Avalanche, so X-Nova's got no chance of TPing out. The distraction, though, has given space for JT to take out Seb. So, whilst both teams will lose supports, and in fact, X-Nova's even able to get the deny to the neutral creeps. So he's going to be very happy with that. Gets the Wisdom Rune, wastes the time at the two of them, doesn't even give up the kill. Couldn't be going any better for IG right now. They're having a hot start.
He went to contest Wisdom Rune with only a stick in his inventory, but luckily it was a 10 stick. And of course, JT is looking to go for that Rapier Rush, as we see every single time with the offlane Kunkka in China.
Oh, yeah. If only.
If only.
Don't let us down. He saw a lot, last game he was like, I got to carry these games pretty hard. So he's ready to do it even harder here with the Rapier Rush. We can
Imagine
only
if he
hope.
just forgot for like 15 minutes somehow, and then just quick ball. Oh, god damn, guys.
2-0. It's JT with the quick tower that he was able to take top, and the kill he picks up. I mean, he's going to pretty much have this whole corner of the map to himself, I feel. OG, they're going to focus their efforts over towards the mid, potentially, but they've been spotted out. X-Nova's in on the high ground, jumps in with a cookie on towards BZM.
Their vessel.
Going to try and set up onto the DK. They'll get the bushwhack off onto him. He'll turn, but it's huge burst coming out with the Illumina. I mean, BZM, he'll try and bring down X-Nova with him. He will take out X-Nova, but of course, not before BZM himself falls. As G2IG, they get the kill. And just a completely different story in the outcome of the mids this time round in Game 2 compared to Game 1. Nothing to say, having so much more of a presence. Ari tries to pick up a bit of farm under the tower, but nothing to say, and Baboka, they're going to be ready to play around with him. It's another kill for the two of them to pick up. They'll continue this pressure on the tier 1 tower, and yet JT with a rotation down bottom drops the combo onto Whisper. That's going to be another +1 to the permanent agi here for Monet. G2IG, they're hitting back hard in this game too.
Yeah, I love the way that they're moving around the map right now, especially just enabling this Keeper of the Light. You see heroes, you have the vessel, there's so much tankiness in OG, but there's no dispel, so the heroes are going to be dropping. Baboka misses his entire spell combination.
JT tried to go for the torrent, does mean he's a little short on the mana for the X mark, so didn't have the control for Seb. So Seb, he'll live to see another day. Does mean that JT's got the mana to set up maybe onto BZM, but it's a hard hero to go for beyond the tier 1 tower. BZM at full HP, they won't push for more.
And back to pushing out the lanes. Any minute that G2IG kind of lose focus on the side lanes, that's when heroes like Naga Siren and Bristleback, they are very efficient. Bristle can farm ancient stacks, Naga Siren can farm the entire jungle in one wave, and they're going on to BZM again.
I mean,
the same
they're pretty much getting him. The bushwhack's going to be there along with the Spirit Vessel, and the final blast takes him out. They try with the egg, but the three heroes are able to focus it out, get the kill. They're going to get Ari as well. It really is. So the tables have been turned from Game 1 to Game 2. It's OG this game round with their draft that just can't seem to turn up to these skirmishes against G2IG. Even with sort of the 6 being hit on Seb, and G2IG, they have the tools to take the egg down. Picking up these 3 kills, keeping the pressure on onto mid. Nothing to say, he's hitting all those timings. Spirit Vessel into bots. It's done here, 10 minutes in.
Yeah, it boils down to the damage that they can bring, right? Like, one side's got Keeper Light Snapfire with the control of a Kunkka, and what does OG really have right now? It's nothing, right? Every hero kind of always leans on someone else, right? Like, Bristle wants someone to help facilitate the fight to get cools off. Tiny wants to Avatos for someone else to get the kill. DK wants to stun for someone else to get the kill. Naga Siren, she doesn't want to kill anything, right? Like, the entirety of OG are feeling the repercussions of their draft because they haven't tried shutting down this Keeper of the Light. Now it's on G2IG to continue just progressing the game how they want to, and maybe Nothing to Say was going to go for a Dagon. He just queued it up. Sometimes on the mid
That's a solid purchase.
Yeah, we see. He's not going for it. That's a shame. He keeps changing it, but like normally for mid coil, it's like Aetherlens or E-Blade or Ags. Sometimes Orchid. Dagon kind of lost kind of respect a little bit from the mid coddles. Of course, 9 was the one to popularize it all the way back in the day, but excited to see the future of where this coddle does land, because for OG, they're just going to be farming.
I mean, JT, the dream is still real. I imagine he's just gonna go probably
Ooh.
Radiance, right, with this build-up.
You say that though.
I mean, there's no way he's not buying Rapier.
No.
It's just a Radiance, see, right?
No.
There we go.
It has to be a
Disappointment
Radiance
has kicked in. Yeah. There was a little bit of hope. It is JT, you
1%.
never know. But it's going to be this straight Radiance on him. And of course, with all the space that he's had in this corner of the map, he's going to have a very, very good timing on it. And yeah, Radiance is a solid item on Kunkka. Great against the Naga Siren, and did get buffed. So always feels good to buy. People would always find reasons to buy Radiance anyway. I think, if anything, we're probably going to see even more of it in professional games now on some of these heroes with that additional bit of a buff to the evasion. There's Whisper. He's been caught. A beautiful sharp shot coming in to break him. Continuing to get these kills. The towers as well. This tier 1 on the bottom lane is not going to stand a chance. G2IG, they are really taking over the map. I mean, we'll see, this game from OG's perspective. How do they look to play this one out from now? As they are going to be behind. They're going to smoke up. Maybe see if they can get something done with the ultimates once again. Seb's got the Supernova ready to drop. It's going to be down to what BZM can do. He's got the setup on a X-Nova. They're going to focus the snap first. A Bushwhack comes out on towards BZM. Won't save X-Nova. X-Nova goes down. Seb is getting focused by Monet. He'll pop the Supernova, but Monet, he's able to just focus it, take it out with very, very easily, and maybe even get more. He looks towards BZM. BZM's able to get off another Dragon Tail. Monet still wants to go forward for him. Can he finish BZM off? He can't. BZM will live. Whisper's able to block the sharpshoot that was kind of going the way of BZM. So this time, OG, despite the egg not being successful, it still kind of does what it needed to do. It takes the focus away from everybody else, and means that at the end of the fight, it is going to be Monet that's losing his life.
Radiant's middle tower
And
is
it's all because Keeper Light, he TP'd to the top lane. So his TP was on cooldown. OG saw him pushing out the waves, and it was like, guys, this is the best chance to fight. Even if we drop some numbers here, we know there isn't going to be the main reason we're losing the fight present. So yeah, they do get a couple kills in return, but I think if you're G2IG, you need to be thinking just a little bit more about, can the Cuttle turn up? If he can turn up, go for any fight you can. If he can't turn up, respect it. Give OG 10 seconds of breathing, but just make sure that this Keeper of Light is always present, because if not, you are going to just give away potentially a couple kills that you really should never be giving away.
They're going to try with a combo. They're going to set it up here onto Ari, and it's sure to be enough, especially with the Vessel charge thrown down. Nothing to say, able to pick up another kill. We saw Nothing to Say as well. He was considering a lot of different items. As you said earlier, we had him sort of going for the dagger, and then he had Ether Lens queued up, and then he had Blink queued up. He's now settled for the Force stuff. What do you think sort of his thought process was when it came down to what he buys now? Why do you think he settled on the Force for the next time?
I think OG focuses on killing in a single moment, right? Like the Avatos or the DK stun, or even like the Insnare. So 1-4 stuff, disjoint stat. Tiny, when he blinks in, he can't blink again, right? DK can't blink again. So I think that if you can just disjoint that one moment OG has, their lack of damage plus the lack of control, it could hurt.
Oh, good jump onto Monet, but maybe not good enough. He was able to get the Dark Pact and the Shadow Dance into play, so he's out. Kiss is coming to an end. X-Nova still got a cookie to play with, but he's been caught by the root. He'll try and jump out to the side, but Whisper's in on top of him. OG take him out. Got the X mark from JT. He's looking to potentially turn. Still no quote here for 15 seconds. And indeed, they've found their way to the back line. Tomato, Ari, and BZM ignoring the front line of the fight. They go straight for Nothing to Say. They take him out. Tomato's the one to be able to get the killing blow on that as well. So a good amount of cash being infused into towards the Naga Siren. So they can get more from this, maybe, Ari. He's trying to hide, and they've found him. So G2IG, they will be able to get kills in return. But from OG's point of view, not a bad fight for Tomato to turn up to, take that big kill on the Keeper of the Light, and keep himself ahead of the game, top of the board right now.
Yeah, and if you look at the top side of the Radiant Triangle, right, that observer placed by OG was actually placed by Tomato. So I believe that scouted out Cottle as he moved to the kind of the north side of this mid fight. So because of Tomato placing his own ward, it allowed him to also then make the wraparound play with the Slong to kill the Coddle. So yeah, nice moves there from Tomato, and that's what you need to see from OG, right? Just a little bit more, poke for the kills that you can get, but don't try and overplay your hand right now, because G2IG, they are very scary if they're in position, but positioning has not been their friend for the last couple of engagements, right? Kotl top with no TP, Kotl getting picked off by Song. Like, they need to enable each other, and right now they're not really doing it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
See if they can set anything up from this position here. Like, Xnova's got his eyes on Ari. I mean, same thing he said, Ari's got his eyes on him. Xnova throws out the Scouter Blast over towards the mid Monet. He's going to get the jump onto Tomato. Good shot here as well with the Sharpshooter. And healing him up a bit with the Sunray, but it's not enough to save him. Tomato getting caught in the river. Seb, he's going for the TP out. Monet tries to make a guess for it with the pounce, but will be off the mark. So Seb's able to escape. Up towards the top, though, JT's got the catch on a Whisper. The kisses are coming in. They easily have the damage to take out this Bristleback.
Oh, Monet trying to go into BZM. He misses the pounce, though. And no more stuns. This game is very delicate, though, for OG.
It is.
At any minute, if they miss position, there is so much kill threat for G2IG. But if they have like perfect position and if they read the map, then they can make it so hard for G2IG to find these kills. And yeah, unfortunately there for Tomato, he does make a great play top to kill Coddle, but then missteps too far into the river and yeah, and turns it back around.
And it does feel that so far, at least, we're yet to really sort of see the strength, right, of this last pick Bristle. Whisper's 1-4-1. He's been able to get the Ags online, but as we saw in that last case, they can kite him out and they can kill him. Oh, and Ari is going to get tripped up here, tries to TP out, but the Bushwhack's in play from Baboka. 16-5 now for G2IG.
Yeah, for Ari, he went 0 deaths in the previous game to now 6 in this game. You can see the difference. Like, his hoodwink is exceptional, playing on the fringes of vision, but you put him on a melee hero, and then of course he's going to naturally be in slightly more vulnerable positions. There will be opportunities to kill him, and yeah, they're feeling it this time around. They don't have this like constant threat from the 4 position. Blink Dagger 200 gold away for Tiny. Orchid now complete on Naga. So for OG at least, they do have some items coming out. They have Initiation on Tiny. They have some additional control from Naga Siren. And there isn't anything really to stop that from G2IG. There's no BKBs yet. There's no Dispel, so no Disperser on Slark. There's a potentially a good chance for OG to smoke up and maybe...
I mean, they're looking for Tomato. Well, Tomato's going to try and look for them. He's going to set up on towards Xnova. Oh, he just gets stunned by the neutral, but he will still get the song off. But the X is there. As Tomato, he is going to be patient, wait for the X to finish before he TPs out, and it's enough time for him to play his way out of there. So keeping his composure and a very good escape there, despite the fact that even the neutrals were turning against him there.
These plays are so high risk, right? We saw it in the previous game as well, right? When he went for that bottom tier 2 play, now in this game as well, he's like looking at a Snapfire with the Orchid reveal, finds 5, and yeah, if there was any X mark, anything else, he would just be going down, but he does survive this time. 90 seconds now with no Song cooldown.
He may walk into them once again, but it's just the 2 of them this time, just JT and Baboka. He scouts it out with the illusions, keeps himself safe in the tree line.
Okay, so for OG, they've got Mantic now complete on DK. They've got either shot. Okay, they're going BKB on Bristle, but I guess for OG, they're probably waiting for the BKB on Bristleback.
See what they can do here. They're trying to go for the play, but Ari and Whisper, they're here with a counterplay. They come in with a combo. They're able to burst straight through Monet. Monet not even able to get the Shadow Dance off. Xnova drops the kisses, but BZM and Whisper, they're able to kite it out immediately and take him out as well. Maybe even look for more. JT and nothing to say. They're going to try and fight back at this, but they are outnumbered. They'll get the boat combo and the blast over towards Whisper. Whisper getting low, but nothing to say is dead. Sure, they get Whisper, but it's cost them 3 heroes. JT potentially in trouble. The Dragon Tails there into the damage from Seb Sunray. It's going to be 4 kills for OG. Ari with a big comeback play there, picking up the triple kill after a bit of a slower start this game on his Tiny. I mean, that's, yeah, on top of, that's the Blink Dagger reveal that you'd hope for. He's already well on his way towards his next item. This time around, it was G2IG sort of going in one by one, and OG just realizing they had the burst to jump and take out this Slark, take out Monet before he could get his ult off.
Yeah, it's from the discipline of BZM, right? Not to instantly use the Dragon Tail, hold, wait to see that the Slark doesn't have any of the Dark Pact running, and in doing so as well, like, Monet, he doesn't get the Shadow Dance off, right? Like, he fully gets comboed down, but it all starts because of the BZM Dragon Tail into then the Blink reveal from the Tiny to fully break open that fight, and yeah, just one by one TPing in. Just, seconds earlier I was talking about the fact that G2IG don't really have the tanky items yet. Like, they're still looking for Kunkka to finish BKB, which he has done. They kind of want Slark to have the Ags to be able to at least get in and out of the fight, and until then, they either need to play together or just farm. And yeah, OG, they punished it.
Radiant's top tower.
It's like, that is a very rare chance, I feel like, against Slark players. You get like one of those deaths per game from a Slark player. Then he'll like reset and go, wait a second, they can kill me, so I'm going to make sure I'm even deeper on the map, or I'm even more backed up by my teammates. And this time around, they're smoked up, both support with the Kunkka. Slark just showing in the lane. They are hungry for a kill. The game has somewhat stagnated for G2IG, which really does benefit OG.
Well, they're starting to get the lead. OG Tomato, he's already 2k ahead of anybody else in the game. Well, this Naga Siren's going to be huge. They need to find him. They're trying to with that sweep, but Tomato's movement actually just in time avoids them. There's kind of 4 heroes heading into that area of the map looking for him. Tomato with this aggressive farm now moving on to G2IG's half of the map. He has avoided them for now. We'll see them start to swing back over for him, but he's into the trees. He's TP'd out. He's just a step ahead of them so far.
Yeah, and this is always the worst feeling in the world when you're playing up against any of these map playing heroes. When you make a smoke move and don't find them, you just look back to your side of the river and go, wait a second, we now have to run all the way back to there to fix the lanes to then do it again. And there's only so many smokes that you can do. OG though, they now smoke up themselves. The Naga Siren with the Tiny. Now the DK is under form.
See what he can get down here. Whisper, he's in with the BKB, just fully pressuring Monet. Really daring Monet to try and fight him. Monet has to put the Shadow Dancer now, has to use the remainder of that time to run away, but Boka's going to get caught out on the side. He'll tick out to the damage here coming in from Seb. Over to the side. They might even get more here because Nothing to Say's trying to fight this, but the net comes out. JT is going to drop the combo onto the illusions. The egg is there. JT, he's trying to take this out, but he cannot take it out on his own. The egg's going to go off successfully. Seb's burning through them all with the summer, and they have the stun lockdown onto Monet. It's falling apart once again here for G2IG, as they just cannot take the team fights right now. OG, so far in this series today as a whole, definitely coming in with a better team play and coordination. Ari's back in with the jump. Catching out Baboka in the trees. He bought back for this. It's a die back on him. 7k lead now for OG. I mean, they're just looking like the hottest squad today here, T.
Yeah, they are looking quite in form. Even after like a shaky start to the second game, you can feel that the team knows what they want to do to get back into it, right? Like, collectively, it's like, we want to get these items and then we can make moves. And the journey to get there, it's like, you have freedom to make whatever moves you want to make, as long as it's not detrimental to giving up a Roshan or conceding multiple towers, right? And that freedom has allowed them to scale quite nicely. You got the BKB on the Bristle, and you got to say for G2IG, they are just playing a little bit disjointed, right? Like, their constant goes without everyone being ready. The fact that when they do go, they're just smoking into nothing. And yeah, for OG, they're in the right place at the right time at the important moment, right? Like, sure, you might lose your lanes, but if you're able to make a clutch turnaround at 20 minutes, that is going to really bring you back into the game and open it up for yourselves.
Yeah, with the way things are going, and just overall with the amount of AoE OG's lineup has, and combined with the lockdown, it's just not an easy game for an underfarmed Slark, right? Monet slipping behind. He's now got the Aghanims done, but at this stage, kind of the little bit of defensive potential the Mage Slayer provides, it doesn't seem like enough, right? It's sure the Ags is out, but he's still got to be so careful when trying to turn up to these fights. Top lane, BZM is in, starting the fight over towards X-Nova. They'll turn around with the sharpshooter on towards BZM. JT's going to come in with the BKB and the full combo on towards this Dragon Knight. It will be enough to take him down. But IG, the rest of the squad, at least they're having to split. They're having to back away. Seb popped the supernova. G2IG, they've probably just got to continue to run. I don't know if they can get back in on this one. We'll see JT TP back over to the tier 2. Let's see from the side, Monet, maybe think if he can pick off anybody. Finds Ari watching from the high ground, and they do drag him back with the X mark. So Monet turning up will be enough to get him. They've got the song, but Tomato and Whisper, they'll use this to get out. Now they're outnumbered. Monet's got a couple of pounces. He's looking towards Whisper. Tomato trying to provide some sort of presence to give the space for Whisper to continue his retreat as Monet, JT, and nothing to say continue to chase. Another pounce. It's getting pretty deep now. Tomato still hovering around with the illusions, trying to push G2IG back and scare them away from chasing for more, and it will work. G2IG, they won't continue the chase any longer. So the rest of OG get out of there. A little bit of a strike back from G2IG this time around, able to play the fight in a way that allows them to really limit the casualties they have.
Yeah, all helps that they start with the hoodwink, right? They get the DK, and from there it just gives them a little bit more freedom. Like Naga Siren, so far her game plan, she's only won 1 and 4. There's been 15 kills for OG, but Tomato, he's pushing out the lanes, he's yet to really make a big statement. Everything's kind of been around the DK or the Tiny or, you know, the Bristleback, right? And because of that, G2IG, if they're in position, they can make the moves, right? So now JT actually has to BKB out. And nothing's like he did go back for the Dagon. A little bit more burst damage.
And make sure they can get those quick kills in the fights. As the sustain is certainly there, especially for these tankier cores on OG. You don't take them out at the start, they're going to cause real problems in extended team fight situations.
And I think that the fights are going to get a little bit harder for OG as the game progresses, because Flark will... But right now, he's in his awkward era. He gets a BKB. He should, in theory, be relatively unkillable. Then he'll go back for Disperser, and he'll be a big threat.
Tomato.
During this Aegis, yep.
He tries to lead in on this, but Monet's got the setup from himself on the high ground. The sharpshooter comes in. Tomato. He's got Song in 1 second. He's also got still 2 minutes left on the Aegis, so he'll probably let the Aegis burn out the once. See Monet building up the stacks. Considers turning towards Seb, but he'll respect the fact that Tomato's respawning. Tomato turns with a quick control and silence onto JT. Seb dives back in. He's got the supernova. The song's in place, but good damage coming in from the kisses here from X-Nova off to the side. It isn't enough to kill Tomato off though immediately. Still, they continue to look to chase him, but the Dragon Tail stun catches onto Monet. Tomato, he turns back in. He's got the silence in the net to follow up to the Dragon Tail stun, and it allows them to take down Monet and maybe get more. JT, well, he's lucky his BKB's come back off cooldown. It's enough to allow him to TP out of this one once again, so at least JT is able to save himself. But just able to dance around the fight. The fact they had that Aegis, Tomato was ready with round 2, and unfortunately for Monet on the Slark, he was not.
They just didn't have enough damage, and it might also boil down to the fact that I didn't really catch this, but Hoodwink has a full-on Manta.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Like,
under
if he had like a Gleipnir or anything like this, it could have been that additional control and damage. And now Nova, he has a TP, but yeah. Oh no, he doesn't actually. He's on cooldown. Sorry, but yeah. So G2IG, they take the first life of the Naga Siren, and they just wish they had a little bit more. And Monet, he also kind of blunders his aggression there. He tries to jump further for the Naga Siren using his Dark Path, but then he has no defensive tools to then survive the Dragon Tail and the turnaround. Fights once again, OG are making it so difficult for G2IG to position accordingly. And in doing so, it's like it feels like Flark and Kotl are always on like the polar opposites of the fight, and that alone is making it so hard for them to really do some damage. And
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
See what the next move is going to be. I mean, it feels that OG with this lead, they can look to play this set one out pretty slowly and safely. And this, every minute that passes with the amount of farm that Tomato and BZM are getting, it's going to be just incredibly obnoxious for G2IG to try and defend against this constant pressure of the Naga illusions and the DK illusions, just pushing down their lanes.
it's some of the filthiest Dota to play into. Like, any illusion warfare against you is just...
Yeah.
It's the worst.
Baboka Well, he's got that manta. Will help him against the net, won't help him against the silence as it comes in afterwards. There is going to be the shroud popped down here by Monet in an attempt to save him, but it won't. Baboka still goes down. Supernova off from the side. They've got the setup from the song to make sure that nothing stops the Supernova. The timing's there. They've taken out the two of them, and now they can look to get Monet and JT. JT's going to try for the TP out once again, lucky to get out of there. Monet also able to somehow live with the pounces, but BZM's going to try and chase on. The Dragon Tail comes in. Toss ball from Ari. It's going to be Monet down again. No buyback on him. He's out for a minute. Nothing to say. Also out. They'll tap out. They've had enough. GG is called. OG coming in hot here to start off this group stage. They'll take the 2-0 against G2IG.
Yeah, and quite the 2-0 as well. I think OG showed us two types of way to win the game, even though they use the same mid-carry combination of this DK plus Naga Siren. The first game, it was about strong lanes, good macro play, and killing your opponent. In the second game, they had the same level of macro play, but it required a little bit more discipline in kind of getting themselves back into the game, and then play on the fact that they have net worth. It wasn't as simple as the first one. So yeah, we got to see two things from them. I would like to see Tomato play another hero other than Naga Siren, if possible. I think I've already got my whole Tomato playing Naga out of the way in the first series, so I'd like to see him play some different heroes to amplify the OG aggression. But for sure, Tomato not looking too crazy of a stand-in so far. Sometimes you get those jitters on like the first game, but yeah, no real disconnect between him and the other four players so far.
No, not at all. Yeah, he's looking smooth, looking very, very nice on the Naga Siren. And as I say, whilst it's always fun to see some change up with the hero picks, I think they're probably going to keep picking it for him as long as it's left in. It just really seems to fit the way that OG wants to play, especially the way that Tomato plays as Naga Siren. So well done from him. And yeah, G2IG, they had some moments, but they really were overshadowed this game by what OG was able to bring. I mean, you said it before, with this lineup from G2IG, they do show this sort of shakiness sometimes, and from them, it definitely was here today, T.
Yeah, I think they just look sloppy, I think, today. They don't look very cohesive like other teams, and in this current form, I would be surprised if they were... I mean, I know it's only one series, but obviously there's a lot of Dota occurring in these group stages, right? It's like the intensity of this format. So I think if they aren't able to shake this off, then it could be quite a difficult tournament for them to play into. And yeah, I think we'll see if they can kind of shape it up, because I think if they had like the teamwork of OG and they had their same draft, like they should probably be winning this game based on how much momentum that they had in the early game. Issue is, it just never really connected. So OG just inevitably scaled to a such a tanky point. Like, you just look at these highlights here, it's like, what does a Slop do at this stage of the game? Where he just tickles a DK. It's like near impossible. So you have to ride the wave of your Kotal in the early game, or you just accept the fact that you're probably going to tap out at some point. And yeah, once again, we see the same graphic because OG won the second game, and they are, one of the first teams to get a 2-0.
Yeah, great start to their run here in the group stage. We're, ladies and gentlemen, going to be having a short break, but do not go anywhere, because we're going to keep the production standard nice and high, and we will be having a winners interview. So stick around to see which one of OG's players we're going to have the pleasure of getting on for a quick little chat to close up this series, to celebrate their 2-0. Don't go anywhere. Winners interview coming after this short ad break.
It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-inch scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. lot of times when sweet words turn into lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest. Hit the brake, I turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. With you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. I'm running out of breath with 100 miles. I crawl over shaky ground to escape from life. Gravity is pulling me down again. A remedy is still to be found. I'm running out of time, I feel crucified. I'm right at borderline to the hell inside. Gravity is pulling me down again. My remedy is still to be found.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I'm Eddie Pixel here with T. We are, of course, just coming off the back of that 2-0 win from OG against G2IG. And I believe we're still in the process of trying to line up an interview to see if we can speak to one of the members of OG after that performance. And I believe I can see him. He's on his way, so he should be here pretty soon. We should be getting to speak to Ari. So we'll see what he has to say, because T, he had a pretty good series, didn't he? Especially that game one.
No, he did. I think that's the thing that we're consistently saying nowadays for these type of players. And the joy of doing these remote broadcasts is at some point they will hear us and they will start hearing exactly what we're saying. So we can start like either hyping them up so they join the interview all happy or not. So I'm going to say that I think he is becoming one of the hallmark positive forwards of Western Europe at least. maybe if the results of the team aren't hitting the same note, but I wouldn't be surprised if he is continuing to improve and get better, because he is a very, very good position 4 player. And I hope he heard all that, because it makes the interview a lot easier when he's happy and bigged up. So we'll see.
We'll see. We'll see. I don't know if he's ready to join us right now. Let's have a look. Are we ready to get an Ari? Okay, we're just setting things up.
So you didn't hear it. Unlucky. All right, I'll have to run it back again, Owen. So you can ask me the question when he joins, and I'll say it again.
You can big him up then.
There we go. Yeah.
No, absolutely. So I look forward to see what his moves like, because obviously they have got a tough game coming up later today. I just checked. They will be playing Falcons later today, so that's going to be an exciting challenge, that one. See how they do against those lads, because obviously Falcons coming off that recent LAN win, definitely looking to be probably the favourite team in this group. So that will be a challenge. But coming off the back of this win, this 2-0 is going to be exactly what you want to be doing as a team. It's going into such a matchup.
And did they? I don't think they even played at that previous tournament, because they were in different groups anyway. So OG,
I think they might not have,
yeah, they got eliminated. So before they even got to play up against Falcons potentially in the playoffs, never really occurred. So this will be the first time that they get to do it, and I think that's always quite an exciting prospect. Is you lose a tournament, you see the team that wins it, so then all the information is like Falcons, they're this, they're that, Amar Mars, blah blah blah, small heroes, doesn't matter, and then it's like, wait a second, I feel like our strategy could have beat them, all this stuff. Like, you didn't have this, like, start building up the hypotheticals. So maybe for OG, they were like, well, if we weren't just, a 3-7 group stage team, maybe we could have been the team that could have been Falcons. Maybe we can now prove ourselves in this series. So it's always kind of cool to see if they have that type of outlook on it. I'm pretty sure OG has a normal, quite a positive outlook on most things, I would argue. So, yeah, I hope it's a competitive series. But again, Falcons are close to becoming so dominant that I would hate to be a team in MENA, because there's only one slot, and Falcons already claimed 3 or 4 of the tournaments so far this year. If there are more tournaments in the future, if you're Nigma, if you're PSG Quest, if you're any of these teams like Winter Bear, you're going to be just stuck in the region the entire time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, I believe we have got Ari on the line. Let's have a look. There he is. Hello, Ari. Welcome. Thank you very much for spending the time to join us. And congratulations, of course, on your 2-0. Was a great series from you. We're very much looking forward to see how you guys are going to be playing with Tomato. Johnny, obviously not new for you. You're very familiar with playing, of course, by the side of Tomato. How did it feel, this sort of first series with the lineup you have? Things gelling pretty quickly, it seems.
Hello. Thank you. So, we've already been scrimming for 1 to 2 weeks, 10 days maybe, with Tomato. At first we were a bit out of shape, it was a bit rough, a bit difficult, but the last couple of days our scrims have been really, really strong. So it feels like we're peaking at the right time, and this series kind of went, honestly, as we expected. I think game 2 was a little bit of a shock in how rough the early game was, but honestly I feel like we're in good shape right now, and we're very confident.
Cool. Speaking of Tomato a little bit, obviously he's standing in. Was this something that you had influence on going, was OG going, okay, we need a carry player now, and were you the one singing the praises of Tomato, or was it kind of a natural thing where the kind of the open things? I just want to know, because obviously you previously played with him on TSM.
Yeah, so we were kind of discussing options, maybe 3 or 4 names come up, but I recommended Tomato, and Seb was like, I really trust you, I really respect you, so if you really trust Tomato and you really respect Tomato, then let's just try it. And I respect Tomato really highly. He's a really good teammate, a really good leader. He offers a lot of qualities that I think a lot of carries don't. He's also very flexible, he adapts to what the team needs, he's really hardworking, so of course he's very skilled as well. So I think he offers a lot, and I recommended him to Seb to try it. And Seb trusted me, so yeah, we're going with it, and so far it's looking really nice.
Nice.
Oh, that's cool.
And
yeah.
If it's okay, I'll jump on another question. Following the idea of ex-teammates to new teammates, you used to play with an offlaner that played a lot of zoo-type heroes. It kind of forced the way that you'd need to play offlane. But now that playing with Whisper, he has kind of a deeper pool. He plays maybe more aggressive heroes. How does it feel for you as a position 4, having maybe more freedoms in how you can play the lane in kind of either aggressive or defensive, rather than maybe a little bit more scripted approaches of the past?
Yeah, so Kasati and Whisper are really different players. I mean, in some regard, they're very similar in that they are very gameplay focused and they don't talk that much. But in terms of their hero pools and kind of the way they approach the game is very different. So at first it takes me a little while to adapt. You know, Kasani's quite simple gameplay. You know, you farm the creeps, you push the tower, you cross over the map and do your zoo thing. But Whisper's very different. He's very active. He likes fighting. So it's a bit of an adaptation, but it's very fun for me. I like learning new things and ways to play. I think at this point we're gelling really well. Yeah, it's really fun. He's a very active player, and I find that fun. I like fighting enemies.
And it's sort of going on that where you say, you know, obviously the heroes that you're going to be playing alongside within the lane. Like in this draft, you guys came in with this last pick Bristleback. At the point of the draft where you're kind of getting your hands on the Tiny, did you already as a team sort of know that the Bristle was going to be where you were going to be leaning towards the end, or was that something that kind of came about in that final moment? Like when you're getting the Tiny in this situation, do you know that you're going to be laning with the Bristle already at that pick?
No, the Tiny's really... it prepares for anything. I think it's such a versatile hero. You can lane with anything, melee range, doesn't matter. So by picking this hero, the draft is left very open, and then Whisper can take whatever hero he feels is best in the entire game. So it's more like that.
Okay. And also going on what you said, mentioned about obviously Tomato bringing in a bit of a leadership sort of kind of role when he joins the squad. Is that sort of the same here, you know, compared to when you guys were playing before as a team without Tomato, now with Tomato? Does it sort of change the dynamic on who in this roster is making the most calls in a game?
Yeah, so previously, I'd say like 90% of comms were just me and Seb.
Yeah.
But now I think DZM's stepping up a bit more. He's doing some good things in comms, and Tomato kind of takes over the pace of the game once his hero becomes strong. Let's say minute 25, 30. So me and Seb talk a lot less to allow for that space to happen. I think it's a much more healthy dynamic to have calls talking a bit more. So yeah, I think like the comm split is a lot more healthy now.
Sure. Oh, yeah, very important. T, you got anything else to close us up?
Actually, I'll just ask a dumb question. Terrorblade position 4. I seen you tried playing it once 2 days ago. You lost on it. What's your thoughts? You liking this Terrorblade position 4 that's sweeping Western Europe, or are you not going to touch it again after that pub?
So the inventor of this was about half a year ago with Antares playing it every game. He played it in one official, didn't go very well. I first want to say I deserved to win that game, but I had no pause 1. There was just no pause 1 player, and I was playing TV pause 4. So it's kind of unfortunate. I think I deserved to win.
Okay.
But setting that aside, I think the hero is very strong in pubs on pause 4, but it's not competitive viable. In pubs, you are allowed the space to have a happy TB pause 4.
Yeah.
And in competitive, it's just not. I don't believe it's viable.
Yeah.
But if you want free MMR to grind 13k or something, then you should play this hero.
There you go. Thank you for the advice. I'm sure everyone in Twitch chat and Reddit will suddenly be 13k MMR and be fighting for your job soon. So yeah, good luck, Ari.
Oh, I can't wait to try that out myself. Anyway, we won't keep you around anymore, Ari. Yeah, Ari's got to head off. He's got a big series later today. We got rid of him straight away. Sorry, Ari. Thanks for joining us, Ari. Good luck with your series later. Yeah. We kicked him out. But no, Ari's got to get ready. He's got a big series later today. I believe OG's going to be playing against Falcons. Looking forward to watching that one. That will be a lot of fun. Anyway, we better head off ourselves and get ourselves ready for the next series, T, which will be up in about kind of 15, 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, so don't go anywhere. It should be a good one to look forward to, right? We're going to get to see Secret go up against Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, pretty good.
Unsure what's ahead of us. We can't find the gold that makes us a whole of it. Can't go find the elements. We can't find the road, but we got a hold on it. Unsure what's ahead of us. We can't find the gold that makes us a whole of it. Can't go find the elements. We're now on the road, and we got a hold of it. Unsure what's ahead of us. We can't find the gold that makes us a soul of it. Shoes. Kick me down till I'm black and blue. Threw me down and held on tight. Now I'm back up, not ready to die.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to DreamLeague Season 22 group stages. I'm here with T-Governor, and we're getting ourselves ready for the second series of the day over here on the Ember stream. And it's an exciting one. We're going to see Team Secret against Extreme Gaming. T, when you sort of consider recent results, I think there's no doubt about it. This is looking to be a challenging matchup for Secret. But maybe here on sort of the group stage of a tournament, they're going to show up at a level that we haven't seen from them before, right? Because recently with this squad, they went for a couple of qualifier runs where they didn't make it. Of course, competition very tough at the moment in Western Europe. This tournament, this DreamLeague Season 22, this is the one that they did win. They're able to qualify, and they're here. They're ready to play. What are you expecting from these guys?
I'll be real with you. I don't know. You know, it's been the last couple of years of Secret. Puppy's been changing up some of the rosters, going for younger talent. He's trying to do a little bit more of the unconventional approach. Of course, I think when people remember Secret back in the day, it was always get any star player possible, that meets their criteria and go and contend for top 3 at any tournament they go to. And then because of this kind of new age that has faded away, they are now competing in qualifiers rather than at LANs, and it's at any minute they can make deep runs and get to like some nice top 8 finishes, top 6 finishes. But I honestly don't know what to expect from this team. My opinion is always they need to find confidence from their +3 and +4, because Crystallis is always a very active carry and not the carry that you lean on to win you a game at 40-50 minutes. So often your off-lane or 4 position needs to be that type of player. And we look at Boom here, and he is returning to the squad, of course, after a short stint away from the squad. He used to be a mid laner, going to 3, and I think the pressure on him is incredibly high. But also for a lot of people, when they think about Secret, the last time they had a crazy good result was at, a couple TIs back when they got second with like Resolution playing off lane with Crystal as carry. Like that looked like super cool. You know, the strategies that they had, Rezo could become like the off lane that becomes a carry. You know, that was a good concept. And I think Boom has a lot of, you know, space to fill, and I think he needs to kind of mature into an offlaner that really can just take over some of these games compared to being an enabling offlaner that he used to be when he first transitioned to 3. That was a lot of spiel, I'm sorry.
No, that's great. I mean, I think, you know, you pretty much said it there. You know, eyes on Boom to see what he can do. On the other side of the things here, Extreme Gaming, the lineup here looking very, very impressive. They've had great results very recently in a few lands. What do you think makes this team so good right now? You know, what's so hot about these boys?
I mean, you can just look at the names, right?
Yeah.
To have I think obviously the Western audience is always fixated on the gaming gladiators, the OG, the liquids and stuff, right? But there are Chinese players that have that pull in the Western world, and it is going to be, you know, Arme, Jinkyu, you know, XSS after his pop-off performance with Azure Ray, right? Like DY, like these players, they are just, you know, some, you know, legacy players in their own right, and because of that, they are going to gel and actually do well, right? They didn't do very well at the Dacha event. They finished 7th to 8th. But they then just won a tournament recently, so the expectation is quite high. And I think the funny thing with this team is always, like when you hear Yatoro speak about Arme, he treats him like the god of all Dota, right? He's like, I watched this beautiful Naga game. It was the perfect
he loves
Naga
him,
game.
doesn't he? And it's understandable, you know. If you're ever going to listen to any sort of carry player talk about another carry player, you listen to Yatoro.
You do. But then when you listen to Arme talk about Arme, he's like, I don't think I'm that good compared to what Yatoro thinks I am, you know? Like, Arme's keeping himself grounded, and then Yatoro's there, like, praising him to the heavens, you know? So it is kind of funny to see, but of course, I think coming into this matchup between Extreme and Secret, I do slightly favor Extreme, just because of, like, the systems that they have in place, disciplines, and yeah, seeing XSS here, I think he is a very important player for this team, of course. I think from the Kuala Lumpur victory with Azure Ray, when they were on a different roster, they had 3 of the same 5 before they got poached to Extreme. Like that was a tournament where he really shone. Like some Centaur play, some Doom play. Like he just felt like this unstoppable force from the offlane, and that is like where when we compare, like we just looked at Boom, we look at XSS. It really is going to be, I think this series might boil down to how the offlaners really kind of present themselves in the game, because I know XSS will perform. I just need to see Boom, and if he can, and he has done. In a couple qualifiers, he's looked very, very good. In other qualifiers, Secrets looked disjointed. So yeah, again, Secrets had quite a lot of time off post qualifiers to kind of refine their footing, bring in their new mid laner. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how good they are looking now as they enter DreamLeague.
Yeah, this is, as I say, their time to shine, and they really need to. You know, with the fact that getting through those qualifiers has been a struggle for some of the other recent kind of competitions. So they're in it for this one. We'll see what they can bring out today, and this would be the series to do it against Extreme Gaming, coming off quite an impressive run with their previous performances, previous games. See, in terms of kind of picks straight up, are there any sort of heroes that you imagine are going to be quite highly contested between these two lineups?
I think at least for Secret, I think Eki did showcase some Monkey King quite nicely during some previous qualifiers, but that was over a month ago. So the likelihood of that returning is maybe quite low. He also played some like Bat Riders. The thing is though, Eki is very good friends with Ari, right? So they played in some tournaments, which not in the top level, but they've done like stuff in like kind of in-house scene, that type of thing. So, and they talk a lot. So now they're both playing the same role for different teams. I'm pretty sure they probably play the same heroes. Because when I look at Eki now, I see him playing more Hoodwink. They both play Bat Rider. It's like there's a lot of crossover. So maybe during the month off, you know, Eki's looked at Ari and gone, you know what, I'm just gonna slowly morph into what you provide to OG. That could be a reasonable assumption to make, and we'll see if it does kind of occur in the draft of this upcoming game. We are having a couple. I think we have one lobby remake, but I think the draft's now good now, so we should be.
I think we are
shortly.
Yeah. We should be ready to hop in, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ourselves into the draft of this first game of the 2-game series between Team Secret and Extreme Gaming. The bans have been flying out, and I think maybe for the reason you mentioned it, and I guess also for the versatility, right? The Monkey King getting banned out, as we also know that Secret, they do occasionally like to play a bit of the old carry Monkey King as well. So Extreme Gaming, they don't want to deal with that hero in any position. They'll take it out. Other bans coming out, definitely targeted ones in terms of the Mars for sure. You know, we know that Extreme Gaming, they've got a mean offlaner on that Mars. It's not going to get his hands on it this time. Secret, they'll get a solid first pick though. The Timbersaw is left in, and they'll pick it up.
Yeah. Extreme showing a lot of respect to player specialties, right? I mentioned
Yeah.
Batrider,
Yeah.
there's a Monkey King, the Chrysalis Razor, the Chen Puppy. Like, they really went for what does Secret play really well. And we get to see the first pick Timbersaw get through the draft, and now we see a Death Prophet. Death Prophet is a very, very potent hero. Of course, when tankiness isn't really in play, like let's say there's like the whole heart stuff and the fights are a little bit more skirmishy, then Death Prophet will thrive. Like when melee carries are coming back into play that can't, threaten the Death Prophet, pick her in the off lane, get those siphons, let her buy a Shroud and a Shivas and the best items in the patch right now. Both of them, synergize very nicely with the Death Prophet, and yeah, it's just a very, very good hero that I feel like should be picked maybe a little bit more, but you do kind of want a player to want to play Death Prophet because it's not like the hero that you pick in any scenario, right? Like it is a little bit more a somewhat specialist type hero, even though it's not the most mechanically challenging hero.
I see a lot of further focus on the core heroes when it comes to Secrets bans. Viper and the Void knocked out. I mean, definitely a couple of heroes that Timbersaw's not going to be too happy playing against. They don't want to give Extreme Gaming that chance. Extreme Gaming, they're very quick with their picks today. As soon as it's their pick, they'll slap out the Centaur.
That shows that the Death Prophet is either just a first pick mid, or maybe they have some support flexibility. I haven't checked the pub history of Extreme Gaming, so I can't really confirm where that's been played before in that regard. But yeah, you pick a Centaur here, you just run away from Timbersaw. Like, when Secret first picks a Timbersaw like this, even though it's a very, very strong hero, it does need heroes to help localize the fight. And you go, ooh, I go, that's an Enigma, and that can...
Was that good R or bad R?
It's like, okay.
I mean, they cover it immediately with a Rubik pick as well, so they have this prepared.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I feel like if there was a world where Timbersaw goes mid, I guess you're then playing into Death Prophet, which probably doesn't feel too great because you shouldn't kill her and she just farms, and then So for Secret, at least, laning setups are a little bit important here. I expect Rubik and Enigma to be their support duo, Timbersaw still to be the offlaner. I'd like to still see like one more stun available for them because yes, cool, there's Black Hole, there's no council right now. They've already block picked the Rubik, but if Extreme Gaming pick some like position 5 Wyvern or something like this, then now they've covered the Enigma, the control for Timbersaw's gone, and now Secret needs to only play on momentum rather than the team fight that they've potentially are going to rely on.
Oh, that would be not, something like as you say, a Wyvern. What about Venge as well? How's Venge sort of doing in the pro scene? Are we seeing much Venge?
Yeah, still pretty good, right? Like I don't know, I should never triple check what nerf. Did she get any? Surely she got some nerf. She was one of the best heroes in the previous patch. I am loading up the patch just to remind myself. So she got increased cooldown by 1 second on Magic Missile, and her Wave of Terror damage decreased by 25, scaling down to 15 on all levels. So she got slight nerfs, but she's still very, very good. The thing with Extreme though, like when I scroll through their drafts, they often have these like kind of traditional style lineups where like the annoying big beefy offlaner, the carry that is like the statement carry, like there's never this kind of like illusion of what's happening. It's just like they draft 5 heroes that go to their lanes and do their tasks. There's no like kind of, I don't want to say creativity, it's more like they just pick really good heroes, and if they lose, sure, they get outplayed, but like their just drafts are always just consistently spooky to look at. And now they have their Ursa pickup, so they have laning threat against the Timbersaw. They already have the DP into mid to not really care about Timbersaw. They can pick up some like Crystal Maiden 5 or something that they've picked before, potentially, just to give some laning threat with the Ursa. They go for a Mirana so far, so now they have a Mirana Centaur lane. And this is what I mean about like extreme drafts. Like I look at it and it's like Centaur Mirana. I stomp, I hit arrow, it's strong lane. DP hits mid, she can't really die. So now they just need some like strong 5 and like their draft is just really cohesive.
10 seconds remaining.
Secret.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, and they're gonna want something that's gonna maybe allow them, as you say, to have that further catch potential outside of the black hole and a telekinesis. Something to stop these heroes getting the chance to stampede away from them any time they try and make an aggressive play. Still needing what we would imagine to be the mid and the carry here for Secret.
Trying to see if there's flexibility with their mid here. Just loading up Corden's hero pool just to refresh myself. Okay, so he's not really played much Timbersaw competitively. He's got 2 games in the history of his pro. Actually, is that okay? That's only, let me triple check. Okay, and that's all his games. Yeah, so he's only played 2 mid Timbersaw games. But I could see a world where they put the Timbersaw mid, they put the Enigma off lane, and then they try and pick up like a really aggressive carry.
You would like that if they did that? You think that would be a bit better? What, because it takes the Timber away from the Ursa lane?
The Timber Ursa lane, I'm pretty sure if you spoke to Amar about it, like he doesn't really mind too much because he just plays on Timber chain and it's like
sure.
It's annoying, but if the 5 can't help kill the Timber, it's not crazy. It's more just respect your Ursa the entire time and Timber can play it. But I'm just trying to think more like, what's the game plan for Secret right now? Like they have a Timbersaw, they have an Enigma, like they have a lot of heroes, but there's no like perfect glue to it. And they go for a Slark, so kind of going down the aggressive line that I was mentioning for the carry. Slark is going to be very good at setting up the engagement. Like you have a double melee core for extreme. You're going to stomp into Ursa jump, which means black holes should in theory be quite free to hit if you can control the game. So yeah, I still think Secret needs maybe 1 hero to do something on the map right now because Enigma is a strong laner. Slark shouldn't have the best lane here because it's a Mirana and a Centaur. They're not
huge kill potential.
I'm still a little bit lost, yeah, with Secret. Like they just need something to tie it still together. They're still missing something here.
And I'd imagine that is going to come from the mid lane, right? If you're saving its last pick, I would be a little surprised if they put the Timber mid after all of this.
Yeah,
could happen, as you say, could happen. Banning out some other ways that the Timber can be dealt with, getting rid of the break, of this Hoodwink.
So they think that the Mirana is going to be the 5 position here for Extreme Gaming, which I believe was, if memory serves me well, was a DY specialty, but maybe I'm wrong there. But I believe it was, at least during Chinese DPC a year back or so. Pango banned out, so yeah, I think you're right in regards to Timber goes off lane, Enigma Rubik are your supports, and I think of all the roles left, a mid laner that breaks open the game is the most logical for Secret, and also the easiest to draft at least. So Pango is a pretty good ban there. What else could they go for?
Dire team back.
All right, I mean, yeah, they're getting rid of this extra catch that Secret would have definitely wanted to get their hands on. I mean, Puck, very nice to stop those stampeding away. The silence, super solid as well. You get it in clutch against the Ursa.
10 seconds.
So let's see what Secret are going to go with. Extreme Gaming thinking they still need to look for the mid. I think they do as well. I don't think they're going to want to put the Timbersaw mid. They want to get something else that can really start these fights off, or at least assist in looking for those aggressive plays. That's not an easy pick.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm trying. Oh, there you go. For
Doom. So with that said and done, I imagine that will be the Timber moving to the mid, and you get the Doom pick in last. All right.
Yeah, I was sitting back trying to quickly do some research,
Yeah.
thinking about like what could be the mid coordinate that does stuff, but no, instead they do just go down for kind of like the not the greed approach, but like the economical approach, right, for Secret, where they can still fight a little bit early on, right, like a Doom timing on 6, Enigma, a Timbersaw active, like a Rubik, like they have ways to do things on the map early on, but they are just going to be very efficient on how they find their farm. And for Extreme, their lineup looks very well rounded, but they don't really break the map that well, right? Like Death Roper can ultimate, but if she ults by herself, she'll get doomed or pounced or Timbersawed, right? And now Ursa's going to be farming up. So I think for Secret, their lineup might not look like the nicest for lanes and how they want to approach it. But yeah, it's going to be... Actually, let's try to actually ties it together.
I mean, yeah, I feel like this is a hero that we weren't seeing, right, because of just how strong like Mage Slayer was and such. Obviously, Mage Slayer getting a bit of a nerf means that maybe Leshrac can kind of slip back into a few of these drafts. I mean, where do you sort of put this hero right now? Do you think indeed with the fact that Mage Slayer has been nerfed, that's kind of not going to be as... Well, I feel like it's still going to be in every game anyway. That the Lesh is more viable now, post-patch?
Yeah, I feel like any time magic resistance gets decreased, then Leshrac will always be, poking his head a little bit like, maybe I can get back into the meta a little bit more. Also, wasn't Leshrac like one of the few heroes to actually get a buff in the patch? A lot of the patch was about nerfing heroes. He got bonus damage to his Edict, and he got it's cheaper to activate his ultimate now. So there are a couple buffs to Leshrac. When you read him aloud, not the craziest, but buffs are buffs.
And I guess the Bloodstone got buffed, right? And he's one of the lads who wants to pick that up. You now get the mana regen as returned to the Bloodstone with the build-up.
Yep, this is true. So the build-up
little things, little things that might make it a bit more applicable for these sort of games. Of course, a great hero to kick out some AoE damage, meaning that Chrysalis is not always going to be guaranteed safety during his Shadow Dance. Let's see. I'm excited to see if we are in a position once again with the game where Leshrac could be showing its face in a few of the matches.
Yeah, it's also nice for Extreme when you pick up like big physical and big magic damage, right? Like back in the day, it was always the idea of like PA plus any spellcaster, and now you have to think about itemizing to survive the PA burst of the crit, and then also maybe the Zeus Thunder's Wrath and the bolts, right? Like we're kind of seeing the same thing here for Extreme, where you need to deal with the initiation of the Centaur, but the magic damage of the Lesh with the physical damage of Ursa, and then you have the Moonlight Shadow and the evasion down the line of Mirana, some random 5 Death Prophet who will just be around the whole game, just chilling, doing whatever she wants, right? So I think this is a very traditional looking lineup from Extreme, but for Secret, they are the ones who have kind of leaned a little bit more onto greeding it up, right? We do see the offlane Enigma, the position for Doom, like Chrysalis. He's not going to have a great game into Leshrac in theory, but he's going to be able to exploit the lack of control and maybe open up the engagements where maybe he's not doing the perfect amount of physical damage, but he's setting up the perfect Doom or the perfect Black Hole, right? So, yeah, I think Secret have a lot of a slightly harder draft to execute on, but they do have the resources to be able to win out this game. This, for sure, is not a draft that's concluded with one team looking far superior than the other.
Let's see. As you say, we definitely know more about Extreme Gaming from the opportunities they've got and places and lands they've been able to play. Secret, the way that qualifiers have gone, they haven't had as much chance to sort of show what they're capable of. So this is the real first test for them here. And let's see what they can get done.
And yeah, don't forget that DreamLeague and these events, it's all about building up the Pro League points, and I'm pretty sure, if memory serves me well, Secret are sitting with no points, I think?
I think they're definitely at least not in the top 12 or what. Oh, they're 10th. Oh, they are, okay. They're just 10th.
I went through the list because I was like, I'm pretty sure I've not seen them at least in like the hearty point section, and they're in that like awkward middling section where they've turned up to an event and that's about it, So, all right, they're 10th right now, but they need to make some deep runs. Of course, it's early days for this kind of the tour itself. So, any good result, any first, second place will probably throw you straight back up into the the qualification spots, but yeah, Secret are gonna need to qualify. Or do well, sorry, not qualify. That's an easy statement to make for any team.
Now, looking at these lanes, I mean, is there anyone that you feel is going to suffer the hardest during this laning phase? Who's been put in sort of the, who's taking the short straw when it comes to matchups?
I think potentially Crystallis, because he's got a Rubik support with him. So yes, you have a slight defensive support with Fade Bolt and Lift, but Slark hates playing into Centaur plus range combos. Like, you'd think Slark is one of the best heroes to bully any offlaner, but when you're playing into double edge spam or Centaur and then some arrows, it's so hard to play. So I think Crystallis will probably have the hardest lane of all the cores right now. That's also if Jin-Q wants to come and lane with him, because right now Jin-Q is making stacks at minute 2. It's already being very efficient in the jungle.
I mean, even early on, right, just super hard to bully the Centaur with these two heroes. XXS feeling pretty safe, even in these moments alone. Now, mid lane so far, a little bit of an edge here for Corden. Was able to get in there a bit more solidly with the earlier CS. XM trying to be a bit more focused on harassing the Timbersaw, but it's going to get more difficult. That bottle fully topped up, pointing the reactive armor. A bit of sustain for him. We'll see how the lane continues to play out. I mean, as sort of this mid lane goes, does the Leshrac eventually get ahead, or the Timbersaw will just be sort of at a point where he doesn't get harassed out the lane?
I think both heroes have equal annoying wave clear, where Leshrac has lightning, Timbersaw has that reactive armor, the tankiness. We're also seeing a Timbersaw putting points in reactive, right? Like, it's been so long where he's been starved, and there's a little bit of aggression happening bot lane as well with Doom and Boom. Oh god,
That's the
Eki and Boom. Yeah, shouldn't be saying player and hero names because that'll make it a little bit harder. But the lane in bot are applying a bit of pressure. But yeah, in mid, I expect it just to be Lesh throws it under tower, Timber's under tower, he farms. Nothing really crazy. Like, if either hero dies, it would be front page of Reddit, I feel.
Yeah, it feels incredibly unlikely. And
of course, 6 would change that, but pre-6 front page of Reddit.
I mean, is anyone going to be moving over towards mid or indeed top? They're going to try and force back XXS. And got the telekinesis. That might do it, and it will. First blood here for Crystallis. Very well played there by the two of them. Able to punish the fact that once again Jin-Q is sort of making his rounds along the map, and this time XXS left on his own. He's going to feel the pain.
Yeah, Jin-Q, he does kill Crystallis' courier, but in doing so, Secret go, wait a second, he's not in lane, so let's go for the fight. Eki nearly dies to the Death Prophet in bot lane. And Death Prophet 5, this is one of those heroes that it became a 5, I'd say about at least 2 years ago in Eastern Europe. And the reason why is when you have low pressure off lanes, where you can, when you know you're not helping your carry out, you get your casual points in Siphon, you get levels, you will still do the same things, especially when you have the move slow now tied into your silence to be even more annoying. But as soon as lanes get more aggressive, Death Prophet will just fall out of favor. So this is kind of one of those Secret draft themselves into a position where they could give Death Prophet 5 a good old try. And Timbersaw has done very well in mid. No real deny advantage, just XM just missing more CS. Of course, there were double waves under tower, making it a little bit harder for him. And
Well, top, they're going in pretty deep for this attempt onto Crystallis. They're going to whiff the combo. Arrow doesn't connect. XXS dying. I mean, it seems whether Jin-Q's with him or not with him, this top lane's not a pretty place for him to be. A couple of deaths now. It's a couple of permanent essence shift stacks here for Crystallis.
yeah, and this is quite a weird go. I was going to see if I should call for a replay on that one. That's pretty worthless. It's a 5-minute moment. But anyway, it's like your Centaur's under tower, going for a stomp. The Slark jumps out, but then they still commit for the play with Jin-Q missing the arrow on the stomped Slark. It was just really weird from Extreme. And yeah, because of that, they are going to trade away another death on Centaur. So 2 deaths now.
I mean, Chris is having a great time. He's got, I believe, the boots and the Orb of Corrosion coming out. He's just half a level away from hitting the level 6. Honestly, I think what could have been a difficult lane for him has ended up being rather free for this slug. You know, Chrysalis has come out on top in a sort of situation where, yeah, I feel like this Centaur Mirana against the Slark Rubik, more pressure could have been put on. It wasn't.
Yeah, I think Jin-Q just played a very, courier-focused laning phase, right? He made his rounds around the jungle, he looked for some couriers, he made some stacks, he just kind of did everything but play the lane. And then when he came to the lane, it was just a little bit too late. And I feel like against Slark, like one bad death, it catapults him to level 6, where he has that confidence to continue playing the lane, where in other scenarios, he could have been, level 4, level 3 right now, really struggling. But yeah, just very good stuff coming out from Secret. All lanes going very well for them. Enigma has 0 pressure bot lane. He doesn't really care about Ursa. Again, Death Prophet. It's like a trader farm. Ursa will farm, Enigma will farm. Life continues, and yeah, Secret very content.
I guess the question is as well with this. Oh, see, actually on the mid lane, Puppy. Just gonna see if he can get him with the grab on OXM. It's a bit too deep. Won't be able to get the setup, and DY's in with the counter TP over towards the mid lane. With the way that the bottom lane's going, and Boomy's about to hit the 6, is there going to be a bit of a window where they can try for a black hole play onto Arme?
Yeah, I feel like if you bring at least the Rubik in, because Doom doesn't provide crazy amount of damage. He plays on like tick damage with his Scorched Earth. So I think if you bring some 2-point Fade Bolt Puppy into the play, throw some Blood Grenade, then yeah, you could give it a good old go. Worst case, he doesn't die, but then at least you're probably taking the tower. So
yeah,
expect rotations to make it. And even Timbersaw, he identifies the fact that Enigma is having a very good game, and yeah, they want to open up the map. DY and Death Prophet can't defend this by himself, so
no, he's got to stay hidden. Doesn't want to show himself. They'll put the fortification, of course, but big pressure coming with the Eidolons. Also, Crystal is turning up just in case any sort of fight did get brought to this area by Extreme Gaming. He'll quickly pop back top as he realizes that there's not a chance that Extreme's going to try and show up with any sort of numbers down here right now.
As well. As soon as he TP'd through, he lost his ultimate aura, so he pinged out the wards, went through the gate, and yeah. So D1, yeah, they see DY here.
Arme.
Where's Arme?
He's playing on the edge here with Cord and dancing around with him.
Bot lane as
be
well.
a bit careful. As indeed DY.
Okay.
I mean, he's a speedy Death Prophet, he's hard to catch. Now they could be in trouble. Okay, he's getting run down by Arme. If Arme can get this kill, he'll have the XP for level 6. He's hit it. So he can now turn as well, look towards Boom, and, well, suddenly, just like that, that weren't a great couple of moments there for Secret. They lose the 2 of them down bottom, Black Hole's on cooldown. Meanwhile, over in the mid lane, Corden also died. It was looking like a pretty well-controlled start to this game from Secret, but they kind of just blew it all away in that couple of seconds there, T.
Yeah, and what happened mid, as you just saw there, the Leshrac hits the stun, followed up by the arrow. He was deep underneath the tower, and
now
gets another kill.
One.
What a...
All right, well, Extreme Gaming, they were just kind of taking it chill the first 8 minutes of this game. Now the Secret sort of walked in their trap, and Extreme, they're punishing them. They're able to jump up to a 1k lead. It's a slow start, but it's a sure start, and Secret, they've got to be a bit more careful.
That should help.
I'm just taking a moment to absorb what Secret just did there, right? Like, it felt like one Stampede just globally gave Extreme ability to do everything on the map. And Jin-Q, he had a Lotus out of 1, but the control post-leash, he could have maybe used it during the leash. He opted not to and wasn't able to leap out. But yeah, Secret, they're going to have to, refine themselves a little bit. Of course, I think the saving grace is the fact that Ursa hasn't really, started his journey towards Battle Fury, right? He's got only the cornucopia. It's, I think, too crazy, and the Puppy is going to be going down. This is the combination you need to respect. It's this any hero plus XM, right? Like if it's Lesh plus Mirana, you have double stun combo. If it's Leshrac plus DP, this 10% slow and silence, it is enough to contain heroes to some degree to help facilitate that damage. Secret, they are now grouped up together. They're overlapping their cores just a little bit because they are afraid of this Leshrac. There isn't really a way to kill off Lesh, right? It's like you need Eki to get level 6 on Doom, and then inside Doom you need to lift him or pounce on him. Because if you don't, he's stampeded and he's running away. And I don't think you can rely on Black Hole at the early stage of this game, because there is Earth Split or Split Earth, there is an arrow, there is a high-ranged AoE silence from Death Prophet. Like, there's a lot of ways to prevent Enigma from feeling too good.
Some lovely stacks here on the side of Extreme Gaming. They've got a bit of an ancient stack over for Secret, but just that bit more here from Extreme. Let's see what Secret's next move is going to be. They do have Black Hole backup.
Right, we are currently 0 for 1. I am keeping a tracker for this.
You're going to
game,
keep a track? Oh.
I am keeping a tracker. It's 0/1 right now, and we'll... I'm sure everyone in Twitch chat will also keep the tracker, but we'll see if it improves or not. To be fair though, this is a game where Boom, resets, get to blink BKB. Every single ult is pretty free, right? It's just he needs to dictate the fight to be, slow enough for him to absorb all information and hit the correct one. Early game though, I expect Black Holes to be difficult. Hence why he's gone for a Vlad. He's going for auras. Oh no, he's not going for blink BKB. He's fully going for the aura build. But maybe Black Hole isn't going to be the key focus for Boom in this game, based on his quick buy.
Moonlight Shadow from Extreme Gaming. I think it may have been caught a bit underneath that deep observer wall that Secret have, so looks like Secret won't be caught by surprise by this one. Boom, back under the safety of his tier 1. And they won't be able to get the grab here, Extreme.
Yeah, I think for Secret, they're probably waiting for some of their magic resistant items to come out, right? Like Chrysalis wants his Mage Slayer, Timbersaur's looking for at least a casual cloak before he gets the Shroud. And at that point, I would expect Secret to probably, rally the troops, cross the river with a smoke, utilize Doom or Black Hole in some way, but again, they just don't have enough control to prevent Stampede from completely breaking their fights. And they are smoked up now with both the Doom and the Timbersaw. Blink is available, so a lot of pure damage burst is in play for Corden if you can find the right hero. I don't think Death Prophet or Morana, is the right hero for their jump.
They're going to dispel the smoke as well. Jinq steps up and suddenly this whole move is a bit awkward. They're going to pop the Stampede and the Ghost. They're ready to turn straight towards Eki. Arrows off the mark. Doesn't matter. Eki to fall. Extreme Gaming get the kill. If they can bring the creep wave around, they might be able to put some pressure on this tier 1 tower as well. Quick moves to make as they were immediately ready for that as soon as they were able to spot out that smoke with Jinq on the high ground.
Yeah, it's an incredibly disciplined game from Extreme. Like the way that they have their heroes across the map, right? It's the supports are in the slightly vulnerable areas of the map. You've already lost this bottom tier 1 tower, so having anyone kind of floating between the middle to bottom portion normally will tank that inevitable smoke. So yeah, I think Extreme setting up their heroes very nicely in Secret. A little bit desperate to make a play. They probably wanted Rubik to be available with the Timber and Doom to make that type of play. They need some instant lockdown to set up everyone else. Again, I will be mentioning the lockdown a lot of times in this game because Secret will need to most likely itemize to deal with the problem that they're facing right now. Uneartha, Claymore is complete. He's a couple hundred gold away from the Battle Fury. Of course, the stacks were farmed up by the rest of his team. And when you look at the net worth, though, it's like the cores and Secret are doing extremely well. It's just like the smaller map moves that you see from them haven't really connected. But in regards to farm and the general economy, it's doing very well.
I'll try with the Moonlight play, but Eki was sitting under his sentry ward, so was aware that they were coming for him. Looks like it might not matter, though. They still get a pretty good jump onto him. Boom, stepping up this time. The Black Hole, it hits just right. Gets the two of them. XM and DY caught by it. Nicely set up there by Secret. Sure, they lose Eki, but it was all a bait. Plays around his sentry, baits them in deep with the Moonlight Shadow move they're trying to make, and they punish them.
Yeah, nice punishment, especially because you kite them back just long enough, and yeah, now 1 for 2 on the Black Holes.
Jinq, I mean, he's been very cheeky there, trying to poke into Chrysalis. I I don't know what else he expected. It is going to be a death on him.
And even with Puppey, right, he stole the Siphon, then he stole the Leap, so he could leap after the Marauder, keeping the Siphon going. It was quite wonderful plays. And yeah, now Secret, they're getting some confidence back, right? They can feel the tankiness. They've used their big spells, they got some kills, and they're going to poke just out a little bit. Of course, the difficulty is, will Secret be confident to make moves with Doom and Black Hole on cooldown? Like, because Enigma's going for the Aura build, that naturally allows him to make moves outside of his ultimate, which is perfectly fine. But when you throw in a Doom into the mix as well, he's going for a drum. So it does look like they're trying to buy auras to cushion the fact that they aren't always going to have their ultimates in play. Just when do they look to kind of make those moves? I would expect it to be probably on the next round of ultimates. So Battle Fury complete. He's Eki top, but yeah, no blink, no real way to keep him locked down, no Diffusal Blade. So we'll happily push out the wave. And is this going to be a Roshan potentially? They are kind of like weirdly
I think so.
up here.
Yeah, it's pretty safe to do so, right? Because you've got the Exorcism and you've also got Stampede. So if you need to get out of there, you're going to be able to run. There's no Black Hole.
Yeah, exactly. It's all on cooldown. Yeah, Roshan is going to be so fundamental for Secret to respect this entire game. And they're respecting it already at the 17-minute mark. But it's going to be dropping.
That's too quick. Arme's able to take it here with the swipe stacking up. Aegis into his hands. Question is if Secret still want to try and take a fight after this. They were heading over, but now they're starting the retreat.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, Secret still
They have
considering
Doom.
about fighting this. Arme, he's going to step in. They'll get him with a jump. There's the Stampede, so they can find their positioning. DY is able to pop the Ghost. Arme just fully focuses Boom, takes down the Enigma. Now turns towards Chrysalis. Chrysalis pops the Shadow Dance. Chakram comes flying in over towards Arme as well as a Fade Pop, but it's not enough to burst him the once. Arme's able to get away. XM runs down Puppey. They've taken out the two of them. Secret, they've got to run with the rest of them. There's no fight to be had here anymore. As they try and poke for something, but they didn't get anything. They don't even get the Aegis out of Arme. He's still got it safe.
It's quite a scary fight for Secret to take. Like, both teams were respecting Vision quite a lot in that fight. They had the Sentry, the Obs down. One team had it on the top side of the tree line. One team had it on the bottom side. They were kiting back, but yeah, for Secret, they never really found an entry, right? There was no Doom. Black Hole was still on the cooldown, and Extreme, their heroes, they will happily just slowly walk towards you. Like Leshrac with his, Kaya Sanj. You got Ursa with his Aegis plus Enrage. Very easy for them to take these constant fights. Chrysalis now has the Diffusal Blade completed on the Slark. So he has Mage Slayer. He has a way to at least contain heroes with that move slow from the Diffusal Blade active, and we'll see what Secret's next move is, because for Extreme, it's pretty simple. Play together, swoop across the map. If heroes present themselves, they can get the kills. They've got triple blink now on all their cores.
Slowly but surely taking over the map here, Extreme. Secret. I mean, do they go for this play during the Aegis, or do they wait out the Aegis? If you're Secret right now.
They can take the fight into the Aegis, as long as they find the Leshrac at the start of the fight. And if Leshrac's already dead, or at least doomed off, then they can go, but that is so difficult to do when you're playing into Moonlight Shadows, and of course, we've mentioned it so many times now, the Stampede. But
Yeah.
the fight is available, but so many factors need to go their way.
Extreme definitely not fearful of taking it themselves. They look for a smoke to try and get the catch, but Secret are elsewhere.
Radiant's middle
They
tower
could look to just steal the Tormentor though. Yeah, they'll go straight
it,
for it. 20 minutes in, they'll make the smoke move. They don't get a kill, but arguably at this point they get something a bit bigger. They get the Tormentor and they get a free shard for XXS.
Now, a cool thing here would be, will Extreme just go for the tier 2, or will they then reset across the map, take their own Tormentor, and then play? Because sometimes, at least when Tormentors were first introduced, we saw this. If we play bottom side of the map, steal enemy, go back for ours, get ours, we get so much economy for free. And that has evolved. We're seeing here teams not be so eager to take both of them instantly. They are looking to pressure the tier 2, but there are worlds where teams could potentially go, you know what, they've taken R1, let's like smoke to theirs and be ready for the fight if they were to try and make that play. And the Tormentor meta is somewhat evolving, maybe a little bit more understood nowadays, but...
No, I think if anything, this game is just that Secret's lineup just don't really do the Tormentor too easily, do they? They're going to head over now, but at the least it's to grab the Wisdom Rune. They're not going to try and push for anything like the Tormentor at this point. They've got to back off.
And now Boom's going for the BKB. Yeah, I just don't know if he needed the mech. That's my one concern for...
Sure, well, you would just like to see this
far.
accelerated a bit. You feel like playing to this slower pace with this build-up doesn't really do you any favors against Extreme?
I think it's one of those moments where there's so much burst damage on Extreme through the Ursa jumping you or the chain combos that a mech could help be like the very like marginal difference of the slot getting his spells off or something, right? So I respect the idea of it, but it's also one of the games where there's no black hole cancel. So if you just trust yourself to hit the hole on an Ursa on a Leshrac before the big spells are used, it is like a free game. So yeah, I feel like maybe he could have gone BKB before mech. If he's able to utilize mech correctly and like amp up his team in the fight, then of course it validates the item. But right now, really yet to see the way Secret's playing, needing the mech.
Vision Q, but the counter plays in. XXS able to get the two-man who stomp off. The Stampede's there. Extreme Gaming, they're able to reset. DY has popped the Ghost. Eki will commit with the Doom in upon him. The movement speed's still there for DY to separate himself from the rest of Secret. Boom, he's trying to get in with a blink, but he can't close the gap. They can't find the black hole. In fact, XXS, he's going to jump back in on them. Comes in with a three-man who stomp. XM steps forward. He's able to buy time here with the Yules. He's kicking out a lot of AoE damage. Silence from DY comes in from the side. Catches onto Eki and Puppey. Eki will fall. Immediate buyback comes in from him. Chrysalis having to pounce away back up to the high ground. DY gets back in the front line. They'll drop the black hole. It's only onto the one of them, though. It was only onto DY. Boom goes down. Another buyback coming into play here from Secret. They're trying to fight this, but they cannot. Eki down again. Dieback on the Doom. The setup into the arrow onto Corden. Corden, he's got a timber chain out of this. He's got to try and run. Extreme Gaming, they're not going to give him the chance. Another Yule setup into a stun. They're slowly but surely bringing Corden down. He will bring down XM with him, but it's looking to be a team wipe and maybe more. Puppey on the retreat. The arrow will miss. XXS, he's got another hoof stomp in a second. They'll surely be ready to dive this tower to look for Puppey. He tries to turn and throw back a stolen stun. It won't work out. Arme gets the cleanup. Ultra kill from him. And as I say, a team wipe and more there. With the two buybacks, two diebacks from the supports for Secret, Eki and Puppey. That ends up just completely disastrous for Secret. Extreme Gaming with a huge outplay there. That whole team fight. Secret just all over the place, T.
Thank God we have a replay, but it boils down to the Enigma and the Doom. Such key spells for the Secret to take the fight. They've doomed the Death Prophet. They've disengaged on Extreme. Secret hold the high ground. Boom then blinks to try and go for the Ursa. Doesn't connect. Doesn't commit for the black hole. Then the big turnaround from the Centaur. Lesh was 1 second cooldown, maybe 2 on his stomp to even kill them quicker. But for Secret, the fact that you've used Doom on Death Prophet to then use... Hold up, we're going to see it in a second. Black hole on the Death Prophet. Like, he tried to go for the Ursa, he didn't connect. So yeah, both of these spells thrown onto position 5. You're never going to win a fight like this, and because of that, Extreme just walked through and yeah, Arme, he's going for the Yules build on the Ursa, most likely Octarine down the line, some like Wind Waker stuff, like the super tanky constant threat style Ursa. And yeah, Secret, if they want to win this game, they're going to have to execute a lot better in these fights, because of this current spell usage, they are getting picked apart and just outplayed in these team fights.
Absolutely. Just sort of seeing heroes like XM on the Lesh in that last fight. There's so many times where he got kind of close to being killed off, but they could never finish the job. He must have just kicked out an insane amount of damage throughout that whole team fight, surviving as he did. Very much in a pretty strong position now, XM, keeping up with the farm of Arme's Ursa. That's saying something. There's a lot of damage coming out from him, a lot of items with his build. Very hard to bring down, and now... Secret, waiting on those cooldowns. Not long to go. 15 seconds and the black hole will be there. But it definitely feels like they have to immediately get out and look for something, because with each passing moment, Extreme Gaming, they're just going to be getting further and further ahead to the point where there will be a time that even if Secret do hit sort of these perfect kind of multi-man black holes, it probably won't matter, T.
Yeah, and Eki, he's close to getting that Blink Dagger. That will simplify the engagement for Secret just a little bit. You get yourself into a smoke, you get a high ground ward, you see some, maybe even the nighttime vision of Slark, and then allow yourself to just start a fight with a Doom pre-spelled, right? Like the fact that you're dooming the Death Prophet with an active Siphon and an Exorcism probably isn't the best start. And Secret, a couple hundred gold away from at least having maybe some hope for the next fight. And Arme, Octarine now complete. He is doing the build.
The unkillable build.
The unkillable build. He didn't go for status resistance on his 15 talent, but he's obviously went for the Earthshock applies to Fury swipes, because obviously with Octarine, more Earthshocks, more Fury swipes, ways to help him supplement the fact that he's buying damage items, and he's going for a heart as well. He knows that if he just soaks up with Doom or anything, then...
I mean, yeah, good luck killing the Lesh, and then, I mean, you're going to need more than good luck if you want to kill this Ursa.
Yeah. Very, very hard to kill.
I'm going to be a bit careful about how they go for Roche, because they do know that Secret are heading over in this direction and that they do have the ults. Now, if they want to take it easier, Extreme Gaming would maybe be happy of finding a kill, or at least setting up this area a bit better with vision before they do commit. Seeing if they can find that pick-off.
Has been killed.
It feels more like Extreme are just smoking as a be ready, they might fight us. Pause for 5 seconds, understand the situation, and then they go back. And like when you just look at all the items on Extreme, there's just so much synergy on enabling each other, right? You've got Blink yours on Arme, Blink yours on Leshrac, Blink BKB on Exorcist with a Veil, a 4-star on Mirana, a drum and a yours like Death Row. Like every hero has a supporting utility item to help someone else out, right? It's, yeah, very incredible stuff in that regard, and it's why the fights are so difficult for Secret. Boom now has the BKB, 9-second BKB. This next black hole, Secret, they need to wait out this Aegis, play the wider map. Don't try and fight into the 4-minute left Aegis. And then from there, maybe the black holes can connect. Or if you find a big meaty black hole with Ursa not there, then sure, you can also go for that one too. But if he misses this black hole, then it could spell disaster. Already a 13k lead.
They're going to go for the back lines, get XXS. They drop the Doom down upon him. And Arme, he's in with the counter plan. XXS has sort of been given the space to back off out of this. They've lost Deki. Now they've got the control onto Boom. Boom. He's going to have to put the BKB. He's going to turn. He's going to consider dropping down the black hole. He's going to hold on to it for now. But now it's going to mean that his BKB is going to come to it, and he won't have the black. And he can black hole, but with the BKB already gone, he's not got any sort of safety to rely on. Crystallis is getting completely controlled here by XM and Jin Q. It's just 3 dead again from Secret. They get caught in an awkward spot, and they just can't put a team fight together.
They just can't really do anything, right? It's like, if they want to play the wider map, then Extreme will just walk down the lane, right? They have Exo, they have Leshrac. They're going to take your buildings. And Secret don't really have that perfect wave clear. We saw the OG game earlier. The DK illusions, the Naga illusions. Secret don't have that. So when the game gets difficult with this Aegis, they either need to like poke Extreme to prevent them from going high ground because spells are used out on the map, or they need to somehow skip every wave perfectly, which is already very, very difficult. And because of that, Extreme are just, benefiting so freely. Like, does Boom want to commit Black Hole there? Like, he's gonna, what, Black Hole the Death Prophet again? It's just not worth it. Is he gonna Black Hole the Ursa with Aegis? Of course not. So I feel like for Secret, if they maybe had more heroes ready for the Centaur Doom pick, get the kill instantly, then reset, probably a lot better, right? But that wasn't the case, and now Extreme, they go to the bottom side of the map. Hit this thing just for a little bit.
The Tormentor's going to be back up in a second, right, with how quickly they stole it earlier. Here it is, round 2. They'll go for it again. Steal themselves another shard. This one for Arme. I mean, that's a very nice one to have. Completes the build even quicker then.
He is going to be very, very scary. He gets the heart. Hard to get a slight buff. I think it was, what, 5 more strength? Of course, it lost the HP component of it, but there was a very boring heart meta, so it did need to get nerfed. Aegis out in 1 minute 40 seconds. Oh, Plan B. Oh, for Doom. Okay.
And at the same time, maybe even a catch onto Chrysalis. XXS was able to get in with a jump hoof stomp. A couple of pounces away, Chrysalis was just able to finish up that Aghanim Scepter. May just save his life here. Continue to hunt for him in the trees. They've got the Moonlight to buy extra time to get the vision upon him. At the same time, XM and DY, they take out Puppey. Chrysalis continue with the juice, but they've found him. Tries to TP out, but unfortunately for him, ends up TPing out on top of this ward. And they see him, and they catch him.
Dire's middle tower.
And Ahmed just hitting mid-tier 3.
I mean, he is. I mean, I guess that point of the map as well, sure, he might have had the chance to sort of hold back on the TP and check for vision, but you just don't expect that ward to be there at this point, do you?
Are fortified.
It's a pretty deep ward. It's normally like kind of like the Roshan ward, but yeah, to have it random at this stage of the game, then yeah. Extreme, pick him off.
Here's the push. Tier 3 down in the mid lane. 20 seconds until Chrysalis is back up. XXS, ooh, he's teasing around with him under the tier 4s, tries to get the jump in onto Boom. They'll be able to kick out a fair bit of damage here with the Chakram, and they've popped the fortification. See how much of a pushback that gives to them. Arme, 20 seconds left on his Aegis. He's going to jump and get as much out of it as he can. He's going to look to try and commit to take down these melee racks. 15 seconds left on the Aegis. And they know it. They'll take the melee racks. They got what they came for. They'll back off. They'll reset.
Now the secret instantly smoke here. Your exorcism's on cooldown. You now can ignore the death prophet in the next fight. Sure, you're down 20,000 gold, but if there ever was a moment to try and fight, it would be now. A little bit obvious, but extreme. There is.
They're ready to go.
Eki, he's not aware.
Completely burst down there through the combo. It's Chrysalis. He's been caught by the long silence. The Black Hole's there. It's the big one. It's the beautiful one. Boom! He comes in clutch. Catches them all. XXS has to BKB TPI. He'll make it away. But it's a triple kill for Boom. And absolutely making up for some of the whiffs earlier there. A beautiful one from Boom. Keeps Secret in the game.
There it is. You know, he hits the 5-man hole. They're ready. They bait him out just a little bit more. Eki, he starts the fight with his death, instant buyback. But yeah, for Boom, such a struggle of a game. It has been so difficult for him to connect, but look at that. He instantly jumps in with the BKB to cover just in case. Corden with the follow-up damage, doomed onto the Ursa. This is the fight you expect from Secret. You want to hit the key doom on the Ursa or the Leshrac. You want to hit a black hole on minimum 3. This time he hits 5. Can they do that again, though? That was a very zealous play from Extreme, right? Like they could feel the fact that the game was completely in their hands, so they're just
they were running straight
whatever
into that,
they want, right? But still, now in the back of their minds, they're thinking, wait a second, this Enigma, he is a threat.
Yeah, that was... Well, if he can do it again, but as you say, you don't get 5-man Black Hole twice in a game. Or if you do, something's going seriously wrong. He's done it once. Let's see if he finds a chance to get something again. Either way, with that play, what was on the verge of looking like a complete stomp, whatever happens now, it's not going to be that way. Boom. He's blown the game back open. Sure, they're still down 11k, but it was in the 20ks beforehand. He's managed to swing it back around here for Secret. Give them a bit of breathing room. Give them that extra bit of chance to kind of get Chrysalis in a position where he can get in these fights, get his BKB done, and get these kills without being hindered too much.
Yeah, this game now for Secret is all about just be a nuisance, right? Like the Slark, he needs to get into the fight, scream at Extreme and go, look at me, please. Let them jump him, and then allow for Boom with his BKB to connect on that black hole. And I just looked at the kill feed. He got 3 of the kills out of the 4. So he now has nearly a refresher. He got 600 for the Lesh, 500 for the Marana, 1,000 for the Ursa, right? Of course, assist gold from the Death Prophet as well. So if he can get a refresher for the next fight, what was a very tanky build from Ursa, it might not be that useful anymore because he's going to die in 2 black holes. He's going to die in, maybe 1 black hole if Secret's prepared for it. But the point is, like, he's not some basher, big physical damage. I see the Enigma out of position. I quickly Abyssal kill him. Haha, you can't do anything, right? It's not now I'm going to try and tank your black holes, but now you've got 2. I didn't expect you to have 2 after how bad your game was. So this could now be the quite an awkward net worth for Extreme, where it's been invested in a certain game plan, and our Secret, they're feeling confident. All right, Boom, you got this. Black holes available. Of course, the 8th lens is helping Boom connect on the holes, and they want to find someone big here. They're close to finding Arme. They're pinging him out.
Arme would be the biggest one to catch. Can they kill him? Oh no! Oh, okay, there they go. XXS ends up jumping into it. They get him with the BK. He's got the BKB off, but he gets doomed. He's going to get out of this fight. TP back to base. Arme turns over towards Eki. Chris listening with the Depth Shroud to keep Eki safe. Arme now keeping his distance. XM, the backup's turned up here for Extreme Gaming. Secret, they've got to retreat. The stun catches onto Puppey. It's a double kill for XM. They're seeing if they can try and hunt down Boom as well. He's out on the low ground. It's on the low ground. Should be able to continue the retreat. So Secret at least able to cut their losses a bit there. Get the rest of the heroes out. But unfortunately, back to sort of the black holes they don't want to be seeing, T.
Yeah, pretty much. It's... they had
But he did get XXS at the end of it. They didn't kill him, but it hit someone. So credit to be given where credit is due.
Yeah, he felt a little bit charitable, right? He just saw the missed black hole. He's like, you know what? I'll jump in there just so you get the stat that you don't miss it. But yeah, no, I think it's like one of those, like, if he connects on the Ursa, it's going to be perfect, right? But he had the 8th lens, he had the bonus cast range, but rather than casting it on max range, he kind of clicked it closer to himself and he just missed the black hole. He does have Refresher in 100 gold though. So maybe
do you commit for that or do you save for buyback?
Yeah.
Do you think you buy up or do you hold buyback?
I think this game's too much about the fight for Secret. So I think for Enigma, he can go for Refresh and no buyback. Because if he misses, let's say, the next black hole and has buyback, who cares, right? He's gonna buy back no black hole. What's he gonna do, right? So of all the heroes in the game, he's a little bit more explosive with not having a buyback. But Secret, their execution is really their downfall right now. If they can just, if they hit the spells, it's devastation for Extreme. But for Extreme, on the other hand, is when they're together, holding each other's hand is so easy. Now Ursa gets a free Aghanims from the Roshan. He has a heart, the Octarine, the Ags as well, so you can reduce the cooldown, allows it to use his ultimate during Enrage, and DD picked up by the Slark. This is...
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing, right? Being able to pop the Enrage whilst you're black hold.
20 seconds for 2 black holes, but ages advantage. Secret wish they could have contested this Roshan, but of course, they're able to do that.
On mid lane.
Has the ages, don't forget.
That's true. He's going wherever he wants to go because he knows they can't do anything about him. Jump forward here. XXS counting things out. He's able to get the vision really onto the 3 of them. Krista's having to step away. Eki is going to be focused and taken down. Run over, in fact, with a Stampede. Finish off the Doom. Crystalis, he's trying to stand his ground against XM, but he's had to use the BKB and the Shadow Dance here at the same time. And he's dead. He feels like he cannot run, and that means he's out of the game for 75 seconds. He did spend up. He does not have buyback. Extreme Gaming, meanwhile, of course, they still got the Aegis. They've still got the cheese. They're going to start taking Secret space from them.
Dead for a minute. Eki dead for 20. Sure, they got the black holes, but they're not going to want to use them now. And with Aegis, they walk up the high ground with confidence. They take mid. They're taking top. Jinki pushing out bottom as well. They will be maybe even contesting for Mega Creeps here if they want to get super aggressive.
I mean, I think that they're going to realize soon that this Slark just doesn't have buyback if they stick around and keep the pressure on.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top ranks.
Corden. The Moonlight Shadow to reset. 25 seconds still.
Is under attack.
Yeah, they know at this stage that Mega Creeps are certainly on the table. XM jumping in will get doomed on the side. Boom is going to use the black hole the first time round to control Arme, but Arme, as soon as the black hole ends, he's able to jump in onto Boom. Boom popped the refresher, but he couldn't get the second black hole off. He's out of the game for 60. Corden caught by the stuns. He's dead as well. No buyback on him. They'll have the Slark back in play. Crystalis, it's just him and Eki. Puppy's got a buyback available, but there's no Corden, there's no Boom, and there's no chance. GG is called. Extreme Gaming will take this game 1.
What a game as well, right? Like, just the putting the Death Prophet into the 5 position. You know, you got some Leshrac returning to the mid lane. We're seeing just like Centaur Morana, just a classic offlane duo. The way that they played the map, super aggressive. We saw the Ursa Octarine build just being even more annoying. And for Secret, they went for a super high skill type of draft, right? They need to play on their own momentum. They need to make sure that every time they have a black hole, they're killing off a hero, punishing Extreme, and it wasn't able to occur. Same thing with this 4-position Doom, right? When you pick up a 4-pos Doom, you want every Doom to just annoy your opponent to continue your own farm, to make sure you keep scaling. But it just felt like they just never really connected, right? You got this mid Timbersaw who has an early blink, but he can't play with anyone. Crystallis just kind of farms his way throughout the game, does 12.8k damage, nearly less damage than every hero individually on Extreme. We're going to see some highlights here, and for Secret, if they can execute, I'm not saying flawlessly, I don't think any team can obviously flawlessly execute a game of Dota, but if they can execute 90%, 85%, then they can look better in this game. But they're probably executing at maybe 55% efficiency in this game, and because of that, Extreme, with how tanky they are, the utility that they buy, they are just going to inevitably run them over.
They really did, and I think we're going to be seeing more of more Leshrac, especially when XM is playing. Looked really good this game. Crazy amounts of damage kicked out, and these little changes definitely making the hero that more viable. A little bit of a Bloodstone buff, a little bit of a Mage Slayer nerf. It's getting back to that territory where we are going to see more of this hero, absolutely. And Secret, at least for them, they've got that one highlight. We have it here.
Oh yeah, here we go.
At the end of the day, win or lose, a 5-man black hole's a 5-man black hole. So at least they got that out of this game. Unfortunately for them, everything else, not a lot they can take away from this one. But we'll see when they come back in with the Game 2 draft. See if they can reset things, change things up. They went with this approach. The first pick, Timber. Timber didn't end up getting to do too much this game, so maybe we'll see some change up there. But as it goes, this first game of the series goes to Extreme Gaming. Don't go nowhere. We'll be back with Game 2 after the break.
Tonight is all about you. Just go on and have what you want. And do anything that you like to. Oh, you don't even have to stop, no. You sparkle like diamonds. Yes, you do, no matter where you are. And you got everyone's attention. Yeah, you're breaking every heart, yeah. Wonder if you ever realize it's yours for you to take. Just let it show what you feel inside. Don't hold back, don't make them wait. Set the world on fire. It's your time, so do whatever you like. It's your night. You got the stars in your eyes. Let them shine and set the world on fire. Light up the sky. You look good in the spotlight. Just go on and set yourself free. And why not have the time of your life? 'Cause tonight you're royalty. Yes, you are. Wonder if you ever realize it's yours for you to take. Just let it show what you feel inside. Don't hold back, don't make them wait. Set the world on fire. It's your time, so do whatever you like. It's your light. You got the stars in your eyes. Let them shine and set the world on fire. Light up the sky. Just let the music take you anywhere you wanna go. Oh, what you did to me. Temperature's hot and you got me caught just the way I wanna be. My favorite addiction, you know you are just what I've been waiting for. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, begging for more. 'Cause just a little bit, just a little, oh, is never enough. 'Cause just a little bit, just a little, oh, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. You got that touch I've been dreaming of, so don't be holding back on me. No, hooked on your love, got me so messed up. 'Cause you're the everything I need. Oh, yeah. My favorite addiction, you know you are. Just what I've been waiting for. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, begging for more. 'Cause just a little bit, oh, is never enough. 'Cause just a little bit, oh, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. Just a little, oh, is never enough. Just a little bit, oh, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the DreamLeague Season 22 group stages. I'm ODPixel with T-Gov, and we're currently halfway through the series between Team Secret and Extreme Gaming. Game 1, it was outside of a very nice 5-man black hole. Pretty much a stomp from Extreme. It was never really outside of the 5-man black hole in any sort of doubt that they were going to close that one up. They looked as good as you could expect it coming in after their recent performances. Secret, on the other hand, it was a tough one for them. As you said, you very much were saying that this draft, you felt it was just a very difficult to execute draft.
Yeah, you can also see it by the bans of Extreme in the first game, where they conclude with like a Pangolier and a Puck ban, right? So for Secret, if their mid laner was super annoying, like I poke you here, you jump on us, but then suddenly you're having to deal with like a coil or some Rolling Thunder, it probably gives Secret better entry to hitting spells. But because of these bans, they then force the Timbersaw to mid. You now have like the offlane Enigma, a 4-position Doom. Like, if you're having Doom Enigma as your offlane duo, it kind of feels like you need that mid to be a Pangolier. You need your safe lane to be a kill-hungry safe lane that is getting 2 or 3 kills, shutting down the offlaner, because then your draft becomes a secure 6-minute rune, 8-minute rune, mid laner has a good time, carries killing, offlanes just super greeding it up and farming. But because of the Timbersaw mid, and the fact that Slark is like, they now have like a really lost draft, I feel. So yeah, it was one of those, they get to the end stages, they're trying to fix the problems that they've kind of created upon themselves, and unfortunately in the game, if you ignore draft and execution, like I said at the tail end of the cast, they just didn't really execute that well. So not only did they have a hard draft to execute on, they also just didn't play well, I'll happily say that, on the Enigma or the Doom. So yeah, they just lost the first game. So hopefully they can bounce back so we get a competitive game too, because Extreme are looking very polished and yeah, clean as always.
No, they really were. Just in the way that their draft kind of played out, I think, looking back on things, that Centaur response that they were able to go with straight away as soon as they see that this early Timber, that was never really answered right. Every single time, the Stampede, it just did so much in setting themselves up for favourable positioning. And if anything, definitely got into the heads of the Doom and the Enigma in that game when it came to how they used their ults. It did feel that Centaur factor was a huge issue for them.
Yeah, it's always a thorn in your side when you're playing into a Centaur lineup because you just know Stampede is so high value. Like I think it was like around 9 to 12 minutes or maybe slightly after, there was that play where Doom Enigma tried to kill bottom, they missed the black hole. Meanwhile, Lesh was killing Timbersaw mid with Mirana. But the Stampede was the start of all of that because it allowed the Death Prophet to kite back to then allow the initiation of mid. Like one Stampede pretty much won 2 team fights on different locations on the map, right? And yeah, Centaur's a problem. There's Death Prophet casual 5 who's just chilling, playing some game, who's now soaking up Doom is a problem. Like there's a lot of problems that Stream created in that game, but that's because their lanes were so powerful to deal with, right? I think that's always the thing I was mentioning about this team in the draft. Is like you look at all their drafts, they just have natural synergies, like 1-2 combos in lane, mid laners that are self-sufficient. It's like they are such a neutral team in regards to they're not like volatile where it's like, oh, let's go pick some X hero off lane that needs so much help, or let's pick a mid that requires every win or he loses, right? They just pick really stable lineups to outplay in the fight rather than the draft.
If that's going to be sort of the same approach they make in this game too. We will have the draft up pretty soon. We're just getting all the players ready in the lobby, making sure that we are good to go for this for the second game. But I think overall, Secret, I expect that they can definitely give themselves a bit of a better shot, right, in this game. I think we will see a change in their lineup. I think the way that things kind of got forced at the end, it does sort of lead you to wonder if, how open they were to this plan of taking that first pick Timber and being like, all right, Corden, take it to the mid. Because you say yourself, you're looking at the numbers, he'd only done it twice before, right?
Yes, for his competitive game, yeah, too.
So you got to imagine there's other things that Corden wants to be playing in the mid. I would imagine they're going to try and do their best to try and get him on one of those this game. Not that the Timbersaw itself was terrible. I mean, he did pretty all right in the lane matchup. He was able to get good farm. But just outside of that, it just wasn't really able to have much impact, right? I think he ended up, 4-3-4? Pretty underwhelming. Yeah. He did do the most damage on the team. So, as I said, when it comes to sort of parts of that game that weren't going great for them, he wasn't the worst part. So but at the same time, I think because he wasn't the worst part, you just got to ask yourself, if he was on another hero, how much more could he have done? Because he could probably have got a lot more done if he wasn't playing mid-timber that game.
I think this is like a couple of things where the meta from the successful teams will trickle down to teams who are trying to get to that point, right? So Timbersaw, for example, it is the meta of 7.35, no matter what letter patch you're in. But also Falcons with MR, winning tournaments remind you of his hero pool. So that's one thing for Timber. The second thing is when you pick a Timber with the idea of flexing, it complicates the draft because not only are you trying to flex the hero, but you need to draft in a way where if you do flex it, the role that it goes to can't hinder the heroes that you pick. So you basically need to continue picking heroes that if Timbersaw goes mid, the next 3 heroes can still enable, or next 2 heroes, can enable a mid Timbersaw. If it suddenly goes to off lane, the mechanics will change slightly, so we need to make sure that it still amplifies it, enables it. I feel like Secret kind of picked the Timber because it's good, picked other heroes, and then just didn't respect the flex that occurred, So it's like one of those ones where it is just, they did just draft themselves into a corner, and when they tried to unpack the entire draft, it was just a little bit too far down the line. And I think in this next game, we'll see how they approach it. But yeah, heroes like Timbersaw, you either just pick it to go off lane, you pick it just to go mid, or you flex it, but with a lot of respect. And unfortunately, in this game for Secret, they just maybe didn't respect the Timbersaw aspect as much. So the rest of their draft might look nice, but when you look back at Timbersaw, it will be the problem. So yeah, we'll see if they do go for it again in this next game, or if they have a different idea. But I would like to see Corden, if he is on Timbersaw, enable him, and if he's not on Timbersaw, let him shine on his active heroes that we've seen him playing, in SEA in his short stint on Secret.
And on the sort of side of heroes that you maybe want to be taking away from Extreme Gaming, do you think there's any in particular that maybe Secret even themselves, they can play, so they might even try and get through on the first few picks? just to deny Extreme Gaming getting to run a second game with them.
Again, XSS is such a strong offlaner that you need to respect his Mars that they banned out. His Centaur, I feel like you want to respect. And when you, like, OG has Ari for position 4 for respect. Extreme has their offlane. Like, if you want to ban out a Mars and a Centaur, then suddenly you're giving up maybe like a Doom, or maybe he wants to try and play Timbersaw even though he doesn't play it as much as the other heroes, right? So yeah, I think maybe the Centaur at least is one hero to keep in mind. In the previous draft, they banned out SD, Mars, and DK. Of course, DK is meta favorite right now, so I can see why that was there. SD, specialty for Extreme, and then Mars, specialty for XSS. So maybe they have room to change up one of those bans for a Centaur. Maybe they just pick it themselves, and then they don't really care. Because that could also have been a good thing, right? You first pick Centaur, you don't care about them having some Timbersaw because you have Stampede, but alas, we'll see where it goes for now.
And we will. Let's have a look, see what sort of change-ups we get. This time it's going to be Secret banning out the Chen. I believe last time that was Extreme. Extreme, they're going to ban out the Enigma and the Razor. And yeah, indeed for Secret, it's the Mars once again as a focused ban. This third ban, this is maybe where we see things change up. Maybe one of the heroes let through previously will be touched upon. Let's have a look.
And also, Extreme are first pick this time around, because I think, was it last time? Yeah, Extreme was second pick last time. So we do have a change up in draft order, hence why the bans are slightly different for Extreme. Even showing respect towards the Enigma, I think even though it had a pretty shaky game, it's still an Enigma, right? If it's drafted better, if it's enabled in a different way, the black holes are inevitable. I don't think you can draft in a way that's like disrespectful to the player. Like Boom didn't have a great game, but I don't think, if you still think the hero is good, you shouldn't just not ban it because the player didn't play well, right? Like he could play well the next game and then you regret not banning it, right?
5 seconds remaining.
Extreme. Last time they went for an early Monkey King ban, they do again here. With the CM first pick here this time. So changing things up. I want to win this one a different way. The Secret, they'll go for the BAP. Something that was banned out last time, right? That was this series.
Yeah, it's a hero
That was
that
the first.
Secret have, or at least Eki plays a lot in 4 position. It's probably one of the top heroes that allowed Eki to rise a lot of MMR. Because he, before, yeah, I'd say he quite quickly climbed a lot of MMR, and yeah, at least Batrider was one of them. Extreme though, with the Crystal Maiden, it's something that they've been doing recently at least. It is one of those kind of 1+1 type combos for the safe lane, right? Like you buy your mangoes, you press Frostbite, and then your carry either goes for the kill, or you just bully the enemy to half HP so that your carry can continue to farm. They don't go too crazy on the CM pick. Like they don't force it too hard. That's what I mean. Like they're not picking like int heroes mid to always utilize the aura. They're not doing all this stuff. It's just a casual Crystal Maiden that will poke a little bit in lane, will smoke up with his offlane support, and just kind of play the map.
And that's Secret. I'll see what see if they want to ban any of the heroes that are going to be rather good against that style of play.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, one thing I do wonder again. I mean, obviously with the CM in the game, I feel like it could, it's a long way away from it, but maybe lead into another draft where you do end up with a Lesh. Even better when you got that CM aura pumping the mana up for you.
Yeah, especially because
really
Batrider, because if Batrider is the 4 position, he's probably going to go for some like Drum, some Blink. Like it's not going to be some super early BKB type hero, right? And that's where Leshrac can feel pretty good. And yeah, they steal the Centaur.
I like that. I mean, I think it was necessary. I think that the Centaur was one of the biggest issues that Secret were having last game.
10 seconds
Those early Stampedes, really allowing them to set up every fight, Extreme Gaming in the way that they wanted to. And now this time they're going to be having to deal with it. So also interesting to see, when a team as proficient as Extreme comes in and they give such a performance on Centaur, just to see what they do against it. Because that, I feel like, if you're a team in this tournament, these are the notes that you should really start to be taking. Because you know that Extreme's going to want to play their Centaur. You want to see what their idea is against it.
No, for sure. And Centaur, again, to remind, is a very strong laner with the burst potential, right? Like you press stomp, you double edge, you have a support that also busts you up through either doing damage or keeping them close enough to make sure that you do hit your spells. And for Extreme, they can either go for a carry that plays on a little bit of range to get away from that, or you go for a very beefy kill-hungry hero that CM can utilize, and maybe you try and turn the tide and go into them, for example. But for Extreme, at least, they now go for a Magnus. Likes the aura from Crystal Maiden, can be very aggressive, and this lane is so strong. Like Bushwhack with Shockwave, the slow of Skewer. Yeah, you can die a lot in this lane if Secret don't pick a survival one.
Yeah, I mean, what kind of carries do you want to be picking? Do you go sort of down the route of, I want to play from range, but then you're squishy, or do you want to pick some kind of beefy melee carry that's, you're going to get caught by the combo, but maybe you stand a chance of not getting burst by it?
I think I'd go for probably the melee route for a carry. I'd want to be able to play out the lane. Of course, already, if there was an ultimate option, I'd probably go Razor for Crystallis, but that's banned. Monkey King, of course, it's banned. Heroes like, Bloodseeker for Crystallis could maybe be okay, but picking it blind here feels kind of bad because Extreme close out the phase of another hero. But I'd like to see some. Ooh, they could also go maybe Morphling for Secret. That could work. You're tanky. You also have, range to distance yourself throughout the game. You can play against RP quite nicely. So I think some Morph plus Puppy style hero could work out pretty nice for them. And they could still Slark again if they really wanted to. You are going to take a lot of damage, but no, they go for the Morph. No, I prefer the Morph for sure. Now give me an Undying. Really lock down the old school lane.
Okay, well, you do that we just give them more for a really good start to this game.
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't know, actually, when was the last time Puppy played Undying? It doesn't... Pretty sure it's such an old hero for him, but I like Clockwork, I like Undying. I want to see like some melee 5 that really secures the lane and can just soak up a Shockwave or a Bushwhack, and then suddenly Morphling gets down to level 3, and then you don't really care too much. But
he's on a Rubik right now. Yeah, he's on a bit of a Rubik streak.
Yeah.
In terms of the picks.
It's an insane Rubik game, to be fair, though.
I mean, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Against all of them, but Magnus in particular are right. Rubik is just one of those heroes you don't want to play Magnus into.
Extreme go for try. Yeah. Like Puppy could put his ult on quick cast and just click randomly in a fight, and he'll get a good spell this game, pretty much. Like
it's very, yeah.
But no, going back for Extreme, they go for a Troll Warlord. This hero can buy Diffusal, can go Disperser if he wants to. Of course, Disperser, I believe if I remember the patch correctly, now does an AoE buff, but just does it to himself and the enemy, right? Or so it's like single target kind of. So it's not as annoying at rallying your entire team forward with it, but still very good for heroes that like to be selfish. Troll can be selfish. Everything he puts on himself will make him less, kiteable. And he can go diffuse, like I said, Diffuser from Disperser. So yeah, this Morphling, throughout the entire game, at any minute, he could just get blinked on by a Troll, mana burnt, maybe bashed, RP'd. It is pretty spooky in that regard.
They ban out the OD, and in return, Secret getting rid of those potent mids that would not want to play against the OD. Which, to be fair, is a lot of mids. Well, not a lot of heroes that do want to lane against an OD in that mid lane. They ban out the Pango, they ban out the Storm. Extreme, final chance here to secure their sort of mid position. Well, what do you think they're missing? What would you like to see sort of thrown into the mix here for Extreme?
It's going to sound boring, but just any spirit hero, right? Like any hero that just does something on the map. A playmaker, right? You've got such strong lanes. CM Troll, super strong lane. It has kill potential. It can also just push out the wave. It's just good. You then, sure, a core Batrider can annoy Troll a lot, but in this game it's a support, so if they don't feed an early kill and lose out on levels, it should be pretty decent for them. And then you have Hoodwink Magnus, right? So if their mid laner can just get an active rune, have any TP available, look to a side lane, you're probably gonna get kills, right? So just
I mean,
mid.
wouldn't Puck be pretty insane here? A great follow-up to the Magnus and a bit of an answer to the Stampede escapes.
Yeah, for sure. No, 100%. There's not a lot of perfect control, right? It's one lift into then a Stomp or a Lasso, and normally Puck doesn't get caught by them. They ban out a Huskar as well, and
they got
go for
Spirits
Voice
as
Spirit.
you were hoping. All right.
I like Puck as well for sure. Like, I think both are probably equally in their minds. I think I actually I partially prefer Puck.
Well, dude,
But
can't
they
you
go
just last pick Viper here? Why would you not? Is it not dirty? Is it not nasty? Or is it not that good at the
I
at
just
the top
don't
level?
know if. Yeah, it's more like.
It's
Okay, let's see what they pick first.
oh,
They go Dazzle. Okay.
that's a Dazzle mid, right?
Yeah, same logic
Yeah.
of being nasty and
It is.
trying to
That certainly is
threaten.
nasty. Okay.
Just when I look at both lineups, I look at Extreme, and XM, of course, had a lot of emphasis on he wants to be the playmaker, he'll do everything on the map. And that's why they pick up Dazzle to shut him down to delay those timings. But for Secret, if they don't do well in offlane with Boom and Eki can't like start dictating the game on his Batrider, they are going to lack quite a lot of presence. Morphling naturally wants to farm, he goes for some Vlads, more farm, then he gets a couple items, then he's into the game, right? And Dazzle naturally wants to push other heroes forward. So I am looking once again at Secret's offlane duo. If they underperform, Corden, who should have a good lane, Morphling, who should farm, they might just not have any moves to make. So I think for Extreme, sure, Void Spirit could get shut down, but I expect both the Troll and the Magnus to farm very well. And yeah, maybe even the support, the CM and Hoodwink will have some freedom to make moves to mid and even kill off Dazzle if Secret aren't ready to rotate. But improvements from Secret for sure. I just think there is, once again, a big spotlight on Boom and Eki to make sure that they can provide something for the team as they enter the early to mid game. Because this time around, Christmas, it won't be his job to do it.
Let's have a look. It was a rough game one. Rough game one for Secret. Extreme Gaming coming in and looking as hot as ever. Let's see if they can do it back to back here in this game two and secure themselves the more points here in this group stage.
Prepare for battle.
Let's have a look. There's a lot of big combos are potentially going to be coming in. And I'll be interested to see as well what XM's able to do with the Void Spirit from the mid. I do feel that this hero is definitely been in a lot better places in the past, right? It's one of the mids that did fall out of favour with a lot of mid players, with kind of just how it got nerfed again and again and again. Let's see what he can do with it here. As he brought back the Lesh, that looked fantastic. Let's see if he can do something similar with the Void Spirit this game.
Yeah, I think with the... Ooh, they're even doing a late smoke on Extreme. So they kind of walk out, then they do a late smoke to get that wraparound. Voice Spirit kind of still by like Maid Slayer Ags, like maybe even Kaya Sanj. So it's very much like a get into the middle of the fight, get those silences. Less about the whole man to right click era that we saw from Thompson. Maybe down the line, but Extreme not really finding anything from this late smoke. Going back to the matchup of Dazzle Void Spirit, I do expect it all to be about when does Void Spirit hit 6 and our support's ready to then try and kill Dazzle on the Astral Step timing, because that will then just give him entry to the fight. And also 6 and 8 minute runes, very important. 2 for 2 for the bounty split. And then we'll run to lanes.
I see I could at least be able to annoy Arme a little bit. As they make their way down there. The mid Dazzle. Let's see how much of an issue that causes for XM. See how aggressive Corden can be. And if he can slow down XM's early game.
That's one of the most obnoxious things by that little firecracker thing. Do you ever use it in your games or not?
I don't. I struggle to press the buttons as it is. It's, you know, too many buttons for me. But indeed, it's quite large. Just the area of the crackles. It is rather distracting. So definitely some well placed ones can mess you up on the old CS.
Already 3 denies to Corden, 3 CS, Void Spirit. Sitting at, 3 and 1, so not too bad. But yeah, those early denies will be helping out. In top lane, yeah, the Magnus and the Hoodwink. Morphling, not really a killer hero, right? Very, very passive in that regard. Maybe at level 2, 3, when you get some of your active spells, you can do some stuff. But yeah, for now, XM actually dying in the mid lane. Any tips?
Is he? It's close, but it's not enough. He's going to be able to live. Hasn't got a whole lot of regen to play with, though. He's still a couple of creeps away from having the gold for the bottle. But he should be able to get there with the fact that Jin Q is just trying to push Corden back so that XM can get that final few CS to get the bottle.
I didn't expect dual lane to be on our bingo card for today's game, but okay, dual lane mid.
I mean, it did what it needed to, because with that XM is able to get the bottle gold. Something that he wouldn't have been able to get if he'd left on his own. The alternative would have been sort of taking a walk back to base and TPing out. This was the way they wanted to play it, bring in a +1, get that farm for the bottle.
Yeah, and because of the Morphling not being a high threatening carry, Magnus can be independent. He can play top by himself. And Jinku, he went for the boot very early on. He kind of went for some very cheap stat items, but not overspending on resources. So now, sure, he TP mid, but he has boots to run and troll.
Oh my goodness, the Fairy Fire there keeps Arme safe. Only just. He's brought out another fresh set of tangos as well. Knows there's going to be a lot of damage thrown at his way. Doing what he can to stay strong in the lane. Keeping the regen up.
No.
At least in the mid. XM, now he's got the point in the dissimulate. It's a lot harder for Corden to really bully him. Anytime that poison touch comes out, he can either try and dodge it or just separate himself from the dazzle. So should be able to see him stabilize the lane a little bit. Corden should still, though, be expected to have that continued lead in this matchup. XM just won't be dying anytime soon.
Yeah. And Chrysalis, completely free game, right? Like, Hoodwink ran mid, he's against a Magnus. Sure, he can't push the Magnus out, but Morphling will just completely free farm in this top lane. Just like the last game. Secret, I think, what was it? All 3 cores had very good CS at the start of the previous game.
Bottom, they're in with the flame break. They're going to get in this time round. First blood for Boom as they dive in and take down the troll. And maybe see if they can try for DY as well. It's taking down lows to the Firefly. They've got to be a bit careful about how they dive in under the tower. They're happy to leave DY just incredibly on the HP. Nearly dying to the creep here. The Tango region and the tower just enough to keep him alive. Solid start for Secret this time round.
And this is all happening because Extreme didn't really put emphasis on blocking the hard camp. They allowed it to get double stacked. They allowed the Batrider to pull the bot wave. Sure, Batrider is very good against Crystal Maiden and Troll, in kind of certain matchups, but when you have bad lane positioning, Batrider will then continue to thrive with that flame break, the ability to kind of close the gap on you and make sure that Firefly is connected. And Void Spirit
in the mid, Corden. Able to get him. Chases him out after the dissimulate. That's a big kill to find. I didn't expect him to find that with the fact that I felt that XM was going to be able to protect himself each and every time with the dissimulate. That time round wasn't the case. Corden with a very, very significant lead now. 20-14 against the 12-3 and having that solo kill. And just about to hit the 6. He's got about a level and a half advantage on XM. Might need to be bringing in another one of those support heroes over towards the mid or something. Because this is not looking good for the Void Spirit. Bottom lane.
Not off. Ooh.
So they can punish it this time round.
Acorn.
Pretty big acorn shot there coming in, bouncing around the 2 of them. It's enough to catch and kill Eki. Boom will be able to get into the safety of the trees, so he'll live. And he's also got the backup of Puppy. Our man DY is still rather low down here. I mean, Arme, if he gets caught in some sort of telekinesis into a Who Stomp, but it is under a ward, so he should be fine here. Not going to allow himself to get caught and still has the presence of both DY and Xingqiu.
Yeah, they ping out the ward exactly on the spot. And yeah, there's the D ward. I think Secret will be pretty content right now, right? You've got more farming top. Dazzle continues to apply pressure mid. 30 CS to the 19 denies to the 13 CS. To be clear, 3-1 to Dazzle, 1-3 to Void Spirit. That is quite the matchup that Corden has been able to get himself in the draft here. And XM half a level away from level 6. There are no points in grave right now for Dazzle. So if CM and Hoodwink come middle with the Void Spirit level 6 timing, that could be a way just to bring XM back into the game, especially if he gets the last hit on the kill. We'll see if Extreme look to try and set that up. With the constant oppression in bot lane though, that will be difficult to do because Eki and Puppey are continuously playing with Boom here to prevent Arme from getting to the creep wave and his farm towards the Battle Fury or whatever he wants to buy. He actually isn't really buying anything right now. He only has a Wraith Band and 2 components of Phase Boots. So we'll see which troll route he wants to go.
Yeah, I mean, what do you feel sort of... Yeah, that's the thing. You know, are you liking the Maelstrom troll or the Battle Fury troll in most cases nowadays?
Ooh, I think I prefer Maelstrom. But this is also a game where it's like, he wants a BKB, he wants attack speed, he wants maybe even defusal for the Morphling. There's so many items he wants that he just needs to buy the one that allows him to be most efficient. As he is getting jumped once again.
They're going to get the setup here, and with Eki coming in, they're going to have the damage, surely. The knockbacks from the Flame Break, couple more right clicks. Arme trying to juke it out, but they'll chase him out. A double edge from Boom to seal the deal. They'll get the kill. XM comes in with a rotation. Make the jump over towards Puppey. They've got the follow-up lockdown with the Frostbite. Firefire's going to be popped. It won't save him. Puppey goes down. So XM with the TP over, able to find something in return, but still going to hurt. Losing Arme like that.
He wishes it wasn't a split kill though. The creeps got the final last hit, so XM wasn't able to get the bonus for getting the actual last hit himself. Still, kill's a kill.
A little bit of a momentary cliff play there from XXS, but Gristless straight back down with a stolen skewer. Can he continue to chase for this kill? Some pretty good damage in what with Puppey here, unless XXS can come out with some crazy jukes. I think he's going to be going down. He will indeed. Puppey says, I made that happen, so I'll take the kill.
Puppey doesn't get to play with Yapster anymore, so of course he's got to emulate him as much as possible.
See bottom, Arme just looking at trying to go for Boom, but Eki once again turns up. Puts a bit of a stop to the play that the two of them are trying to make. Can't even turn towards Eki themselves. DY and Arme feeling the heat here on this bottom lane. Not easy for them against these two. They constantly need +1s. They need further backup if they want to get something done. And here they should. They won't mess around. They'll drop the RP. They'll set up for Arme to take down Boom.
Yeah, nice rotation there from the Magnus. Without a blink, without any real way to gap close. Outside of his skewer, he needs to make sure that he has that set up in Crystal Maiden. With the Frostbite, easily able to do it.
Oh, that's actually something as well. Of course, with the Magnus in play, can you skip the Battle Fury and the Maelstrom completely and go straight for sort of the stat items?
Yeah, it looks like Arme's actually going for the Battle Fury.
He wants it regardless. Oh, yeah.
This game...
More cleave's always the best cleave.
Yeah, for sure. It's just a lot of farm needed. I feel like for Arme, though, this game does give me the vibe that it's going to be some, 50-minute game. Right? Like, it's going to be some real... back and forth, third Roshan contest type game, and because of that, Battle Fury is the choice compared to the Maelstrom. And Eki constantly running at his opponents, but Crystal Maiden very good. Any move slow, any route prevents Batrider from continuously chasing down your opponent.
Look for Corden.
No. Do they have any damage though?
They don't have a lot. And they've got Stampede. Corden, he's going to be able to back up, get out of there. Puppey heading over. DY's going to drop the ultimate, but it gets put to a stop by the telekinesis. Corden, he's still continuing a run here from DY, but he's able to turn with the poison touch. He's going to look to deny himself to the neutrals. He's able to do so. In fact, Puppey as well. The two of them able to knock themselves out to their own ancient stack to make sure the kills aren't picked up by Extreme Gaming.
Sorry, I was just choked watching that. Christ, what a beautiful double deny there. I gotta give it to Crystal Maiden though, the confidence to walk up there to try and force, okay, if I'm gonna die, you're at least gonna have to run base on 1 HP from Grave, or you're gonna die to the neutrals. So Pretty cool.
They're going to hunt for the kills again. Extreme Gaming. XM and Jinkyu looking to make the move up towards the top lane. Crystallis, it's a hard catch. It's a difficult one to get away with unless they somehow catch him shifted low. But the scanner's hit.
He has
Crystallis knows they're coming. He's building up the strength. And Jinkyu tries for the blind play. It's worth a shot, but it's not going to be a shot that connects. Oh, I say that. The ult did actually hit, but the catch didn't do anything. Crystallis easily out of there. They'll settle for the tower. And as Extreme Gaming, they bring the full squad up top. And they'll take the tier 1.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah. Nice scan coming out, of course. Scan. Very, very important.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Especially in the early game. And we'll see how Crystallis navigates away from this. He does have the Vlads complete now. Are they looking to defend bot? Axeman by himself in bot lane with 3 heroes on him. He is not able to defend this.
He's got to be very careful. He's having a tough time entering into this game. Rough lane against the Dazzle. Now with the Stampede, he's getting closed in upon. He's got another Astral Step, but that is the last one. As he gets blocked off, surrounded. His game just continuing to suffer. Falling further and further behind. This is, it's not his Lesh performance from last game, T.
No, he's nearly 400 gold above the Rubik in net worth. There is a chance that Puppey overtakes the Void Spirit in net worth in this game. Even Batrider could do the same. Like, that is how miserable of a game he has. He will look to continue making moves in the hope that the efficiencies of both Mag and Troll, they are playing the same side of the map. There are stacks in the Radiant Triangle for Arme to use. He has the Empower on him. Unlike the Magnus games we saw earlier today, they are overlapping the off-lane and carry to make sure that they can buff up his farm speed. Maybe Void Spirit even wants to get a little bit of Empower.
I think he'll definitely hope for it, yeah. Wants to have something to step up his damage, his burst potential at this stage, because with the start that XM's had, it's just the damage, especially nowadays from Void Spirit as a hero, it's just very underwhelming. The numbers have been just tuned down time and time again over the year or two. It's so hard to burst people, especially if you're falling behind like this.
Oh, Eki, he's farming very aggressively.
He's got the lasso to try and put a stop to the combo from XM. He can make them work for this Eki. See how much sort of space he can create here. There's even a Stampede. He's going to create quite a bit of space. The Jukes are out. He's into the trees, and he's juked right around them. D-White, he's got eyes on him again, but again, the damage from these two is just not that great. So even if they do catch him, I don't know if they kill him that quickly. They're going to bring in Jinkyu.
Oh, no.
The ult will hit. Dissimulate, it's enough. I mean, thank goodness for themselves that they did, because if they didn't get that kill, that would have felt really bad. But they get him. It takes a lot, and it takes a third hero, but they do finally kill the bat.
Oh, that's one of those ones where you wish you had team comms, right, for both teams. You want to hear, like, XM go, oh, I got a kill. And then Eki's like, haha, space created. But no, they finally do get the kill, which is important.
A 3k lead for Secret. Corden getting all this space in his triangle area to finish off what will be a very good Aghanims timing this game. XXS, he's sort of what they're going to be looking towards. Blink Dagger, just about to be finished. Maybe with that, Extreme Gaming can try and set up for some action.
Okay, Eki's rushing Blink Dagger. I'm trying to say, like, Secret right now in a very much like a farming pattern. It's just what will stop them from wanting to change that motion. And is it maybe the Batrider getting his Blink Dagger? Centaur just picked up his Blink Dagger. And I think Dazzle's very close to his Aghanims. Of course, Aghanims allows the heal to do damage based on hitting enemies as well. So very, very strong in that regard. We'll see if these two items from Centaur and Dazzle are the ones that give them a little bit more confidence in running across the river. But it's actually Extreme with the Blink Dagger on Magnus, the ones to try and go first. They'd love to find Dazzle. Centaur even TPing top, so Centaur cannot get into this engagement.
Oh! Okay, Puppy actually quick with his own stolen skewer, doesn't he? He's able to get it off. The Graves there. RP's been dropped, but XXS, he's going to be the one to go down. Puppy gets healed up. And my goodness, Secret there. Incredibly quick with a response. They do lose Puppy at the end of it, but Arme, he had to walk in pretty deep for that kill, and it's not worth it. He walked in to get Puppy, but it cost him his life, T. And I think even Arme knew there was no other way that was going to play out. Sure, the temptation to go in and kill something is there, but he was always going to die for that one, T.
Yeah, and the fact that Puppy had the skewer.
Yeah, look at that quick skewer. Not many times with the Magnus you blink skewer, but you're the one getting skewered first.
Yeah, and the fact that the reaction there from Puppy, you know, and on top of that, boom, he TP'd to the top tier 2. And XM, after the highlights, you're going to find out that XM also died again in the mid lane. But you got to give credit to Secret. They weren't really in perfect position to take that fight. They had heroes in top lane and mid, but because of the Dazzle keeping Rubik alive long enough, because of Puppy's reaction with the skewer to even just keep the fight going an extra, second or two, it bought time for Centaur to run all the way to mid. And yeah, fair play, Secret, 6,000 gold lead. Extreme, they tried to go aggressive, but they don't really have the damage right now. Secret, they can feel that. They're smoked up. 6,000 lead, like I said. They'd love to keep getting more kills. They won the fight middle. They only lost Puppy. During the highlights, they killed XM again. Will they find anyone else here? XM is walking down the lane. Boom's... Ooh, okay. Boom was smoked in the mid. Just stumped the crit wave instead of the hero, but it did look like they wanted to run away instead anyways.
Oh, look at the jump on Boom. He's going to put the Stampede. They've got the lockdown with the Frostbite. Graves going to come out, though. Gives Boom the chance to get his combo off, and he's getting healed up. Boom's able to walk away from this. They've killed off DY. They're going to get XXS and XM2 with Chrysalis turning up to the fight. And once again, the jumps from Extreme Gaming, they're not working at this point. XXS, he's trying to start the fights, but both times it's gone horribly wrong. And now up top, Arme was trying to use the space to push in, but they've found him. They can surround him. They can cut him up. Maybe he brings down Boom. No, Graves back up. Boom's going to be fine. The heals are out. Arme goes down again. Secret, they're hitting back hard in this game too.
Yeah, Corden is just owning this game right now. The mid lane, again with the mid lane, keeping Boom alive after he gets caught by the Magnus. So yeah, Corden's positioning is helping the Secret so much in this game. And he now picks up a Blink Dagger. So positioning, which has already been very good for Corden, is now even better for him. He will always be in the right place to assist his team. 10,000 gold lead. Secret look like they can brush off any initiation for Extreme because there is no real game to play in Eki. He'd get jumped here, but is there... Okay, there is just enough damage. I was so used to saying he might die to not die.
Oh, lovely little play there. Turns into the Void Spirit, uses the Remnant against him. I mean, Extreme Gaming at the moment, they just can't catch a break. Every trade is favoring Secret. And Secret, as soon as they take one sort of trade, they're ready to push forward and find kills on the aggressive. They take down Jin Q. They'll get this tier 2 tower. 16-9 here at 19 minutes in. 11k lead. If Secret continue this sort of level of play, they should have a pretty solid shot at closing this one up, T.
No, for sure. Especially because they have kill combos, but they also have kill combos that all break down the map as well. Like Morphling with the Vlads and the Manta, he can hit buildings. Dazzle, equally if he really wants to, he does half the amount of damage. So yeah, I think Secret, they are doing a very, very good job at preventing it from Extreme from hitting any creeps. This Magnus, he's looking to buy a Midas. He's looking to really just go, you know what, this, like I said, I told you, I think this game's going to last 50 plus minutes. I have a feeling, like even though Secret's in the lead, the drafts give me the vibe of like a banger game. Maybe Secret just out-execute and just win in 30, but there's something, there is a...
I mean, I think the high right. Yeah, I think if it does go 50-minute plus, I think it's very likely that Extreme Gaming will win it if it gets to that point, right? You look at the lineups, look at the ways they're looking to scale. It's gonna get harder for Secret, but at least for Secret at this point, 20 minutes in, that sort of difficult late game, it's a long, long way away from them. So they've got a lot of time, a lot of chances to just keep this pressure up and shut this game down before it gets anywhere close to the point where this Midas on the Magnus will pay off.
Yeah, or even the void spirit finds a single item. Like either or. You know,
He's
you got
struggling.
he has been able to keep above the net worth of the 2 supports of Secret by about 300 gold the entire game. So
Under attack.
that's something, I guess. I'm just trying to like troll games always feel nice when you have a slight item advantage. Whenever you're like even net worth or behind, the ability to get guided is so high in armor. He waited a hot minute to press that ultimate. Zeus ult, please. That is actually the most annoying thing in Dota, by the way. Other than OD astraling you in laning phase, is Zeus, who always press ult as soon as you see enemy tormentor taken.
I mean, it feels so good though. Pressing that ult when you see the Tormentor taken. Even better if you have an AA, you know. You suspect that Tormentor going down, shoot an Ice Blast over there. And even better when you got the refresher on Zeus, you know. Ice Blast and a couple of ults, you know. You're team wiping the team that just took a Tormentor.
Oh, it's good. As a support, when I'm there, like, I'm helping my team out.
It's like, yes, I didn't die this time to the Tormentor. Oh, wait, Zeus ult.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Alright, Secret, smoked up. Who are they going to find? They have triple blink on everyone who's smoked right now. They have 4 blinks in total with Centaur's.
Aki's going to go for it. Quick catch onto Arme. Well, this is going to get not the knockback with the Flame Break, but they've got the Stampede Slow. They're in with the burst. Arme doesn't stand a chance. They blow him up in an instant. They're going to see if they can chase him for more. DY's able to hold back Puppey with the Frostbite. Boom. He's going to have to link up again in a few seconds. DY should be up to the safety of the high ground, though. He'll get out of there, but Secret still, they get the kill that matters. They take Arme out of the game for 35.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's courier has been killed.
I mean, without doubt, if Extreme Gaming are able to turn this one, it will be quite the comeback.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Especially after game 1.
Yep.
It just proves that they have a good system in place to be able to shake off some of those losses, right? Like, I think when you think of Secret as an organization, you'd expect them to have those systems, but yeah, I think that game 1 loss for some teams, it would be, okay, you need to lose the whole series and bounce back for the one that you play later, right? And
Yeah, look at the back lines here, XM and XXS. Secret know it. They're not playing to sort of that edge of the lane. They're going to swing back around towards the mid, get themselves away from this top area that they suspected Extreme was going to try and set something up from.
Eki in the bot lane now has the 4 stuff as well, so he's going to be able to really just grab his opponent and drag them out of the base. And I mean, Batrider versus Troll, it's a matchup that goes back so many years. Troll, he wants to press that BKB, stand his ground and right click through Battle Trance, but if you're lassoed during it, yeah, you are so redundant. So all on Eki to make sure he's in the right position to punish that. When he nearly finds the Troll there, but they're jumping top.
No, XM's in the trees. He should be far enough distance away to escape. He is. Immediate double astral step as far away as he could get.
I think someone told off Magnus. That Midas is now just a casual glove. He went for the Aether Lens.
Oh, disappointment.
We need,
Poor old
we need to know
XXS.
what player. Yeah, some player was like, do not do that.
I mean, he did it wrong, you know. If you want to buy a sneaky Midas, don't queue it up and don't buy the gloves first. XXS talking about the man, he's just coming with a clutch 2-man RP. They take out Eki. And I see Arme trying to stay in on top of Boomer with the Frostbite controller DY. He's going to lock down Boomer a little bit. XM jumps in with the Astral Step. The Grave comes in recording though. They'll turn and kill off XM. Arme's going to try and full commit here to finish off the kills, and he's able to do it. He finishes off Boom. Can Arme get more from this? They've got the route on towards Chrysalis. Chrysalis getting safer now by the Grave. Frostbite's there as well. They're locking him down. Arme, can he live long enough to do the damage? No, the strength is shifting up for Chrysalis. There's too much HP for Arme to work through. As Chrysalis lives, Arme dies. They're going to get the team wipe. Poison touches out over towards DY. He's going to try and run. We'll be able to slow the 2 of them down, but the zap is there. The team wipe is out. Secret, they're ready to approach the high ground. I mean, Extreme, it looked like they were maybe able to get the start of something there with that RP, but at this stage of the game, it was just not enough. Chrysalis, of course, he still had the Aegis for about a minute during that fight. Still there for 30 seconds now. He's approaching the high ground. Xingqiu tries to show his face. The burst is insane here from Secret. As Corden, godlike now on his mid-dazzle. The bottom racks are gone. Secret. Oh, so they're gone. The fortification. I think Chrysalis is going to want to stick around for this. There's no real reason to back off. Still 10 seconds on the Aegis, so they will be gone. Chrysalis knows he can get away with this before the respawns come into play. These racks out. We're going to see that gold lead now. 18k, 19k leader, 25 minutes in. Secret, they're doing what they can to shut this one down and just not give any chance for Extreme Gaming to make the comeback.
Yeah, Corden's had such an incredible game. Every single grave just making Extreme overextend. Eki jumps
He's
in.
got the grab. He's in on a DY. DY's out. See if they want to go for more. They've got the 5 versus 4. Aegis has gone on Chrysalis. Still incredibly strong.
Radiant's middle tower
No
has
Stampede
fallen.
either to rely on if they need to get out of there quickly. Mate, he's stepping up. They're going to try and burst Chrysalis. Not going to be able to get the save off. Mate gets actually knocked back there by the Adaptive Strike. XXS trying to get him for a skewer play, but he actually gets skewered by Puppey. Again, Puppey with the stolen skewers. Just able to do that bit much more than XXS has been able to do himself with them this game. And they're back onto a second set of racks, Secret. No Magnus here for 30 seconds. The heals coming out here from Corden on towards Chrysalis, allowing him to just continue pummeling into the buildings. Puppey is in with the grab. Another telekinesis, this time into a skewer play onto XM. Beautifully executed. As they'll take the racks. I mean, DY's dropping the ult. The Secret, they don't care whatsoever. Puppey, he'll take that happily. Freezing field for him for the next move.
Is under attack. Radiant's top tower.
Such incredible spellcasting, and yeah, they just moved to top lane. RP is up in a second. Void Spirit up in 24. One last fight for Extreme.
What they could do, they get this set up onto Chrysalis. They need so much to take him down. It's a 3-man RP! Is there any follow-up though? Corden's able to put the BKB, pump out the heals. XXS goes down. Arme's just getting kited by the Stampede. At this point, he needs much more than a 3-man RP to turn this one around. Double Edge to finish off Arme. They're both out without buyback. DY getting burst beneath the tier 3s, the tier 4s, as they go straight in. Triple kill for Boom. 4 dead on Extreme Gaming. XM will manage to make it back towards the fountain, but it's game over. GG is called, and Secret coming in with an absolute banger of a performance here in this game 2T.
Yeah, much better game from Secret. I think this was a draft that had the layers that you would expect from Secret. You know, Boom's just chugging some carrot juice or whatever the hell that was, but no, it's, what is it? Yeah, Corden, Dazzle, Christ. He gets last pick in the draft. We were talking about maybe like a puck pick or something. They go for a Void Spirit. They even banned out the Huskard to protect the Void Spirit, but when Dazzle's available, Dazzle just completely obliterated that matchup. And then for Extreme, they tried to make some moves, but Puppey just exceptional spellcasting, stealing skewers, having quick cliffs, being able to counterplay. You know, Boom was always in position, Corden was always in position. I think Corden was always available to prevent, you know, Boom having those early deaths that he sometimes was going to give away if there wasn't a Dazzle. And Chrysalis playing very reliably. Like, just from here, Puppey, he gets blinked on, instant skewer in the time that Mag needs to turn around. Sure, he does eventually go down, but it buys him time to get the grave, for Centaur to turn up, and this was the story of the entire game. Extreme lacking damage, taking time to start a fight, and Dazzle, Rubik exploiting it every single time. And of course, Eki, you have to give him a little shout out because he was ruthless on his initiations. He sees a hero, he's instantly jumping in with the lasso. He got the 4 stuff as well, playing a very, you know, old school style of Batrider from the support position, and yeah, made sure that he also had contributions. So yeah, Secret in general, this game 2 was a much better showing compared to game 1. It felt like a completely different Secret.
Yeah, no, very, very much needed after a bit of a shaky start. But yeah, game 1 of a tournament for a lot of teams can always be a bit of a shaky one. Coming in the game 2, Secret completely stomping really Extreme Gaming in a manner a bit more spectacular than that Extreme Gaming were able to do against them in game 1. Like a pretty much impossible one for them to play. And yeah, Puppey, you can see why I'd pick of the Rubik both games. This was, yeah. I mean, you saw it in the draft already. You're like, it's a good game to play Rubik. Puppey definitely showed us that.
No, for sure. He did pop off. I think he ended the game with more net worth. I think Void Spirit actually ended the game with, let me double check this, less net worth than everyone on Secret. Yeah, he did.
That's rough.
Well, it kind of helps when you take all the buildings, but yeah, it was very, very rough indeed. And yeah, Secret, they won the second game, and they tie up the series.
They do. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. we are going to have a little break, but we will, of course, be back. Myself and T, with you to have a quick word with one of the players of Team Secret after that second game win. So stick around to find out who we'll have for the winner's interview.
I'm down for the count. You think I'm out of the bow, that I'm about to strike out. I rise and silence the doubt. Just when you think that I've got nowhere to go, that it's the end of the road, the curtain's closed on this show. It just keeps getting better and better, getting better, just keeps getting better, better, getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better, getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Just when you think I'm over the hill, that I've forgotten the thrill, that I'm losing my will, I go in for the kill. Just when you think I'm wasting my time, I'm at the end of the line. But just like a fine wine, it just keeps getting better, better, getting better, just keeps getting better, better, getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Getting better, just keeps getting better, just keeps getting better, just keeps getting better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Getting better, just keeps getting better, getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Just keeps getting better, just keeps getting better, we get better, we find another level.
When the world seems big and I am feeling low, I think of all.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is, of course, time for the winner's interview, and we have the luxury of having Chrysalis joining us for a few moments here before he prepares for his latest series of the day. I believe Secret's going to be going on to play against Shopify Rebellion later on. Chrysalis, thank you very much for joining us. Just a few quick questions, really. I mean, this current iteration of Secret, I want to know, you obviously played with a few different Secret lineups. How would you say sort of like the vibe is with this current lineup of players for Team Secret, maybe in comparison to some of the other Team Secrets you played with in the past?
I mean, I'd say the vibe is like pretty good. It's not like something super special, super unique, but just we're a bunch of players, pretty chill, nice players. Doesn't really cause like many like internal issues or anything like that. So we're just chilling, playing Dota, pretty much.
Sure. Following up on that, actually, you've gone through quite a lot of iterations of Secret, you and Puppy. You know, you've been holding hands the entire time, players walking in and out of the door, you know, joining and leaving. Do you feel like every time you make a change, you're still making a step forward in regards to like the kind of the logic of how you want to play Dota? Or is it every time you make a change, do you feel like you have to go back to kind of the first step and then kind of build up the team again?
I feel like nowadays it can feel like a bit of a gamble sometimes. Sometimes you just have like a team that suddenly clicks, and then you suddenly, last time we got second place in the eye, like 2 years ago, roughly now. And sometimes stuff just like doesn't really click. So it does feel like you kind of start mostly from scratch because you have a bunch of new players, sometimes younger players who haven't played much competitive before, and then there's usually a baseline you have to set up. So I'd say like usually it goes back. You go back a few steps and then you go forward a bunch of steps again and see how far you can get.
Oh, that's fair. And we're talking about this series in particular. Obviously, game 1 for you guys was a bit of a struggle, but then this game 2, you guys looked as good as ever. It was really, really well kind of coordinated, some great sort of team play. What's from sort of your perspective, what was sort of the biggest difference really in these games that you just had?
I don't know. Gordon picked Dazzle mid, and that was kind of the game, So I see Void Spirit mid dying from full HP to 0 in 1 second with one Shadow Wave, and or whatever the spell's called, I don't even know. And I'm like, okay, I guess that's the game now.
Talking about games, game 2 was pretty easy. You just praised Corden, right? Game 1 though, I guess we've got to talk about it a little bit. Your draft was kind of like a super high execution style lineup where if you hit the spells, it feels great. If you don't, it could be a little bit of a rough one. Would you say that? If you had a choice, would you rather change your draft for game 1, or would you focus more on the execution if you had to kind of run it back and try and get, hypothetically speaking?
I mean, I always prefer to focus on execution because, you're going to end up with certain drafts that aren't perfect or situations that aren't perfect no matter what. But, if I'm looking at it from getting an easier game to play, I'd probably just change up draft 1. It was a bit too passive, I'd say. And it was first game of the day, so I always just call it a warm-up game. It's, this what it is.
I see. Is it?
Yeah.
Warm-up game. So, do you prefer best of 3s then?
I don't actually really care. I feel like best of 1s, they kind of suck. But when you get a best of 2, if you lose 1, you win 1, you don't really feel too bad. It's just sure. And with the best of 3, if you fully lose it, that's pretty shit. But if you fully win it, it's also usually better. So, it's both fine for me, honestly.
And also, obviously, with the recent sort of period of qualifiers, you guys had a slightly tough time in the sense that, Western Europe's very competitive. You weren't quite able to make it into a couple of the other tournaments through the qualifiers that we had recently. So for you guys, this is the big one. You made it to DreamLeague Season 22. Did how did things go in terms of preparation before today coming into this tournament? Did you guys go a bit heavier on it because everything at the moment in terms of landscape it's all on this tournament, all on getting these EPT points?
I mean, I'd say it's it's kind of, again, the same thing as what you usually do. You just go to boot camp, you play a bunch of scrims every day, play some pubs, look at what enemy team's drafting, practice drafts and stuff like that. I'd say usually that's the basic preparation for most things. It's kind of hard to do something extra or something less. I feel like that's what you do.
Oh, that's fair enough. Well, especially in that game 2, definitely looks like things are working out for you guys, and we hope to see more good stuff from you. We'll see you, of course, later today, play against, I believe, Shopify Rebellion. So good luck with that one. And thank you very much for taking the time to talk with us, Chrysalis.
Yeah, no problem. See you later. Thanks for having me.
Thanks.
See ya.
Well, there we go. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, that was Chrysalis from Team Secret. Was able to get that second game win and keep that series 1-1 between Secret and Extreme Gaming. So yeah, looking forward to see more from them and looking forward to see more on this channel. That is it from me and T-Gov today. But that's not the end of the day. It's not even nearly it. And we're only halfway through the day. There's 4 streams going on, T. The upcoming 2 games on this stream, I believe, will be followed by Ares and Fear. You're going to have the luxury of listening to. Wait, was that correct? Or what?
Yeah,
it was. We're good.
Correct, yeah.
Ares and Fear. Ares and Fear up next. Those 2 series, T. Out of the 2 of them, is there either one that you're going to be keeping your eye on today?
To be fair, mate, there's so much Dota in these group stage.
Much.
I could give you an answer and be like, yeah, I'll care about this. I mean, there's 4 games concurrently happening at the same time. I've got I had to invest in 12 monitors to be able to keep track of everything.
Pretty much.
So it's I'm just gonna say yes as a blanket statement and just continue watching the Dota.
That's true. If you open up a stream now that's following the DreamLeague Season 22, you probably can't go wrong. Any of them is going to have something good going on. We've already certainly had some good stuff here today. But I believe that is it from myself and T for now. T, thank you very much for joining me. It's been a pleasure as always. And
Thanks,
stick around, boys and girls, because I believe the next series will probably be coming up in about just under half an hour. 25 minutes to half an hour will be the next one. And we'll be passing it over to Ares and Fear for that one. We'll see you guys soon.
It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-inch scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. And we faced harder times when sweet words turned into lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest. Hit the brake, I'll turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. With you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. I'm running out of breath with 100 miles. I crawl over shaky ground to escape from life. Gravity is pulling me down again. A remedy is still to be found. Keep running.
Hit me up, dark brown with Marty McFly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. On a rooftop in electric Times Square, with the wind in my face and a scrunchie in my hair. Fold out my rolling D50. Gonna bring back the vibe, moonwalk back to 85. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. This is my 80s fluorescent pink dream. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. Better believe, still want my MTV. Better believe. Oh, yeah. Hit me up, dark brown with Marty McFly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. Through the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. Let's revive the whole world. Hey, y'all ready? You ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, hop in my DeLorean, get ready, get set. Where I'm taking you now is on my own road. I pick my own path, bringing 80s recode. Put my hand on the throttle, best to buckle up. Rev up the gigawatts, hang on to your butts. I'm just a 90s kid. I just need a time machine to fly away. Hit me up, dark brown with Marty McFly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, put metal to the pedal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. Through the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where
shadow of doubt. So just get dressed and know for sure I'm on my way to take you out. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close. So get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, time's up. Better be ready, can't stop me now, no, 'cause here I come, here I come, here I come. You broke this heart of stone. I always hoped that I would find you. Now the emptiness is gone, and the winds of change have almost blown through. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars, always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You're the better part of me, one that I can always cling to. Was blind but now I see. You made a way for all we've been through. I'm right where I belong. So thankful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars, always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You broke this heart of stone. I always knew that I would find you. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We got the second half of the day on the Ember stream. It's going to be Ares and Fear bringing you the action. Fear. We're on a new patch as well, 7.35C. We've already seen 2 series on 4 different streams as a whole, so there's been a lot of games so far. These teams have already have already played as well. Gaming Gladiators lost to BetBoom, and then we saw Azure with a 1-1 tie as well. How are we feeling about this upcoming series?
It's going to be a good one for sure. Definitely enjoy watching some of the players play. Always fun watching Azure play because you get to see some old names come back, make a reappearance. So that'll always be fun. As you mentioned, the new patch too, Mage Slayer getting nerfed was one of my favorite things. So nice to see what players are going to find new items to kind of just like make this patch work, because there's still going to be a bit of experimental phase here.
Yep, of course. We'll see a little bit of the transition from BetBoom Dacha, where we saw Azure have a pretty good overall performance there at Dacha. I mean, they got knocked out by Liquid, who also knocked out Gaming Gladiators as well. So Azure just placed 1 spot ahead of them. And there was an interview towards the end, and Bark even said himself, like, that they were happy with the results. Like, yes, they could have done a little bit better, but this was a team that was recently formed and it was their first tournament as well. So yeah, we'll see how they're going to be able to go up against Gaming Gladiators now, who really struggled earlier today.
And that's going to be the big question, right? Especially for Gaming Gladiators. They're coming in with the same roster as last year, where they won all 3 majors. Then towards the end of the year, you'd be like, maybe they're starting to fall off a little bit. Why not doing so well at Riyadh, but then came storming back at TI. Of course, not winning it, but still putting up a great show, getting a great placement. Now coming into this new year, is Gaming Gladiators going to be that team of last year where they're going to dominate throughout the entirety of the year? Or have they been figured out a little bit? The dust's going to settle a little bit, and they're going to be a team that needs to find a new way to reach greatness again.
Yeah, because I think it was something that was mentioned on the mainstream. I think Jenkins actually brought it up because he was covering a lot of BetBoom Dacha, and he was saying that he felt like Ace has always been this stable person for Gaming Gladiators, but so far in that last tournament, he really struggled. A lot of games, you would expect this person, even in like matchups that aren't expected to go well for Ace, somehow he always like trades evens, but recently in a couple games, he's been struggling a little bit, and he has always been the backbone of that team, really.
Yeah. I know, I would definitely agree with that, because you mentioned, I would say also Quinn was also a big backbone of that team. I think it was Ace and Quinn being stable almost every game, then Jirachko was your wild card. You didn't know what you're going to get from this guy. He was either going to go crazy, kill everyone, or he might have a little oopsie speeds here and there, right? But like, once that dynamic changes the team, and even one player changes their style a little bit, even if Jirachko started playing more stable, right, that would make the team just look completely different. So new patches will change the way teams will play. So we'll see if this is a patch that Gaming Gladiators can get up to speed with. And Azure Ray, on the other hand, they're not going to have that same issue, right? Because as mentioned before, and Faith Beyond said, they're a new team, right? So they're kind of building from ground zero here, trying to like find new things to happen. Low, an incredible carry player. He showed his presence at TI that he is one of the biggest and upcoming carries from like any region right now, having stable performances, even going through all the turns, BetBoom Dacha, and even in their last series that I did see, Low is playing incredibly well in almost every single game, and stable, I would say.
Yeah, this guy is incredibly gifted, and you know, the fact that you're considering him around the top carries at the moment. I mean, China has some incredible carries, Monate, Arme, of course, and the fact that Low is up there with the best, not only in China and across the world. And like you said, Jirachko he can be that X factor, right? He can have some incredible games, sure. And there can be some games though where just the other teammates can get them over the finish line. But I feel like Jirachko has always played his role incredibly well and fits the team perfectly. But yeah, we'll see how he's going to be able to compare. Definitely, you'd say like the play styles between Low and Jirachko, are they pretty different?
Oh yeah, I think so. I think Jirachko is much more aggressive, where Low, he's going to be more of your standard traditional type of carry player where he won't make any unnecessary moves. He's very methodical in all his actions, where Jirachko is like, what's Jirachko doing there, guys? And he's like, oh, he just got a double kill and got out. That was crazy. Or it's like, what's Jirachko doing there? He just kind of fed, right? So that's something I know he's been working on himself, but that's just kind of how he is as a player. And you kind of see as well while he's playing the game, he's very emotional, like with his hand gestures. He'll face palm, he'll do all types of things to like kind of show you how he's feeling.
We do have a draft getting ready, so we'll take a look how this first game in particular is going to shape up. We're already 2 picks through, so we'll start off, of course, Gaming Gladiators. They had the first pick. They opened up with the Timbersaw, a response from Azure's Leshrac, which they did play earlier today. Ori was the one that picked it up in their series versus Falcons. That was in game 1. They're able to get a win off the back of that. And then second phase, nothing too crazy. You got your Hoodwink and your Techies, some pretty solid support still after that recent patch.
I think Leshrac is one of those heroes that did get buffed quite a lot, not only directly, but indirectly as well. Like the Voodoo Mask change where you get more spell lifesteal now, and on top of that, Mage Slayer, the big one, getting a huge nerf, helps out Leshrac a ton. And I think that's more than anything is what's going to push Leshrac over the edge, just the fact that Mage Slayer is you no longer can buy like 3 of them and it's fine on your team, right? You can maybe have one person that only lasts 3 seconds now instead of 6, which is great. Has less magic resistance, and of course, just the overall buffs to Leshrac. All the Lesh players, they want to at least try it out, and it's something that's going around in the pubs. I know Gaming Gladiators, they tried to make it work in their last series, but couldn't do so. So we'll see how powerful this hero truly is throughout the course of the day.
Just another one with the items. I mean, Kaya was buffed up a ridiculous amount as well. So I feel like you said, these Lesh players, they're gonna need to get some games under their belt just to work out what the item build really is for this hero. Because I think Ori went he did go Yules, and I think there was, what was it, Yules? I think it was like Sunjin Kaya or something. And then I believe earlier in the day, Quinn did go for the Bloodstone, if I remember correctly. So it's gonna take a couple of days and a couple games for people to work out what the current build is for the Leshrac. But Azure, we're going to get an Anti-Mage, which is, again, a hero that they played earlier today in success with the Leshrac draft.
Yeah, and Anti-Mage has been a hero that when you play versus Timbersaw, we like to call it a skill-based matchup, right? Like, Timber can destroy an Anti-Mage in the lane, but if 1 or 2 things go right in the laning stage, Anti-Mage can also kind of destroy a Timber. But it's not really a clear-cut and dry type of situation. I will say in a game like this, it is quite nice because heroes like Hoodwink, heroes like Undying, and of course the Timbersaw, they don't have a good way of catching the Anti-Mage, which does allow him to free-farm the map pretty well without having as much threat. For now, right? You have 2 more hero picks that can address it. Normally a carry-carry matchup won't do it, but they could pick a mid or an off-laner that has some good catch potential for the Anti-Mage. A bit of an early pick here, but I do like Anti-Mage as a hero this patch. It is very strong. With Aghanim's build, you don't really have to commit your heroes much. You play more of like a poke and prod type of style where you're just kind of slowly poking at them. You buy the Diffusal Blade as well with Aghanim's. And then when you see the right moment, then you commit. So this hero, as long as it has farm, I'm convinced it's good in almost every single game. But the hard part sometimes is getting there.
Well, now that you see the lane pairing with the Anti-Mage as well with that Crystal Maiden, how do we feel like this lane is going to go? I guess, like, what is there a avenue they even put the Timbersaw mid for Quinn and go for maybe, I don't know how good Slardar is, but like a better laner into the Anti-Mage?
You could. I don't see any reason why you couldn't. I think no matter what's going to happen here, either Quinn or Ace will be playing some type of hard lockdown. It's really up to them to decide where that's going to be best. Because I mentioned before, this Timbersaw could be fine versus Anti-Mage on the laning stage. If you need to put a couple more points in the armor to just kind of like deal with it, because right now the build for Timber is 1 point armor and max your nukes. So that's generally how you're going to play most of these matchups here. But with the CM, like if you get more points in the Frostbite here and you start burning the Timber's mana, then he might be in a situation where he's just kind of useless, right? And I think that's the idea behind the CM. You're going to max your W, allow this Anti-Mage to get as much mana burn off as possible. Terrorblade does come out, and it's a really good Terrorblade game. I know a lot of people think, oh, Leshrac, he has a lot of AoE, it's good for his Terrorblade. I think it's the other way around, to be honest with you, where Terrorblade's not a true illusion here. He doesn't really rely on them. They're more supplemental. It's very hard for a Leshrac to like run into a Terrorblade's raw damage, especially if you do opt in to get like a Scotty or something like that. That'll make like the Bloodstone build a little bit worse too. So that was a good pick because Anti-Mage, a lot of physical damage from TB, always great reflection, always great versus the AM. So good TB game.
Gotta even say, like, Azure really gonna struggle with dealing with the lane shove across the map with the illusions. Really, it's only the Leshrac that's gonna be able to do that. I feel like Crystal Maiden and Techies might have some difficulties with the Terrorblade being able to spam out the map. So could very much and enable whatever fights GG want to take.
Yeah, for sure. And that's where Gaming Gladiators is gonna have to decide where this Timber is gonna go. Because Leshrac, from what I've seen, has only gone mid. I have seen a support Leshrac before, but
5 seconds.
you already have CM Techie, so that's kind of like out of the table. The offlane Leshrac is something that it has happened before. It is doable, but I don't think in this game for Azure you want to do it. So it really is going to come down to, I think mainly Quinn is going to be in the driver's seat here, because I think Ace could play Timber versus Anti-Mage. I don't think I have any problem with that. It's more of like, does Quinn have a better hero in the mid lane that can make some space on the map, as well as, you know, being able to deal with this Leshrac in the mid lane.
I mean, of course, the first one that comes to mind is the Pango, but that's always first phase ban versus Gaming Gladiators, so...
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, if they're going to keep picky, if they're going to keep first phase, you got to get rid of it against Quinn. So what are some of the... Because they have no way to start fights, and like you said, that's really something they're lacking versus the Anti-Mage is control and kind of anchoring the fight. You're very committal, right? With Meta, with Tombstone, and Azure, if these are committed, they can just reset and look to go back in afterwards. So who is that hero for GG that's going to offer the control? What do they need on Quinn?
I mean, for Quinn, it's harder, but for Ace, I would say like a Legion commander could be really good in this game. So lane versus Anti-Mage, you can take off the Frostbite debuff as well. So I like Legion for Ace. However, mid lane, okay, I would have never guessed Magnus, to be honest with you. But that will probably be their offlaner. It looks like they're going to do something similar. I mean, you do have that big AoE control versus the Anti-Mage, right? And laning stage, you're going to be a bit more tanky. You probably get points in Empower in this lane because you're going to be playing with no mana. So you're just going to try to outbase damage him.
Select your heroes.
And Batrider is going to be the last pick here. And that's probably going to be their offlaner. I don't see a ton of offlane Bat, but versus Terrorblade, well, you can make him feed, but the big fear I do have, this isn't the Batrider of old where you're like at level 3 just gonna kill him because you have like 10 stacks of sticky on him, right? And by the time Duraccio gets out of the laning stage here, he might be just good and with treads and be jungling happily against this Batrider. So a lot of pressure, I think, here on Box to make things happen with this Batrider, because this isn't going to be your traditional type of bat lane that's just going to take over the game here. Sure, it's great versus Timbersaw, the magic damage. I'm a little afraid for the lane because Undying TB is a very strong lane, and Batrider, he doesn't own lanes the way he used to.
Do you feel like there needs to be an importance on Azure making stacks then for the Batrider, if you feel like he's going to have some difficulty in this Terrorblade Undying lane?
You should always make stacks just whenever you can, right? So like stacks for the Leshrac, stacks for the Batrider, whatever it might be. But I think they have an idea and a plan with this Batrider to win the lane. You wouldn't pick Bat as the 24th pick of the game if you didn't have faith that this will work. But then again, this is kind of the issue that comes with offlane right now. Giving your offlaner last pick of the game, you don't own lanes like you used to, because like the way the offlane has been for a long time now is you like first pick some Timber, right, or some Centaur, and you have a 50-50 chance of owning the lane anyway, just because these heroes are so strong. Like these last pick Razors and Vipers and stuff aren't really popular for like crushing lanes nowadays, because it's really not that simple to do. So I think they're just kind of like playing the role of, okay, we need to pick something that has a chance to crush the lane, and they're gonna risk it trying to make this Batrider work, or maybe Faith Beyond has some new tech I haven't seen before, but the lane itself looks a little slightly concerning unless some mistakes are made by specifically the Undying.
All right, well, let's see how this game's going to shape up again. Like we were saying before, Azure with a 1-1 tie versus Falcons, the team that, of course, won BetBoom Darcha, and Gaming Gladiators dropped 0-2 versus BetBoom. So they'd love to be able to get some momentum back under their belt, because, again, this is a very, very competitive Dream League. We've got some incredible teams battling up against each other. Really, everyone is able to get a win on the board. I think that's even, proving to be the case over in Group B, where we saw one win tie their series versus Team Liquid. Of course, a lot of people, I should say, maybe expecting the results to go differently. So just goes to show how competitive we currently are in the Dota scene.
And especially that way when it's a new patch, right? Because some of the teams that are very dominant kind of like figure out the patch, right? They just know exactly what they have to do every single game, what's good. And I don't think any of these teams are 100% confident they know this patch. It's pretty similar to last patch, but there's small tweaks here and there that you need to kind of just like get the gears running and kind of polish them up.
30 seconds to battle.
How's your overall opinion of the patch 7.35C? Have you been enjoying it so far in some of the games?
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned before, a couple of the items that, I mean, the one thing that I just hate about every single patch at some point is like, there's this one OP item that like every mid laner, every off laner will buy, like Mage Slayer, and it's the kind of gets brainless Shivas, same thing. Glad those got nerfed. It kind of forces you into thinking a little bit differently, or at least having a less effectiveness on that. So the fact that those got nerfed is really good. Of course, a lot of the other like heroes that kind of are just in every single game got changed up a little bit. And Celery, he's going to go in here. This is where I feel like he needs to be a little careful on how this matchup works. He's playing versus two universal heroes. Both have incredibly high base damage, and FY, I'm not sure what they're doing here, but I guess they're lagging. Makes sense.
What are those items you feel like is going to be broken? Because I mean, I saw Orchid. I feel like that was one that stands out a little bit to me, and I don't have the greatest feel of like Sanjin Yashin or like the Kaya ones as well.
Yeah, so Sange, Kaya look really good, right? Orchid is also incredibly good right now as well. Those are some of the big ones. I mainly look at the patch notes mainly from a carry perspective because that's what I'm mainly playing, right? Especially when a patch is pretty early on. So maybe there's some support items that look really good this patch, but for me, it was kind of like, yeah, Sange and Yasha's back for sure, just because you can just buy an early Sange on a strength hero, and it gives so much status resist. I wouldn't be surprised if offlaners start doing that as well, just picking up an early Sange. It gives you more lifesteal amplification, and it also gives you more status resist. Sange and Yasha also gives more status resistance as well. They buffed Heart, which also combos with that, so maybe we'll see some more Hearts in the future too. But yeah, some of these items are pretty good, and then of course, like, items like Diffusal Blade and Mage Slayer getting nerfed are going to just change up the dynamic of what heroes get picked, right? Those are, Slark was super popular. Will Slark see as much gameplay with some of his favorite items getting nerfed? Maybe not.
Because I know some people have said they feel like some of the nerfs aren't enough. You're in the other boat where you feel like maybe the Mage Slayer nerfs and the Shivas are definitely enough for them not to be picked in every single game.
Oh, they should get picked in every single game still. They didn't get like nerfed to the ground. Well, that's like kind of where an item should be, right? Where it's still like good, but it should be a choice, right? Not just a necessity. And I feel like the old Mage Slayer, like you didn't even have to use your brain in any scenario. You just kind of bought it. They also nerfed like other items that pretty much all the offlaners bought. Like Vlad's got a little bit of nerf too. It's not as much as an aura anymore. It's more if you want to buy it. Yeah, it has some aura aspects, but they took away some of the aura concepts and they gave it more towards just the item itself to whoever purchases it.
I think the really nice thing about DreamLeague is the fact that it's just going to run over such a long time. I mean, Groups 1, Groups 2, then playoffs. We always see in any tournament in general that the meta completely changes from groups to playoffs, and even if there's a little break, hold that thought, top lane Ace. Yeah, they're going to be able to find first blood onto Tian Ming as Gaming Gladiators strike first in our game 1.
I'll do whatever it takes.
And this is a lane that can be quite strong, and I don't think Lowe particularly wanted to play against the Magnus. He did draft this versus the Timbersaw, and they'll bring me back to mid lane. What's going on here? And it looks like Quinn is doing just fine here, putting 2 points in the armor. And I think if you do this with Timbersaw, you can, by no means is Timber a counter to Leshrac. I would say Leshrak's a counter to Timber, right? But I think no matter what you do, if you put points extra in armor, you should be able to mitigate just about any lane. You just won't maybe perhaps dominate it like you'll see Timbers, prefer to do whenever given the option.
Just taking a look at bottom real quick as well. We saw that meta and first Tombstone usage used as well. So they did bring Bark down pretty low, but this is often where you get kills. I think the Blood Grenade was even used for Celery. So they kind of dodge a bit of a bullet there, and naturally this is going to shove the lane into AR's favor as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely good you don't die there if you're Batrider, but you have to remember this is, 24 pick Batrider here, and he's only sitting at 4 CS. Maybe he has the option of getting 2 more here, which he will secure. He'll secure both of them there, so he'll be at 6, but he has as much CS right now as the Terrorblade does to Nyze, right? So not particularly the best laning stage here for Faith Beyond. And this is what I was kind of afraid of. So I guess your only other option at this point is to just get kills on Dyrachyo. And Dyrachyo, maybe it will happen.
Yep, here's the kill. What are you going to be able to do? Dyrachyo.
Oh no.
Step left or right. FI's all ready to jump in. Fuck, maybe with the movement, not actually enough to catch up to Dyrachyo, but he has no self to work with. Seller is trying to strike back as well. He too is taking a lot of damage with the remnants of the Firefly, so both the members of GG falling incredibly low, and potentially Dyrachyo is going to go down with the Fairy Fire. Keeps him up just enough, but yeah, I mean, he has no regen, has to ferry out a Selvant, and that's going to take quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, Dyrachyo really wanted to get that one extra CS. It's a problem a lot of carry players have. The supports that kind of back there, like, yo, I'm going to pull chill, and it's like, I really want that CS, but they're going to drop the Tombstone to probably just secure the CS for Dyrachyo, as he should have regen coming out. He does. He's got a solve coming out there. So a little bit scary for Dyrachyo, but at the end of the day, doesn't really slow him down too much, just a little bit.
I think when we were casting the Western Europe qualifiers, we spoke a little bit about the Vlads that we were getting a lot on the Morphling. I know there was a game earlier today. I do not remember who played it on the Terrorblade. He went Vlads as well. And that was another hero that you mentioned is probably one of the other carriers that can go down the Vlads route. Do you still feel like that's the case? Or do you like Vlads at the moment? Or do you feel like it's maybe something that isn't as great now?
No, let's be real here. As a carry that buys Vlads, you're not buying it for your team, right? So like the only changes that happened, it's less of an aura, which you don't really care if you're Terrorblade. You don't really care if you're Morph. You're buying that item just because it's good for your hero. And the reason why it's good on Terrorblade, the reason why it's good on Morph is you need mana regen to farm to keep spamming out these Conjure Images, which you get through the Basilius. But you also get Lifesteal, which is also really good. And then the percentage base damage buff to heroes like TB and Morph are great. But I will say both these heroes, as they are good with Vlads, they're not required to buy Vlads every single game. So it's really just like a playstyle and a preference.
Looks like Ace is having a great time up top. A lot of stats in this anti-mage lane. 1 Bracer, the Wraith Band, now going to be working on to the Treads, 32 and 14 compared to the 23 and 3 from low. So definitely having a little bit more of a difficult time here as the anti-mage. We will start to see some rotations out of the supports as well. That first power rune of the game. And it will be spawning down bottom. Shield rune for Quinn. It's going to be okay.
So they got all 3 runes at 6 minutes. By runes, I don't mean runes. I mean the lotuses. Ace got a lotus. Got a lotus on TB as well. Got the rune in the mid lane. Those are kind of like the big 6-minute objectives. And going into 7 minutes, we'll have the wisdom runes. Oh, is
he in trouble? No, he should be fine.
I mean, FY could be in trouble here, depending if Quinn hits spells here or not.
Looks like those spells indeed will be hit. So FY gonna give up another kill. Of course, Tofu and Celery always looking to make sure they rotate to try and secure the rune, so we're still nearby. Top lane as well. Ace
is 2 versus
almost
1.
brought low down and might get Tianming as well. Dude, alright, so Ace, you know, the earliest series, it was a blip on the radar, you know, it was just, who cares about that? He needed a bit of a break in between that series and now, and we see he's absolutely dominating this lane.
Yeah, this is one of like something that I didn't super expect, but at the same time it makes a lot of sense. Especially if you look at heroes like, oh, Tofu? Trying to cancel a salve?
Even Quinn's nearby.
Yeah, they want to secure this pressure on the top lane, make sure Anti-Mage stops hitting creeps, kill his courier, kill his creep, kick him out of the lane.
How are you going to respond to the Timber?
Last
at the moment. He's always been one of those really solid heroes of being able to respond to the Timber across the map. When is he going to start to move though on Ori? It's a pretty good timing out of the stuns, and now Quinn is completely out of mana. Ace has got the threat of the RP as well, but they've got to be cautious, Gaming Gladiators. You've got this Flash Track starting to move on over, and another Frostbite's going to keep Quinn held in place. The Split Earth is off the mark, but it's not going to matter in the end as Quinn will go down. Ace, he's going to be okay nonetheless though, but I mean, that's a big kill. Being able to slow down Quinn, of course, first rotation for him out of the game. And you're able to get your first kill on the board as well.
I mean, that was very uncharacteristic, I feel, of Quinn, because it really felt like there's like some miscommunication, right? Like Quinn just went really deep against 3 heroes by himself. Meanwhile, the Hoodwink and Magnus were like, yeah, we don't really want any part of this distillery. We'll eventually go down in mid lane here. But I think that'll just, just catching the Undying, trying to get some CS there. But the big thing is Quinn just going down there on that top lane. That was a kill that, sure, they can afford to give up, but definitely not the objective of why Quinn went to that top lane.
Low. I have this RP ready to go from Ace, so they're going to have the damage though before the blink. Nicely done. Perfectly calculated. Gaming Gladiator is able to continue to shut down this anti-mate. 3,000 net worth lead even after the death on Quinn.
Did they kill him with a blood grenade?
Yeah, I think so.
That's pretty funny, actually, because I think he may have got that blink off, but the blood grenade cast.
Dire's top tower
50 damage impact.
Yeah.
are fortified.
Value right there. But that's a pretty big kill, and they're going to continue to struggle here. As I mentioned before, the anti-mage. This hero can be a little rough around the edges in the early game, as we all know, and can end up taking a very long... It can take a while until he comes out of that jungle, and this is definitely one of those games where it feels like the AM may not be coming out of the jungle as he has 2 Battle Furies queued up. He knows what's on his mind.
Dire's top tower.
Look at the warding as well, Celery. Very interesting placement next to that hard stack. I mean, well aware that this is definitely going to be the catch-up location for the anti-mage, and of course that stack in particular for Ori. So they want to do their best to be able to invade in the jungle, and it's going to be much easier now with that tier 1 tower getting claimed. You also have a haste now for Quinn to work with.
Definitely really big, and he's going to be rushing that recently buffed Kaya. 50 gold less. Spell amp up. Looks quite good. The other item I see a lot on Timbers has been like a Blink Dagger rush. But that's been in like pubs mainly. I'm not sure if that makes it mainstream in competitive Dota.
Yeah, I think it's a bit more game dependent. Still been seeing people go for it. I know Whisper likes it a lot.
Yeah.
I think I saw GPK go for it pretty recently. I think it really is just game dependent.
Now maybe we'll get after the Kaya too, because Timbers nowadays, as I mentioned, less prioritizing the tanky side of the hero and more so the burst damage. So getting on top of your opponents and maxing your nukes been quite beneficial, and they will find the mag, but do they have the damage?
I don't know. You're gonna have Quinn rotating. A little bit hesitant though is Quinn. I mean, you'll keep Ace alive off the back of the RP. Even Seller is gonna come around with the Tombstone. You need to make a decision now if this is a fight you want to take, because Quinn, but they just have no way to be able to answer this Timbersaw, running from one to the next, and now we can go for Bark as well. But the Batrider leaves bottom instantly to his death as Gaming Gladiators a 3-for-1.
And this is just one of those games that already strategically is not going the way you planned, right? And one of the big things is what I was most afraid of during the draft was just the Batrider. You pick it because you feel like you are 24 picking here, right? And need some type of impact to destroy a lane. And it lost pretty badly, I would say, against this Terrorblade. If you look at, TB sitting at 81 and 18 CS already, it did not have the impact already. And Batrider isn't a hero that's particularly known for, hold on, his techie's a little, I'll just go down here. But he had their killing spree. That was the one hero that had every single kill going for Jure. So I was like, oh, it's just the techies, but no, that's a pretty big techies loss. And guess what?
This is huge. You can't let these resources go to waste here. There's a lot of stacks that AR have created, and I don't know if they're going to be able to protect it. I mean, they are bringing every single member over with the lasso now onto Quinn and the Mana Void, but it means they have no spells. Diracho will come through with a reflection. That's enough to get the kill onto Bark, and now Tianming, well, he's going to be chased down as well. Bushwhack from downtown connects under the Crystal Maiden. And there are some remnants still of the Ancients soon to be claimed. Gaming Gladiators once again, another great invasion into Azure's territory.
Yeah, 5k gold lead at this 12 minutes, 13 minutes. Is quite substantial. It feels like Gaming Gladiators is not letting them have any objective, whether it be Ancients. They don't even think about pushing at this point. And things aren't even bad yet, I want to say, timing-wise. You do have a Blink Dagger on Magnus, And I think that is going to be the thing to look out for. And what's the counterplay for Azure Ray? Like, how can they match the tempo of this Magnus? And I think it has to be through the Batrider in some degree, but I don't think he can do it right now. I think you just need to farm if you're Azure Ray, because, yeah.
Fight, though. Look at this. Smoke on 2. Or is it ready to go to charge in the middle? Yule's going to be able to set up onto the Magnus, and that's a lot of damage. But again, it's going to mean that the secondary reinforcements won't have spells to worry about as they isolate Ori away from all the other supports so Quinn can cut down the Lesh, and they're going to continue to stick around as once again just occupying Dire's area, continuing to minimize some of the gold they're able to build up.
Yeah. It's, honestly, that was a good pick. I think this Jules on the Leshrac, this is something that I haven't seen in a long time, but I think it's a necessity of this game. So I was talking about this Magnus and how who's going to match the tempo. And by that, I mean who's going to initiate, right? Because you can't really do it with a Batrider who has the Veil. When he gets Blink, different story. But for now, they can initiate with the Eul's. The only fear that I do have by rushing Eul's like this is it going to affect your scalability? Because this is not an item that you see Lesh by a ton of.
Ace use that solo RP onto Bark. Looks like Quinn's rotating over. Seller is going to come over as well, but Ace maybe went a little bit too early. Blink is still ready. Nice sticky napalm's going to stop the Blink. Back off cooldown. Do they want to go deep under the T2 tower? Ace is still thinking about it. But he wants that value out of the RP, so yeah, now put on cooldown. They're going to kill top lane. Now hang on, this is that Duraccio moment. You're just farming way too aggressively, and Azure instantly recognized that.
Oh, that's a really big kill. And talk about this Jules getting some value, and it definitely is now. You catch him out of position there, but they don't care that Duraccio died. They're going to go in. RP is not ready, but the Blink is available. And Ori, he's caught.
Ooh. I could say Yule's after the bushwhack, but yeah, it's not going to matter. Cut down Quinn 5-2 and 2.
And what I'm looking at now is mainly going to be all eyes on Faith Beyond. This Blink Dagger just purchased. You got to make something happen with it, and maybe Duraccio's the right target to go for here, as he is known for his aggressiveness, and sometimes that can be punished.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Those are some deep wards that Tian Ming just placed as well.
Radiant is starting to move down bottom. You see that Azure is setting up on Duraccio, but if they don't get a clean kill, and if there's a Sunder opportunity, they might be able to turn it back around, but the mine's enough to blow him up. Does still look like Bark's going to be in some trouble nonetheless. Ace and Tofu get some revenge.
You take those, though, every single time, right? This Terrorblade who's completely free farming. You're trading your Batrider, use your Lasso, sure, but more importantly, you have an Anti-Mage, right? And of course, Anti-Mage isn't the type of hero that hard counters TB or anything, but you need your Anti-Mage to be really high net worth this game if you want a chance of winning. So this is moments where Logue, he gets the free farm with his Battle Fury, while Terrorblade has a back-to-back death. So I think you're quite happy in this situation as Azure Ray that the game has just kind of slowed down.
I'm just watching Tian Ming in Radiant's Triangle use Freezing Field on double Ancient, double hard stack, so
yeah.
Well, you've got nowhere else to be. This is exactly what you need to be doing on Azure. 4,000 net worth lead. It's not really growing currently.
And yeah, that's what I was mentioning about the wards by Tian Ming here. Like, he gave up on his triangle. He's like, it's not safe here. Let's just invade theirs. And it's been working out pretty well for him, as this gold lead has been cut down to 2,000 already.
They know that Quinn isn't with the rest of GG.
They're keeping in.
This actually could be a pretty decent fight for Dire. They're going to start onto the Undying. Tombstone's in a pretty good location. We see the Crystal Maiden's trying to address it, but it's getting a bit messy now. Ori falling incredibly low, and now Quinn, he's been able to reconnect with the team. Should be able to deal with the secondary hero on Azure. Mech will make him work for it, repairing some of the damage, but it's not going to matter in the end. Nicely done from Quinn. Instantly reconnects, recognizing there was a bit of vulnerability with him not being with everyone else.
Yeah, with that Eternal Shroud now completed, that was his next choice on Quinn here. Having Eternal Shroud here makes him incredibly tanky now and very difficult. Because the issue I see right now in this game is if Gaming Gladiator's move is 4, okay, like FY, he's dead. His corpse go flying across the map. But yeah, if you run his 4 with this Undying, Magnus, Timbersaw, Hoodwink against the Leshrac, Batrider, CM techies, you have no chance if you're Jure. That's why they're trying to spread the map as much as possible and then wait till a chance where maybe Anti-Mage can join some of these fights, as he does have the Aghanim Scepter queued up, which I expected him to get after the Battle Fury and the Manta. Then he'll want to fight, but do you have that time? As Fates Beyond will get caught here.
Now the RP from Ace onto 1, and that's all they need.
Your high ground now is looking like it's going to get breached.
What's the response going to be from Azure? Do they need to bring back their members? Maybe the supports can just poke from afar. They'd love to keep, of course, Anti-Mage and Ori out of the map to continue farming, but it's a fine line to play.
There's some chip damage as they head to mid tier 2. And this is all just kind of like preparation for later on in the game, right? Once they get another pick or two, these small things like top tower losing like 25% of health, it does add up, especially if there's no glyph available. It can make a game snowball out of control really quickly to the point where you're like, hey, they won one team fight. Oh, well, your barracks is gone now.
Whoa, Ori.
And
Tofu! Oh, we got him! Wow, Tofu, nicely done. I don't know how we got in range for that. An instant smoke, look at that.
Done.
This Cliff Observer Ward scouts out low. They're going to see FI pretty shortly. This is really fast from GG. Oh no, though. Mines go off.
Radiant are scanning.
They're going to camp their ward here, and they're not even going to camp it. FI is just going to be like, I'm out. So they will see the Anti-Mage here.
Oh, Ace in a great spot, though. Won't clip the Anti-Mage with his skill, but nonetheless, we'll get Tian Ming.
It's just so hard for them to, like, find Gaming Gladiators, because, like, if they stay together, look how tanky these heroes are. Undying, Timbersaw, Magnus. They're all super tanky. So even if you initiate them with an lasso or something at this point of the game, you aren't guaranteed to kill them. Like, this Eternal Shroud is up. Obviously, you've got like 2.3k HP on this Magnus as well. If you're going on dying, you just lose, I feel. So they're just going to commit to this high ground. Glyph will be popped. They're going to pop the meta. Tombstone is down. Quinn's got armor stacks. I guess you just go here, but can you get a lasso?
See, it's going to be Ace that starts RP onto 2. All right. Well done, Ace. And now the rest of GG, they're going to be there to follow up. Down goes Ori, their main damage source. And they're going to be able to chase for more as well, just pushing them further back into their base. Full set of barracks soon to be claimed. Bark's going to come back for the lasso. It's only into a measly Hoodwink. Nonetheless, it will make it a 4v4, but they won't have this ultimate now for the defense. Ace goes fishing for another. And they're going to be rewarded. Bark, I mean, he's got a buyback, but there's no point using it. Oh, hang on, TB. Whoa, what was that heal? Big Lotus on Doraccio. May have gone down to the mines, but not enough in the end.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top barracks are under
This is the exact issue we're kind of looking at. Like, what damage do you have if you're a Jure, if you do stand as 5? And if you do stand as 5 as well, right, you have the Undying, which means, sure, Undying is really bad at catching heroes, but that's why he's paired with the Magnus. They drop the Tombstone down, it's like, well, we got TB hitting your base with a Tombstone behind him. You kind of have to make a move here, but you kind of second guess, can you do anything? And by the time you even think about it, Ace is already in there harpooning and getting you repositioned to the point where you just don't have a choice but to fight anymore, and then that fight is impossible at this point. They need Anti-Mage to be really big this game. And even if Anti-Mage is really big, Dota isn't a game anymore where you can just 1v5 carry the game. You just can't do it. You're going to need some more damage coming from your teammates, and it has to come from Ori, I suppose, but that goes back to the Yules build. He's got a Yules, he's got the Kaya Sange. Sure, he's outputting some damage, but it's not nearly enough, as his net worth is the lowest of any core in this game right now.
I must say, I'm so surprised it's only a 3,000 net worth lead. Low has done an incredible job off the rough lane to keep up in farm. Everyone else as well, but Maybe this smoke and potential fight from Gaming Gladiators can propel that net worth lead a little bit further. Bark's gonna pop the smoke. Bit of an awkward position. GG won't get the greatest start. Now Ori's gonna find the initiation onto 2, but the lasso out as well as Zure clean up 2 members with ease. They're gonna get the tombstone as well, and hang on a second, GG, they're not done just yet. Quinn with a quick jump in. They should be able to deal with Ori. The damage with the assistance out of Duracho. Quick and easy kill for them. But can Azure strike back? They bought back out of Tianming. Bark's playing the outskirts as well.
All right, not bad. That's kind of what they need there. Get a little bit something rolling. And that was a buyback though, so they'd like to find something happen off of the back of that. But they don't have Lasso on Batrider. What do they have? The 2 supports are sitting in the back lines here looking for something.
They're not gonna have a Batrider surely. Reflection enables Quinn to catch up. Sharpshooter will be on the mark. They still want to fight Azure. Low season opportunity to be able to deal with Tofu in the backline, but can he go toe-to-toe versus Thoraccio? Even though meta, not going to matter. They'll pay some respects to the big net worth that the Terrorblade is working with.
And that's kind of the issue of this Anti-Mage versus Timber matchup as well, is you see these illusions in these fights. Like, one Chakram cast back is almost all of your illusions HP, right? So Quinn can just destroy these images with relatively ease here. So you have to find a way to... There's too many threats, right, for low. Like, he really needs his Agnum Scepter pretty badly, but by the time he does have it, well, there's a Butterfly online now for Duracho. However, Duracho does have no ways of dealing with magic damage right now, so if he does get lassoed, he might just die here. And I think the Shard on Undying might be something he's potentially considering, right? As if you can stop your TB from getting bursted this game, that'll allow him to potentially get his Thunder off. But maybe he's expecting to get that from one of the Tormentors, as both of them are still alive.
We'll see Gaming Gladiators be able to start the Roche with ease thanks to the double damage rune that was given over Duracho. And Dire are coming. They're going to be far too late, though. Let's see if they want to take a fight, though, even to the ages. They've got this cliff forward for another 30 seconds. I'm going to go through the portal instead. So, back to this anti-mage build. Well, we are not going to have a fight. We've seen a lot of dispersers and just diffusals in general with the scepter build-up. Is this something you are considering on low, or like you're saying, are you needing to address the butterfly first?
I don't think you can... there's nothing you can do about the butterfly. Like,
Sure.
You never want to build in... The only thing you can do against a butterfly as anti-mage is just get your own butterfly. So you're kind of like on equal playing ground, but I don't think you ever want to buy MKB on anti-mage. It's just not worth it. I think a butterfly of its own could be good. And yeah, the disperser, it works really well with the Aghanims build. You just have additional mana burn on top of it. I would consider that the meta. And look at this mid lane. They're actually taking mid on low. Tier 3 is down. There's smokes behind them. We're in full rat Dota gameplay now. And FY doesn't get caught by the skewer. This is going to buy time.
There is of course, tier 2 bot and tier 1 top as well. So AR, they can only get one full set.
All right, so what you do here is you just trade your barracks and then maybe go fight when meta's down. I think that will be the call here.
Jump in.
Oh, again.
Once again, off the mark. What duration left on the meta? Bark, he jumps in early. Meanwhile, Ori's getting ripped apart. This Leshrac has to pay some respect. Duracio's going to lose the first life early on. Meanwhile, with the backline low, he's burning all the mana out from Quinn. Not many abilities are going to be available now on the Timber. And can you reinitiate, though, from Dire?
I mean, I like what AR is doing here. They're making the game chaotic, is what I'm going to say, right? Like, this still favors Gaming Gladiators. Gaming Gladiators only has one more set of barracks to take, and there's no towers protecting it, right? Whereas, meanwhile, if you look at AR, what they have to do to win this game, well, there's still tier 1, tier 2 top,
Nice.
there's tier 2 bottom.
Stalking their
Can
prey,
they catch him?
mate.
Oh!
Whoa, whoa, whoa. All right.
A little bit of a missed opportunity, but it's okay. That's all Dota is.
is under attack.
You'll find more opportunities. There's only so many you can miss though in a game like this, right? Because like the net worth is not out of control, right? I think the big problem with this game for Azure Ray is you're running out of base, right? And the game kind of ends when you're throwing dice. So like, yeah, you're keeping up in the creeps, right? Mainly thanks to Low hitting a lot of creeps this game. But you're trading a lot of your buildings for this, and you're essentially not giving yourself as much time in the long run. So at some point, you do have to win a fight to buy more time, or you're just going to run out of base here.
Gotta be now or never. Try and get set up around their high ground. They've got a really good ward, mine set up as well. Celery will try and lead the charge. They'll get the lasso around to the Mactus. If they got the burst potential to bring him down before the RP, it comes off on his dying breath as Ace still able to get the skill away. He's not dead just yet. And now with the Tombstone AR forced to address this momentarily, it's going to be a little bit difficult. Celery keeps it alive. It's going to give some time for Quinn to jump into the middle. AR, it's just not the fight they were looking for. Low wasn't able to get the kill, nor Ori as well. A 3-0, and I mean, we've seen previously this base, it falls incredibly fast to the push from GG.
Yeah, and Dyrachyo just had so much overwhelm. Low just blinked in, actually.
Hang on, Low?
I mean, he's desperate. He realizes that if he doesn't make something happen now, he's out of base. And regardless of what he did, he's out of base.
They just call it mega creep.
Yeah.
They are without a base, and with a game 1 loss as well now, so Gaming Gladiators very nicely done. 29-minute victory from them.
Yeah, it was definitely really well played by Gaming Gladiators. They didn't make too many mistakes. I think the only big mistake they made was maybe really early on where Quinn kind of went behind the tier 1 and ended up dying to the Leshrac rotation. They didn't seem on the same page in that particular moment, but other than that, this seemed like the Gaming Gladiators that I'm used to seeing, right? You have like a bunch of like aura items, you have someone dying, you hit a timing, you do well in your laning stage, then all of a sudden that catapults into some 20-minute barracks, which is exactly what happened this game. But I think as solid as Gaming Gladiators did play, I also feel like this Batrider last pick did not work out the way that Azure Ray needed it to work out. They thought it would do much better versus the Terrorblade on Dying Lane than it actually did. The Blink Lasso impact, if you compare it to like what we see the Magnus do in this particular game, it was not comparable, right? It felt like it was kind of an uphill battle. And I don't blame Faith Beyond at all for this. I just really feel like that he really was in a weird spot having the last pick as hero, and this is kind of why we don't see a lot of last picks on offlaners nowadays, because it's really hard to have that type of impact that you think you're going to have in a lot of these games. Whereas on mid lane or carry, you actually do have a lot of good options that you can play things on last pick. But they wanted to pick the anti-mage early. They wanted to first pick the Leshrac, and it just didn't really work out. And I think it's back to the drawing board for Azure Ray on this one.
Yeah, of course, it was a strategy that worked for them early in the day, but against his lineup on Gaming Gladiators, it's not going to be enough to get them over the finish line. I will say, like, I'm quite impressed at how they're able to stick around in this game. Like, I know Gladiators got the victory, but like Dai did some very crafty things to be able to make this a fighting game, even though they caught GG in 29 minutes. Like you said, going for the barracks trade for mid for bottom, and just all the little like other crazy shenanigans they were doing across the map as well. They were able to get a lot of farm, but you said you're trading that for your buildings, and the end it was just a little bit too much for them. I mean, 29-minute victory. I think Quinn was like 12-2 as well, so an incredible performance on the Timber, which was first picked, right? So
yeah, and that's exactly what's going to happen, right? In this particular game, I think they played really well on Azure Ray. It's just they kind of got outpicked. I think that's as simple as it comes down to. They did what they could with what they had, but it just wasn't enough.
Was not enough for game 1, but we will have our game 2 coming up shortly. Let's see if it's going to be Gaming Gladiators that can find the 2-0, or if Azure Ray will strike back. See you guys soon.
Unsure what's ahead of us. We can't find the gold that makes us a whole of it. Can't go from the elements. We can't find the road, but we got a hold of it. Unsure what's ahead of us. We can't find the gold that makes us a whole of it. Can't go from the elements. We're now on the road, and we got a hold of it. Unsure what's ahead of us. We can't find the gold that makes us a whole of it.
Gaming Gladiators able to get their first victory on the board of DreamLeague Season 22. Of course, it was off the back an incredible performance, all-round performance as well from the boys. Of course, very much stand out as well for Quinn with the early timber. And I wonder heading to this next game where we're going to see the priority in particular, because Leshrac so far, Zero, they've first picked it in 2 games. We've seen Gaming Gladiators, they've first picked it as well. Is it going to be avoided in this upcoming game? You know, we've seen, of course, GG was one of their best strategies in the past. So we'll see if they even want to snag it, where the timber's going to lie. There is, of course, still a lot to be picked up here in this second draft.
Yeah, I think they just need to polish it out a little bit. Whether it's the build, I don't really think it's the build. I think it's more of like the play style, right? Like, what heroes do we want to pick with the Leshrac? Because that last game, Leshrac Batrider core duo, I'm not sure if I'm feeling it too much, right? Like, they're both doing a lot of the same thing. It seemed a little bit too slow. I think you really need some big tanky guy in the off lane if you want to run this Leshrac mid. It still might be fine. I'm not saying the hero's bad or anything, but you first pick the hero, and this is kind of the draft you end up getting. It doesn't look good so far, right? But maybe we just haven't seen the right combination of heroes to make it look good.
Yeah, of course, like in the past, we've seen a lot of the steroids, you know, the Ayers, the Coddles, the Pugners, have always really been the standout ones to be able to enable the Leshrac. And in particular, I also wonder how they're going to prioritize what the last pick is going to be. We'll actually find out. I don't know just yet who has first or second pick, but because we saw a Bedroom Dacha, and something that you were mentioning a lot beforehand is that offlaners, they're not getting this last pick. We're really getting it predominantly at the moment for the mid laners, with how important it is to be able to control the tempo, and having this counter matchup in mid lane could just be devastating when that hero really is just a lot of the tempo controlling at the moment. You know, with the spirits, maybe Ember, not quite sure where he's currently situated, with the Pango, the Primal Beast, etc. So we'll see where that priority is going to go in this upcoming game as well. If Bark will get last pick, or if they're going to pick his hero a little bit earlier.
Yeah, and it looks like Azure will have first pick this game, so that'll give the overall last pick to Gaming Gladiators, and we'll see if they try something a little bit differently, because sometimes it can be very difficult to understand what is the right way to draft, especially when there's been a couple changes and you can't just kind of go off the meta, right? Before, you're just kind of like, oh, this hero's in the pool, I have to pick it, blah, blah, blah. And then you can, all of a sudden, the later the meta goes, you'll sometimes see 3 cores picked in the first phase, right? And you'll be like, okay, that's when you know a patch is completely figured out. But right here and right now, that's not the case, right? You pick this Leshrac, you think it's good. You're like, oh, Anti-Mage is good, I'll pick it here too. And then you kind of forget that you don't get these gotcha picks in the offlane anymore. So now you're in a situation where you lose all 3 lanes against Gaming Gladiators, and that's not a good space to be in. So Azure, they're going to make some adjustments. Obviously, with being first pick, having that 18 pick and overall first pick of the game is really nice to be in. So that is going to be adjustment, at least from the last game. And I think drafting-wise, it's a bit easier to draft from.
I mean, going up against any team, losing 3 lanes is definitely not what you're hoping for. Yeah. But against GG in particular, because this has been a team, when they've been winning tournaments, they win a lot of their games in like 25 minutes. They just build such a early net worth lead, and they are a team that knows when they're able to take objectives at the perfect timing with their lead, and can just control the map as a 5-man. So this, without a doubt, I mean, no team you want to go down 3 lanes, but this team in particular, with how incredible they are at all their early game movements.
For sure, they're, as you mentioned, one of the teams, if you do lose lanes against, you're losing your base as well. And the net worth may look kind of even in this game, right? But you don't feel like you have any hope, right? Because all the moves they're making is suffocating you, and they realize the way they're moving on the map is allowing one hero to farm, which is an Anti-Mage. And they realize this Anti-Mage can't win the game. So even though the net worth doesn't look bad, the game still, from Azure Rays, I promise you, feels hopeless, like at every stage of that game. And that's just like the type of team they are.
When we look at the Anti-Mage pick a little bit more as well, like, what do we feel like is maybe some of the reasoning behind going for this hero as early as they did? Because often we've seen Anti-Mages, like, it hasn't really been a strong carry for quite some time. And when it's getting picked up, it's a lot of the time towards that last phase when you don't really maybe have many other options, or it's like the perfect Anti-Mage game. But they picked it when there was a response available for Gaming Gladiator. So what do you feel like was maybe the key idea behind it?
Well, as I mentioned before, some anti-mage players think anti-mage is good versus Timber, right? And there may have been some type of insider knowledge where they thought Timber would be offlane no matter what, and they had their lane matchup, but they were wrong in that regard. And it's just a preference, I think. They really just think the hero's good against not only Undying, but against the Timbersaw. First, Hoodwink I have mixed opinions on. You just have to be really quick with your Quelling Blade, I suppose, but it is like, you can't counterspell anything, right? And that's kind of like why Anti-Mage is good. So I would say that wasn't a good Anti-Mage game by my regards, because like, Counterspell doesn't work versus Hoodwink, doesn't work versus Timber, and it doesn't really work versus Undying either. But you do have the ability to farm without being caught, and we saw that, right? Low, he farmed a lot, never got caught farming. But they took a different approach on Gaming Gladiators, and they're like, we don't need to catch this Anti-Mage. We can just play this game a little bit differently, ignore him, and win the game that way. And I think that's just strategically where Gaming Gladiators just outplayed and outread the situation on the Anti-Mage that AR had.
And as a carry player, looking at the patch notes that we've seen from the letter patch, are there any heroes that you feel like, because we spoke about items that you feel like might be very powerful at the moment? What about some carry heroes, some position ones that you feel like might be able to come from the grave and have a resurgence in the pick rate?
Come from the grave. Okay, that's the.
Or maybe not great. Yeah, maybe not great. But let's do like what? Because of course, last patch we saw a lot of the Faceless Void. The Naga was pretty solid. The Sven kind of came up in Dacha. But what do you feel like is some of the carries you're expecting to be popular?
I think Radiance heroes could be back, right? So with that, I mean Spectre, right? Spectre, maybe that's one coming from the grave. That hero could have a resurgence as well because Radiance got buffed. I like Alchemist a lot. Got also a great Radiance carrier, and if you want to, Saint Yasha. Some people are attempting to troll Warlord a bit just because, playing off the Saint Yasha. I'm not seeing enough Radiance carries. That's all I'm saying right now, all right? I want to see some more Spectre. I want to see some more Alchemist. These are some of the ones that really come to mind of like who can buy Radiance. I don't think Wraith King is a good enough hero right now to bring back from the grave. Then maybe Lifestealer could be good too, actually, when I think about it. So here are some heroes that I wouldn't mind seeing a bit more of into play, because it's a lot of evasion, especially if you get some of these strength tanky carries that not only buy either S and Y or Halberd, you can stack up so much survivability and either just mischance or status resistance. That type of stuff is like what was really buffed this patch for the carries in particular.
Yep. And I guess a lot of the Radiance builders, right, are kind of heart builders too. I mean, you mentioned the Alchemist, the Spectre, and that did get buffed a little bit as well. I mean, I think it was like 35 to 40 strength. And if that's enough to even warrant some of them getting picked up, I have heard that people have really considered like Mage Slayer has been a pretty big issue for any Radiance builders as well. So potentially that getting nerfed makes it a much better item. So this is always something I've loved about Dota, where you just have items that are nerfed like indirectly affect other items that don't even get touched just because those items will counter it or vice versa. And not only with items, but heroes and gameplay as well.
But you can't forget that like a lot of the carries that were popular were also untouched. I mentioned how, the Mage Slayer carries, like say the Dragonites and Slarks, right? You're not going to see too much of them anymore. And of course, Diffusal Blade got nerfed too, so you're not buying all these heroes that just rush Disperser, like these Meepos and stuff. They're not going to be picked as much. However, the heroes that bought Conda was buffed. Like these Luna, Morphling type heroes, these heroes are still really good. So you can always just pick them because they were pretty much not only untouched, but buffed a little bit because Conda just does 50 more damage. They just added, because it was Phylactery did 150, right? And then once you upgraded to Conda, it did 100 plus percentage. They're like, nah, we'll just give you the 150. So heroes like Morph that were already really good, heroes like Luna that were already good and bought this item, they're still really good. So you can still pick these heroes too.
And I will say, I think that man on screen right now, Low, I think one of his best carries is the Luna, without a doubt. I've always been very impressed with Azure. Pick up the Luna. He's got an incredible Morphling too. But we do have our second draft underway. We were, of course, mentioning about the Leshrac and the Timbersaw, where the priority is going to be put on them. And well, it's just the opposite. We got Azure now can open up with the Timber. Gladiators, they're going to go for the Leshrac.
I mean, it's funny because Leshrac's good versus Timber, right? So it is a response pick. We didn't see so much of why it was good last game. And it was a Leshrac versus Timber mid lane, and you would imagine that Leshrac should do better in that matchup. I don't play either of these heroes very much, right? So I'm not sure who wins this matchup, but like I said, if you put a couple points in armor, I think you're fine in almost any matchup as a Timber.
I was watching Koifa stream earlier today, and there was a Lesh Timber matchup mid, and he said it's a pretty free Timber lane. I didn't hear the details, but that was his opinion, and at least the game, I wasn't particularly watching that one, but it did look like Timber had a very good time as well, like what we saw last game. But that's lane specific, because of course afterwards, we've always known Leshrac has been like early game magic damage to be able to respond to the Timber, and a lot of his reactions has always been a great way to look at it. But if we just look at like a 1v1 mid lane, Timber has, at least the game so far, has looked pretty good.
Then pretty much I think Timber is just going to be fine in any matchup in the mid lane, I would imagine, right? So to go ahead and just throw it in there, it's fine. And as you mentioned before, later on, like without a doubt, Leshrac is good versus Timber just because of the ability to just go on him and kill him. That's how you kill Timber, with overwhelming magical damage in most cases, because the way the armor does not help against that. But that's also another reason why we haven't seen a lot of Leshrac either. It's just the fact that there's some just items in the game that make Leshrac really hard to play. One of them, of course, is the Mage Slayer, which is still an item you can go for, but there's also other items in the game like the Eternal Shroud, which Leshrac doesn't particularly enjoy playing against either, right? And we'll see if the buffs to Leshrac is enough to counterbalance some of these nice magic resist items that have been put into the game recently that kind of made him fall out of favor.
It's going to be the second time in a row that the Ire is banned out when Gaming Gladiators pick it up. I do not remember last game. I think they did ban it when Azuri played the Lesh, so of course we're seeing once again whenever this Lesh is picked up, teams are needing to respect the steroid, and I wonder if there's going to be something else they can kind of replace for the Ire. They will go down the Dragon Knight route though, which has still had pretty high pick rate so far in some of the games that I've seen in the first half of the day. Still people are putting priority on this hero.
Well, the other hero that's really good with Leshrac is Pugna. Pugna could be quite a strong pick. It'd be a very scary pick, actually, for Gaming Gladiators, because you have like this same style of draft as last game, where if you lose a fight, you're losing your buildings. You're playing versus DK, Pugna, and Leshrac. Even if they don't pick the Pugna, they go for some Undying or whatever. Oh, they just took the Pugna themselves, so kind of a block pick. That would have been a very scary pick for Gaming Gladiators. That's all I gotta say, because that hero is pretty good versus Timbersaw too, right? With Netherward being down. And you really want to burst a hero really quickly if you are a Timber. And if you are really close and you just do that one or chain or something, get a kill, but then the life drain saves them, you can end up turning in Shadow Shaman. Okay. This is a FY classic, right? I remember him playing some Shadow Shaman in his time. So this is a hero that you're speaking coming from the grave, some carry heroes. This is a support coming from the grave. And I'm a big Shadow Shaman enjoyer, but the one thing about Shadow Shaman is really just the fact that this hero is feast or famine. It's either you have a lot of impact, your positioning's perfect, or you have good farm. That's a big thing with Shadow Shaman, you need farm. Or you're not getting the farm, you're out of position a little bit, and you're 0-20. So, like, that's kind of like what you got to be a little wary about. And in a game like this versus a Dragon Knight and a Leshrac, and now with Slark, another hero that Shadow Shaman does not like playing against, it's not an easy game, I think, for the Shadow Shaman here. But if I'm going to trust someone to pull it off, I'll trust FY. We'll see what he can cook with this.
It is indeed Mr. FY God. We did, there was a game earlier today. Save actually played it versus Gaming Gladiators. He had a very good performance. There was not a lot of deaths at all on his Shaman earlier today. I think went BKB as well. So
that's that luxury item, right?
Yeah,
just get BKB on Shadow Shaman. You'll own.
With the Shackle talent, right? I think it used to be 2 seconds a long time ago. I think it's only maybe 1.5 now, but in 6.5 seconds with BKB Shackle, it's not too bad for a support to be able to control someone. But like you said, that is without a doubt a luxury item. That's when you're having a really good game. Maybe Philosopher's Stone, maybe taking some towers, and you got an early shard to help farming. So we shall see. But what are GG going to do? I mean, you picked 3 cores, so you're going to need some supports, and they've got the Ultra last pick as well, which is something very interesting, where you're probably going to have a support in that spot as well.
Oh, that's a good Rubik game already. There's a lot of good stuff you can steal. I think whenever you see Shadow Shaman, you can easily pick Rubik and just know that it's good Rubik game already, right? You can every single thing that you can steal, except for the Q maybe, which nobody even levels up Q anymore on Shadow Shaman, at least not many points. But yeah, just having long duration disables that are even longer than Shadow Shamans for yourself with longer cast range, quite annoying to play carry against that, I must say. It's kind of like playing carry when you have a Bane on your team. You just know that this Rubik is going to steal grip and you're going to get gripped every single fight.
We're going to have to see, Zero, how you can address the Rubik then. You maybe have the Timber that can get on top of him, but you would really like to have some other
you need illusion.
That are going to help.
I think if you're playing versus Lesh though, so you don't really want an illusion hero, but you're playing versus Slark, so then again you do want an illusion hero. Maybe you just pick Faceless Void. Best of both worlds, I suppose.
How is that matchup with the Slark? Because I know it's gone maybe a little bit like back and forth. I know a lot of people have said like Faceless Void counters the Slark, but I've heard some people have changed their mind with how the Ag Shard works and maybe some like
not
early
a counter
timings.
Yeah, it's definitely not a counter. It's just both of them have tools to deal with each other. Let's put it that way, right?
Okay.
So like a Slark can deal with the Chrono if he's fast enough, but then again, the Chrono kind of deals with the Slark in the same sense where you can lock him down in his ultimate. The Slark can remove the time dilation, but at the same time, if you do a really good time dilation after the Q is on cooldown, now you have a way of dealing with the Slark. So neither of these heroes counter each other. Like you just have to like play smart in both ends. And so whoever plays the matchup better, I think, has the edge in this particular matchup.
Yeah. And we'll see the
so that's why I'm kind of offering it. Yeah.
You already kind of spoke a little bit of last game, of course, with the Terrorblade into Leshrac, where a very good response against the Lesh. You've got the Reflection versus the DK illusions as well, which is going to be quite nice to, of course, be able to address that inside some of the fights and be a little bit annoying.
Yeah, for sure. And I mentioned you need an illusion hero, and the reason why I mentioned that is the fact that Slark doesn't like playing versus illusions because you don't get essence shift stacks from hitting an illusion, right? And you want to have like some ability if this Rubik is shackling you for like 10 seconds, right? That he dies to your illusions. You can just put your illusions on top of the Rubik, so he'll just die and you'll have some form of doing damage while stunned. And your options are quite limited because you're playing versus Leshrac. You don't want to play Naga, you don't want to play PL, probably don't want to play Meepo. So I guess your two choices are like CK and TB, but I don't know how much of a hero CK is right now. So just go for the TB. And the other one was potentially the Faceless Void, but I think this one is more stable.
Okay. What do you feel like they're currently lacking here for Azura that they need to cover with this last pick? We still, of course, don't know if the Timber is going to be mid or off lane.
Well, the one thing I really dislike when I play TB is when I don't have a lot of stunts on my team. And Timber and Pugna aren't doing it for me. Shadow Shaman's great. So maybe another hero that can just lock them down. Mars would have been perfect, but that got banned out.
5 seconds.
What else could be good? Let me check what mid laners potentially might be able to fit the bill here. Obviously, Pango's banned. Storm's banned. I gotta go down the list at this point. There's like some Puck and Void Spirit that potentially could be good. But versus Slark, those don't sound too appealing either. I think you should be happy with what you have against a Slark, actually, with Timber and TB. Oh, Primal Beast? I always forget that guy, because to me, he's not really high on my tier list of stuns right now. And it's not particularly great for Slark either, but that's what exactly I wanted. I wanted something that didn't really care about the Slark, so it's fine. I mean, it goes both ways for Slark, right? It's really hard to pulverize a Slark, but at least you can trample him while he's doing his thing. Onslaught's also pretty decent. So that's a good medium, I do suppose. I think the pick is pretty good. And the other options that I mentioned before, that's probably better than both of them, so just believe in your Terrorblade. Just pick some stuns, and that's exactly what they're going to do. And then we're going to see a last pick Dawnbreaker.
Or less, I think.
And I have seen it before.
All right.
Yeah,
so
all right, cool.
This is something that, of course, the panel was bringing up in the first series on Gaming Gladiators when they first picked the Lesh, and they were not quite sure because it was exact same position where they had Ultra last pick, and they didn't know if it was going to be position 5 because we were just speaking about, like, we're not really seeing a lot of offlaners get last pick. And we're not seeing like any position 5s get last pick. So they were like saying, yeah, where's this Lesh going to go? Is it going to be Quinn playing it? Is it going to be Celery? And it looks like this game, it will be Celery playing the Lesh track. So it's going to be very interesting. Dawnbreaker was a hero that we saw have a decent chunk of success from Gaming Gladiators at Bedboom Dacha. I was very impressed with like the Mage Slayer into Acceptor build that Ace was going for in particular.
I mean, I think this more so than the last game has the chance to crush its lane. Because when I think of like Batrider and First Undying, I feel like what I thought was going to happen is exactly what happened. But the problem with Dawnbreaker is this hero is a monster in the lane if you don't have a stun. And last I checked, Pugna and TB, they don't have a stun, right? So the fact that he's going to be able to do his combo on you, because Dawn does stupid amount of damage. You need to either be able to like get away from it really quickly by being like a Faceless Void, right? And just time walk away, or a Lifesteal who can rage, or some Sven that can interrupt it with a stun, or a support that can interrupt it. Pugna and TB can't do anything with this overwhelming damage. So if you ever get gone on, I'm afraid you just die. And if you don't die, you're just limping away on low HP. So I think Ace recognized this could be a good Dawnbreaker game because they just have no stuns. I wonder if they'll make some adjustment and put FY in the safe lane and put Pugna into the off lane, because I feel like if they don't address this Dawnbreaker, it could get ugly up there real fast.
Okay. And we know there's going to be a potential of Celery even rotating through the portal as well. Like, I have to imagine there's going to be a lot more points in Lightning Storm, can help you be able to chase down these heroes under the tower. So we'll see how active he wants to get depending on how you secure Diracho's lane. In regards to mid though, how do we feel like DK Primal? I feel like they're both going to be fine in regards to farm, but at least
Honestly,
how I feel
thinking about that lane.
Wait, say that again?
I said I'm falling asleep thinking about that lane. That sounds like the most boring lane to watch.
I'm trying to think about what they do after the lane though, because DK is a hero that, like, you force people to stay in your lane, right? With the threat of the Elder Dragon form to take towers, and Primal Beast is a hero that you rotate, and you rotate really fast. And I don't know if this is going to be different because of how active you are, just because you can get from lane and then back to mid at a quick rate. Because DK has always been known to be very good against those active heroes.
Yeah, I mean, I think in that regard, DK does have a bit of an advantage, especially if he can manage to win the CS battle. I'm not sure if he can win the CS battle, but if he can, and by that I mean he gets 6 before Primal gets 6. And you just rotate one support. Now this is kind of like how any DK matchup will go. If DK gets level 6 and the other mid kind of struggles and you rotate one support, the lane is just kind of done. And it can really just come down to like 3 or 4 denies, right? So that is something to really look out for. And of course, even the small things, as of just what happened right now, could be a difference maker. If you look at how much EXP Primal has compared to what Quinn has off of that Observer D ward, that could be a difference maker. And like one support coming mid and DK 6 and Primal still level 5 and 3/4. It can all add up. All these small things at this level of Dota really do matter.
Maybe they can get a kill to even a back out. Steve Tofu's going to stick his head out with this ward. Of course, he's going to know there's multiple heroes nearby, so will not be the case. Very intrigued if Ori's going to do some crazy shenanigans with like the blocking his hero on top of the creeps, just because of his portrait being so goddamn huge. Sometimes you just misclick onto the primal, so this could be a little bit frustrating for Quinn. So we'll see. Those are all those individual things that you just kind of learn over time and playing a hero at a lot. So you learn all these intricacies.
And he is doing exact that. But luckily for Quinn, the reason why this doesn't work as well in like the mid lane as opposed to off lane is most mid laners have a nuke, whereas like if they see a CS is impossible, they can just nuke it down. And there's also a little trick you can do as well too. Oh, good deny there with the word he puts in there. If you A-click the ground and Primal Beast is standing on top of it, you'll actually attack a creep over the hero. So that is also another trick that could be used to just help you in small situations like that.
So now that we've got the mid lane out the way, like you said, you've fallen asleep thinking about it. We can take a look at some of the side lanes are gone. So they do actually put the Pugna up top. So still, we're going to have FY down bottom with the Shadow Shaman. Is this just level 2 and you go straight away on Gaming Gladiators at the top lane?
You don't have to go right away. I think you just, as long as you're free farming, you're okay. The opportunities will arise for sure. You just gotta wait for it. You shouldn't feel pressured to just have to go, but I think pretty soon here, once you get level 3, I think it's ideal for Ace. Once you're level 3, I think for sure you just go every single time on the Terrorblade and at least force region out of him.
Bottom lane. Ark, who's in trouble at the moment? Duracho's falling pretty low as well as FY trying to get the kill. He might just feed as well. Duracho steps in the trees and Gaming Gladiators find 2 kills in this bottom lane, and this is scary. If this lane goes really well, we are going to be able to see Celery get incredibly active on the Lash.
I mean, I just woke up, but this is the best Lash game I've seen so far all day, and it's coming from a boss 5.
Back to the support Lash days. I mean, we're seeing what, like position 4 sometimes if you have like some setup, like the classic, like maybe Lash and Shadow Demon, but I guess this game you can kind of have the point click stun from Quinn eventually.
I wonder here, do these buffs to the Kobold matter? They're doing it. They're killing melee creeps now. I mean, that's like, a lot of people probably looked at the patch notes and were like, why do they buff these Kobolds? Because when you single pull as a pos 5 and you get this camp, you're just like, I just got the worst camp in the game. Sorry guys, it's not gonna like deny any creeps whatsoever. Anyway, Lotuses are coming out. Who's getting them? Both are going to Gaming Gladiators.
I think it's very interesting, the development of stacks and pulls as a whole over Dota. We've seen, kind of you have to double stack the small camp to be able to pull, and now very recently we've seen where people have just pulled to try and like get a half wave, right, or maybe even a range creep, because like you're saying, some of those small camps and Kobolds in particular, they can't kill anything.
Yeah. Well, they can now, I think, but they're still not nearly as good. They still need another update, I think, to buff them up.
Like Kobolds buff some of them. We're going to see people start to take over the Kobolds and have that as a Helm creep instead. Some crazy stuff for them. They will rise up.
They need a new ability. They need to like... Oh, no, they need the Kobolds to do. I figured it out. They need to like have cleave.
Oh, cleave. Okay.
Yeah, cleave.
Oh. I said I'm from Warrior. He's going to be able to snap the water rune away from Quinn. This doesn't really need it from the Dragon Knight without a bottle. Bottom lane action will continue. FI is going to be able to hold the Slark down. That will help Bark be able to step out of some trouble. We are seeing, though, Gaming Gladiators continue to play very aggressively into the Shaman and the Timber. Duracho has a crapload of Essence to work with, unfortunately with the Blood Grenade at the last second. FI will be okay, has to use his 1 charges.
Yeah, he's doing a good job trading. And I think they might stabilize his bottom, but the CS for the Slark isn't amazing. Like, he's doing okay. But if they can get another kill, that could be really big for them. And how much can this Lesh wreck? And it feels like this Lesh is already doing a lot for the lane. Curious at level 4 what the build is. Does he put a point in stun at 4, or the days of leveling stun on Lesh over? Oh, he
I haven't wondered what the item build is going to be. I have no idea what a position 5 Lesh is going to build.
He's probably just going to build normal pos 5 stuff. Arcane boots into probably some Glimmer, some Drum, whatever.
Top lane, look. Still got the Telekinesis left to work with. Going to drag him out of that tower protection. Meanwhile, Tian Ming is just beating onto Tofu. This Pugna's gone uncontested. Tofu still had that Lotus to work with, but it's not going to matter in the end. Of course, they will trade kills. Maybe Ace is a little bit happier. I mean, he gets the solo experience, gets the gold as well.
Oh, he's definitely happier, because the problem is Low can't come to the creep wave anymore, so he gets the kill plus free farm, where Low just, look at him, he just has to sit and observe. Ace take everything.
Just try and CS with a level 1 illusion.
Good luck.
Stuff. Even try and go for his own pull as well, so we'll get that to try and help out with the creep equilibrium. But we do have level 6 already for Moru, so that D-Ward not helping Quinn get his 6 early on, and oh, beautiful timing though. Tofu stops the charge through. Almost may have been enough to actually get the kill onto Quinn. Nonetheless though, we'll be able to secure that power rune. See what Aura is going to be able to do with it. Pulverize was used up in 20 seconds, however, but of course we always need to keep our attention around this mid lane with the Elder Dragon form on Quinn.
Oh, good scan. They scanned Ori going up to this top lane, and now Ace is going to instantly back out here. This would be a devastating kill if Ace did go down. But nonetheless, it did give space for Terrorblade to free farm, and Ace is just going to wander around. Wait for the dust to settle. As DK, he's probably going to pop his ulti and do a little bit of damage to this tower, but I don't think you're too sad if you're Ray here. You're not going to be able to do a whole lot as Quinn here. At best, you're just keeping Primal in play. Right?
Pretty good stun from Cellar to stop the Timber Champ, but now that Bark has got a couple extra levels along with FY, they will finally be able to kind of fight back. You're also seeing though, dude, Cellar's just giving them the treatment. Oh, maybe he's stepped too far forward? I don't know, what's going on? Rachu doesn't...
Who cares?
Nah, he's chilling.
I mean, he's like daring them. Please go on me. I've got level 2 Edict. I got 13 Stick and a Fairy Fire. There's nothing he can do. And level 6, by the way, on Dawn. You can't forget about this one. You always do forget about it, but you shouldn't forget about it. Alright, maybe these guys.
Rotation from Ori.
Where's he going?
He went to bot, didn't work out. I think the ward around the power and down bottom was able to scout him out. So that tower, I mean, decent chunk of damage, 800. First usage, the ultimate from Quinn.
Yeah, it was okay, but I think overall everything's fine. I mean, both the mid laners right now are pretty neutral with how this is going. Maybe Ori's a bit happy. I'd say Ori could be happy.
You'd probably say Lowe's pretty happy with how the lane's gone as well, right? It sounded like you were expecting this to be much worse for the Terrorblade, potentially him coming out of the lane with a couple of deaths.
I mean, yeah, he's still down a considerable amount of net worth, but yeah, overall, he didn't feed. And I think a lot of that had to do with Tian Ming doing a really good job with the Nether Ward and harassing. Okay.
Yeah, might have to solar out.
That was good.
It's just that
and
potentially
it's a kill for his troubles too. Oh no.
With the crit.
That's a feels bad. You know, like you commit your primal to go top, use this TP scroll, and then he TPs to another lane with his ultimate on Ace and he just gets a kill. Feels bad, man.
Feels bad. 3 rotations from Ori. Hasn't resulted in any kills off the back of this for the primal, so...
And he lost his tower for that too. In the mid lane.
Tower. And they're still sticking around. Ori, 1300 health they have to go through. See if they're going to have the damage though at the moment. Telekinesis drag back. He's fallen pretty low out of this primal beast. They need a little bit more and they're going to find it thanks to Cellar's Lightning Storm, and they'll retreat to their side of the river. In fact, Quinn is even thinking about stepping back over. FY vulnerable to the 3 members that Gaming Gladiators have. They'll get in range. Stun sets up for Celery's. And another kill, 3,000 net worth lead. And again, we've spoken what Gaming Gladiators have been able to do once they get these leads in the early game.
Yeah, and unfortunately for FY, it's looking like one of those 0-20 Shadow Shaman games on the road to it. I mean, it's 10 minutes. He's not level 6. He's 0-3-0. This is kind of like how it goes sometimes to Shadow Shaman. He's going to need to, well, A, get some experience, because he just hit level 5. Not even close to that level 6 mark. And B, make something happen with that level 6. And they're going to give him mid, and Ori is going to go on the prowl here, but they're going to find a Leshrac with level 3 Edict. Is that what you want to run into? Probably not. And guess what's even worse? Celery is like 1 creep away from level 6.
They're going to smoke back down the bottom as well.
Okay.
See what they're going to be able to do off the back of the 60 from Celery. Even Duraccio is nearby to offer some assistance. They will TP down on the Pugnut, but they just blow him up. Tofu with the Whirling Death. 4 points in the tree line. And Ruvik is not too bad of a hero. He was speaking a lot about what he can still versus the Shaman in particular, but against the Timber as well. If you use his spells back onto him, that definitely could be devastating for his health pool.
There's some really good Rubik spells this game. He's holding one of them, but yeah, the Shackles is another good one, and of course, the Pulverized is going to be another really good Rubik ability that he has available. Got to keep an eye out for Tofu this game, because he can make lots happen with this Rubik.
And you've got the blink now on Quinn to be able to enable that. And then meanwhile, over to the right side, the chain up straight to where Duracho was already setting up. They will make it a little bit more messy, though, with the D-crap, but Radiant... Dude, 5 heroes. Gladiators. What is this? 5 members in AR's territory? They're ready to fight. I mean, showcasing that this is the style that they want to have, not only in game 1, but game 2 as well. This time, you know, they won't convert onto any kills, so it is still a lot of resources brought down, but mid lane, FY... There is 1 kill close to the 20 mark.
I mean, 0-4-0, but he did get his level 6 from that. He got a little bit of farm. That death was good for him.
No ultimate. All right.
Yeah, he's dead.
And he is indeed. Tower's going to go their way as well.
I mean, it's the price you pay of being Duracho, you know? And the difference is, right? Like, you see 5 heroes converging on you. And last game, there's some anti-mages just farming. But Duracho is all in your face with Terrorblade. So some games, it'll get you some deaths, but the one thing he is good at is he'll always be aggressive. So you always feel kind of like outnumbered as the team feeling. Like, wow, their carry's so active and mine's just kind of AFK farming, right? So that's always some pressure that is put on you by having the Duracho factor. But sometimes you get the negatives of being aggressive too, and that'll just be the carry's dead.
Quinn maybe trying to force some reactions out.
Uh-oh.
Half Ori's health.
The damage.
Man, you got to be cautious about this Whirling Death. Ori, an aggressive onslaught, but is he going to be able to get away off the back of this, though? He does have FY even wanting to drop the ultimate as well. It's a pretty good Serpent Ward's block, and meanwhile, Ori got healed up as well from the Pugna, so he's potentially into fighting shape. They're just very hesitant at the moment, AR. They don't know whether to commit or back on over and just let this fight end. There's Quinn once again.
Okay.
An opportunity low, healed up thanks to Tiaming. Now Aura's got to look to charge, and a quick sidestep with the Solar Guardian will keep Quinn in fighting shape, but now Aura is in no man's land. We'll get the slow to be able to help reset his position. Quinn's still ready to go, but it's given time for Bark to be able to rotate in case the fight does continue.
Yeah, that was a really long, drawn-out fight there. Not a whole lot happened there, but Duracho was able to use the space to take the tier 1 on the top lane. He finished his Mage Slayer up. He's got 4 points in his queue. He's going to start picking his farm up, no problem. I think on the side of Gaming Gladiators, I think it's chill time. You just used a lot there. You're going to do some Ancients. Oh, that was an Arcane Rune on the Elder Dragon, so actually they could smoke it up and go right now if they wanted. Probably a good opportunity.
And they will. There's a potential DD awaiting them down bottom. They got a pretty deep Observe Ward as well to the north jungle. They see no one there, so that should give them an idea of potentially maybe Azure being towards his right side of the map.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Spreading out a little. They don't have Solar Guardian though. That's the only spell that is not really available. It looks like they won't really find much of anything, but they did force Azure to kind of huddle up and stop farming so freely. Blink Dagger online for the Timber Salt now too.
Okay.
Radiant are scanning.
So Barky had a little bit more of a rougher laning stage with those 2 deaths, but Blink Fairy Shrinket's always really nice, and of course into that Kai. So let's see if he's going to be able to provide the damage that they've been lacking so far and desperately needing. Only 3 kills at the moment for Azure. 3,000 deficit, nothing too crazy, but you got to say this is a really scary moment in the game. It's that second nighttime. Duracho, of course, he's still needing one more component in the recipe, but once he has that, he's going to start to get very active with the team.
And without clicking on FY, what do you think he's building?
Oh, Blink Aether. No, I didn't.
Okay.
I guess it's not them, so what? It's BKB maybe, or some like... I don't know.
You can click on him now. Click on FY.
No way. No way he's going Midas Quinn? It's a huge target if they're going to be able to blow him up. Solar Guardian repairs the damage, and Bark needs to get back into the middle. He will be able to do so to secure the kill, but it's both mid laners that go down. But I mean, we see how low Ace is currently. Finally, a fight goes semi-well for Azura. Yes, it's a 1-for-1, but Low is in a perfect position to be able to capitalize it and maybe bring this tower down with the meta.
That was a great smoke initiation. Got on the exact target they needed. FY played that fight really well too. He used his wards. Oh,
they can
walk up and be a little more aggressive too.
And with Bach
another
nearby,
catch.
They're getting so much value out of the blink early on. But the mechanism, it's not enough. But they still... FY? What? He stepped... No way. FY lives as well. They also get Celery. Steps in a little hidey hole. And now they're also going to try and chase down Ace. Will not be able to catch up to... Quinn? Actually, hold that thought. Jumps over the top. Quinn? This is a Timbersaw versus Strength Hero, Quinn. Oh. It's not going to work in your favor. No, Ace, he also gets baited a little bit too. What is going on? Azure, this is an incredible sequence of events for them. They won't get Ace, very close to it being an incredible fight for them in the end, but nonetheless, they cut this lead only down to 1,000.
Oh, is he baiting or... I'm not sure. All right, they're disengaging. I think that's a wise choice. But as the action settles down, I do respect this a lot from FY, just going the Midas. I talked about how Shadow Shaman is a hero that needs to get farm, right? And he realized his game was bad. He decided to kick his mid laner out so he could farm a couple waves. He's like, this still isn't good enough for me. The only way I can come back into this game is through the power of the hand of Midas. And he picks it up. So he is going to come back into this game without a doubt in my mind.
I'm so intrigued on what tier 2 neutral items he got as well. He went for the specialist array. So I really wonder what... yes, of course, the attack speed with Midas and also what the 18 damage he's getting from it. Celery... I actually don't want to lose the Leshrac. Solar Guardian into the middle. That is so much damage with a support Lesh onto Ori. I mean, there's two fights breaking out simultaneously. Durachu had to activate the Shadow Dance. It's like he's going to be okay, though, for the moment. Still, Barker's in fighting shape. So aggressive he's going to be able to continue to play, especially with that Kai completed off the back some of the bounty gold.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
A lot of poking and prodding in this game, and this has really favored one team specifically, and I think it's Azure, because if you notice the one person that has not been involved in this running back and forth shenanigans, it's Low. He's just free farming on Terrorblade. He's up to his Manta style now. Or he's not going Manta, he's going Scotty, so he's going to have his Scotty very soon.
Or he's going to reveal the blink onto the Dawnbreaker up. Prime target with no one nearby. Very nice. Azure. Another big kill for them.
I think a big problem this game is this, the Dawnbreaker ult has not been enough to keep Quinn alive. Like normally when you see Dawn ult on a hero, it's like, it's just enough to keep that hero alive, right? And you can turn, but like he's been trapped inside of Serpent Wards because he didn't go for phase boots. Maybe he's regretting not having phase boots at this point, playing their Shaman, but he's been trapped in there a lot, and Donald has not been able to save him, and of course this Timber's been making his life absolute hell with the amount of damage output he has been doing here. But there is a silver lining here, I suppose, for the Dawnbreaker. She does have 3.2k gold, going for a Radiance. So trying to be a core here.
Okay. Gaming Gladiators, what can they do? Some momentum has been building for Dire. I mean, it's a great spot for them to fight with the high ground. They get the jump on Tian Ming, and now FY is caught in the river as well. Both supports killed off without mercy, but I mean, this is a Scotty timing for Low, and he is feeling ready to fight. You've got also Ori waiting the wings. Bjark's going to be able to get the jumper in the middle, so they deal with Ace, but still Duracho. Oh, Sunder actually keeping Bark alive, but it means that Low needs to be cautious. Sunder's going to get stolen, but it's not enough. Quinn will go down, and now you've got no stuns nor spells to be able to stop the Primal Beast, nor the Timber to be able to deal with the remaining members. You will get the kill onto Low, so pretty decently done from Tofu, but still Ori pulverized at the ready. Bark's going to go flying in, jumping over the top. A triple kill for your Timbersaw, and they might even get Celery as well. Nice TP out, will just escape at the buzzer. But Azure, these fights had been building up. They are now the ones with the net worth lead.
And Low has been the most sacrificial Terrorblade with these Thunders I've seen from, well, I would say anyone, but Durachio's the other guy who's really sacrificial to his Thunders. Playing against him, kind of like picking up where he left off on that one, but he's using a lot of Thunders to save his allies in these fights, and I think he's got to start being a little bit careful with that. I don't know how many more Thunders he's got left in him for his teammates, and to the point where he's going to have to start using them for himself exclusively, as they will be going for the Tormentor here. Pick up a shard for, well, it would be great on Shadow Shaman. I think FY is crossing his fingers with that Midas. He'd love a free shard with it. And what do you know? Goes straight to FY. When FI calls for something, he gets it.
Can't blame him. FI God, he can help get the boys over the finish line sometimes. Look like a really good start for the fight for Gladiators. I mean, firstly, you're taking a fight around the river where there's no trees for the Timber to work with. You kill the Pugnut, you kill the Shaman straight away. But it just goes to show currently how strong the three cores are at the moment with Azure. And especially, again, that Skadi. We didn't really speak about it a lot just because it got picked up before that fight. But against the sustain from the Dragon Knight, the Dawnbreaker, it's going to have a lot of value in this game.
It definitely will. It's a really good Skadi game. If any other item he really needs, he might need a BKB. Not sure if that's entirely true, but I think the only reason I'm saying he might need a BKB is because of Tofu, really. You never know what Tofu is going to steal in this particular game. And if you end up like hexed and shackled on top of a Dawn ult, and you're not able to right-click some of these units down, that could be problematic.
Could be frustrating. You have the Ag shot on Leshrac as well, so just the split earths littering the team fights could be very difficult for him to be able to continue to freely right-click. You are going to have an Aegis now. So we will see if it's going to be Low that's going to grab it. And
no, I don't think so.
Okay, Buck's going to get it.
It's just TB never feels good with Aegis. This feels like you have the Aegis, you die. Either you don't use your meta, and you're like, I wish I was using meta now, or you die with meta on. You're like, well, this second life doesn't really feel very good. Putting on a hero like Timber, I think it's the right choice. He just goes in, does as much damage as he can, and guess what? When he dies, he can still output damage. So I agree with that. The only time I think you give it to TB is when you want TB to hit high ground.
Gonna Timber. Hand in hand with their fight at the moment, combining down bottom. They're gonna see Quinn in the lane. They've got the Solar Guardian, but we've seen previously it hasn't been enough health to be able to keep Quinn alive. Is it enough this time, however? Need another round of spells coming through, and meanwhile, Azure, everyone else shows up out of nowhere. You got Ori and Tianming just in case to be able to offer their assistance, and that is exactly what they need. Buck, he died twice in the lane, but ever since then, he's gotten 8 kills in a row, and it's been pivotal as to why Azure have this 4,000 net worth lead.
Oh, for sure. 2 games in a row where this Timber versus Flesh matchup has been going the Timber's way. 2 godlike Timber stalls in a row. Now, this new buff to Timber Stall is exactly what he needed, right? Just a more spell amplification for a hero that already one-shots you.
And you gotta say, interesting, a hero that didn't really get touched as well in the patch. Flamethrower nerf, very cool. Definitely what made him very strong in the last patch.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen a Timber buy a flamethrower at all in the last match, actually. I think the only time they got it is when they got off the Tormentor.
The Racho in trouble. Shadow Dance used. Pounce back up shortly. Into the TPR. Ori not able to get there in time.
Slark is one of the heroes, though, that had to for sure got hit the hardest. Other than, like, maybe Meepo. They made it so his pounce is 2 seconds longer cooldown, which is big, because when you add the shard on top of it, like, both those are 12. And every item he buys is nerfed. Gotta be rough to be a Slark fan right now.
You were Slark enjoyer?
No, I hate that hero.
Okay.
I mean, no, I loved Slark before the new Ags, and then I didn't play Dota as a carry for that era, so I don't use the Ags as well as a lot of the other Slark players, so I was like, F it, I'm not gonna play this hero. It'll get nerfed next match.
And it just sticks around.
I mean, it did get nerfed.
Alright. They're going to be able to catch up. Looks like Quinn might be left behind. What's the call? He's going to do his best to protect him with a Solar Guard, and they'll reset out of the beacon. But Ori, under the cover of the beacon, can still chase down the Dragon Knight. Now further to the north as well, Ace tries to deal with the Pugna, but Gaming Gladiators just... all these fights are not going their way, and it really hasn't been close as Ori catches up to another. They've got Bark nearby to offer the remaining damage required to deal with Celery, and this game is really starting to get out of control. Wait, alright. Gem dropped. They won't be able to get it. Oh, does he want to go back through? Never mind.
He didn't notice fast enough. He could have got out right away, but fortunately, going to be a little bit of missed opportunity here. But losing fights at nighttime versus a Slark is really, really sad.
Has been killed.
It kind of puts you in a situation like, we can't fight now. When can we? Is Dirachu's just going to snipe quarters in the background? I mean, that helps. That's good. Is it enough? Hard to say. But I was going to say that Tianming on this Pugna has been doing so much work in these team fights. It's actually unbelievable. Like, they want to kill him right away, but they don't have the damage right now. Dirachu is going to be going on to low here, but...
he's still got meta. Ages for 45.
Okay. It's crazy now.
Maybe they want to spot eye out Tofu, and Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
Where'd he go?
For support versus Timber versus Primal. Where did he go? Indeed, no Tofu for 40 seconds, and I might poke this high ground.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's going to be a little more than a poke. They're going to walk bottom as that tower is even lower. When did that tower get so low? I don't remember this.
I don't remember.
I think FY probably did. You probably didn't notice.
Ori jumping on the Dawnbreaker. There's nothing that Gaming Gladiators can do. It's always been the Dawn that's offered the potential assistance to keep heroes alive, but no one else has got that opportunity to do it for himself, and he doesn't have a buyback as well, so this will be a full set of barracks that goes down, and they're even going to look over to mid lane as well.
Well, they don't have any creeps. This is a bit awkward. They committed... they committed the wards on Shaman, not realizing that their mid wave isn't quite there. Because they entered through mid wave, right? And they went bottom, so someone just pushed out mid. They never had a bottom wave. Not a big deal. I mean, I think FY was just like, whoops, and that was it.
Wait.
Moving on.
I just looked at his net worth. I mean, sure, it's the minus, but and the A shot given over to him. But how is he this close to the Dawnbreaker?
Well, he hasn't been dying in the team fights, right? And if we've noticed, yeah, of course, like the Midas has definitely been helping, and same with the Agshard. But it's mainly just he doesn't die in the team fights. And Gaming Gladiators, they're dying in the team fights. I don't remember the last team fight where the Gaming Gladiators were able to take a fight. Like, they maybe kill a Pugna or something, but that's the end. And look at FY right now, he's just farming. Like, he knows what he needs to do on Shadow Shaman. Stack Ancients, farm, get where he needs to go. I think this is like what makes a difference between an experienced Shaman player and an unexperienced one, because this hero's greedy, without a doubt, very greedy. And you just got to play your hero the way it's meant to be played. And the moment you start playing him sacrificial, that's when this hero looks really bad.
He's going for Octarine. Alright.
He has a dagger. I got a dagger.
On the lane for a second. Once again, Ori and Bark in combination together. This has been... the difference from the first half of this game to the second half is crazy. Ori's rotations to start the game just didn't result in any kills. And it must have felt so awful for the Primal base going from top to bottom, you know, back and forth, not being able to help out at all the side lanes that weren't going well. And then as soon as Bark got the blink, the game completely turned on its head.
Yeah, it definitely did. There's just a couple fights in a row. And I'd even say that Tianming and FY, the first team fight, probably hold on to that. There's a team fight going on here.
How do you execute it though for GG? You're down 17,000. You need a backline stab. That's where Dirachu is going to come into play. Trying to poke and prod. Still a little bit essence. Going to make sure you don't get blown up inside that ultimate. We'll find the pounce away, but of course this is put on cooldown. You do have Ace back alive. What is the call? How do you go back in now?
Oh, that Pugna, go blast it. Okay, this is getting really aggressive. They know meta's going down. I think they want to go.
And they will jump in. Ace, I mean, might just get blown up from 4 to 0. They're also controlling Tofu. Buy back into the ultimate. Is it going to be enough to keep them alive? Because Bark is in fighting shape. Meanwhile, they got the Hex onto Dyrachyo. A quick timing out of the pounce gets himself to safety, but Azure, what's the call? Because you're fighting without Metamorphosis. Is the 18,000 net worth lead enough to brute force the high ground? And they will pay some respect.
Yeah, it's not worth it. It would have been nice if they could have got that last barracks, but they realized in Dota, it's never worth feeding for a barracks. The creeps just aren't strong enough, you know? You get a barracks, but it feels like you being dead for 60 seconds is enough time for the other team to, you know, barracks you back or force a buyback, and now you created a win condition for the other team that otherwise wasn't there. So more times than not, it's always safe to just play it safe.
Oh, Quinn.
Oh, quick
timing out of the Glimmercape. We'll be able to respond though nonetheless. They're already hunting for more, but Ark has been able to reposition accordingly. Is that... I was going to say, is that their first kill in a while? But they did get the Pugner in that previous fight, so...
Yeah. They have not been getting many kills, but they have killed the supports a couple of times, but not nearly enough. And that's why the net worth is what it is. Slark isn't a hero that can keep up with Terrorblade and farm. It just isn't going to happen. So you have a free farm plus losing team fights, and that's how you get a deficit like this. And the shard will go to the Pugno this time. I mean, I suppose it could have went to the Primal.
Speaking of Primal... Wait, what? Okay, didn't get the Onslaught away?
That's the gem,
I didn't see the end,
actually.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice pickoff. How much essence you got now? 21? Can they make something else worth of it? I mean, this is where you really look to try and snowball as best as you can. Maybe they can make a play through the portal. It looks like Dire kind of even sniffing this one out as a potential. They did scan this area.
Well, the timing's not right, because the way you snowball games with Slark is during nighttime, because you get bonus night vision, and that allows you to like take fights where you just can't be seen. You just have that extra cloak on top of like your other abilities that also cloak you. That makes it very frustrating to play against. So even though you do get that kill, I guarantee if it was nighttime, Slark would have ran across the map. But generally speaking, most Slark players during the day, they kind of just want to chill, farm, and at night they want to go full killer instinct. But Roche is up, so they might not have a choice but to make something happen right now. And the portal play is going to be risky. Ace and Tofu want to go on the portal, but Low is just standing on top of it with a Daedalus.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, Dyrachyo? Well, he's going to give them some of that information. And yeah, it looks like they're actually going to TP in instead. So Tofu not even going to risk going through the portal. Because you have that potential of the Solar Guardian from Ace to always be able to join them. But they're going to force their hand. AR will just pop meta and walk into Roche. Quinn will be able to scout though. Jump in, Bark, FI. Going to get the initiation onto the Rubik. There's a response out of the Solar Guardian. They'll be able to hold him down into places. Ace protected momentarily, trying to dodge down to the south. Meanwhile, Dyrachyo's attempting to deal with the backline, but without anyone to enable him, it's an attempt that's going to go wayward as Dyrachyo continues to try and escape. And meanwhile, they've also caught up to Quinn as well. 3 members from AR. He's going to be able to TP out. Meanwhile, though, it's 2 supports that almost killing Dyrachyo. Somehow is able to get the ultimate off at the last second. They will continue to chase him down. F5 with the blink back up and the shackles. Nice timing out of the Dark Pact. It's like Dyrachyo is okay. We're seeing Dyrachyo is recognizing he's got to deal with the supports. He needs to make chaos, but he just doesn't have anyone else to play with him.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard at this point. The Dragonite just... Maybe if the Ags will help, but the Ags is so severely nerfed. So, okay, so you will have Ags on Quinn very soon here, and level 18. So you're going to get +2 levels in Dragon form for this next fight. Which, will it be enough? That's going to be the big question. But without a doubt, that is a huge, huge increase in strength, right? You went from level 2 Dragonite ult to level 4, just like that.
See how
but I don't know if it still deals with them.
Yeah, 18k lead. Again, Age is given over to the Timber. Dyrachyo is continuing to poke with that nighttime like you were mentioning, and Now with the gem as well. You kind of have to deal with your base. I guess that's where Ace is able to come into play. He's almost got Scepter too. Is he going to be able to buy it before this fight? Because you might have to just stand your ground here with the Cliff Ward.
No, it'd be really big versus Terrorblade. He has no way of cutting through evasion, so... Did he get it on Courier? He did. And Courier made it safely, too. Yeah, level 4 DK ult and Scepters. Could be good.
That's a great target. Starting on to Fi, they want to try and deal with the supports first. Decrep's going to protect the Shadow Shaman. Solar Guardian early on as well. They will still be able to assassinate Fi. Now, what's the call afterwards? Ace just gets ripped apart. The red crits are too much for them to handle. Low will turn to Celery next as well. As Meme all over to the right side. Duracho almost gets Ori, but the cheese eaten at the last second. It was a nice attempt. The last one at that. They killed off FY. They almost got a call, but it was not enough.
I think the Solar Guardian, I mean, I don't even know if they win that fight, but I feel like that Solar Guardian is a little bit early.
Durachu. Seeing FY off the buyback into the outpost, but he might be in some trouble. Ori still has the Pulverize. Perfect duration of the stun lock. And the G's are going to be caught as well. As for our third series of the night, it will be a 1-1 tie.
And 2 games in a row, Timbersaw goes unstoppable and still... I mean, I didn't think the Lesh support was that bad, but you kind of got to compare it to what other supports did. So, sure, the laning stage was good. It was a flex pick, meaning they were able to get this last pick Dawn out of it. But unfortunately, the Dawn had a fine laning stage, but we didn't see a whole lot of impact outside of that. Makes you wonder still. I'm still like trying to analyze, is this Leshrac as good as some of these teams think it might be? Because if I look at the impact in this game of what did Lesh do in these team fights? Not a lot, right? But this Pugna saved and healed so many heroes that it was like kind of like unbelievable. And obviously FY being able to get caches was super strong as well, but it was mainly just this output. You can even see in these replays how much damage this Timber is actually doing in every single fight. And then Low, it's so sacrificial with his Thunders this game. I questioned if this was good, but I look back on it, like you're keeping your Timber alive, you're keeping him in the fight. That 100% was worth it there. So really good plays by Low there to just, as a Terrorblade, play a support role, really, as not only just being the carry, but overall, just sure, right, just really great gameplay. And back to Gaming Gladiators, still experimenting a little bit on what's good, what's not good, and still trying to find out how this patch is supposed to be played.
Yeah, which of course is going to take some time. So we'll see, at least for them, this is their last series of the day for both Azure and Gaming Gladiators. So they will have some time to be able to review the matches and maybe talk about some strategies and some ideas they had going into today, and potentially look over some other games as well, because it's going to be a very long tournament if they are able to make it to groups 2, and regardless, groups 1 is going to go for 4 days, so we'll have some time to be able to make amends on their losses. But we're going to have a short break. When we come back, we'll have a quick winners interview, so we'll see you guys soon.
Los, komm, steig drauf. Das Leben ein Traum. Los, komm, steig drauf. Yeah.
Das Leben ein Traum.
Kein Geld, kein Stress, wir regeln das. Luxus-Vibes, als wärst du auf der Segelyacht. Low Budget, High Class, Tasse statt Weinglas. Denk nicht viel nach, wir machen es einfach. Let's go. Seid ihr sicher, die Clique ist down? Ziehen Blicke auf uns, alle ticken jetzt aus. Die ganzen Kids in der City stehen drauf. Und rollen. Droppen Banger, schlagen mittendrin auf. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit.
A clean second game performance from the boys on Azuri, going to be able to tie up a third series of the night, which puts them in a position where they're going to end the day 3-1. And of course, for Gaming Gladiators, they're going to end the day on 1-3 as well. Fee, well, we got some time just before we get into a interview. How are we feeling about the groups between Group A and Group B? I know a lot of people like to say here if there's a group of death or something like that. Do you have like a group you feel like maybe is a little bit scarier than others?
That one's hard to say, I think, because like there's definitely going to be some differences between the two. I mean, Azure, one win. I think it's going a little bit different than I would expect it to, but I think Group A definitely looks a little bit stronger from what I've seen. They have some, obviously they got Falcons on there who won the Bepung Dacha. It's a team to look out for, so a little bit of good stuff coming from that squad.
Of course, I'm very excited to be able to see how the boys on like Heroic are going to be able to perform and one win and what Aurora are going to be able to pull out as well. I know Aurora aren't playing with Armel, also congratulations. I heard he did just have a kid, which is why he's not with them. So of course playing with Lorinov, but there's some question marks on the teams and how they're going to be able to perform. And I think for Azure in particular, very happy with their day one. And for Gaming Gladiators, you're still some stuff for them to be able to work on, of course. But this is a team that knows exactly what needs to be done to get them over the finish line. But we do have our interview ready. Of course, it's going to be Bark joining us from the boys on Azure. So Bark, thank you for joining us. I'm going to let Fee start off with the questions.
Sure. My first question is going to be, in game number 1, you guys chose to pick Batrider last pick in the off lane. You had a early anti-mage pick. What went wrong in that game specifically, like that made it so hard for you to play it?
就是第一把，当时你们最后一手选了一个蝙蝠的3号位，然后而且敌法和冰女好像是很前面就选的。所以很明显，你们这个战术是就是预先已经想好了，但是感觉发挥的并不是很好。就是你个人认为主要问题出在哪里？
当时选敌法是怕对面选吧，然后就有点一选再抢，然后主要是对线我们3路都比较劣，然后对线没怎么打好，然后所以前面压力很大。
Okay, so we picked this anti-mage more as like a ban kind of pick, where we were really worried about Gaming Gladiators picking the anti-mage, so we picked it instead of them. And I think the main reason why the draft didn't work out the way that it was supposed to was simply because we lost all 3 lanes. I think during the laning phase itself, it didn't go as well as what we hoped it to do.
All right, perfect. All right, one more question for you there, and it's going to be about the patch. A new patch came out recently. Did you guys have to change your playstyle a lot? Do you feel like you have this new patch figured out, or there's still a lot more to explore?
如果你关于这个新的版本，就是你认为这个新的版本是不是对你们整个战队的发挥对你们战队的战术有很大的影响、很大的改变呢？还是你认为你们已经理解这个版本了，已经知道该怎么打了？
就版本改了之后，有一些英雄上面的转变吧，就有一些英雄能上场，然后像比如说末日这种英雄可能没那么厉害，然后就大家还在摸索的阶段吧。
I think this patch definitely has allowed some other heroes to surface, as well as making heroes such as Doom much less favored because the changes has impacted it a lot. Right now, I think most of the teams, including ourselves, are pretty much still in the researching phase.
Bach, I apologize if this question has already been asked in other interviews. I'm curious on the meaning behind your name change, going from Faith Beyond to Bach.
就是这个问题，可能其他采访也问过了，就是想问你这个更改名字有什么故事呢
？First of all, I changed this name just because I love the composer Bach, and after the Monkey Business show, I talked to Notel and Seb. Notel's name is Johann, and Seb's name is Sebastian. So the composer name is Johann Sebastian Bach. So after that talk, I think I could be the Bach, so I changed the name.
Okay, very cool. Sorry, thank you very much. And I heard as well on your break, you did a lot of traveling. I think I heard in Germany in particular. Was there like some places in Europe that you really enjoyed the most when you were able to explore on your break?
就是当时不是相当于退休，然后也到欧洲很多不同的地方去游玩了一下嘛，就想问你当时这段休息时间内，你觉得玩的最好玩的地方是哪里呢？
我像德国慕尼黑周边，然后还有意大利，还有西班牙、巴塞罗那、马德里，这些都非常不错。
I think most of like pretty much the whole Germany, as well as the surrounding countries. I've also been to Italy. I've been to cities like Madrid and Barcelona, and they are all amazing places.
Okay, awesome answers. Thank you very much for joining us, Bach. Always a pleasure to be here from someone like you, a TI winner. It's always exciting to be able to watch Azure play as well. So thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
There we go. Interview embarked on a dusted third series of the day, which means we've got one more series to go as well, and it's another very exciting series as well. We're gonna have Extreme Gaming taking on Tundra. I believe I'm just taking a look now. Extreme Gaming 1-1 and Tundra, they went 1-1 in their first series of the day as well. So definitely two teams with a lot of expectations coming into this tournament. I know Extreme Gaming just had a tournament victory under their belt, and for Tundra with a new roster, a lot to prove as well. So any quick pre-thoughts before we head to a break and then go with that series?
Well, I haven't seen a lot of XG other than just the final moments of the last tournament, but Tundra has been needing to prove themselves a lot, I feel. And I feel like this is going to be a match where they got to get at least one win to just kind of like surface that, like, hey, we're still out here, guys. We're still a threat. And there's this same like potential threat that we were a couple years ago when they won TI. It's a completely new roster. They have a lot to prove. So a lot of eyes on Tundra for me in this next series.
Yeah, of course, you'll see how some of the new guns are able to go as well. I know 9Class is someone who very high in the leaderboard in Europe, so it's going to be exciting to see how he can perform on Tundra. And I mean, there is also some extra people hoping that they perform well with Zai stepping back in a very different role, different capacity, but nonetheless, being with Tundra as a team manager. So I know a lot of people would be rooting for him and also Tundra even more so now. But of course, that's our next series. We're going to have a little bit of a break. When we come back, nonetheless, we will have Extreme Gaming taking on Tundra. We'll see you guys soon.
just what I've been waiting for. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, begging for more. 'Cause just a little bit, just a little, is never enough. 'Cause just a little bit, just a little, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. You got that touch I've been dreaming of, so don't be holding back on me. No, hooked on your love, got me so messed up. 'Cause you're the everything I need. Oh, yeah. My favorite addiction, you know you are. Just what I've been waiting for. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, begging for more. 'Cause just a little bit, just a little, is never enough. 'Cause just a little bit, just a little, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. Just a little bit, just a little, is never enough. Just a little bit, just a little, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. Just a little bit, just a little, is never enough. Just a little bit, just a little, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit.
Just got the news that you're still in town, looking for a safe place to hide. Well, you better close your window and lock the door, 'cause I'm gonna get you tonight. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out. 'Cause here I come. Love has a way of seeing through all of your wants and the shadow of doubt. So just get dressed and know for sure I'm on my way to take you out. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. Just when you think I'm down for the count, you think I'm out of the bound, that I'm about to strike out. I rise and silence the doubt. Just when you think that I've got nowhere to go, that it's the end of the road, the curtain's closed on this show. It just keeps getting better and better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Just when you think I'm over the hill, that I've forgotten the thrill, that I'm losing my will, I go in for the kill. Just when you think I'm wasting my time, I'm at the end of the line. But just like a fine wine, it just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Getting better, just keeps getting better. Just keeps getting better. Just keeps getting better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Just keeps getting better, just keeps getting better. We get better, we find another level. Yeah. It's Q-Head. It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-inch scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. And we faced harder times when sweet words turned into lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest. Hit the brake, I'll turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Oh, wake up with no alarm. Brand new kind of charm and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun. Yeah. Make a list, check it out. Doing only what I want. 'Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade. On parade, on parade. On parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hold up, windows down. Rolling with the classic sound. Spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade. On parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling.
We're back for our last series of the day. We got Tundra taking on Extreme Gaming, who both are currently 1-1 in the standings. Of course, very early on for DreamLeague Season 22 in the group stages, but it's going to be a very pivotal match nonetheless. Now, we had the opportunity actually to even cast Tundra in the Birmingham qualifiers, where we saw they looked a little bit shaky in some of their games, and then we didn't get to cast their lower bracket finals, where apparently they blitzed right through, and that was all they needed to actually be able to qualify to Birmingham. So games we saw that they were a little bit shaky, but obviously they were able to find out some of the issues and go on to Birmingham, and hopefully that's a lot of momentum now leading into Dream League for them.
Yeah, it might be. We'll have to see if that momentum can continue. This is a team that has lots of high skill players, right? I guess at this point, anyone at DreamLeague right now is a high skill player, but Pure on the old Bet Boom stood out a lot when he was playing off lane, but his natural role is carry, so he's moved back to carry. Speaking of natural roles in the off lane, they brought in MC, legendary off laner as well, and of course you've got Thompson, who is two-time TI winner. What more can you say about the guy? And then you have players like Whitemon, who's been around in the C scene, even came to NA for a little bit on TSM. And you bring in the new guy, 9 Class, as you mentioned before, really high MMR player as a support from the European region. So this team should have everything needed to be a team that is very feared amongst all the other teams and be dominant.
Yeah, I think it's just a question of how long it's actually going to take for them, as we can even look a little bit closer at the carries in particular. Like you're saying, Pure going back to his ever so comfort role in the carry, and he was really when he was playing carry or Entity, this was one of my favorite carries to watch. I think his just idea of Dota and the style that he plays, and we were getting Pudge 1s for example. He was really, I think, some of the first that was really pulling it out to great success. And there was that time where Entity were blitzing through, I think it was maybe TI 11 calls where they didn't lose a single map, and that was a devastating Western Europe qualifiers as well. So I think Pure as a carry is an absolute beast, but you're going up against the prince himself in Arme on Extreme Gaming. This guy is also coming back from retirement. He doesn't seem like he's lost his mojo at all.
Yeah, and one of the really fun things about watching Ame is he has his own view of the game. he'll play like similar heroes that everyone will play. It's a lot different from Pure, right? Where Pure will just play like different heroes and you'll be like, okay, didn't see that one coming. But Ame will play your standard carry heroes, but he'll just play them a little bit differently than everyone else. And I think recently he played an Ursa. He ended up going for the Octarine, Yules, Heart of Tarask build. Oftentimes you don't see most Ursa players do this, and he has his own twist on how to play the game. And what makes him such an amazing player is most of the time it actually works, right? And that's what makes him like such a cool player. I think Ame is kind of like the Thompson of the carry role, I guess you can say, in a lot of different ways. So very fun to watch Ame play. I hope he has something that he's been practicing and cooking up to show us that's a little bit different and unique.
Well, let's see what he's potentially going to be cooking up along with the boys. We do have a draft ready for our first game here. So, and what are we going to open up with? Looks like Tundra, first pick. They've gone down the Mars route. And then Extreme Gaming going for the Crystal Maiden as a response. So not really revealing too much. I guess really the big thing so far in the draft is the Meepo ban from Extreme. So just, of course, making sure Pure doesn't get his Meepo, even though... Do you feel like this hero is still like first phase ban material? I know you were saying a lot that he's going to be one that's really hit from the Disperser. I don't know if there was... I think maybe Dig was nerfed a little bit. And yeah, the Mega Meepo. But like, do you feel like this hero is still first phase pick and ban material?
I personally don't think so. Like maybe against some certain teams that like have like a true Meepo specialist. I just feel like last patch... No, I'm not gonna say anyone could play Meepo, but like you didn't need to play that many games of Meepo because he was just over tweaked. I think the Disperser is a thing for Meepo because the fact that it worked AoE and worked on all your Meepos was a bit insane, right? So the Meepo really benefited from that one more than any other hero, so that kind of hurt him a lot. And of course, yeah, you know, nerfing things such as the Dig, nerfing the Mega Meepo stat share, all this really does add up on a hero that is a specialist hero like Meepo. So I still think the hero can be good in the hands of a really good Meepo player, but I don't know, and I don't think it is first phase bannable. But then again, I haven't played against a lot of Meepos myself. This patch is pretty new. I think the patch scared away most of the Meepo players.
Sure, that's a good thing for a lot of people playing their pubs as well. Not running into many Meepos, but still see it in a handful of games. Something that we're going to continue to see is the Timber. Extreme obviously feel like this Lunar is one of the better ways to deal with the Timber. There was a ban into the instant Timber pick, and then Tundra, their response is the Rubik and the Tekis. So we saw in the previous game, Rubik having, there are some stages throughout the game, and depending how well the Timber is looking as a whole, that this Rubik can be very annoying for Timber with the stolen spells.
Yeah, it's definitely quite good. Rubik is the hero. If you don't address them, I think the one big thing you need to have against a Rubik is you need a type of hero that can get on top of him and kill him. Whether it's from the mid lane, your Ember, Storm Spirit, Pangos, these type of heroes. Your carry potentially can do it, like a Slark or something like that. PA got buffed, maybe we'll see some PAs in this turn. I'm not sure if the buff was enough. But these type of heroes are kind of essential to play versus Rubik because if he's very squishy, very easy to kill. If you don't have a way to stop him from casting these spells, he can become a real problem. Naga's definitely a hero that can get on the back lines and kind of kill a Rubik as well. So I do like that pick. It's also good versus Mars. Tekis doesn't really have the best toolkit as well to deal with it. So far their heroes don't particularly deal with a Naga super well. But you still have two more picks, one of them being your carry and one of them also being your mid laner. And I think mid laners, historically speaking, are the ones that do the best against Naga, especially as we saw this Leshrac hero is rising in popularity. You're playing versus Timber, you're playing versus Naga. Theoretically, right? It should be a good Leshrac game. As I imagine Extreme Gaming will just pick a POS 4 here. I'm not sure what that'd be. It could be a Hoodwink. Rubik's gone, Techi's gone. They're going with Nick.
Wow.
Okay. That one's interesting. I mean, I don't see a lot of this in pro games, but it's pretty cheesy. Did they touch Nyx in the patch?
I'll check.
I hope they did.
I'll bet you. No, they didn't do it.
They did not do it at all. And I don't know. I feel like Nyx is a cheese hero. But that's all I can say about Nyx, right? Like, you just walk around, you're useless in the lane. You don't really do anything. You're kind of tanky, so I guess you can draw some attention. Then you just farm a Dagon, and you just run around the map and start one-shotting everyone. And it's just like kind of absurd, just like the mechanics of how this hero works. So that's how I kind of look at Nyx. He's a greedy support, very greedy. Okay. He'll have a nice payoff. And of course, if you're playing with a Naga too, you can just have these random illusions running around with a Nyx running around in Fizz. That's kind of scary to play against, right? So I might want to consider, if I'm Tundra, pick something that helps you group up a little bit more and prevents the Nyx from playing this style of Dota where he can just pick you off when you're farming.
Does the Nyx make it difficult for Tundra to draft because you now have to worry about that burst potential, but also Spike Carapace against heroes that kind of like the way to deal with Naga illusions and Timber is a lot of the time magic damage and uncontrollable. And does the Nyx kind of getting picked up maybe make it a little bit more difficult for Tundra to find that perfect hero?
Oh yeah, I mean, Nyx is always kind of annoying in that regard. And I think the one thing that Nyx does more than in the past, you don't worry as much about like the random AoE clipping you and getting stunned. You kind of want to pick heroes that just don't get killed in one shot with Dagon combination, like TA, right? TA is really good versus Nyx for that because you can just sit there and farm. Strength heroes are also a bit better than agility heroes, unless they have a way to mitigate that. Like, not being able to just get assassinated by Nyx is generally what you're scared of more than anything now. And you can see that kind of through this pick as well. Like, he'd rather play an Alchemist who's probably gonna have a Radiance, he's gonna have Acid Spray, he's probably gonna get stunned, right? But that's a spell you level up last nowadays on Nyx. Like, you won't put one value point maybe in it, but you're maxing your W, you're maxing, what, I don't even know what it's called anymore, like Mind Flare or something?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Did I get that? That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, I know, I think it's right.
Mind Flare, that's what it's called. I was wrong. I said Mind Flay, so wrong one.
Mind
Flare. Oh, okay. Well, maybe I did. Who knows? Either way, but you max Impale and Mind Flare and with a Dagon, and it's just like easy 2,000 damage. And then you just get Dagon 5 and you keep doing that. At least that's how most of the Nyx I see play. So you kind of want to play a strength tanky hero or some hero that takes reduced damage in that regard. And Alchemist is that. Like, it's really hard to like just burst him. But you will have to worry about, of course, getting stunned very easily, especially if you go for that Radiance build against Nyx.
And you were saying like often the way to deal with the Naga Siren is we look towards the mid laners, but Alchemist is one of the few carries that actually can deal with the Naga Siren, you know, with that Radiance and all of the other AoE that it kind of offers as well. So yeah, maybe this is going to help. I know Thompson has also run the Alchemist in the past. I don't know if this is something they're still looking at. Of course, Extreme are getting rid of some classic Thompson heroes, being the Pugna in particular, which would be great versus the Naga Siren illusions. And you know, we spoke about how that can help versus the Timbersaw, even Dazzle getting banned out as well. So do you feel like they need an extra way to deal with the Naga and some more bursts for the Timbersaw?
I mean, we did see Timber go godlike 2 games in a row in the last series, and they did pick an Alchemist into Timbersaw, which, as you can tell, a very tanky strength hero versus Timber typically doesn't work out great. So yeah, I think they need a way to deal with these heroes. I still think they should pick Leshrac. I really think Tundra should just pick Leshrac. And I don't want to go all in on trying to shut down a Timber because I just feel like it just doesn't work most of the time. It's like, oh, okay, let's counter them. I mean, I guess this is another type of AoE hero. I guess they don't believe in Leshrac whatsoever. Maybe the Nyx scared them off, but I don't find, like I said, Nyx isn't the same heroes before. Of course, Spike Carapace is great, but he doesn't have like the mana burn anymore that Leshrac really hated in the past. Burst damage, kind of annoying, but yeah, same thing. High magic damage, high AoE. It fits the bill. Obviously, I'm scared for Timber going beyond godlike again because he doesn't have a very difficult lane. You do have your counter pick matchup in the mid lane as well here too. If you want to counter the Zeus, I guess there's a TA in the pool if you want to play a really slow game. But is there something? But Kunkka could be. I'd be pretty happy with a Kunkka against a Zeus as well. That could be quite good.
I know XM really likes his Void Spirit. I'm not sure
does
how
that counter. I'm not sure.
I'm just thinking of heroes to get on top of the Zeus. I feel like that's always been his pretty concern, and Void Spirit is a Mage Slayer builder, and you don't particularly have that. They will go for the classic TA counter. Very nice call. So this is just a free farm lane for TA, right? There's just no concerns at all. What you said it was a little bit more of a slower route? Is that what you said though, right?
Yeah, I'm just a little bit afraid because like you have Naga, right, who's going to be really slow in general, just what the hero does. Timber, he's not slow, but he does enjoy having a stun on his team so he can input the damage. And I think Shin Q on Nyx is going to, if he doesn't have a great laning stage, he doesn't get an early 6th, the game could be really slow. However, they could just win mid really hard, right? They should, theoretically. They should win top lane pretty hard, theoretically. And bot lane should just be, I feel like, a draw. So I think as long as you don't let Tundra run around with this Mars and get a bunch of kills with Zeus, you're in a pretty good spot in Extreme. And you just got to like play off the laning stage, pave it slower. Obviously, Naga at some point is going to get into an Orchid and be more active. Nyx, same story. So it'll be just slower early game, but you can always make up for a slow early game by just, you can slow the early game down by winning lanes. Let's put it that way. And I think they have a draft that can do that.
Very intrigued on what the item build is going to be overall this game. I think in particular with the Zeus, you know, there's really two different routes you can go down. It's like your phylactery 8th lens and the Kaya, and then of course transitioning from there with whatever, depending if you want to continue the magic damage route. I know some people are also really liking just phylactery into your Manta and Ag Shot. So of course there's some value with the Manta this game, being able to deal with refraction. And also the lightning hands also giving you some extra ways to deal with the Naga illusions. I think it is just very like player dependent on what they prefer.
Where'd he go?
I mean, you know, lightning hands Manta build must be winning games somewhere, but I never see it win.
Okay, I really think I'm not a big fan of that build. I mean, games that I've seen Zeus perform incredibly well has been you go again phylactery Kaya and Aether into your potentially whatever you need an Octarine. I think Blink can be incredible on this hero to help with repositioning. If it's like a free Zeus game, this hero can take over. But it's you're into a Nyx, which is like. It's not fun at all. Like Thompson has to play this game incredibly well, and just because of this soul hero and even the potential of like XM and some illusions to potentially kill him too. So I have been way more convinced by the not Manta build, but like you said, it's got to be winning somewhere for people to go for it.
Yeah, I almost never see this build succeed. However, people keep going back for it. And the problem I have with it is like you're just always a glass cannon. Like I understand the Manta and the Shard help you farm a lot, which does make sense. And I think Manta is pretty good this game too, just because Naga. I mean, the whole point of this hero is you net someone and you Orchid them. It's going to be like almost every single game, and Manta does help you deal with that. You would have to go like some Yules or something, but I think if you go Yules, you're kind of just setting yourself up for like some Nyx stun or some frostbite when you land, right? So I do see reasons why you feel like you have to go this build. But maybe those are the games where Zeus isn't such a good pick. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see.
And like you said, though, with like the Manta gives you incredible capability to be able to farm, but also just the ghost shove on the lanes, which like if you have a team that really struggles with pushing out waves, then there would be a lot of value for you to go down that Manta route too. But this is maybe something you're Manta, but you still go a lot more for you're not Manta into like Moonshard and Parasma and
yeah, that's where I have the issue too.
Yeah, so like you can still go down that Manta route where you go like Kaya and Yasha, and then you disassemble towards the later stages. So we'll see though. I'm very intrigued on how Thompson wants to play this. Of course, is someone who's definitely an innovator in regards to hero builds as a whole and just play style. So we will see. But like you said, and you call for as well, this Templar Assassin is going to have a great time in the mid lane.
Ame fell off, man. Like, they got 3 runes. His illusion was set up to deny top rune, but they initiated on bottom. He didn't deny that top rune. Disappointed.
How dare you say that about Ame's Naga? If I remember correctly, Tora said recently that Ame's Naga had what was one of the best carry performances he's seen through the first 10 minutes. So I know you are just
off to a slow start right now.
Slow start. Micro needs to be a little bit better. He's already played 2 games today, I should say. On Ame, step it up.
Just trolling. Those things don't matter too much, but that would have been really cool if you could have denied it, because they got 3 of the runes. If they would have had 0 runes on.
What's going on top lane?
Excess dying.
Dude, otherwise, Jesus, that whirling death in the trees did like 350 damage to pure at level 1. But yeah, that doesn't matter if you get first blood. You take that in day of the week. You bring on an extra little bit of regen, and you are fine. So first blood going to go for Tundra, and they will drag the wave all the way behind as well.
Yeah, just a little too far up because the Nyx, we mentioned before, this hero doesn't like laning very much. So he dragged the wave, pulled it behind. And I think in those situations, whether you're a carry player, off laner, you gotta be okay with missing 1 or 2 CS, right? Just so your support can do some pooling action. And that's the type of things that swing matchups that should be heavily favored for you into the enemy.
Minor thing, but nicely done from Pure as well. After that, wave was behind the tower, even aggroed the small camp, so got a full deny out over XXS. At least Xingqiu was there to be able to soak up a little bit of experience. See how this bottom lane is going to shape up, though, in particular. Are both cores going to be able to farm this lane? Are there any real concerns for MC or Ame?
I think they both should farm, no problem. Okay. I think as this lane continues to go, it might actually be harder for Naga, just because you have, the Rubik can nuke your illusions pretty easily, and so can MC. But later on in the game, this is why they picked the Naga. It's really hard to arena Naga, just because you're going to have the Manta available. Spear only hits 1 target, unless you end up getting the Spear of Mars, then illusions count as a target. So it gets very difficult to not only find the Naga for the arena, but actually hitting the real one is the hardest challenge of all.
I'm intrigued on what the item build's going to be for MC as well. I know Amari's got this very interesting read at the moment with the Yule Scepter. I know he's not going for it every game, but it does seem like a majority of games he does like it. It's not like MC's a game...
Sorry, I was just going to interrupt you real quick there. Like, the most times I do see it, he's playing versus like a Spear hero.
Yeah.
As a tool of like catching some hero that otherwise he would not be able to catch. And I think Xingqiu's just gonna die to Thompson, but Thompson has to use all his mana to get that kill. So, but well worth it. I mean, this is a matchup where, as the lane progresses, you're gonna get less and less farm playing against the TA. So getting just some, freebie gold by killing the support is gonna feel pretty good.
Yeah, so far, very even. Even Tundra off the back of those 2 kills, of course, nothing really is going to affect the lanes as heavily. I mean, we see XM having a great time. This hero can go... you can change your item build a little bit, maybe on what you want to go first or second. Do you have a preference this game? If you need to maybe up the tempo with like an earlier Blink Dagger, or if it's going to be that classic like Dragonlance Deso and whatnot.
Oh, sorry.
Jesus, yeah, pure. Spike Carapace, man, it's hurting.
I mean, Spike Carapace is very good versus Alchemist. There's a couple of heroes that just make you very sad as an Alchemist in the laning stage. I think Nyx is definitely one of them. And I think the other one's Skywrath, because he just like silences you and you just there's nothing you can do against it. But yeah. But anyway, what was your question again? Sorry, I was too involved by what's going on.
That's okay. The TA item build, do you have a preference? I know you can kind of interchange like the first couple of items, but they usually are relatively similar.
I think the difference between the mid TA and the carry TA is the order in which these items come out.
Yeah.
And I think the big one is the Deso just comes... Oh, top lane? Oh, he didn't get the Carapace off.
He got it off, and Thompson's going to rotate too, and actually just picked up the level 6 off the back of the experience from the kill, and will not even require the ultimate. I mean, didn't have the mana anyway. Regardless, it's a really nice rotation out of Thompson. Like you said, I mean, this mid lane, he's going to struggle, and any other kill he can get is going to be very beneficial to his net worth, along with his levels too.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, just to finish your question, I think you go Blink before Desto on T in mid lane. That's pretty much it. And when you play carry, you do it the other way around.
Of course, that's going to heavily enable him to be able to play with a hero like the Nyx Assassin, who can scout out. And then if you're lacking any damage, you're going to have XM to be able to jump over. Speaking of that, Nyx in combination with XM, Thompson does a nice job to be able to juke through the trees. He also has Whitemon nearby, which I'm not sure if he ran under a trap.
Oh, he
even have
missed
9
the
class
grab.
into. They'd love the rune. They're going to find it. Top's have to jump in for it, but XM's only going to give him a little bit of a love tap.
Yeah, but 2 supports
Kai
there.
first.
Fine.
Interesting. I've seen always phylactery first on Zeus.
New patch, brother.
True.
Kai is good. I mean, if you think about it, it's quite a big buff. Like this, it's 50 gold cheaper, and it gives, 2% more spell amp, which is a lot. You get a lot more spell amp, and it's cheaper. Add those together, that's your new farming item.
Add those together sounds like a good item.
Quite good. I'm surprised I haven't seen more Stanges. I thought we'd see a bit more Stange. It feels like if you get a really early Stange, maybe it's just not worth experimenting with as much now as 7-minute runes. Wybon took that away. That's double wisdom.
Does he deny himself though? Let's see. Maybe going to be a bit difficult with XXS here. Okay.
Oh, not happening.
That's right. But yeah, I mean, you got the wisdom room, so they're going to get both here. And all that experience is really vital for a Nyx assassin who has not been playing the lane. So you haven't been able to soak versus the Timber. I guess a nice thing is you have a Templar assassin that can go back and farm the jungle, so you will be able to get a little bit of experience mid, but this is definitely a hero that would like to have his ultimate at a bit earlier of a timing.
Oh, for sure. If Nyx isn't level 6 by 10 minutes, it's not really the way the game the Nyx has been wanting to go. To deny by XM on the ward. And I 100% agree with you. I think Nyx should stack, and then after he stacks, he'll be like, leave the lane, TA. I have made delicious treats for you, and then just take his lane. TA goes farm stacks. And this is kind of why I mean their lane is going to be, or their lineup's a bit slower.
Nice stun from Xingqiu is going to be able to hold Topson back. Only momentarily though, but he's going to be able to get in range for the last little spam of spells. They do have to commit pretty far into Radiant's territory, and XXS with the wraparound, even XM here as well. Find revenge onto Waimon. I mean, Zeus is a very snowbally hero. You need to get kills. I don't know, like you have to use a lot of resources for that though. I don't know if anyone's really too favored off the back of the tree. It's just kind of meh.
I think Zeus is pretty happy. Like, he got counterpicked by this TA. He's on a killing spree. His net worth is relatively similar to the TA's as well, so he's definitely really happy in this one.
You got a Fairy's Trinket too. I mean, that is the dream item for a Zeus. So even more spell amp coming through with the Kaya now to be completed after these stacks.
Yeah, that's
and a bottle refill.
Oh,
look at them. They love Topson. Why not? Just enable him.
I mean, he should. He can carry you this game. And the tempo needs to be on the side of Tundra here too. It's not like you're on a clock or anything, but if you play passive, you're going to get out-farmed, even with an Alchemist.
They're going to look to try and take some early fights straight towards the bottom lane with MC, having the threat of the arena if they're able to run into Arme. Unfortunately, it'll only be DY that gets clipped. Nonetheless, so this will give them a lot of control in this bottom wave. It is without a catapult, however, so the tower will still take some time to go down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right.
Yeah, I think it's just gonna, if there's any actions that do happen, it's all gonna be Tundra for now, until Nyx hits level 6. But yeah, it's 10 minutes, and Nyx is level 4. So, I don't think Xingqiu's feeling too hot about this game right now, and I think it goes a lot back to that 7-minute Wisdom Rune steal that Whitemon did. That now means their supports have levels. Rubik's already 6.5. Sure, we're not quite 6 on techies, but he's almost there, where Xingqiu just hit level 4. Level 4 as well on DY. Goes back to show you how important these Wisdom Runes are and how much value these players are putting on them.
And you see instantly just 9 class and Topson together, they shove out mid lane and they want to go back to bottom because you've got this catapult now at the 10-minute mark. So with this, you will definitely be able to take the tower. And we're going to see extreme, they're going to mirror this though. You've got XM going top to combine with XXS along with Xingqiu. So it does look like both sides are going to lose their safe lane tower.
Yeah, good move by XM. I'm glad he's realizes, he's still the mid laner and he can't just play like a carry, because if you have 2 people playing like a carry, you kind of get ran over really fast. So he's just making the moves where he probably doesn't want to make these moves. He'd rather just farm stacks in the jungle. But if he doesn't do this, it'll completely ruin the Timbersaws game.
That's pure looking as well, in regards to the gold. Is only just 230 away from this Radiance, and this creep wave along with the neutrals that are nearby should be able to give him the gold required. So it's going to be a pretty decent timing out of the Radiance, nothing too crazy.
Definitely a good timing though. Like considering he's laning against an Alchemist, this timing is really good.
Okay.
It all came down to that first blood. Like that type of stuff like helps you a lot. And I guess that's the downside of playing with the Nyx too. Like if he was laying into a Hoodwinker or something, he could owned.
I'm going to say Pure's going to be really cautious. This could be a bit of an opportunity. Finally, XM is going to be lucky with the power rune. Has a haste now in the bottle. It's just going to depend if he can get this blink dagger with the haste still available. So can potentially chase down someone. Maybe by then you might have 6, only needing quarter left for Nixas and find it. Shinkyu is trying to soak that experience top lane. Unfortunately, with 9 class being nearby, they're going to be able to bring him down. So we continue to stall out. Level 6 for Shinkyu.
I think it's going to be really important that Shinkyu makes something happen with his, not maybe his first ult, but his first couple old stuff to yield a big kill. Or this map is going to start to feel very weird. As Alchemist, he's the hero that he gets very farmed very quickly. Yeah, no surprise there, right? But like when he does go on a free farm tear like this, he's going to start building items like early blink daggers, early BKBs, and it's going to be to the point where he's going to be ready to fight and Naga isn't. And if you're also not ready on TA, you're going to be in a situation where you have 2 to 3 cores that just don't want to fight. And Tundra, all they really need is just for Pure to be online, because you're already online at this point if you're Alchemist. I don't know if Mars, yeah, Mars is going blink next, so he's online. So there's a very, very scary timing coming from Tundra within the next 2 minutes, honestly.
XM with that blink and this haste now. Gonna connect to top, but they will run past the Observer, so it gives Pure enough time. Unfortunately, it's not enough time though from Whitemon to be able to get out. And that was your first Vendetta usage as well from Shinkyu, and he's already starting to TP back to try and secure the Wisdom Rune too, making sure another one doesn't get sniped. But this is time for Pure to be able to complete his blink, so it is now getting delivered on the Courier, and we'll see if Tundra want to make a move with this.
Yeah, I mean, they're ready to game right now. Like, you don't have to make a move on Pure right now, but you now have the option. And having options is always a good thing. And Blink honestly just helps you fast farm too, so. Blink from camp to camp, get more gold. The only thing it does not help him do is be more survivable, so. But I don't think he cares too much about that right now.
Maybe that's where the BKB comes into play, if it feels like he needs that third item to be able to help out a little bit with his survivability. So see if he's going to continue with this.
He for sure will go for that, but there's going to be a window in which he doesn't have it, where he's, you know, he just has a Radiance and a Blink right now, and it's not really super tanky. Or is it? Because the Radiance I talked about before, 20% evasion now, on top of the 15% aura. You're very, very tanky. For heroes like TA and Naga, that's going to be a lot of their damage. It's going to come... Oh, okay.
They'll get him in the end. Will they? Okay, they will. I was going to say, it was a little bit messy to start with that timing of the Spike Carapace, but it would bring him down to the blink from MC. I don't know if they've scouted up Pure just yet. He will run underneath an Observer. It's going to give time to XM to be able to react, so... Unfortunately, not going to be able to catch him out inside the jungle. They are continuing to sweep over Whitemon and 9 class, thinking maybe they can catch out Extreme on the retreat. They want to actually smoke aggressively to reoccupy their own triangle. Run into Whitemon first, and just plenty of burst damage between XM and XXS, but maybe they'll also get 9 class as well. XM still able to blink over the top, and another hero will go down. Extreme, nicely done, able to strike back with a couple of their own kills.
Yeah, not bad. And this Timber going for Eternal Shroud here, and going for the maximum tanky build. No Blink Dagger, So we've seen two different variants of this Timber Saw, where you get the early Blink, and the other one where you get the early Kaya into the Eternal Shroud. Both of them seem like they're quite good, and that's a sign of a strong Dota hero generally, when you can go multiple builds and they still look good.
Definitely would. I don't know if.
Yeah, you need this
argue.
timing. You just really need this timing for Tundra. This Blink need to get more than what they're getting, I feel like, for Tundra.
Where would you, with the current positioning of the map, where would you be considering about looking to try and take a fight for Tundra?
I think you want to flush them out of bottom as much as you can here. Or you can...
Is he going to solo? Okay, far out. Man, soon Shinkyu is going to be able to solo kill Pure. He got very close with that attempt. He will die for it. And Pure is going to give him a bit of a voice line as well. So you got to be cautious about those voice lines, because it might get to a stage where you will get solo killed. Those voice lines will bite you in the back. But there you go. They flushed him out of bottom, right?
Pure's never been careful in his life. Start now.
No, that is true. That is true. Definitely one not to mince his words.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I don't think it's like as black and white as they have to play in one side of the map. And Dota of old, that would be true. But like nowadays, it's less of like a strategic game of we have to play here as a team, and more like you just have to read the map and what's going on and react quickly to the situation at hand.
How close are we to the Orchid as well? Looks like Army is getting it delivered. So I wonder what the call is going to be for him, and at least where he's currently being positioned. Because at the moment so far, Naga is predominantly played around the remnants of this T1 tower down bottom. We'll see if that will continue to be the case here for the Naga, especially now with this item online.
They have a sentry down? No, they don't see the Nyx, but they think he's there, and they would be correct.
9 class. There we go. Orchid into the damage from downtown. Should be able to get the kill onto the Rubik. Song will buy them some time from Extreme. They can reevaluate if they want to continue with this fight or not. They do see the tech is a little bit isolated from the team. XM's going to try and deal with him momentarily, and will do so with ease. It's an arcane rune in the hands of XM. And now what's the call on Tundra? It's a 3v5. It's not going to be an easy fight. Pure stands strong off the back of the BKB, but the Chemical Rage, it's still on cooldown, and yet Thompson, he wants nothing to do with it. Even with Arena ready to go as well, Tundra, they feel like that was a lost cause.
I was a little scared there for Ame. I thought he might TP out, but no, with Templar Assassin coming in with the Arcane Rune was just what they needed there to turn that fight. And that doesn't feel good if you're Alchemist, right? You have to use your first BKB just to kind of run away there. A little bit insult to injury there as DUI steals one of his Ancients. But yeah, the late game potential, you can already, even though it hasn't begun yet for Extreme, I don't know if it's just me, but you can feel it's coming. With this Nyx running around with a Dagon, these Naga illusions keep pushing you out. It's going to become harder and harder to find, and obviously traps too, right? You're going to be running over traps randomly. The map is going to become very littered, I want to say, with like so much random stuff and a very scary Nyx. And how do you deal with that? How do you ghost push? You don't have ghost pushing heroes on the side of Tundra. Unless you wants to get that Manta.
Yes. Maybe this is where he's going to maybe consider. I mean, Octarine is currently what he has queued up. There's definitely a lot of choices for him if he even wants to go for the E-Blade. Of course, Eighth Lens is always a great item on this Zeus. And what items is he going to be requiring out of him in this game so far? 4-0-2. Flawless game, at least for Thompson. But this net worth lead growing for Extreme. And we're seeing Arme go for the heart as well. I know this is something that when we were covering Western Europe qualifiers, you were speaking a lot about Eternal Shroud just being a better heart with a lot of the stats being different. But looks like maybe whether it's this game in particular, Arme wants the heart, or just with the recent changes, he feels like this item is maybe a little bit more warranted to go for it instead of the Shroud.
Did you know there was like a small patch, minor patch, I think they call them? And within that patch, they mentioned they fixed a bug where Eternal Shroud worked on illusions.
Yeah.
And I think that right there, I don't know if people caught on to that after that patch because it was like a minor patch, not a big one. But the fact that it worked on illusions is no wonder every illusion hero was buying that. Because that should not work.
No,
it's still pretty decent, right? But that was nuts.
Yeah, it was. It's so crazy how the nerds find those little things. You know, they look at the numbers, they somehow work out. You know, this is maybe not how it's supposed to work. Like, yeah, we'll use it as much as we can.
I mean, that's why Dota is a beautiful game now, because no matter what happens, there's always someone, and it doesn't even have to be a pro player, because pro players, like, they learn from hero spammers. The hero spammers that only care about one hero, they spend their whole life revolving around one hero, they'll find these things, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you just copy them.
I've heard some pro players like mention that they'll like message the hero spammers and actually just ask for like every single detail, and they're like happy to talk about it because, like you said, that is their life. This one hero is their life, and they've learned so much about it, and they want to actually like share this information, especially if they know it's going to help like a pro player. That there's maybe some pride in it, I suppose, is one way to put it.
For sure, it's like I taught him that. Oh well, Nyx may have just sacrificed himself. But he made his mark. He's like, just know, I'll always be there.
It's the mental damage now. It's just, you're always going to have this Observer Sentry combo. You always have the fear of this Nyx Assassin's position.
Oh, he got the shard too from the Tormentor. Beautiful. Yeah, this map is, I'm like looking at Tundra's lineup. I'm like, I don't know how you guys even play the map like this. It feels rough. Like, you're gonna kill some supports here and there, but like, these are definitely one of those games where.
Oh, no
I mean, is he gonna kill support? Is he gonna kill support? Okay, they got.
Oh, if he got away.
I don't think you can Rosh
fight this. Yeah.
I don't. You just shown use Chemical Rage. You have no arena. I don't think you can do this, guys. I really don't think they can do this.
Army's coming through the portal. I mean, they're going to see, they're going to ward, they're going to mine set up. They also just blew up the techies on the backline. Yeah, this really might bite them in the back. Let's see how Tundra are going to be able to respond. Rage is out. Pure's got BKB to the north. They want to deal with the secondary support. They're going to try and jump the Rubik. They've done a pretty good job to keep 9 class alive at the moment. Meanwhile, XXS as well is falling incredibly low. Tundra find a big kill onto the Timber, but can they deal with XM now as well? Spear over to the eastern side. Pure now easily able to deal with Refraction. Arming needs to go huge here for XM. He won't be able to keep him alive, but can he get some return kills nonetheless, as Army just cannot stand strong. The AoE damage is enough for Tundra. And what was looking super scary, in fact, actually bites XM in the back, and extremely in the back, I should say.
Yeah, for sure. I thought that fight wouldn't go well. You had no Chemical Rage, you had no arena, you have everything available. Maybe did CM not buy back for that? Maybe CM had to buy back for that little bit of extra damage, but I think the split of damage wasn't correct. I saw that Naga used Net on top of Mars during the sleep and then silenced the Rubik. And I will say 9 class did something really cool that fight. He stole Mirror Image, he used it, and he microed a fake illusion away like a Naga player would, right? And they chased it down, buying him some additional time. And Thompson.
He's getting scouted out. Oh, he's got it. Oh. What is that timing? The timing of the lightning bolt. Are you serious? They were stalking their prey. You had XX there. DY was coming over as well, and just a random D-ward at the perfect timing.
That's all it takes. We still haven't found the perfect jumps on this Nyx yet. Like, he's got some supports here and there, but I think the big kills are going to be like Thompson and Pure if you can ever get on top of them. It looks like they'll finally take this Roche. And I think at this point, things aren't really working out for Extreme Gaming. I think you just go back to playing the map. I think that's always going to be your plan B. Or it should be plan A, actually. Plan B should be go fight them 5 versus 5. Plan A should always be just split push the map, put traps on the ground. Nyx just run around solo, have XSS just kind of just follow Nyx. I think that's his best play. And DY, well, you kind of awkward spot for him. Just like plant some wards and get good vision. He doesn't really have any good places to go.
Have you seen what he's been doing? I've seen multiple times he will just freezing field a Kree wave. Like it's not even like it's a double wave or a double stack or anything. He's just like you said. Like what does he do this game? It's like, all right, I do nothing. I just freezing field a normal wave.
Yeah, buy wards and just push lanes out. There's not a lot you can do. As majority of the map, his team has a lot of map eaters. That's why I call them heroes that just like to just farm everything and like to be supported in a way in which where you just don't interact with them ever.
Might be able to steal the Torment actually. I don't know if the Naga and Crystal Maiden can do it themselves. Maybe put some pressure onto the Mars and force some reactions back. Thompson will be the first. They do have multiple heroes nearby for Extreme. MC, aggressive jump over. Instant silence going to force out the BKB. Now what is the call going to be for them? They don't have everyone back just yet. Pure's still playing the opposite side along with 9 class.
And I think Ame knows that too. That's why you see him not going full retreat mode. He doesn't want to lose this map unless he absolutely has to lose that part of the map.
So did he buy the shard on Ame?
Oh, he for sure had to have. Like, there's no way it would have went to him.
It's very interesting. Okay.
It helps with team fights. Like, when 2 souls, you're retreating. It's gonna, like, heal everyone back up. I don't think it's that bad.
Oh, smoke pop. I knew someone was nearby. One in that wisdom room, unfortunately. Gonna be able to kill him before he gets it, so Ame's gonna get the other one. 3700 going to the bank here for the Naga Sign. So he's getting incredibly farmed, and before you were kind of mentioning like you felt like you could really see how this late game was going to look difficult for Tundra. That was kind of like before they got the Aegis on that and that good fight down bottom. Is it a little bit different now with how even this game is and still having the Aegis for another 2 minutes 30?
That team fight definitely helped out a lot. But I think if you still play the map perfectly, which Extreme is having a hard time executing this lineup, I feel like. They're not getting the positions that I feel like they should be in right now. Of course, it's due to Tundra and making some good moves on the map here and there too. But I still think this Naga is not easy to deal with at some point. Because you're pretty much maxed out as Pure. I guess you could get like an Ags away at some point. You need one more item. But for the most part, like he's just going to have an issue finding heroes on the map. Luckily, the Nyx has been, you know, delivering himself to you in a lot of ways. But if they can go high ground, if they can get in a 5 vs 5 type of situation, then that definitely is good for Tundra, because you know they have the Mars, they have the Zeus, they've got the team fight spells. What they don't have is they don't have the lane shove, and that's like kind of like the issue we're seeing in this particular game. And if nothing happens, it favors Extreme.
We are seeing, I mean, Tundra trying to hunt inside Extreme's jungle, but they've got lanes to deal with. XM shoving top, you've got Illusions bottom. I'm even considering about cutting mid with his Illusions, so... you were just mentioning as well, I mean, you're Pure, I mean, current position, top net worth, and he doesn't have much room to grow. What about Ame, though? Like, Butterfly just completed. What do you feel like is some of the items he's now considering?
And he'll get a Bloodthorn at some point. That item's really good on Naga. Outside of that, what's going to round out his items? It's hard to say. You don't really need a Nullifier. I mean, Nullifier's not bad, actually, because Zeus has Ethereal Blade coming in. Probably Bloodthorn Nullifier. Oh, they have a Nullifier in TA, so I guess he doesn't need that anymore. I don't know, maybe BKB. Probably Nullifier, BKB, something like that.
Again, dude, Tundra, this is so much time wasted.
This Purser's probably still good.
They went to bottom, didn't find anyone. Wrapped all the way to top with the smoke, and all they got is a measly Nyx Assassin in Shinkyu, so... I mean, this is a lot of time of the Aegis wasted. In fact, it is completely out now, so they've really got nothing off the back of that advantage, and we might see Extreme now look to smoke, and they're going to do just that. XMDY along with XXS in combination together. Maybe they'll look to try and connect to Arme. He's got the illusions to move on forward.
All right. Let's see what they choose to do. I saw Arme queued up an Abyssal Blade, but unqueued it immediately.
Mid lane Thompson. They're going to be able to get the jump in, and the burst potential is just far too much for him to handle. I mean, you even see XXS is just respecting the potential counter initiation from the Mars or the Alchemist. It wasn't going to mess around with his own BKB. They want to secure that kill onto the Zeus, which really opens up the map now. Tier 2 is going to go down. Bottom is completely shoved. Meanwhile, I don't know what's going on bottom. Shinkyu, yeah, he might be maybe trying to, I think he stopped the TP. In fact, yeah, Pure, it's already been used, so they're well aware of this now on Extreme. This is going to be a lot more objective damage getting dealt.
Yeah, he can't come back to base, and TA sent your base with Deso. That's a little bit rough.
Full set of barracks bottom.
I mean, Pure just learned that he should turn off his Radiance when he's TPing. As now he has his Radiance turned off whenever he's around the Nyx.
That mistake's going to cost them pretty dearly. You were speaking about maybe you feel like Extreme haven't been playing this lineup to as well as what they could have, especially with the Nyx Assassin and TA hunting, or the Nyx and Naga. But finally we see Shinkyu get a lot of value out of the Vendetta. Just one time you cancel a TP off a kill on Thompson, and all of a sudden it's a full set of barracks getting claimed bottom. You've already got difficulty with dealing with waves, and now you have to go up against the super creeps as well.
The name of the game for Tundra is finding a way to fight. It's not going to be easy, that's for sure. And Zhenkyu, he's at it again. I mean, it's difficult. It's definitely not a position you really want to be in if you're Tundra. It's definitely frustrating for sure. You don't have the wave shove. I think you just play the game out, and then it's going to be one of those games where if you win some type of defense or get a pick, you're going to have to do some Hail Mary all-in play to just go for the throne.
Can they do something with this Vendetta 9 class? They're able to scout up the Naga. And now MC is going to be able to follow up as well. Can't TP out thanks to the quick BKB from the Mars, but Arme's just going to stand his ground. A lot of damage onto MC. Now it's bought enough time for Extreme to rotate over and respond, but are they able to address Pure? Turn to try and deal with XM, get some separation thanks to the Hurricane Pike, but now it means that XM is not involved in the team fight with his resources, as they're able to blow up the Templar Assassin, but now without the BKB onto the Alchemist, Pure, he's gonna go down. XXS cleaves through the health pool, and now Thompson's the next on the chopping block as well. Shinkyu, along with the Timber, will easily chase him down, as what was looking like a great opportunity for Tundra to potentially catch out Arme turns back into Extreme's favor.
Yeah, he wasn't able to get the spear onto Arme there. I wasn't sure what happened there. Maybe it was on cooldown. He got the reading of the BKB off, but couldn't get the spear off. So therefore the song came out, and after the song came out with the shard and everything, they're able to reset that one quite nicely. And now that's 1 minute gone. No Alk, no Zeus. I don't know how much you can hold. The only thing that is good is that you killed the TA, which did the majority of the building damage. But still, Arme is no joke when it comes to dealing building damage right now. He has his Bloodthorn complete, he has a Butterfly, he attacks fast. But they might be able to save this last set of barracks. There is a chance. Or potentially get a return kill as they're leaving.
Song's back up though, they could just use it to retreat afterwards. Maybe someone's gonna have to put their body on the line to sacrifice and buy back, and 9 class will die, and you might lose MC as well. XXS poking to force some reactions. He'll get one out of the buyback on the Rubik. Shinkyu also snipes the Mars, so they're getting kills and still getting mega creeps as well.
But yeah, Fury's just gonna stun himself. Give him a little time to reflect on what the hell happened this game, as he thought he was dominating it as this Alchemist, and by all accounts, he was having a great game.
They have a really good ward that sees XXS alone, but he's not going to be alone for too much longer. Radiant are actually relatively close by, and XXS has got enough time to pop the BKB, and now all of a sudden Tundra They thought they saw an opportunity. XXS, he'll TP out. Now cancels it because he sees the boys nearby. Arme will be able to repair some of the damage thanks to the song. Pure does jump in with the BKB and able to assassinate the Crystal Maiden. But once the BKB's over, can they still fight? They're going to be able to catch up the real Naga Siren. Arme in some danger. Stolen song from 9 class. But they don't have the heroes. No one is left to be able to fight. That's the song to TP out.
All right. Well, the game continues for now. I like the attempt. I think you have to make something happen there. It's like low probability that you win this fight, but there was still a probability, right? A chance is a chance. They go for it. It isn't enough. Now it's back to defending throne, but you don't have a Mars this time around, and you don't have a Rubik, but no buyback.
It's a dieback on both MC and 9 class. And that's probably
not by just a game. Yeah, yep. I don't know what you can do at this point.
DY's just holding back tops, and you got creeps on side dealing with the throne. And the heroes want to try and celebrate and get as many kills as they can. Xingqiu, a beautiful stun on the 2 as it's going to be Extreme that finds game 1 in our last series of the night. A very frustrating way to go down. It felt like Tundra as a whole were... Oh, that's a big Thunders. Tundra as a whole were... they were in the midst of it all. It was a close game. They were making some pretty solid movements. But you mentioned it. It felt almost impossible for them to play the map this game, and then just Naga did classic Naga things, and then you lost one set of barracks, you lose one more fight, all of a sudden it's Megas, and there's just no coming back from there.
I mean, it's so much more than just the Naga. It's like the Naga plus TA plus Nyx combination. You can't underestimate how it already is annoying playing versus TA, because they see you all the time with the traps. You're randomly getting slowed and silenced. You have these illusions just hitting you all the time, and then to add on top of it, you'd never know when Nyx is. This game must have been hell to play for Tundra. Whether they won or lost it, this game would have been very miserable to play. But if you just kind of look at their lineup is really meant for, we're gonna walk down here, take this objective, go do a team fight. We're gonna win the team fight. We're gonna hit your buildings, and you didn't get that opportunity. There's only one fight where Extreme Gaming gave them that opportunity. They lost that fight, and since then, never again did they team fight like that. It was always, your lanes are garbage right now, so even if you do win a fight like this one we're seeing on the screen, even if they did win this fight, they would get nothing from it. Their top lane's pushing, their bot lane is still pushing, mid lane's pushing, but it just came to a point where too much farm was being acquired on the side of Extreme. TA got too farmed, Naga got too farmed, Timber was very farmed. Even though you didn't have a lot of farm on your supports, you didn't really need it. Nyx just needed a dagger. You saw how much work he did with just pretty much arcane boots and a dagger. That's all the toolkit he really needed. Anything past that was just luxury items.
Yeah, they're able to get the job done in the end for Extreme. So very, very nice performance for them overall. Wasn't anything too fancy as we see kind of that last fight of the game. Multiple times they were just so close to killing off one of the cores, but the rest of Extreme's positioning was pretty solid to be able to respond just in time to get there. So, I mean, in the end, a very, very solid Extreme that we saw in this game 1.
Yep, I really liked how they played their draft in the end. A couple mistakes here and there, as I mentioned, but they weren't really critical mistakes. Ame was still doing his thing. He's still pushing out. The TA was still doing the same thing, just pushing them out and farming them. I'm not sure how you're supposed to address this going into this next game. Maybe the Alchemist overall wasn't the best pick. I feel like the Zeus did a lot of work. I think you just have to ban the Naga, if I'm being honest with you, even if it's first phase, because he picked this pretty early. He picked it pretty early, and it wasn't enough still. They still couldn't come up with an answer to that, so I just say ban it next game.
All right. We'll see what the call is going to be for the boys on Tundra if they want to get rid of Arme's Naga. If that is going to be the recipe for success for them heading into game 2. We'll find out after a quick break. And we're back for our last game of the night to close out a day one here for Dream League Season 22. Currently, we've seen some incredible games so far, but at the moment, of course, in this series, Extreme being able to strike first in our best of 2. And we'll see what Tundra are going to be able to do in response to this. Of course, just to recap, both these teams were able to get a 1-1 tie in their first series of the day. So they'd love to get another tie, in particular for Tundra. Extreme, they love a 2-0. Tundra would at least like to close out the day with a even record. We'll see what they're going to be able to do to kind of make amends from that previous game, because we did see there were some moments where we saw there was potential for Tundra, but in the end, Extreme were just a bit too strong.
Yeah, they were. And I think a lot of these games have been based off of some really good drafting. And that's part of like the reason of like why these games are really fun to watch for me when it's a new patch. You see new stuff every game. It's not just the same hero, same cookie cutter stuff. People are trying new things, they're experimenting a bit. I think that Nyx pick really threw a wrench in Tundra, because like, yeah, we'll pick Alchemist. This hero can't get bursted really easy. And while they were right about that one play Jinq made by canceling the TP of Pure just because the Radiance was on ended up being like very game changing, making them lose not only bottom barracks, but taking a lot of damage in their mid lane. A couple supports died, I believe, as well as a result. So like, these small things and these heroes and the combinations and how they work really just made it very difficult for Tundra to find any footing in this game. Even Topson didn't go for the builds that we didn't want him to go, but it still wasn't enough at the end of the day. And I just kind of am still a little puzzled. I'm looking at Tundra's draft and it's like, their draft looked pretty good. You know, you have an Alchemist Mars, okay, you got Techies Rubik, these are pretty meta, and Zeus mid. This shouldn't be a difficult game to find picks and stuff like that, but with the way Extreme did play the map and just the way, you know, Ame played his Naga, just continuously pushing out waves, Exum as well, like very silent for a big portion of this game, but he was doing what he needed to do until he had his items, and then all of a sudden it felt like, wow, Tundra just can't do anything. So strategically, you need to shut down this strat from Extreme, because it is something that they're very comfortable with, and it did make it feel like you either need to pre-pick some heroes like Lion that can de-push lanes, otherwise you just can't play versus.
Okay, so let's say, I mean, you brought up the, you know, there's a potential now for you to look at just first phasing the Naga and banning it, I should say, first phase banning it to get rid of it out of the hands of Ame. I mean, if this is even something that Pure wants to look at, I suppose that that's also a route you can potentially go down for Tundra if you want to take it out of Ame's hands, but there was a very big reason why they were able to have a lot of success in that game. And for Jinq, he's building up quite a repertoire of like how he likes to play Dota. I know a lot of people mention he's like a bit more of a greedier position 4, where we've seen him, you know, take some farm and be able to, you know, take over games late game depending on what his itemization be. And we've also seen lately him going for a bit more of like a ratty type of style. I mean, a lot of people would remember some of the Monkey King performances at Bedroom Darcher. Now we're seeing like, you know, this playstyle with the Nyx Assassin as well. So Jinq is definitely fan favorite, and he's kind of showcasing that he has multiple ways to be able to play Dota.
You think he's greedier than FY with the Brown Boots Midas Shadow Shaman?
that's pretty greedy. I don't know.
That's kind of hard to beat that. I'm not sure.
No, I don't think you can beat that. Maybe if you went a Midas on the Nyx Assassin, you know, potentially, but I don't even know. So I mean, look, we'll give it to them, because these are players like, at the end of the day, I mean, these are position 4s that we've seen in the past, you know, with LGD's success, of course, with, you know, with FY in the past, and Jinq as well in the past. I mean, we've seen they have been position 4s that have just completely taken over games, and I feel like that is always a role that has been a playmaker and very high skilled. I mean, you crit Yaps, or you can go down and the list can grow and go on for ages on position 4, as you can mention, that can take over games.
I think that's just the way Dota is now. If you're a good team, right? Like the days of like all your net worth goes on your carry just goes high ground and ends the game, doesn't really exist anymore. There needs to be what I like to call multiple threats in the game, where the game plan can't be simple. It can't be like, all we have to do is like Chronosphere a TB and we win the game. Because that's like a very simple like win condition. It needs to be like, I can't do this because this hero is a threat right now. Either he has a Windbreaker on his POS 4, I don't know how he got this, right? Or he just has some items that came out of nowhere Like, you have to get farmed on multiple heroes to the point where, like, every hero in Dota matters a lot. And if you don't get a certain amount of farm at some point, you can just lose the game. And I've definitely played pubs as well, where like we're playing Dota correctly, and the other team is like doesn't care anymore, so they just go split push and farm. But they get farmed on every hero, then all of a sudden the game just feels hard because you're playing versus like 5 heroes that have farm you didn't manage in the game. And this is just Dota now. Like, you have to get farm on multiple heroes, and I think these good 4 players, they realize that. Like if they realize if they're not having a good game, if they're not contributing to being a threat on the map, they need to find a way to get to that position, whether it's buy a Midas or whatever it takes. Even Hoodwinks, we see a lot of these heroes, they're just buying Maelstrom first item, right? And just making sure they get the farm and become a strong hero on the map. They're not just buying Glimmer Capes and mechanisms and stuff like that, trying to just be a true support. You've got to find a way to make some of your supports be a threat on the map.
I guess this is just like the evolution of Dota, right? With mainly the map just growing as large it is, and there being so many camps, it really enables the supports to be able to find that gold, and it's required now because, I mean, there's always been scepters in the game. They feel like much stronger than potentially what they were in the past, but really the big one is the Aghanim Shard as well. Of course, these were not around, and I suppose also the levels too. I mean, getting farm is going to correlate in getting a lot of experience, and we know what talents are able to do to impact the game. So there are a lot of people in the past have said like we want to keep this like hard position 5S, position 6S, but they're greedy carries, and they're not ones that enjoy these supports being able to take over games.
I mean, I can tell you from a carry perspective, I'm watching a lot and playing myself, carrying a game just by yourself is almost impossible nowadays. Like, I can't remember, there's very few exceptions to that where you're like, wow, this guy is just like taking over the whole game by himself, unless he has like a huge net worth advantage over everyone else. But normally, if like you see one carry, top 1 net worth, and the next 3 are the enemy in net worth, I'm gonna say that team 9 out of 10 times, or honestly 19 out of 20 times will win.
Yeah,
that's even being generous.
That's it's crazy how different. Like going to those days of position 6s. I've like, how long has it actually been now since it's been that? It's like 3-4 years even. I don't know. It's a very different iteration.
I mean, it's better than the TI patch, so I guess that's when every support was the last one, where every support bought Midas, and every game was like 50 plus minutes. Every hero was just giga farmed. Like, we're simmering down a little bit from that. Like, now supports are just kind of farmed, but the last TI patch, every single support was just buying Midas and ultra giga farmed, and that was a little too much. It was just like people stopped trying to play support. They're like, I'm 5 Midases in every game almost. It felt like okay, let's just get to the late game, screw this early game stuff.
A late game is I don't know how you feel about late game. I want late game to be changed up a little bit. It seems like we get late game and just we have a stalemate where a team will buy back, and then all of a sudden they'll play scared for 7 minutes. They'll just wait for their buybacks to come back up, and then all of a sudden we do the dance again for a potential Roche fight. Then we get hyped for like 60 minutes because you have tier 5s, and then we're waiting for another 5 minutes for another fight. It's just, I don't know how you can really shape up late game, but it feels like it is in a little bit of a weird position.
I do have one suggestion when it comes to late game. I feel like you should have a dedicated boot slot in the game.
That would help a lot.
Neutral item. Because like the biggest problem I have with like late game is everyone gets so slotted, but they get so slow, right? So not only does it slow down the game in every regard possible, but your hero actually just slows down too, where you're just buying swiftly as a carry, dispersers as your movement speed item. So if you could just like have a dedicated boot spot, that'd be like pretty cool. And like maybe not change everything and how late game works, but it would make it more fun. I hate running around with no boots. That's not fun. So if we could get a dedicated boots, that would be like really cool.
Do you have to buy the dedicated slot? Like how do we feel like that would work?
No. I think you just like your neutral, just a new hockey. You get a boots hockey.
Okay, that would make it very interesting, as we do have a draft, so we jump over in that one as well. But make the early game like very interesting, not just the late game too as well, right? Like it means maybe there's some more stat items which could help out potentially with some early game fights, make everything a little bit more aggressive. I really wonder if this is like something they've like considered on Valve, because you have people specifically for this to cook up these like crazy ideas and to theory craft everything. So it'll be interesting.
There's a draft. Last comment on that. The one thing I know after playing lots of late game Dota, it's not fun in my opinion. It's because
it's boring as shit.
It's just so slow. It's so boring.
It's boring. It is boring. Like I don't know. People think like double refresher and double ravage and T5 and just like it's cool, but that you have one fight, it's chaotic as shit, and then people do nothing for 5 minutes. It just the stalemate. It can get tedious, but good Dota is all I ask for, and hopefully we're gonna get that for our last game of the night as well. Tundra. First pick going to go down the Batrider route, and Extreme they're going to respond with the Crystal Maiden as well. So let's see how this Batrider is going to be played for Tundra. Of course, we saw earlier in the day for Bark on Azure getting played in the offlane. Of course, we'll see where Tundra want to put it.
Finally, thanks for starting the game, Aries.
Shut the hell up. I feel like it's actually always the analyst's fault. I don't know why, but
I really want to talk about that last point, so I didn't start the game. But moving on, they did ban the Naga, so that won't be in the game. I had a feeling that would happen. I feel like you didn't have. I don't know. There's something soul crushing about that game for me that I know Tundra was feeling too, and I think the best way to deal with soul crushing defeat is ban it.
Because there was a moment where they ran into Extreme's jungle down bottom, and they ran from top as well. So they ran from their top jungle, the very top jungle, into Extreme's, and then from there they smoked back up to top and didn't find anyone with the smoke. And that was like a minute 30, 2 minutes of 4 people just running around holding hands. And like when you're in this position, it's like, and we've all been there. We've all been there in a game where you're against an illusion hero, you're against an arc water, you're against a tinker, whatever it is, and your lanes are always shoved out. You're trying to catch them, and you're just a couple seconds too late, and it's not fun. It doesn't feel like a proper Dota game.
Yeah, and I think the worst part about all that is those are very costly attempts too, because every time you attempt that, you actually probably go down 1,000 net worth as a team, because you're not slowing down their farm whatsoever. So I 100% agree with that. If you're not going to pick heroes that can deal with illusions, like some Lion or something like that, that hero got nerfed pretty hard, so we're not seeing it as much. I think maybe it is a very wise move to just not let it into the game. It's better than banning the Nyx or something that was still, sure, a problem, but I think it was amplified by the fact that Naga and TA were there. I don't think a TA plus Nyx will be enough to recreate that scenario.
Very similar to what we've been seeing recently, just with the offlaners getting picked up very early on. Extreme happy to show XXS's hero with the Centaur. And now Tundra, they're going to have to kind of reveal at least one core here.
We shall see. I mean, for Tundra, they have a lot of options still. I think Extreme Gaming... Well, I say that, but I've definitely seen support Centaurs. But I think you have to have, like... I don't know Extreme well enough, personally, to know if they dabble in the Shin Q play support Centaur. That's something that he's willing to do. So, no. Yeah, so that's probably their offlaner, right? And they're position 5. And now I would imagine they open up with position... It doesn't have to be their position 4, because they do have to pick 2 heroes. But looking at this... Well, you don't know exactly where this primal's going, so maybe you pick a hero that can do decent mid versus it. I don't know if picking your carry is the smartest choice, but yeah, that probably is actually. I'd pick your 4 and carry here, and just pick like one of those stable carries that can kind of deal with it, or you can pick a flex. But with Monkey King not being in the pool, I'm not sure what can flex between mid and safe lane. Perhaps there is a hero that can do that, but not sure if that is truly the case. It'd be good. Yeah, Faceless Void is really good, and I think you definitely pick your 4.
What signals a good Faceless Void game for you? Because at least for me, I just see Time Dilation versus Batrider, and lane versus Primal Beast is always pretty decent, just because you can time walk away.
Yeah, that's pretty much all you need, right? Like,
okay.
time dilation is good this game, and you just, when you lane versus Primal, you just can't give him a free game.
It's a new hero? Oracle, Crystal Maiden together.
Yeah, I mean, which one does Shin Q play?
I don't.
That's a question.
None of them? Like,
oh, he's playing one of them.
I hope so. I don't know if
or he's the Centaur in the mid Oracle. Are we getting the mid Oracle?
Oh, if Thunder picked it up, then maybe you could make an argument for it, but
they stole the TA, stolen. As if it was their property, they just took it.
Their property. What do we think? But there's kind of a lot here. I suppose Oracle, like there's value, right? With the Fortune's End, there's a lot to be able to dispel this game. I don't know if you want to play the Oracle into the AT lane just to try and minimize how strong he is with the Astral, or if you want to play into the Batrider lane. Like there's a lot of value with the Oracle in particular for the lane. I'm intrigued to see, I guess, as the game goes on as well, like getting rid of Lasso, getting rid of Pulverize, which is a lot of control, but the issues with an Oracle Crystal Maiden support duo, like they're very position based, they can deal a lot of damage depending on their levels, but are there weaknesses with these two?
Oh yeah, I mean, you mentioned pretty much all the strengths of Oracle. Like, I think Genku will play it and he'll lane against the ET. That's like a no-brainer because you're just going to consistently just get rid of that buff, which is going to make you feel really sad as an ET. Of course, your secondary value in this game is going to be the fact that you can just get rid of Lasso. The weakness of these two heroes is they're really bad against heroes that can just jump on top of you and kill you. Like, for example, I mean, Spectre could be on the table potentially if you want, but the laning stage might be too rough. So what other heroes are great against that? And then if you think about all the heroes that are good and mobile at killing heroes like Oracle and the CM, Faceless Void is really good at locking them down. One of the best, actually. So yeah, their weakness is they're squishy, but they got two frontliners here that provide a lot of disable to protect them. So I think it's completely valid that they can run these two supports. I don't think it's super exploitable.
Well, let's see, we're going to be looking for Tundra's pick heading into the third phase. So Beastmaster Lycan banned out, so looking to try and one deal with MC's hero pool, but more importantly, just Oracle Faceless Void really struggle against some early tempo with the Zoo. And Crystal Maiden as well, for that matter, can have some difficulty too.
Yeah, that's basically just to protect their supports a little bit, where Faceless Void and Centaur also aren't great at like dealing with summoned units that come at you. So that could be the other route you could go as well, but Naga's banned. So that goes back to like, what other summoned units can they potentially play in a game like this? You can play TB again if you want. I don't think it's particularly bad. It'd be a good Meepo game, but Meepo is banned. So it's like, PL? I suppose you could play PL, but can you lane with PL? Probably not. So there is no gotcha pick here from Tundra. And I think at this point you just put TA on the safe lane, and then you just pick another mid laner. And I think they picked an off laner instead. Well, all right, have fun. So Primal's going mid, and he's gonna play versus Viper. Which that matchup isn't. Let's just put it this way: it's not good for Primal, but it's not as bad as like an Ember versus like a Viper or some Void Spirit. Because you have a way of getting out, and you can cut the wave. You're really tanky, right? So you have to take a lot. It takes a lot of poison stacks to kill you, and you're also really good at roaming around the map with very little levels. So a Viper is good here, just because I mean against Night Stalker, you just ulti him, right, and applies a break, and you're pretty sad if you're Night Stalker in that situation. So it's still a good Viper game, but the lane itself, like Thompson's been known for this, his roaming Primal. I think we're going to see him make lots of rotations in this map, kind of give XM a free game, and that's going to put a lot of onus on this Viper and what he's going to do when Thompson's moving on the map. And it's going to be a lot on Ame and XXS to not just die as well. They might have to play a little more conservative than they want to make sure Thompson doesn't get a game, and just know that XM is going to free farm on this Viper. And if Thompson does not connect with these rotations, his game will become very difficult very quickly.
gonna have to keep tabs on the warning game then as well for Extreme. That's gonna be very important on where they place these observers to be able to scout out when Thompson gets active and where he's going to be pathing to those side lanes too. So something we also need to look for is that vision game. But Extreme around their draft with something they are incredibly comfortable on. XM, I'd say one of his better heroes is the Viper. Is starting to be well known for this Viper when we're not really seeing anyone else really play it to a lot of success. So yeah, we'll see how it's going to be able to perform. You already said there's a lot of value with it up against a Night Stalker. Of course, dealing with Fraction 2 is going to be nice. So is it like, do you feel like there's a standout though in regards to favored off the back of the draft, or is it relatively even? Okay.
Because like, I mean, my favorite will probably be Extreme off draft, but I also see a world where this Night Stalker pops off because he is playing like. The reason why they wanted this Night Stalker, this CM and Oracle are really easy for Night Stalker to kill. So it's going to be really important that... I mean, I say that and I think about it. Like, Centaur is quite good versus Night Stalker too, huh? You can just, like, ulti your supports out of trouble. Yeah, no, I think Extreme's lineup's a lot better. More thinking about it.
All right, so just the big concern is the Stampede then for the effectiveness on the Night Stalker?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, they need to kill these supports. I think it's really important. And I think the heroes that they do have are pretty good at it, but they also have, like, heroes like Viper that can protect him, and Pure shouldn't die here. He should be fine.
The battle begins.
Weimon's going in, all right.
So
realizing the Fortune's End cooldown.
The Night Stalker is something that they did run earlier today, not to success, unfortunately, for Tundra and MC. It was in their game 1 versus Spirit, but it is something that they're obviously considering as a potential hero at the moment. His build that game was Echo, Blink, BKB. There was an Ag Shard in there. I'm not sure what time he picked it up though, but that was at least the item of choice that he went for that game.
Yeah, standard build. Nothing special about it.
Let us see. Oh, already. It feels so rough when you use a nuke to try and secure your range creep and then you still get denied, especially in this matchup in particular. Like you said, I mean, Primal probably not the worst of melee heroes against the Viper, but anytime you get range creep denied and you're using a spell, it doesn't feel good.
Yeah, it definitely does not. And you see Thompson's kind of manning up because you do care for sure about the stacks, but if you kind of look at the mana XM already, you have to use more mana than you would for an agility hero, right? To get him to the same amount of HP, and he's already out. Out of mana, no more. He's got a mango he can use, but Thompson's sitting there. Not too sad. Not too sad about it at all. It's gonna be like that level 3 mark where it'll be a lot more painful.
With this top lane, of course, we've spoken about the power of the Oracle laning into the Elder Titan. Would you ever need to consider about blocking up the ET's camps as well, just because of course, the Astral, or that doesn't matter because Oracle completely nullifies that?
You don't need to block it, but I think ideally you would want to just stop him from stacking it. So if that is something that he wants to do, like stopping stacks is never a bad thing. But I don't think they have to really worry about the power of the Astral Spirit, right? That's always going to be something that they can choose to get rid of. Just how his hero works, right? Fortune will always add a basic dispel. And this top lane already is kind of showing like the lane control. I guess they do get a pull off here, which is really good by Whitemon. And he's gonna deny 2 of the creeps and let 2 more through, which I don't know if that's going to favor them in this laning situation, because he's still going to have another wave here from XSS. Yeah, this mid lane is something I'm very curious about. As you can see, Hobson, he got level 3. He has no boots though, but there's a lot of denies on XM. He hit level 3. He's full mana with a water rune. The lane's in a bad position. Now Thompson, I think he's just going to go jungle now.
Make a stack, get the bounty, making it just a minor thing, but he also took over that Watcher, so it's going to help out so he doesn't get scouted with these rotations. And where did the Lotus go? Shinkyu got the one up top. And bottom went to 9 class as well.
That's the other thing, right, about this Primal compared to like an Ember. You can actually do stacks pretty easily. And if he just wants to just full on jungle, sure, it's not ideal, but at least it's not slow. You know, he's still going to get something from it. And I think he's just at a point where that's exactly what he has to do. And he's going to go in here.
Yeah, I wonder when he's
grabbing the next wave
about doing this, but they're already starting to move. Shinkyu's maybe going to try and meet him inside the river just to be a bit of a pest. Maybe looks like, I guess we got the water rune as well, so going to take that out of the hands of Topson. He goes the long way around.
XM's like attempting to drag the wave with him. That's not how that works, buddy.
Yeah, you're not catching him.
Yeah, you're too slow on Viper. You're too slow.
Where is he running?
He's gonna try anyway.
He's denying the top wave. Oh my god, okay. Thompson. And they tipped him. Oh, you gotta get creative. You're Laden versus Viper. You're like, alright, XXS, I'm sorry. We're gonna have to punish you for this. You guys drafted a Viper? Like, I'm sorry, buddy.
Someone's gotta get punished here.
Bottom lane, MC, they're gonna get some bashes on Arme. Only level 1, but
wait, there's a
come
wave
on, guys.
mid too. How did that get there? Did Bat bring that there? I think he did. 9 class brought that there.
I don't know what's going on, but they did finally get a bash and they got a frostbite as well. So with 9 class, I don't know, bring a dragon away mid lane, it means that MC was alone. So they do give up first blood.
Well, that's teamwork right there.
Oh, he missed the last hit. Oh no.
They're making it work, you know.
It's level 5, pretty decent. This is going to be the difficult stage though, but it does look like the majority of the creep wave went onto the tower. But you are going to have to somehow address the catapult, because this could be a lot of damage into your tier 1 early. Bottom lane, what's going on here? Arme will go down to the tower. First rotation out of Waimon through the portal. It's going to net them a pretty big kill. We will see a response out of Shinkyu though. Maybe they can hunt down 9 class. Firefly has expired. They've only got 1 point up in the Purifying Flames, which might lack some of the damage required. MC's still nearby. You also have Whitemon as well that can potentially continue to offer that assistance. And yeah, Shinkyu, that's huge. This man just TP'd down to try and protect TY. But TY's still going to die. MC got double bracer, ready to continue brawling. Arme is just going to stand under the tower and watch both his supports die. So a great rotation out of Whitemon on the Elder Titan.
Yeah, it was definitely huge. A lot of kills. That's exactly what you want to see if you're playing Night Stalker in the first night. You're pretty happy with just getting kills, but if you're managing, getting farm. But if you can get farm and kills, that's like super ideal.
Middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Mid lane.
Oh, he's got
angry.
haste. Ah, I see. Have fun. What are you gonna do?
They're gonna sacrifice Bat Rider here.
They see him? It's so funny how this happens. Twice. They just run both past each other in the trees. I'll get him now though. But the sacrifice is there. Haste from XM, of course, gets a kill, but like you said, it's maybe you're happy it's just onto a Bat Rider, because meanwhile, Thompson is Iron bottom lane. How can they start this? Maybe MC with the silence first. XM's actually already mirroring this. They're gonna have to play a little bit more cautiously from Tundra. What D-Wine said? Oh, very hesitant.
And I think you just keep away from this Viper, because this Viper's build doesn't allow him to farm. He didn't put any points, which I'm a little surprised. Didn't put any points on Nether Toxin, which is going to make his farming incredibly slow. But he is really strong at laning. Nobody can lane versus him. And that's kind of why you see Thompson's just like, yeah, I'm just not going to lane versus you. And 9 class has done a really good job this game stacking. We saw him drag that 1 wave behind tower for him, which was really cool. But he also has been stacking the triangle up a bit too. So Thompson's going to continuously go back to that, get his farm. And at some point, this matchup doesn't really matter much anymore, as they will find the Faceless Void.
They're gonna have to damage. They will. Really nicely done. They still got Pulverize. So if they potentially see an opportunity to get another kill, unfortunately, they're going to run straight to XM, and as soon as they see the Viper, going to try and disengage. Unfortunately, Whitemond will die inside the fountain. But like you said, I mean, that's a raid. Run into Viper. All right, yeah, we're done. Like, fight is over. Let's look to get away, cut our losses.
It's just very expensive for Viper to make rotations, because he's so slow. And he also farms so slowly too, that him making a rotation is just such a big commitment for him. But the one plus side of it is he is the king of the game right now. Nobody can fight this man, but it won't always be that case.
That's a big room for Thompson. Although they are going to TP down the Oracle, so he will purge it off pretty shortly. MC does a really good job though to silence control them. But here comes XM, TP in, and you see the response is there. Viper's here. All right, time to get out. As Thompson, he's got onslaught into the TP out pretty shortly, so I think he's going to escape, and that'll be the case. A lot of time wasted. You still get the kill into the Crystal Maiden. Meanwhile, you've got 9 class on a relatively greedy support who's already level 6 on Batrider. You've got pure free farming top. So overall, Tundra, very, very happy with the start of this game.
Yeah, it's going really well, and you don't have like the same lingering fear of like the other games where XXS, maybe he should be afraid. Oh, what a stomp.
Done. He's probably still dead for it, so very cute, but unfortunately it is not going to be enough. The rest of Extreme are starting to move on over. Shinkyu, unfortunately, unable to get in range to protect him with the Fate's Edict, so XXS will still go down.
He's not high enough level for the ulti, and maybe the Fate's Edict was enough, but probably not. I think they need to be able to get this ulti online. Just soak up that EXP. They're going to play around their Viper, but they... Okay.
Oh, scary. Viper, run! Oh no, Waimon TP'd into his death. Though the Pure is actually swinging over him. Waimon's going to be okay. They'll even bring 9 class too.
What are they... Oh... Thompson's still here.
I jump it. Wait, he's got a blink? It's 10 minutes. Why is my Batrider gonna blink? No. XM gets killed off. How has he got the gold for a blink dagger? This is a support.
I mean, he bought no items, straight blink, which he had 4 kills. You see that, right? 4 and 1.
I guess.
Oh.
What?
I mean, it's pretty impressive.
He's only got 18 losses. All right. Well, like you see, bought no items, so fair enough. Blink already. Big kill onto the Viper. They're cruising.
The deaths that really hurt, because like if you look at Viper, this hero, in theory, is good versus TA, right? But it really isn't. TA like 2-shots Viper like later on in the game because you just don't have any armor.
Ame looking to try and get first usage out of the Chronosphere. XM off the respawn. We'll combine with him down bottom, so a nice kill. Instantly you see Tundra look to move away from the opposite side of the map. And they've got some stacks to be able to farm inside their own triangle as well. So what do you feel like is the call now from Tundra? You see Viper down bottom, you see Chronosphere used. Does this give him an opportunity to try and do something across the map?
I think it's too early to like just... You still want to get farm. It's only 11 minutes into the game. I mean, you could use Night Stalker ult if you want. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But, like, what do you do with that? I think the one thing you could do is you could smoke and try and kill the Viper with Night Stalker Batrider. That could work. But then again, it's kind of high risk, too, because it's not like Ame really wants to join in these fights anyway. Chrono being down at this stage of the game doesn't mean that much. It exponentially means more the later the game goes, right? But for now, it's just whatever. And if you do go on this with Batrider, if you go on the Viper, there's no guarantee you're going to kill him either, because you do have Stampede and Oracle ult sitting behind you. So I think you just wait till nighttime. I think you just get the kill, or you die, you realize you use Chrono, and you don't care, you know, you just keep farming.
We are seeing Pure go for the Blink Dagger as well after the Dragonlance, so it's not going to be that Deso first hand.
Very aggressive.
So he's looking to get very aggressive this game, which is going to combine with that nighttime. So we're going to see them you know, potentially get some kills off the back of that, and you're going to have the supports can get very active too. We've seen Whitemon responding to a lot of the movements from Extreme. Of course, with this Blink on 9 class, he's ready to go. So double Blink, Tundra really looking to put the pressure onto Extreme.
We'll see what they can do, but at very least, even if they don't use the Bat Blink, the threat of it is there, which is going to cause Oracle to like play less greedy. I talk about Jin Q being a greedy player, but on Oracle, it's very hard to be greedy on this hero, especially if you have a job, and your job is to like deal counterplays to the ET, have counterplays to the Bat Rider. You don't have a lot of free will to do whatever you want in the game.
You're a babysitter. Have fun. You see what he's doing? Sitting behind Arme. Like you said, because this is the threat of the Blink Dagger now on the Bat Rider. So you're not leaving his side. And I honestly don't know the Ag shot that well. I don't know if this gives you wave clear. Maybe he's begging for them to get Tormentor as soon as they can. But he's going to really struggle with finding gold this game. And well, we'll see them get pretty active though. There is Chrono backup from Arme. They're going to try and go for tops, and pretty decent reactions out of the onslaught. It's not going to matter though. Chronosphere will still clip on the edge. Whitemon does his best to disrupt with the combination, as Thompson's still going to turn around with the Pulverize over to the right side. Tundra are trying to deal with the Oracle, but there's the Stampede to come into play. It resets the position from Extreme. And now XM caught in the middle, but they just don't have the damage. Maybe it can turn around with Pure showing up to the team fight. It's at the last second of it. He'll get the kill into XM. 9 class as well is still proving to be a pretty big threat. It's a huge side blade. Pure assassinates the backline, now turns to Arme as well. Time Walk still on cooldown. It's just these two heroes, that's all they needed. Pure and 9 class in combination. They'll be able to get a 5-man wipe 15 minutes in.
That's rough. I mean, that's not the ideal Chronosphere, honest with you. Like, you do the Chrono, but it's like you barely catch. I think the thing that happened that was the worst, it's like Ame Time walked into like an onslaught, right? So he got instantly stunned. So he had to use the very tip of the Chronosphere to barely catch him, which means only Viper was hitting the Primal during that. And so they were quite easily able to turn that one around. Bat Rider found the opening, was able to go on to Jin Q there, which seemed like things were going to go well, but as you were saying, Pure, he was in the back, just right-clicking everyone to death there. And with that, he's going to either be able to finish up his Deso up pretty soon here, or he might just buy the Shard to have that additional silence, which will mess with the supports. Not even just the supports, even the Faceless Void doesn't like playing against that one, because he does not have a Manta quite yet.
Top lane, wait, Pure? I was going to say, maybe DY may have got a glimpse of the TP, and if they could have gone for a play. They are... sorry, I thought they had Observer Ward at the outpost as well, so they're not going to know these rotations are coming through until they see MC. You need to bring everyone on Extreme. What's the call? Of course, wherever XM is, Tundra always have to be very cautious of the Viper potential. Jump in instantly into the Frostbite. Now, this is going to be a pretty good opportunity for Extreme. They'll be able to get the quick and easy kill onto 9 class. Stampede was used just in case a further disengage was required from them. So it's a streak nonetheless. Yes, you may say it's just a Bat Rider support, but that was a very farmed Bat Rider.
Yeah, a little bit of mistake there from 9 class, blinking in and not having a lasso target, right? Sometimes it happens. And then he gets frostbitten right away, and then I think the moment that happens, the fight's just over. Just like, yeah, my bad, guys, go back. And I'm glad they did. They decided to just go back there, continue to farm. Another opportunity will present itself for sure. And I think items such as BKBs for Thompson are going to be absolutely crucial in this game. That way, once you do have that BKB, you can actually fight in this Viper. Till then, it's a bit hard. Right now, you're relying pretty heavily on just the initiation of your bat, right? And if you don't get that initiation, you're chilling. And I think Blink Dagger on MC is also a big timing in Thompson.
They're going to get him. And that is a big kill, like you said. Thompson really going to struggle to fight this game without the BKB. This being his second death is going to continue to delay that.
Dire are scanning.
I think that was the reveal of the Centaur Blink, which they didn't even need to use, but they were only on the hunt because it was available, in case they needed it. But you do have to realize this Faceless Void may have been nerfed, but he is still very powerful. So and this is what TA kind of does as a hero. She just like is very strong around like honestly laning stage until about 35 minutes. I think that's when TA starts to feel a lot worse. Because if you look at the items that TA buys, right? She buys like a Blink Dagger, a Hurricane Pike, a Deso, a bunch of little small items, and then yeah. You going Mjolnir this game?
No, he's not. Hopefully we do actually have some chats. I want to hear your thoughts about the Mjolnir. What is
on TA?
Yes.
I'm fine with it, especially if it's against an illusion hero.
If it's not, I'm presuming you saw Mickey's build, yeah?
No, I didn't see it.
Oh, okay.
I know people have been buying it.
He was pretty much every game at Dacha. I think maybe he played like 4 TA games, and I think 3 of them he went Mjolnir. And
yeah, I saw some of them, yeah. And I thought to myself too. I was like, oh, that's interesting. I don't think it's as bad as people give it credit for. I mean, at the end of the day, you're a ranged hero. It doesn't have synergy with your minus armor, but it doesn't matter. It kind of makes you more of like a hybrid hero, which is not necessarily bad.
I have absolutely zero opinion of that item, and which is why I wanted to hear the carry opinion in itself, because I see Mjolnir on tier, I'm just like we have not seen this type of style, and obviously Mickey's trying to cook something up, and people are not going to understand the concept of what's going on. So I was very intrigued. That's why I brought up the Mjolnir. Pure this game is he's not going to go for it. It's kind of your more stock standard TA build.
I would say Mjolnir this game is not good because you're playing versus Viper.
Yep.
And Viper, as I mentioned before, is a hero that has low armor. So, and what he makes up for that in is having really high magic resist. And he'll die. But I will say, I don't know how good it is every game, but I know if you play versus Illusion heroes like Naga or something, I think Mjolnir TA is really good.
Sure.
And it should be bought.
Dobson. All right, now this is a much more valuable kill onto XM, and they're going to force out a TP from XXS along with the Stampede. So we're going to start to see Tundra playing a lot more aggressively, which they kind of have been doing for the past couple of minutes. But you've got Deso online on Pure. You're ready to fight and then also convert that into Roche.
More than Deso. He's got Deso, Blink, and Shard. He's got everything. This is like the basic starter kit for TA, right? Everything else is just kind of like just added. You're just upgrading your Blink, you're upgrading your Dragon Lance, you're buying a BKB, you're buying a Daedalus. That's pretty much all else your itemization will go. But this is when you're at your peak as TA, when you have these items.
Got a Blink just delivered on MC as well. He's the only person that is not with the team. 9 class is ready to get that jump. Always able to reposition with the 4 staff. But he has to be very cautious and really patient on who he jumps. A lot of it is going to come down to the positioning on Xinkyu, on him being ready for the false promise. But we do have 21 minutes up, so Tormentor's ready to go along with the Wisdom Runes.
That's a slow Tormentor kill. But they do get it. Very curious about Faceless Void. Like, I played him a little bit, and you definitely feel the nerfs of this hero. I mean, I guess we have a little bit of time. I can talk about it, but this hero got murdered, pretty much, if you want to look at, like, just number-wise this patch. Because, like, what you would always do with this hero, you'd only put 1 point, at least I would, into your time dilation, and then you go stats, right? And it's because the level 1 time dilation was just so good. But they changed it from 60% at level 1 to 30%, literally halved. So it's not that good level 1 anymore, not like it used to be. So now you have to level that skill now, which means you are essentially losing stats, which means you're losing HP, you're losing damage. And if you think of Faceless Void as a hero, that's really big. But there's probably going to be a fight coming out, so I'll continue that shortly after. We'll see if they catch anyone, as Ame will TP in as well. Ame might be walking over a billion traps here that can also silence you.
So what's the call? I mean, Thompson's got a shield rune and an arcane in the bottle. Ame may be acting as bait, but he's got to be cautious he doesn't get blown up from 4 to 0. The jump's a little bit messy from either side. They're trying to deal with the Primal Beast inside the middle. They'll be able to kill off Topson. But meanwhile, 9 class is also got a free fight. And now MC is going to jump in the middle. It's a huge silence. You have the opportunity for CNQ to play around with the false promise, but it's not going to matter. Freezing Field acts as a deterrent. Pure gets some time to be able to blink over the right side. Army's still going to be able to hunt him down with the Chronosphere. Is there a response from Tundra? MC tries to do what he can, but the instant clone from DY holds the Night Stalker down, and they didn't kill anyone. Extreme also low, but somehow Tundra weren't even able to get a kill.
I'm super confused about what just happened there. Like, look at this trap down there. I thought he would pop it now. Okay, he time walk now, pop it. And then when he popped it, Ame didn't even get hit by it. And I thought they were just gonna like have a billion traps here and just silence everyone. But maybe Ame not Ame, but Pure thought that Oracle would be behind him to save him. But I don't know. That should have been their fight to win. They had so many good traps on the ground. They just didn't want to commit anything. And in the end, when they did commit, it was too late. Faceless Void was able to get out. Pure realizes he's just dead here, so just does as much damage as he can. So that was a bit of a bizarre fight.
Yeah.
As 9 class will just kill him.
I was not expecting the Freezing Field from DY to actually cause as much chaos as what it did. They respected the hell out of that Freezing Field. Like, everyone was so low off MC's jump, and then DY just popped the ultimate and it just zoned everyone away. It just gave them time to be able to reset and get no kills.
Launch. I can probably finish my rant now on Faceless Void. So anyway, you have to max your W now, which means you have less damage. Your stats, they made the bash, the stat, or the level 15 talent, do 10 less damage. They removed 10 attack speed on Chronosphere level 20 talent. So just across the board. And then of course they made his laning stage worse too by just reducing 1 armor from the hero. They pretty much nerfed a lot of things about this hero, but the one thing that they didn't nerf is how Chronosphere acts. As it's just a stun that goes through BKB where you can't force staff people out of it. I think that'll be always invaluable in Dota.
Oh, nice double force. So
we're gonna try this again.
Yeah, we'll see if it's going to work out in their favor. Got to keep in mind Extreme, of course, they do have the Aegis, but no chrono for 15 seconds. Topson tries to catch the backline as 2 fights are breaking out simultaneously. XXS, can they have the damage to be able to blow up MC? Ultimate's going to be activated the last second, flies off to the right side. Meanwhile, Topson had to activate the BKB and really all his spells to deal with the Oracle, but you still lose Pure, and that's a fight where you didn't even have the chrono on Arme.
I mean, Pure is probably very sad this game right now. He had 3 traps down. He tried to kill the CM, right? But the CM just kept getting dispelled by the Oracle, and then the Oracle even ulted the CM, and CM just ran up to and just frosted him and ulted him.
I wonder if they're going to go on DY. It looks like actually they maybe sniff out that this is a potential bait. I was very impressed. DY scanned out MC and Whitemon, and then they TP'd in XXS, so thought it was going to be a very heads-up play, but they will not go for that on Thunder in the end.
And I think they're pretty happy just farming this Aegis. Chrono is online, though, so they could use it if they want, but I have a feeling that Ame would like to finish this Mjolnir first, which he's very close. He's going to farm up this top lane real quick, and then he will have the money. And I think it's totally fine as well. It's nighttime, right? You have Aegis for 2 minutes. You can kind of just chill out this nighttime. Play as 5, maybe take a tier 2. If they want to fight into you, have good vision placed. I think what's going to be really critical is how Centaur uses his ultimate. He's got to bail his supports out with this. That's going to be very critical.
Really, the people who are going to be targeting the supports from Thunder is MC on this Night Stalker, which will be enabled with the BKB. About to be completed. And of course Topson as well, who he's shown that is his primary objective in every single fight so far. This Primal Beast is always targeting these supports. The Blink Dagger is going to help enable that as well. So Extreme want to force them back though. I mean, this is never the greatest high ground Sieger, but Want to poke the high ground?
I think they just don't want to separate, right? They're like, what can we do right now that allows us to play together? And hitting buildings is one of them. They have no intention of taking the high ground, but if they are playing together, they can't die to Night Stalker, right? So that is the priority right now. It's not necessarily that they need to do these objectives. They're just stopping Tundra from playing the game that they want to play.
So Tundra are going to give up a tier 2 tower, but they will get their Tormentor. So shard for Whitemon. They're coming
What does
though
that
on
one even do
extreme.
nowadays? Oh, you can
cooldown,
jump.
I believe.
You can also jump to your stomp. That's right. Not something Whitemon probably wants to do in this game.
It's like, wait, what is the Crystal Maiden doing here? Like, guys? So to a warding expedition. Meanwhile, MC's also jumped Oracle on the opposite side. We'll continue watching Topson trying to assassinate the Crystal Maiden. Now back over to the Night Stalker. That is your first BKB usage that instantly gets stopped short thanks to Arme's Chronosphere.
And that was more than what it looks like. That was not only a BKB from Night Stalker, but that was Night Stalker's ult that's down. And guess what? When he respawns, it's going to be daytime. So that is actually really, really big. And then meanwhile, you got a trade of Crystal Maiden. Just a normal, standard Crystal Maiden kill. So does not feel good if you are Tundra right now, which just happened there.
It could be, I mean, the fights already so far in this game have been very chaotic, and maybe that can enable, well, help out this Batrider, because 9 Class has got a scepter. he's farmed. Somehow the Crystal Maiden is just as farmed as well, which is one thing to add, but let's see what 9 Class can do with the double lasso now inside these fights.
And remember I talked about supports being a threat? This is kind of what you need, right? Because if it was just this TA being a threat, this game's over. But you kind of like have this new ability that you don't know what the hell is going to happen. He might lasso the 2 best targets in the game. He might, you know, lasso Viper. Okay, no, he's dead. But he might lasso Viper and Oracle together and just kill 2 heroes.
That was a big kill though. Wyman had the gem, I believe, so I got 2 gems for extreme.
Yeah, that is a big deal. That ain't good.
No. Especially when you're mentioning a lot that, I mean, Tundra, there's so much importance on dealing with these supports. You need the vision advantage to be able to scout out where DY along with Shinkyu are positioning.
I mean, wards definitely help with that, but I think Night Stalker just does it automatically by pressing R. Kind of what the hero does.
Extreme from trying to deal with their last outer objective, should be able to do so with everyone else looking to connect. We do have a butterfly completed on Pure, so we'll see how much this is going to be able to help them out inside some of the upcoming team fights.
I mean, definitely has some value. You're playing with Viper and Void, which is really good. Does it stop you from dying in a chrono? I'm not sure.
Maybe a little bit too late though with the smoke. Radiant, do they stick around though? They got a pretty good ward set up. Again, all eyes on Shinkyu. How can he get this false promise off to be able to stop that lasso here? So 9 Class is scouting them out. The rest of the team on the low ground. Gonna see DY. MC, he gives them all the vision they need over the right side. That's the ultimate you wanted out of 9 Class. Lasso on the Oracle and Arme. They'll be able to deal with both supports to start the fight. Tundra, they need to convert onto some core kills afterwards. Arme finds a chrono onto 3. They've slept up the Viper, so there's going to be some damage lacking. Arme, he might be able to do it just by himself, though. 2 for 2 at the moment. Can they get out on Tundra, though? Nice Pike to get some separation. Blink as well helps Pure escape to the western side. In the end, a pretty decent fight overall for Tundra.
That may have been the best lasso of all time. I thought it was 2 supports because CM kind of looks like Faceless Void a little bit to me. I don't know why, but you got the Void plus the Oracle. That's probably the 2 best supports you could possibly ask for. but it still wasn't enough. They couldn't kill Ame in time, and they couldn't even kill the Oracle before he got his ult off. So neither of the heroes who got lassoed died. And I feel like that should be illegal. I feel like if you lasso Oracle and Faceless Void, at least one of them should die within that time frame. Which doesn't make me very confident for these upcoming fights, because unless he can 9-class and get another lasso just like that, who knows? Maybe he's gonna have an Aether Lens Refresher Orb queued up and he'll lasso the whole team at some point. But that was pretty impressive that he was able to get that off. But what is not good is the fact that they weren't able to follow up on it. I'm not sure who Pure was attacking in that fight, but definitely some miscommunication there had to have been for Pure to not be killing the heroes that got lassoed.
Yeah, I'm not sure where he was. All I know was Thompson was dealing with the secondary support in the Crystal Maiden. Not sure where Pure was, so we'll see what the communication's going to be like, because they are ready to go with another smoke. They see Fortune's End used, so now he's put on cooldown for a little bit of time. The wrap around instead.
No chrono.
And also Dark Ascension down for 10 seconds as well. So important with that last fight, being able to give them that information. Extreme, they're going to back up.
Okay, they're gonna have a window of like 20 seconds here to win this fight before Chrono's up.
See DY first, and there's the Dark Ascension, all the vision they need. Shinkyu, he's waiting inside the Roche Pit. They're gonna get the Force Promise out the last second, keeping Ame alive. Do they have the sustain afterwards though? Chrono up in 5. What's the call from Tundra? That was not the initiation they were hoping for, and it's gonna be an all-out retreat from them now. I'm on a cute attempt with the forced up of the high ground. In fact, it's actually enough to get him out, but nonetheless, 2 go down from Tundra. Roche is up as well. I just want to reiterate, dude, Shinkyu's positioning to sit in the pit was enabled you to avoid the Dark Ascension and then get that Force Promise out. That was great position from the Oracle.
Yeah, it definitely was, and I don't think you can go on Ame in these situations, right? That's like one of the few heroes who can't go on. Like you, no matter what, have to go on Jinkyu. Like if you don't see Jinkyu, you can't go. Or you have to get a double lasso, right? That's the other thing. If you're gonna hit 2 of them, but if you just have a single lasso opportunity, as good as it might look on paper, it's just not gonna work out for you.
Still got Chrono as well. The fact that they don't even need it for Extreme. Now you got the Ages. All ready to crack this high ground.
Bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is falling.
I'm gonna hit for now. You can wake him. Oh, you can't anymore. Why? Interesting. True backdoor protection, they don't care. Viper has the shard and Assault Cuirass.
Boys.
Pure just like, yeah, I'm just gonna take your Tormentor because I can't do anything.
He's accumulating a decent chunk of gold in the bank as TA. He's going Rapier. He had BKB queued up. He knows. And it seems like that's been the case in these last couple of fights. It's really getting desperate. Rapier is online, 36 minutes in. But this gives you a very low window for error. You cannot make mistakes now with the Rapier. As 9-class again, they're going to get the lasso onto the Oracle. Shinkyu pops the False Promise defensively. That's going to be able to keep him alive momentarily. Meanwhile, MC, he just cannot escape. Chronosphere is going to hold both the cores down, and Pure is not right-clicking. We'll be able to get some distance thanks to the Hurricane Pike. There's a couple of buybacks out of Tundra, but this is such a costly investment. Army, silence for the moment. They don't even get a kill. Full set of barriers claimed, 2 buybacks used. Rapier not enough.
I mean, not to save his barracks, but he is showing that he's doing a lot of damage in these fights, which is what they need. But I think Ame didn't really know he had a Rapier that fight, so he kind of chronoed the other 2 heroes, which is fine now because they bought back. So if you do chrono them again in the future, you know they won't be back. However, whenever you see a Rapier on deck, I think he's really looking at just saving this chrono just for Pure because he knows if he gets that kill, well, he's getting a free rapier with it.
This is do or die now for Tundra. First time they've smoked into Extreme's territory. They're going to try and jump and deal with the supports, but once again, it's a little bit too messy. They don't get the perfect initiation. Now Pure's in some trouble as well with the refraction burnt out. Forced off to make it up to the higher ground. He's not going to lose the rapier, but you'll lose some of your other members. His army's still hunting. Pure's okay with the TP, but it looks like Thompson will have a different fate as XXS able to catch up to him. MC also slithers down the bridge as well, but it's not going to matter. These are two heroes without buyback.
Yeah, I mean, the bat, he'll be up, I guess. But Thompson will not. But you still have a rapier for now. Who had the Heaven's Halberd? Oh, Centaur does, so that's even more difficult for Pure because he has no BKB. He has no way of getting rid of that. That's pretty big. Yeah, these barracks are no longer for this world, and 20 seconds left on Chronosphere. Blink?
Oh!
He's dead.
Can they keep him alive? Yeah, alright. Oh, nice balls.
Oh, okay, double
Yours
force.
as well gets him
Maybe.
in base. Chrono up in 5 seconds. You've got 9 casts alive that can thread him with the lasso. It's still on cooldown though, in fact. So unable to drag someone back inside the fountain. Maybe Pure's going to be able to deal with DY.
Oh, he blinked out. Okay.
Blink. Okay. Is this that 1% extra they need? Their buildings are falling though. 1 tier 4 down. Second soon to drop as well. 4v5 for another 20 seconds. No glyph 2 from Tundra. Pure gonna try to beat into XM. 9 class once again with the double lasso. MC is gonna be able to hold them into place with the silence. But Army and XM are just making it impossible for Pure to be able to stand his ground and right click, and they want out of this game, and they will have that. 2-0 for Extreme over the boys on Tundra.
Yeah, that game in particular was like looking pretty good for a while for Tundra. Like Thompson, he found himself a game. The Batrider had like some 10-minute blink dagger. Pure was free farming. Everything looked like it was going pretty well, but just not well enough apparently, as like you are playing versus the overwhelming team fight of like the Faceless Void, the Oracle, and I really have to give it to Jin Q on this one. I feel like his performance on this Oracle was flawless. And I think yet again, they had such a good draft for dealing with what Tundra is throwing at them. And it does go back to, yet again, like, why were these supports so impactful? Even the CM was really impactful in this game. A lot of it has to do because of the fact that the Centaur just kept them alive in every single fight. They played around their Viper, who was Viper striking the right heroes at the right moments, keeping them alive. They're playing around this Chronosphere as well. I've just been very impressed with Extreme Gaming on like how they think about the game and how they choose to select their heroes. And more importantly, how they're playing around the heroes that they are choosing for themselves. Where Tundra, yeah, they look like a good team still, but they're still a little rough around the edges on like how they're trying to win the games. It seems very one-dimensional, and if it doesn't really go the way that I would say a typical game should go, it doesn't look like there's that extra layer of strategy on top of it on like how they're going to play these drafts, something new and unique that they're bringing to the table.
You would probably say a lot of that just comes down to it being a new team. Is that just an easy way to put it, or is that kind of like a cop-out answer?
Well, that's always a cop-out answer because
okay.
Like most teams that are really, really good are like have the honeymoon phase and they just own at the beginning, right?
Sure.
And, like, when are they not gonna? Every once in a while there'll be a team that's just like kind of like they mesh together slowly. It happens over time. It doesn't happen overnight. But reality is like typically if you're not winning from the beginning, you start getting tilted and you start playing worse over time. But either way, I'm not saying that's going to happen to them, but the honeymoon phase isn't quite there. That's all I'm saying.
No, the honeymoon phase, unfortunately, is not working for Tundra at all. In our last series of the night, it's going to go Extreme's way in 2-0 fashion. We're going to send a break. When we come back, though, we'll have a Windows interview with the boys.
into my private garden. It's my own menagerie. If you're looking for a party, I own everything you see. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. They said it's my time, and I'm gonna run this scene. If you don't like the way I rule my empire, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? There's only room for one hustler, sitting way up on that throne. Guess I'm showing my true colors. 24 karat gold. I'm gonna wear that crown. Y'all better hit the ground. It's my time, and I can guarantee, if you don't like the way I rule my kingdom, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it?
Well, a good performance from Extreme overall in the last series of the night, able to get a much needed 2-0 on the board. Of course, in their early series, they went 1-1 versus Secret. And then, of course, we saw Tundra go 1-1 versus Spirit as well. So at least Tundra were able to get a win on the board today. I guess we can look a little bit more at Tundra. Fia, you were saying that you feel like this team is maybe a little bit rough on the edges. Again, we were potentially saying that. I said maybe it could be a new team. You said maybe that's a cop-out answer. What would you feel like Tundra are going to be talking about after some of these defeats? So like there's some concepts they're looking at, maybe just some of the draft or playstyle issues. What do you feel like is some things that they would be mentioning now?
I think the number one thing they should mention is most likely team fight communication and how they want to take the team fights. It seemed a little bit sloppy in this one. And it's not that I think Tundra it looked bad per se. They looked pretty normal, right? Pretty average. But Extreme just looked like a cut above them. And it felt like if they were to play like a best of 5, this also would have been like a 3-0. Maybe they just have their number in some regard. I think a lot of it has to do with like Pure's playstyle. The heroes he likes to play are very snowbally, and maybe it's a bad matchup versus Ame, who likes to play more of like, I'm gonna like carry the late game type of situation. And it feels like they're just not getting to a point where they're in pure control of the game, no pun intended, and being able to just control the whole map and just choke out Ame from farming anything, because Ame has just had like the superior carrier matchup, or just superior hero for the game, right? As a carry, as it scales onward in both the games. And it seemed like Ame was just on, not Ame, but Pure was just on a huge timer, and they couldn't really get him into the point where he can make a lot of things happen in the game.
Yeah. And always when you're on a timer strategy like that, a timer lineup, it's going to be, you make a couple of mistakes, it's going to be very difficult to execute, especially when you have lanes that are going to be favored for Extreme. Like that mid lane, I will say, I think Thompson did overall a pretty good job to be able to make something of that lane, like farming the jungle and some of the rotations we saw to help get him involved. But you mentioned it towards the later stages. Like, it felt like the supports for Extreme were very pivotal, not just game 1 and game 2 as well.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the supports were, I think they're the MVP for me, like both the games. Like, they just played, it's not just that they played well, which they did, but they just chose good heroes for themselves too. This Oracle pick was like where no one saw this coming, right? Like, oh, you pick ET, so I don't know. I guess I played Oracle in a pub like 7 months ago. He's probably said, "I'll give it to me. I'll make it work," right? And it worked really well. And he looked like he's definitely played a lot of Oracle. Maybe not a lot of Oracle, but he had a good understanding of how to play it. The false promises were always there. He was getting dispels left, right, and center. So like all that was really good. And of course, on the CM DI, he was like just playing like a beast. I remember there's one fight he just kept running at the TA without fear, tanked 3 traps, and just kept getting dispelled over and over again to the point where he finally reached him, just ulted him, and then he couldn't fight anymore. And that's very unusual to see, like a team be able to make a CM run at a TA and not just die instantly, to have that level of communication and confidence.
Yeah, well, you'd say Extreme, like when you go from like 1 to 5, the star power on this team is incredible. I mean, DY on the old Vici Gaming rosters with PYW, they were like the best support duo for at least your top 3 for that time going around. Of course, we've spoken a lot about what Xingqiu was able to do. XXS at the moment is probably known as the best offlaner in China. He's having a lot of success. Ame, you don't need to talk about him. And then XM is someone who it's taken him so long to get to this position where he's on a team and he's really able to shine, because he was playing on like CDEC for such a long time, had some stints on eHome, which is where I believe he first played with Ame. But this guy has grinded in like the division, in like the T2 scene for China for very, very long, and had some stints where he even attempted to play as a carry when DPC was around for a team called Piggy Killer, and he's like not disappointing with a lot of his playstyle. Like, can play very active on some spirit heroes, can pull out the Viper, which we don't see very often. So it's really cool to see like this player that's maybe not as well known for some people in the scene really shining and living up to what you would expect from a team of this caliber.
Yeah, it's definitely really crazy. Sometimes there'll be a player that just needs the right environment to shine. It's like they have all the capabilities, they have all the skill, they just don't have the right people to enable them, right? And there's a lot of players out there that are really good. They have a lot of promise. They could be the next superstar, but they're not surrounded by the right people to bring out their potential, and sometimes you'll never see it. So that's why I really like these stories of people who've been playing for a long time, it hasn't been working out, then all of a sudden you're like, wow, this guy's actually really good. And you just need to put him with some players that can just bring out the best in you. And I think that's exactly what's happening on Extreme Gaming for him.
Yeah, which is a perfect time for it to be happening, because again, he's been playing for a very long time, so it's exciting to see. But for them, yeah, they start the day off in good fashion. Hopefully we should get an interview from XM himself as well, so we'll get to hear a little bit about his journey and overall how for the boys on Extreme are looking. But it does seem like we have the interview ready, so let's get that one underway. It is going to be with XM. So XM, hello, congratulations on the victory. First off, I want to ask, you're one of the few people that are picking Viper currently. Do you feel like other people don't have as good of a read on this hero as you do currently? Because you make Viper look very good.
首先 XM 恭喜你们战胜了前面那场比赛就想问你关于毒龙这个英雄，因为目前你们是唯一一个会选毒龙的战队，就想问你是不是认为这个毒龙这个英雄，你们战队是不是对他有什么额外的理解呢？就是在目前这个版本呢？
我们理解就是看到 TA 就可以选毒龙吧，然后本来我们以为对面会办毒龙的，不知道为什么对面没办，这把很克对面。
Okay, our understanding is that it's pretty much once the opponent picks Templar Assassin, we're just gonna pick Viper. It just counters her so hard, and honestly, we're just surprised that they didn't ban Viper. So they let it through. We're gonna pick it.
Also, I'm intrigued on how your relationship started with Ame. I've heard there's been some like art reviews and interviews that have been done, and it said you two have a really good connection and relationship together. I wonder where that started, if it was from a team or in pub games.
就是从之前的一些无论是采访啊，还是就是访谈当中都了解到你跟萧瑟的感情都比较好。然后就想了解一下，这 这背后到底是什么样一个故事？就是你们比方说是怎么样认识的？是从战队里面开始认识呢，还是比方说打路人局开始认识的呢？
认识应该就是19年替补 Major 那次认识的吧。然后相处的好就玩得来啊，就关系好。
Well, I first really got to know Ame from being a stand-in and one of the majors back in 2019. As for how our relationship built up so well, it's really just because we kind of sync with each other really well when playing games.
Thank you. Fair. All up to you.
All right, I got a 2-part question for you here. What region, since you travel around a lot to playing professional tournaments, what region do you enjoy playing pubs in the most? And if you really want to win MMR, what hero do you pick?
就想问Sam，现在你也是算是去了好几个国家，然后也在他们的服务器上面都打过路人局吧？就是你认为哪一个区域的就是天梯是最可能环境是最好的呢？以及如果你必须要上分的话，你会选哪一个英雄去专门去上分？
其实我就打了欧服和东南亚，然后就觉得其实这2个服差不多。当你运气不好的时候，就是总是会碰到糟糕的队友。如果打路人上分，我也不知道，我都是玩很多英雄的路人局。
Okay, so honestly, even though I've traveled around quite a bit, but I've really just only played on the Western Europe and Southeast Asian servers, and honestly, they're about the same. When you run into the streak of bad luck, you just get toxic teammates no matter where you are. And as for my hero of choice to climb MMR, I'm the kind of player with a very wide hero pool, so I kind of just pick depending on what fits the lineup. So I don't really have a specific hero that I abuse.
All right, one more question for you. Do you have any hobbies outside of Dota? And if not, before Dota, was there potentially a hobby you really enjoyed doing?
就要问你一个个人问题，就是你除了 Dota 以外，还有什么兴趣爱好呢？如果没有的话，比方说在你开始打职业 Dota 之前是什么样的？有什么爱好呢？
爱好，没有别的爱好，我还玩别的游戏，冒险岛好吧，跟双杠玩安娜一样。
I don't really have any other hobbies besides playing Dota. As well, how should I say this? If it wasn't for Dota, then I'll probably be playing like other games, like I don't know, Valorant or something, just like Anna.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, XM, for the interview. Congratulations on your victory.
感谢 XM， 也恭喜你们赢下了刚才那场比赛。
Thank you.
Thank you. There we go. Heard from XM and the Extreme Boys. A very convincing victory in the end over Tundra, able to find that 2-0, and they're going to be able to end the day 3-1. And yeah, we're done. Day 1 of Groups 1. Of course, there are still 3 more days of action to be able to determine what teams are going to be moving over to Groups 2. Very shortly, we're going to be able to take a look at the standings. Of course, there are still some games going on, plenty other streams of action. In fact, we've got the standings ready to go as well. Group A, a couple of teams on top. VP, Betboom, OG. I honestly was not expecting VP and OG currently to be 3-1. That's a great start for them. Not sure who they played in some of their other series, but then you take a look down bottom. G2, IG 0-4. That is very shocking to me.
It's called a rough day, and hopefully tomorrow. I've definitely seen teams have no wins on the first day. They have a nice team talk, and they have nothing but wins on the second day, and that's exactly what they're going to have happen, because you can't have 2 bad days like this in a row. You're pretty much out. So hopefully they have a good talk and they're able to flip it around. But sometimes your ideas, you go into them, they're not quite good enough, or the other team has better ideas and you got to adapt.
And we'll see, that's the big thing, how teams are able to adapt on the fly and if they can do it at a rapid rate, because we are going to be going, flying through these days. Take a look at Group B, of course, Extreme up top, Tundra down bottom. And again, there are some series and games that are yet to be completed so far. So one win versus Aurora currently. We've got Secret versus Shopify, and then Spirit versus Liquid are on the mainstream. If you guys haven't checked that out, you can go very, very shortly. We're going to show you the schedule real quick, but I'll also mention, I know in the Liquid versus Spirit series, or Spirit game, there is a carry puck and a carry pango. So once we close out this stream, make sure you check all the others, as tomorrow we're going to be starting at the same time as well. We've got BetBoom versus Zure, Tundra vs Shopify. We're going to get the boys on BetBoom OG, and then Spirit vs Team Secret. So we are going to be continuing with the action, and really every single series is going to be very exciting to watch. And it doesn't matter what stream we're going to be on, because again, the caliber of Dota right now is at a level that we have not seen before.
Just the best of the best here, always playing at the Dream Leagues, and all the games have been, even today, they've been really good. I'm just always very curious to see who's going to come out on top, but it wouldn't be fun if we didn't get the journey to see the meta shift, the new heroes and different playstyles, of course the action to see it. So very excited to see what tomorrow brings.
Yes, very exciting indeed. So day one completed of Dream League Season 22. We're going to see what we have in store for tomorrow, what crazy games, what crazy heroes and different metas evolve out of our first day. With that being said, we're going to be starting at the same time tomorrow. We'll see you guys all then.
Hit me up, dark brown with body mix fly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. On a rooftop in electric Times Square, with the wind in my face and a scrunchie in my hair. Pulled out my rolling D50. Gonna bring back the vibe, moonwalk back to 85. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. This is my 80s fluorescent pink dream. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. Better believe, still want my MTV.
seen nothing yet. Yeah, hop in my DeLorean, get ready, get set. Where I'm taking you now is on my own road. I pick my own path, bringing 80s recode. Put my hand on the throttle, best to buckle up. Rev up the gigawatts, hang on to your butts. I'm just a 90s kid. I just need a time machine to fly away. Hit it up, top power, party, big fly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans. Put metal to the pedal, flash back to the beat. Step into my time machine. Feel the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. Let's revive the whole world. Still want my MTV.
Just when you think I'm down for the count, you think I'm out of the bow, that I'm about to strike out. I rise and silence the doubt. Just when you think that I've got nowhere to go, that it's the end of the road, the curtain's closed on this show. It just keeps getting better and better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Just when you think I'm over the hill, that I've forgotten the thrill, that I'm losing my will, I go in for the kill. Just when you think I'm wasting my time, I'm at the end of the line. But just like a fine wine, it just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Getting better, just keeps getting better. Just keeps getting better. Just keeps getting better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Just keeps getting better, just keeps getting better. We get better, we find another level.
Shot, new kid on the block. Currents running strong like a solar wave. Locked, plugged into the socket. Watch me burning hot, yeah, I radiate. Coursing through my veins like a power surge. Call it misbehaving the way I burn. If you're gonna wait, then you miss your turn. Charge up and ready, I'm going steady with you. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, future shot, future shot, future shot, future shot. Breathe, feel that energy. You can change the lights from red to green. See, I got got what you need. Sparking a connection, go VIP. You feel electric. You feel electric. Oh, looking like you're blacked out. Got that future shock now. Oh, everybody stop. Got that future shock now. Oh, future shock. Future shock. Future shock. Oh, future shock. Future shock. Future shock. The future shock. The future shock. Once we started, there's no way to stop us. Like a rocket, not for static hearted. Once you got it, you'll go supersonic. You know you want it. 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 Looking like you're blacked out. Got that future shock now. Everybody stop. Got that future shock now. Looking like you're blacked out. Got that future shock now. Everybody stop. Got that future shock now. Future shock. Future shock. You know you want it. Future shock. Future shock. You know you want it. Everybody stop. Got that future shock now.
The morning light, it hits my eyes. Last night we partied like it's 99. You took my hand, we danced all night. That's all I remember, we can blame nobody. Look where we are, so beautiful. This world is ours for the taking now. Not holding back, not giving in. Stay a little longer in the moment now. No regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. 'Cause if we got one life to live, maybe we should just let go. Don't worry about tomorrow. Start counting your Insta follows. 'Cause the sun comes up again. New days they begin. So hold on to me, 'cause I won't let go of you. No regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's show the world what we're made of. The fire in our bones never faded. We cannot hold it any longer. 'Cause every day the feeling's getting stronger. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. never says no, she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls, and I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With 4 on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she purrs like a kitten and drugs her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With her high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive. And my head gets spinning like a tilt-a-whirl with my kinky little robo girl. When she puts her squeeze on me, it's enough to drive me to my knees. She don't need no diamond ring, all she ever wants is the real thing. Working all day in the rat race, dreaming of her eyes and perfect face. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world. Since I found my little robo girl. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world.
Los, komm, steig drauf. Das Leben ein Traum. Los, komm, steig drauf. Ja.
Das Leben ein Traum.
Kein Geld, kein Stress, wir regeln das. Luxus-Vibes hast, wärst du auf der Segelyacht. No Budget, High Class, Tasse statt Weinglas. Denk nicht viel nach, wir machen es einfach. Let's go. Seid ihr sicher, die Clique ist down? Ziehen Blicke auf uns, alle ticken jetzt aus. Die ganzen Kids in der City stehen drauf und rollen, rollen, rollen. Droppen Banger, schlagen mittendrin aus. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Ja. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Cruisen auf Scootern, fahren ans Ufer. Immer Open End, weil die Stadt niemals zu hat. Wasser schimmert Gold, wir machen was wir wollen. Doch die Kassen sind nie voll. Egal was soll's. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Cruise mit, Baby. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Los, komm, los, komm, los, komm. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick, yeah.